Upon his rebirth, Ling Xiao acquired the enchanting tabulation loading system. With each ascension and level, he was granted an opportunity to load a tabulation, selecting one to bind. Ling Xiao initially received a golden tabulation, miraculous creation. Miraculous creation. Upon binding this tabulation, the barracks within his dominion could be upgraded to SSS grade, providing significant enhancements to other structures within the territory. Thus, the witch's cottage was upgraded to the palace of original sin. The demon's nest transformed into the Abyssal Tower. As towering, formidable SSS-grade barracks rose from the earth, other lords were left astounded. How could a lord with a white-quality heart possess SSS barracks? I refuse to accept this. I'll report Ling Xiao for cheating. My goodness, even Ling Xiao's steed is a divine being. Chapter 1 Ding. Your external aid has arrived. Hee hee, gaga gaga, triple kill, quadruple kill, quintuple kill, little egg, charge forward. In the tranquil classroom, Ling Xiao, who had been hunched over his desk, suddenly erupted into a maniacal laughter. He sprang up, his head colliding unexpectedly with a hard object, causing a sharp pain to shoot through his scalp, making him grimace in discomfort. Upon opening his eyes, he found himself confronted by a middle-aged man with black-rimmed glasses, his chin cupped in his hand, glaring at him with fiery eyes. Ling Xiao, what are you shouting about? The Lord's heart is about to activate, and you're still dreaming of gaming. Have you forgotten your abysmal performance in the last class tournament, with a score of 0 to 12? You think everything in dreams is perfect, don't you? The classroom erupted in laughter, with unfamiliar classmates reveling in Ling Xiao's embarrassment, activating the Lord's heart. Wait, have I been reborn back to the time before entering the Void Realms? Ling Xiao's bewildered gaze swept across his peers, instinctively touching his chest to feel the strong, pulsating heartbeat within. That a glimmer of ruthlessness flashed in his eyes, as a tide of overwhelming hatred surged within him. Just moments ago, Ling Xiao had been a pawn, sacrificed by other lords to break the curse of the void with his heart, only to find himself reborn upon opening his eyes. In his previous life, Ling Xiao was merely a lord with an E-grade barrack, reluctantly joining a lord alliance for survival. He had hoped to endure the trials with the help of the alliance. However, unexpectedly, the leaders of the alliance fell under a curse during a hunt for void creatures, requiring the sacrifice of a lord's heart to break it. If not, the curse would be assimilated into void creatures within 3 days. Ling Xiao was one of those sacrifice lords, those treacherous dogs. Fate has not forsaken me. This time, I shall make you taste the bitterness of despair. Kneel and lick my feet in submission. Ling Xiao clenched his fists, brimming with rage, embodying a spirit of ambition, yet was abruptly struck on the head by the textbook of the class instructor. Still not awake? Ah, you little rascal seem to be playing quite grandly. Now that you're awake, it's time to face reality. I'm keen to see what high-quality lord's heart you can activate. You clearly lack the qualities of a true lord. The instructor's reprimand silenced the previously jovial classmates, their expressions turning serious. This world is an era where everyone is a lord. Upon reaching the age of 18, individuals can activate their lord's heart and enter the Void Realms to undergo a 30-day novice trial. Only those who succeed in the trial can become true lords. Lords are the pinnacle of professions in this world. Becoming a lord is the ultimate aspiration for all denizens of Blue Star. Wealth and power follow in abundance, and the possibility of ascension to divinity is not beyond reach. However, the Void Realms are rife with opportunities and perils, resulting in countless lives lost during the trials. Those who fail will lose their qualifications as lords, living out their lives in obscurity, akin to mere beasts of burden. Today marks the day of activating the Lord's heart, and all eligible individuals may participate. Under the instructor's urging, the classmates gradually left the classroom. The Lord's altar stood prominently in the center of the sports field, its towering pillars etched with intricate, bizarre patterns that reached into the clouds. Within minutes, the area was bustling with people. The teachers responsible for the initiation called out names in order, inviting students to ascend the altar and activate their Lord's heart. Among the attendees, some were filled with worry while others brimmed with excitement. As each student approached the altar, they were a mix of nervousness and anticipation, each hoping to activate a high-quality Lord's heart. The quality of the Lord's heart determines the grade of the barracks that can be randomly acquired, as well as the strength of the summoned troops. The qualities of the Lord's heart range from highest to lowest: rainbow, gold, red, purple, blue, green, white, and gray. Dozens of students ascended, the majority activating white or green quality Lord's hearts, with only a few achieving blue quality or higher. I've been reborn. I don't seek a golden legend, but acquiring at least a purple or red quality shouldn't be too much to ask. Class 5, Year 3, Ling Xiao. Last. It was his turn. Ling Xiao stepped onto the altar with anticipation, drawing a dagger across his palm to let his blood drip onto the altar, causing the patterns on the stone pillar to slither and swirl like serpents. An amber-hued crystal materialized. This was the Lord's heart, Class 5, Year 3, Ling Xiao, white quality. His racing heart finally settled. White was merely a step above the dismal gray, an ordinary quality akin to that of his previous life. He had hoped that destiny would bestow upon him a grand opportunity this time, paving the way for an extraordinary journey. Must I tread the same path as my previous life? After all, with a white quality lord's heart, upon entering the Void Realms, he could only randomly acquire F or E grade barracks, summoning troops of significantly inferior strength. Despite forcing a smile, Ling Xiao's lips curled into a bitter expression as he reassured himself. It's all right. At least I'm alive, Yet, the thought of being second to last, repeating the cycle, shattered his composure. Nothing is all right. After activating the Lord's heart, he returned home to prepare some supplies, entering the Void Realms promptly at midnight. In his room, Ling Xiao concentrated, clutching the Lord's heart, radiating a white glow as his figure gradually vanished from the room. As his vision shifted from darkness to light, he opened his eyes to find himself surrounded by a dense forest. The time in the Void Realms does not synchronize with the present world. He had arrived at precisely 9 o'clock in the morning, Void Realm time. Ling Xiao surveyed his surroundings, an altar and a 200 square meter expanse of barren land. This was his territory, exceedingly rudimentary. At that moment, an ethereal voice resonated above his domain. Welcome to the Void Realms, number 999. The Novice Lord is about to commence a 30-day trial. Please prepare yourself. In this realm, you may enlist troops, acquire resources, and cultivate your domain. Safeguard your Lord's heart diligently. Should it shatter, you shall irrevocably forfeit your status as a Lord. The Lord panel has been successfully generated, and the trials for Novice Lords are about to commence. Wishing you all the best of luck, please activate your Lord's heart at your earliest convenience. New Lords are afforded a preparation period of 60 minutes, after which the protective barrier shall dissipate, and the first day's trials will descend upon you. As the cold voice echoed, a chill and a sense of solitude enveloped him. Feelings with which Ling Xiao was all too familiar. Extending his right hand, the Lord's heart, emanating a radiant white glow, detached itself and ultimately hovered above the altar of his territory. Your Lord's heart has been activated. It has been detected that you are a Novice Lord. A beginner's gift pack has been unlocked. Would you like to open it? Open. Congratulations. You have received 100 gold coins, an E-class barracks, and a witch's cottage. The gold coins serve as the initial capital for every Novice Lord's arrival in the Void Realms, with the sole distinction being the quality of the barracks. The quality of the barracks is determined by the caliber of the Lord's heart. Ling Xiao's Lord's heart is of white quality. He can only randomly summon barracks ranging from FD class. From theoretical texts, Ling Xiao understood that the barracks grades are classified as follows: SSS, SS, S, A, B, C, D, E, F, each capable of summoning corresponding tier troops. The Lord's heart dictates the starting point for new Lords. The stronger the troops, the lesser the pressure in the early stages. As a Novice Lord capable of summoning only E-class troops, Ling Xiao faced considerable early-stage pressure, where a single misstep could lead to elimination. This was the principal reason Ling Xiao ultimately resolved to join the Lord Alliance. To live again, a new beginning, yet I am not a novice. At the very least, there are certain pitfalls I must avoid repeating. Having learned from the lessons of his previous life, Ling Xiao firmly believed that joining the Lord's Alliance was an absolute misstep. At critical moments, the weaker Lords would inevitably become fodder for others, just as a heavy gloom settled over Ling Xiao. A sudden voice resonated within his mind. Ding. It has been detected that you have activated your Lord's heart. The entry loading system is now operational. Binding successful. Wow. An external aid has been granted. Chapter 2. The Marvelous Creation. The SSS class barracks. Is this the legendary system typically bestowed upon reincarnators? Oh, how fortunate I am to have stumbled upon such a boon. As the system's voice faded, Ling Xiao's gloomy expression evaporated, replaced by an irresistible smile that lit up his handsome face, his lips curving upward in delight. He began to explore the functions of the system, his heart racing with excitement and his hands trembling in anticipation. Entry loading system. Function. Each time the system is activated, 5 entries will be randomly loaded, from which the Lord may choose one to bind. Conditions. The Lord may load entries each time they level up. Additional function. Unlocks when the Lord reaches the bronze level. Beep. The Lord can receive one opportunity to load an entry by constructing a barracks. Oh, so this is how it works. I do enjoy having an advantage. According to the rules, Ling Xiao must level up to load entries. But he currently possesses only an E-class barracks, with summon units of rather lackluster combat capabilities, making upgrades a tedious endeavor. However now, all he needs to do is build a barracks to earn a bonus opportunity. Without hesitation, Ling Xiao retrieved the witch's cottage, a model of a barracks, and tossed it beside the altar. The witch's cottage materialized before him, revealing a panel of information regarding the barracks. Barracks, witch's cottage. Level, 1 grade, E. Unit type, Little Witch. Summon, 1 gold per summon. Summon count, 100 times per day. Upgrade requirements. 100 gold, 800 units of wood, 200 units of stone. Information: a little witch born in a magical village, capable of using magic to do laundry and cook for you. Indeed, as expected, the E-class barracks can only summon low-tier units, and judging by the information, the summoned witches possess minimal combat prowess. Essentially, they are merely a gaggle of magical little girls adept at household chores. Beep. The entry loading system is now activated. Would you like to draw? Draw, draw, draw. Give me a mighty spin. As his somewhat trembling voice echoed, a grand lottery wheel materialized before him, displaying approximately 20 entries, the red pointer whirling chaotically across the entries. Beep. 5 entries have been randomly loaded. Iron Barbie, blue. Comprehensive amplification, white. Contrast cutie, green. Unyielding in battle, blue. Marvelous creation, gold. Excitement surged through Ling Xiao as he beheld the 5 entries. The text behind each entry indicated its quality, suggesting that, akin to the Lord's heart. Different colors represented varying qualities. It seemed fortune was on his side with a golden entry among them. He eagerly delved into the detailed attributes of the entries. Iron Barbie. Units or heroes under your command possess a robust and well-defined physique, applicable only to female or feminine units, with a defense and strength of 20. Comprehensive amplification. All units under the Lord's command receive a 5 to all attributes. Contrast cutie. Voice and gender are swapped, granting you a captivating voice capable of stunning enemies. Unyielding in battle. Effective only for male lords. Binding this entry allows for 100 encounters in one night. Marvelous creation. Upon binding this entry, the barracks within your territory can be upgraded to SSS class, providing certain enhancements to other territorial structures. Ling Xiao could scarcely believe his eyes, rubbing them to ensure he was not dreaming, and could not resist throwing a few punches in the air in sheer exhilaration. What does this mean? In essence, his E-class barracks could, with the aid of the entry, transform into an SSS-class fortress. The news of a white-quality lord's heart-commanding SSS-class units would surely send shockwaves across the world. Moreover, this entry appeared to also benefit other territorial structures, albeit not to the same extent as the barracks. While Iron Barbie offered stat boosts, it only applied to female or feminine units. Comprehensive amplification provided a universal enhancement. Though regrettably, it was only of white quality. If it were blue or higher, such an enhancement would be nothing short of extraordinary. Unyielding in battle held significant value, but Ling Xiao deemed it of little use to him. In the entire Blue Star, lords possessing SSS-class units are as rare as phoenix feathers. Units ranked A and above have already entered the realm of top-tier combatants. Those lords boasting such elite units are undeniably legends within Blue Star. In this era where everyone aspires to be a lord, power equates to everything. With absolute strength, acquiring wealth, influence, and charm becomes a trivial pursuit. Furthermore, the stronger the units under one's command, the greater the potential for the lord's own growth. The thought of soon possessing SSS-class units filled Ling Xiao with uncontainable joy, his smile widening into a near-maniacal grin. He promptly bound the golden entry, marvelous creation. Beep. Entry binding successful. Detecting E-class barracks. Would you like to upgrade? Upgrade, upgrade, upgrade. No sooner had he voiced his desire than the cottage transformed at an astonishing speed into a 2-story palace, adorned with a mysterious and eerie aesthetic, radiating a dark golden hue. Sinister dragon-like sculptures adorned its exterior, and atop the palace loomed a roaring dark golden dragon, instilling an overwhelming sense of dread at first glance. Before the palace's grand entrance, an information panel unfurled before him. Barracks, Palace of Original Sin. Level 1, Grade, SSS. Unit Type, Original Sin Witch. Summon, Normal Summon, 20 gold per summon. Advanced Summon, 100,000 gold, 100 magic energy crystals. Summon count, 10 times per day. Upgrade requirements, 3,000 magic crystals, 1,000 magic energy crystals, 10 dragon crystals. Information. The infamous witch high priestess created the 7 deadly sins witches, granting the Lord a chance to summon unique hero units. The 7 deadly sins witches? Could they represent the 7 cardinal sins of envy, pride, greed, wrath, gluttony, sloth, and lust as unit types? What a remarkable transformation from a lowly domestic witch to the original sin witch. This is an unprecedented windfall. Gazing at the information panel of the Palace of Original Sin, Ling Xiao's eyes burned with fervor. Is this the allure of an SSS-class barracks? Though the materials required for its upgrade are exorbitant, thankfully, the normal summon only costs 20 gold. The advanced summon, however, is a privilege reserved for barracks of S-class or higher. For novice lords, utilizing normal summons to amass troops, then securing resources through trials, and subsequently summoning more troops to sustain themselves in battle is a viable strategy. The steep costs of advanced summoning only become feasible in the later stages when sufficient resources are amassed. Roars of beasts echoed from outside the territory, and Ling Xiao turned his gaze, his expression darkening. The first trial for new lords was about to commence on the very first day of their arrival. Summoning units was of utmost urgency. Hastily, Ling Xiao entered the palace of original sin, greeted by a vibrant red carpet stretching towards the depths of the palace, where a female statue stood, exuding an exquisite form, one hand poised as if to conjure an object from the void. Beep. You may currently only initiate a normal summon. Would you like to summon? Yes. Chapter 3. The Original Sin, which, Lathiel. Ling Xiao currently possessed only 100 gold coins, and faced with the SSS class barracks. His purse felt rather light, allowing for only 5 summons. He did not harbor any illusions about his luck, hoping for a miraculous outcome. Nevertheless, even units that are not heroes would surely outperform the lowly combat capabilities of the little witches, would they not? After all, the SSS class barracks would yield SSS class units. For instance, would you dare claim that 100 poorly equipped units could triumph over a single Iron Barbie? The value of an SSS class unit is no laughing matter. Exquisite sculptures radiate brilliance, and within the palace, a powerful force surges forth. Dark purple beams of light shoot skyward, and amidst the flickering shadows, 5 figures gradually take shape. The witch, Lady Urs, accompanied by her kin, presents herself before the Lord. A melodious voice echoes through the palace, and Ling Xiao gazes intently as the witches, adhering to their unique etiquette, place their hands elegantly over their chests, bowing their heads slightly with closed eyes in a gesture of respect. Rise, Ling Xiao exclaims, filled with delight as his eyes brighten upon the foremost witch. Her flowing red hair cascades down to her waist like silk, each strand shimmering with an alluring luster. Her delicate, fair face and eyes glimmering like rubies exude an aura of mystery and danger, captivating all who gaze upon her. With a graceful figure clad in a black sheer gown, her dainty feet hover lightly above the ground, her brows furrowing slightly as she scrutinizes Ling Xiao. Her gaze then shifts to the other witches, each one exuding an extraordinary presence. Ling Xiao, despite himself, swallowed hard, momentarily lost in thought. Suddenly, a shadow flitted by, and a delicate, soft sensation brushed against him. He jolted as Lady Urs leaned against him, her petite nose twitching as if savoring some unseen scent, regretfully murmuring, "This body is quite lacking. I have no interest in studying it." Her breathtaking visage and alluring form, coupled with a faint fragrance emanating from her, left Ling Xiao in a daze, prompting him to clear his throat twice to alleviate the awkwardness. "Ahem, am I truly that lacking?" he protested. "After all, I am a sun-kissed athletic young man, possessing both muscle and looks. Surely, I am not in such a pitiful state?" Subsequently, he directed his gaze towards Lady Urs' attribute panel. Unable to suppress his exclamation of joy, "My luck has reached its zenith. I am indeed the epitome of fortune." Unit type, Lady Urs, hero. Level, Black Iron 1 star. Rank, SSS. Talent, Dragon Tamer. Skill, Original Sin Judgment. Growth limit, Void. Loyalty, 100, Never Betray, bonus attribute. Information, High Priestess of the Original Sin Witch Clan, Creator. Possessing formidable dominion over dragon-type magical beings. Lady Urs harbors an insatiable curiosity for the novel and powerful. Trust me, you would not wish to become her subject of study. Ling Xiao marveled at the formidable attributes displayed. He had initially hoped for the goddess of luck to bless him with a hero unit. Yet he had summoned the creator of the original sin witches. The higher the rank of a unit, the greater its growth potential and power. But the risk of betrayal also escalates. However, with the bonus attribute, her loyalty is maximized, ensuring she will never betray her lord. In other words, Ling Xiao is free from the concern of insurrection among his units. It is no wonder Lady Urs had been scrutinizing his frail human form earlier, though it took mere seconds for her interest to wane. Furthermore, Lady Urs possesses a truly terrifying talent, capable of intimidating dragon-type creatures, be they units or magical beings. Dragon-type void creatures are akin to mere pet minnows in her presence. Thus, it is no surprise that Ling Xiao was so astonished upon viewing Lady Urs' attributes. His attention shifted to the other 4 original sin witches, 2 lust witches, 1 envy witch, and 1 gluttony witch. Aside from Lady Urs, who is a hero unit, the others are merely ordinary unit types. Each possesses a distinct style, ranging from adorable lowly to sultry and enchanting. Upon examining their attribute panels, he noted that unlike the hero unit, they lacked a talent section, possessing only their respective skills, with growth limits only reaching the divine level. There exists an insurmountable chasm between ordinary units and hero units, both classified as SSS, in terms of strength and potential. According to the expanded knowledge in the official barracks textbook, a unit's growth level is somewhat akin to that of a lord, with additional tiers: demigod, divine, true god, supreme god, void, and immortal. Ling Xiao speculated that a lord's growth level may well parallel that of units, as humanity has yet to reach such heights. Remaining at the legendary tier, there are no related records in the textbook. Today's void trial is about to commence. All novice lords should prepare themselves. As Ling Xiao pondered, a resounding voice echoed through the myriad realms of the void. The protective barrier above the territory slowly dissipated, signifying that all novice lords would soon face life and death trials. Lady Urs. Ling Xiao closed the attribute panel and turned to her with a serious demeanor. "At your command, she replied, sensing the shift in his expression, her previously aloof demeanor giving way to unwavering devotion. From this moment on, I shall fight alongside you to vanquish the magical creatures. Lady Urs placed her delicate, fair hands over her chest, her eyes igniting with a fierce battle spirit as she pledged, yes. The original sin, which clan shall forever follow our esteemed lord. At that moment, a cacophony of unsettling sounds reached their ears from beyond the territory. Ling Xiao and Lady Urs stepped out of the palace to find a group of approximately 20 skeletal soldiers advancing towards them, just 200 meters away. They're coming. They're here, Ling Xiao exclaimed, though he found it peculiar that these skeletons appeared unusual, their bodies of vivid crimson, exuding tendrils of black mist, their jaws clicking ominously. Monster, red bone skeleton. Race, undead void. Level, black iron 1, 3 stars. Skill, soul flame. Information, born from the humanoid skeletons in the toxic gas marshes. Their bodies are a deep red and possess a certain degree of toxicity. The first day of the novice lord's trial had begun. Lady Urs, it's your turn. Ling Xiao commanded, and the units under Lady Urs surged into the throng of skeletons. In an instant, figures darted amidst the skeletal horde, shattering the approaching foes into fragments. The skeletons unleashed a skill that manifested as a ball of red flames, exuding a palpable burning sensation. Yet, as black iron units, the red-bone skeletons proved utterly negligible before the SSS-class original sin witches, being crushed with ease. The shattered bones released even more black mist, causing Ling Xiao to cover his mouth and nose, fearful of being affected, as he remained a level 0 lord, his form fragile. As a newly arrived lord, he was utterly defenseless, remaining beneath the altar of the lord's heart. Should the lord perish, the lord's heart would shatter, rendering the territory leaderless, merging it into the myriad realms of the void, and the units would become unbound units, persisting without disappearing. When the loyalty of certain units declines to a certain threshold, they may abandon their lord in times of peril. Having experienced a lifetime, Ling Xiao felt fortunate, knowing his units would never betray him. The defeated red-bone skeletons emitted toxic mist, seeping freely into the air. For the original sin witches, this toxicity was akin to a mere foul odor. But for Ling Xiao, it was potentially lethal. He instinctively covered his mouth and nose when suddenly, a graceful figure floated before him. Lady Urs, with her ruby-like eyes, exuded a fierce glare, powerful magical waves dispersing the toxic gas into the atmosphere. As a loyal unit, Lady Urs naturally regarded Ling Xiao as her master, ensuring that he would suffer no harm. The next moment, a series of notification prompts flashed before Ling Xiao's eyes. Chapter 4. Count the spoils, upgrade the buildings. Your units have slain a red-bone skeleton, earning 1 gold coin. Your units have slain a red-bone skeleton, earning 1 gold coin. Your troops have slain a red-bone skeleton, earning 1 point of magical energy. Your troops have slain a red-bone skeleton, earning 1 point of magical energy. As the red-bone skeleton collapsed, a steady stream of gold coins began to accrue, and this wave of red-bone skeletons was utterly annihilated. Defeating void creatures not only yielded gold, but also supplied magical energy to the lord, which is essential for the lord's ascension. However, Ling Xiao could not afford to revel in joy, for the second wave of red-bone skeletons surged forth, numbering 30. These skeletons were imbued with poison and were of the magical variety. Typically, the early stages of novice trials do not feature magical creatures, focusing instead on physical attackers. Ling Xiao was not surprised, as the trials for novice lords adjust their difficulty based on the overall strength of their troops. This, however, is only applicable to novice lords with a certain level of combat power. Weaker lords should not expect the void trials to infinitely lower their difficulty. They could only rely on luck, whether it be through troop advantages against the void creatures or encountering creatures that were ill-suited to their environment. After all, the trials do not guarantee a 100 success rate. The presence of a considerable number of magical red-bone skeletons in the initial trial is a nightmarish start for ordinary lords, but for Ling Xiao, who commanded SSS-level troops, it posed little challenge. Ling Xiao opened his personal information panel. Lord, Ling Xiao. Level, 0, a fragile human, utterly powerless. Magical energy, 3100. Gold, currently accruing. Magic crystals, 0. Magic energy crystals, 0. Traits, miracle creation, gold. Basic abilities, unlocking. From the panel, it was evident that magical energy had begun to accumulate, and Ling Xiao felt a surge of energy coursing through his body. Annihilate, you wretched bones. With a graceful lift of his foot, Lady Urs' figure left a shimmering afterimage. And with a voice imbued with lethal intent, several beams of light descended from the heavens, creating deep craters upon impact, while the surrounding red-bone skeletons were reduced to mere dust. Original sin divine punishment. This was Lady Urs' skill, although her level was merely black iron 1 star. As the high priestess of the original sin witch clan, the power of this strike was not to be underestimated. Your magical energy has met the upgrade requirements. Current total, 110 points. Ling Xiao felt as though he was enveloped in a golden radiance, warmth coursing through his limbs, and as the golden light dissipated, He realized he was no longer a powerless human, but had ascended to Black Iron 1 star, with the next level requiring 300 points of magical energy. At this moment, Ling Xiao felt an overwhelming surge of strength, his muscles more defined than before. I've leveled up so swiftly? Is this the sensation of upgrading? How delightful. This exhilaration is more addictive than launching fireworks. Upon opening his eyes, the world around him appeared increasingly vivid and bright. Outside the territory, Lady Urs had just finished clearing the third wave of redbone skeletons. Soon, the notification from the Void Universe resounded. Congratulations on completing the trial, settling rewards. Trial count, 110 redbone skeletons. War achievements, 0, battle status, overwhelming victory. Rating, S, base rewards, 200 gold, 5 magic crystals. Additional rewards, 2 magic energy crystals. 2 building blueprints, 1 E-grade barracks. Ling Xiao's eyes sparkled with fervor. This haul was impressive. In addition to gold and magic crystals, the additional rewards included magic energy crystals, blueprints, and a barracks. The higher the rating in the Novice Lord's trial, the more substantial the additional rewards. Ling Xiao also noted that a single redbone skeleton provided just 1 point of magical energy, totaling precisely 110 points. While the magical energy provided by individual creatures was paltry, the collective yield was another matter entirely. Congratulations, Lord, on passing your first trial. Basic abilities have been unlocked. Please check your panel. Ling Xiao glanced at his panel, noticing several new abilities under the basic capabilities: decompose, identify, minimap. After defeating void creatures, the Lord could decompose their corpses, potentially yielding treasure chests. Decompose immediately. Having been reborn, Ling Xiao was thoroughly accustomed to these procedures and promptly began decomposing the corpses. The voice of the Void Universe faded, and the battlefield outside his territory shimmered with colors, treasure chests lying quietly scattered about, all rewards from the slain creatures. With over 100 void creatures defeated, only 30 treasure chests had emerged, suggesting a rather low drop rate. Rubbing his hands together and confirming that there was no danger, he approached Lady Urs and the others. After collecting the treasure chests, Ling Xiao eagerly prepared to open them. 15 white chests, 6 green chests, and 9 gray chests. Ling Xiao randomly opened several chests of varying qualities. From a white chest, he acquired 500 units of wood and 10 gold. From a green chest, he obtained 300 units of stone resources and 100 units of basic meat. From a gray chest, he garnered 10 gold and 50 units of wood resources. Having opened several chests, the majority yielded wood and stone. Ling Xiao cast a sidelong glance at Lady Urs, who was approaching. Not only is the drop rate low, but the quality of the treasures is also subpar. You give it a try? Ling Xiao felt his luck waning. He refused to believe that among 30 chests, he could only uncover wood and such. With a series of satisfying clicks, each chest revealed different items until all were opened. Ling Xiao obtained 300 gold, 3,000 units of wood resources, 2,000 units of stone resources, 1,200 units of basic meat, and 10 magic crystals. Combined with the rewards from the trial settlement, Ling Xiao found himself in possession of 500 gold, 15 magic crystals, 2 magic energy crystals, along with 2 blueprints and a barracks. For the first trial, the spoils were quite commendable. All items were placed into the territory's warehouse, which possessed limitless capacity, allowing for the storage of everything except living beings. The treasure chests dropped from the trial's slain void creatures primarily yielded wood and stone, with higher quality chests offering a greater chance of rare items. The lower quality chests guaranteed at least wood and stone. Would you like to identify the blueprints? The acquired blueprints required identification, a fundamental power possessed by all lords. Only through identification could one discern the specifics of each blueprint. The blueprints dropped by the Void Universe varied in quality and type, categorized as gold, red, purple, blue, green, white, and gray. The types indicated whether they were basic or special, with basic blueprints primarily consisting of buildings necessary for the territory. As for special blueprints, Ling Xiao did not dare to indulge in such aspirations. Early trials would not yield such rare blueprints, being limited to foundational constructions. Identify immediately. Identification complete. Congratulations. You have obtained a basic building, well, white. Identification complete. Congratulations, you have obtained a basic building, wall, white. Now there were walls. Ling Xiao surveyed the surrounding dense forest. Besides the altar and barracks that housed the Lord's heart, the territory was engulfed in a deep, misty forest, in dire need of a defensive structure. Despite commanding SSS-level troops, the absence of defensive walls left him feeling exposed and vulnerable. Constructing defensive buildings required a certain quantity of materials, and Ling Xiao promptly examined the attributes of the defensive structure. Wall. Type. Defensive structure. Level. 1. Upgrade cost. 1,000 wood, 1 magic crystal. Intelligence. Essential defensive structures for novice lords. Does it consume 1,000 units of wood and 1 magic crystal? Affirmative. The wooden walls surged from the ground, encircling the territory to a height of 3 meters. Observing the territory embraced by the wooden walls, Ling Xiao revealed a hint of satisfaction. However, a thought crossed his mind, and he licked his lips, eyes glimmering with anticipation. What transformation would this wall undergo with the enhancement of the attributes? Ding. Detected a basic structure, wall. Would you like to upgrade its quality? Engaging the auxiliary system, upgrade. Without hesitation, Ling Xiao initiated the upgrade of the wall, as the command was given. The wooden walls gleamed brilliantly, their texture visibly transforming into that of white jade, appearing more sophisticated. Under Ling Xiao's eager gaze, electric currents slithered across the white jade wall, crackling with a sound reminiscent of hissing serpents, as if they were on the verge of unleashing formidable bolts of lightning. Ling Xiao regarded the upgraded defensive structure, his handsome visage radiating delight. Chapter 5, Defense Tower. Upgrade. Purple Thunderstone Wall. Type, Special Defensive Structure. Level, 1. Upgrade cost, 100 gold coins, 2,000 units of stone, 100 magic crystals. Characteristics, Enchanted Stone Wall. Intelligence, a high-level defensive structure within the walls, boasting commendable offensive and defensive capabilities. Attacking the stone wall will result in electric shocks. The ordinary wall has been upgraded to a Purple Lightning Stone Wall, capable of both defense and unleashing magical lightning. Ling Xiao couldn't help but marvel at the formidable power of the golden attributes. A common defense tower had directly evolved into an enchanted stone wall. Typically, upgrading any structure necessitates a gradual accumulation leading to a qualitative change, constructed through repeated resource expenditure. Yet in Ling Xiao's case, it was a simple transformation at the press of a button. One must ask, who could rival this? Such advancements provided even greater assurance. In the boundless void of realms, aside from the monstrous trials imposed by the abyss, there existed wild monsters outside the territory, equally posing threats. The trial monsters were constrained by the regulations of the void, ensuring their combat prowess remained within reasonable limits, but the wild void creatures were unbound by such restrictions. Should one encounter a high-tier monster, the lord could be instantly annihilated. While the likelihood of novice lords encountering powerful wild monsters was low, should they do so, they could only consider themselves unfortunate. Furthermore, in the early stages, with limited troops and potential dangers lurking around the territory, constant vigilance was impossible. Thus, the significance of defense towers was abundantly clear. Ling Xiao nodded in satisfaction, then retrieved the blueprint for a well from the system warehouse. Does it consume 500 units of wood, 1,000 units of stone, and 1 magic crystal? Consumption confirmed. Ling Xiao positioned the well before the heart of the Lord's altar, and an ancient well materialized from thin air. He was too indifferent to inspect the properties of the well. It was destined for an upgrade, so he directly activated Miraculous Creation. Moon Goddess Well. Type, Special Building. Level, 1. Stock, 10. 1 stock equals 1 ton. Replenish daily at 2400 hours. Consumption, 100 gold coins, 500 units of stone, 100 magic crystals, 1 Moon Goddess Stone. Characteristics. Blessing of the Moon Goddess. Consuming it can enhance physical constitution and may grant 1 point of luck, cumulative. Intelligence. Rumored to be the essence of a lake that the Moon Goddess accidentally dropped, possessing remarkable effects. Ling Xiao's expression turned peculiar. The prowess of the Moon Goddess well was undeniable, yet he sensed something amiss. This well water not only had property-enhancing effects, but also automatically replenished a ton daily, alleviating any concerns regarding water resource depletion. Ling Xiao was somewhat aware that buildings or food with attribute enhancements contributed to longevity and vitality, especially the magical plants and medicinal herbs he planned to cultivate in the future. The average lifespan of ordinary individuals on Blue Star began at 500 years, largely due to the assistance of such materials. However, the Moon Goddess Well's capacity to provide a cumulative luck enhancement was indeed absurd. Nevertheless, Ling Xiao welcomed it. Having already gained an advantage, even the most outrageous occurrences seemed trivial. Raising an eyebrow, Ling Xiao approached the Moon Goddess Well. Ladolith, come and have a taste. The entrance was cool and sweet, a peculiar energy coursing through his body, invigorating him. Even Ladolith displayed a look of contentment. My lord, this water is truly extraordinary. There must be some hidden mystery within, Ladolith remarked, her beautiful eyes sparkling with curiosity. Ling Xiao found himself both amused and exasperated. The insatiable curiosity of a researcher was palpable, and Ladolith nearly leaped into the Moon Goddess Well to uncover its secrets. Next came the barracks and the summoning of troops. He wondered what the new barracks would entail. Rubbing his hands together, anticipation bubbled within him. Yet, as Ling Xiao unveiled the barracks model, silence enveloped him. He seemed to recall that placing a second barracks as a novice lord required specific conditions. The territory needed to be upgraded to level 2. Moreover, with a territory of 200 square meters, the first-level Sin Palace occupied a staggering 85% of the land, leaving insufficient space for a second barracks. Due to the attribute enhancements, the barracks upgraded directly to a palace. This was merely one barracks, and any subsequent barracks would undoubtedly be imposing edifices. Regardless, upgrading the territory remained a top priority. After a moment of contemplation, Ling Xiao opened the territory information panel. Territory, unnamed. Level, level 1. Area, 200 square meters. Warehouse, territory owned. Cannot be upgraded, with infinite capacity. Buildings, Heart of the Lord's Altar, Purple Lightning Stone Wall, Moon Goddess Well. Barracks, Sin Palace. Upgrade requirements, 1,000 units of wood, 500 units of stone. Currently, Ling Xiao possessed 500 gold coins, 3,500 units of wood, 1,000 units of stone, 1,200 units of food, 13 magic crystals, and 2 magic energy crystals. Ling Xiao felt quite content. The materials required for upgrading the territory were more than sufficient, allowing the second barracks to be constructed on the very first day. In comparison to his previous life, a bittersweet smile crept onto Ling Xiao's lips. Back then, with only E-tier troops, he barely gathered the materials for his territory's first upgrade by the third day. Today was different. He was no longer the novice lord fraught with anxiety and trepidation. Now, he had but one intention: action. Upgrading the territory was merely a matter of a single command. As the required materials were automatically deducted from the warehouse, consumed 1,000 units of wood, 500 units of stone, your territory has been upgraded. Ling Xiao glanced at the territory, now elevated to level 2, with the area expanded to 500 square meters. There was now ample space to construct the second barracks. Achieving a second barracks on the first day was truly remarkable. While Ling Xiao might not claim to be the first to upgrade a territory, he certainly was the first to establish a second barracks on the very first day. Typically, the emergence of barracks required the accumulation of sufficient troop strength, completed through trials with ratings of A or higher. By such calculations, it would take at least 3 days to possibly unveil a barracks. This was contingent upon possessing high-tier troops. Other weaker novice lords would struggle merely to survive and develop, let alone attain high ratings in trials. In his past life, Ling Xiao, capable of summoning only low-tier troops, had found it impossible to endure, ultimately opting to destroy the heart of the Lord and relinquish his lordship, returning to the mundane world to toil away. However, Ling Xiao was unwilling to remain ordinary and ultimately chose to join the alliance. Alas, the outcome was far from satisfactory. Gazing at the automatically expanding territory, the defensive structure, the purple thunderstone wall, also grew, encircling the land, and Ling Xiao felt a deep sense of contentment. With a substantial amount of gold still in hand, he decided to fill the quota for the sinful sorceresses for the day. Rattleless, let us proceed. Summon your companions. Ling Xiao instructed the other 4 sinful sorceresses to guard the territory and led Rattleless into the palace. Beep. You can currently only initiate a standard summon. Would you like to proceed? The sinful sorceresses were permitted to summon 10 times per day, and with 5 summons remaining. Ling Xiao spent 100 gold to activate the summoning. Magic surged within the palace, and the elegantly mysterious sculptures glowed with violet light. In the next moment, 5 figures materialized before Ling Xiao. We pay our respects, Lord. The newly summoned 5 sinful sorceresses were all of ordinary rank. This time, there were no heroic units. Yet Ling Xiao did not feel disappointment, for summoning heroes was no simple feat. 2 proud sorceresses, 2 lustful sorceresses, and 1 envious sorceress. Each possessed remarkable grace. And as a spirited young man, Ling Xiao could not help but admire them a moment longer. Next was the second barracks. Ling Xiao and the others departed from the sinful palace, retrieving the barracks from the warehouse, as a new Baroque information panel unfurled before him. Chapter 6, the second barracks. Abyssal Tower. Barracks, Nest of Demons. Level, 1. Rank, E. Unit type, Imps. Summoning cost, 1 gold per summon. Summoning limit, 100 times per day. Upgrade requirements, 100 gold. 800 units of wood, 200 units of stone. Information. Imps exist in the dark abyss, fond of hiding and causing chaos. Their released magic can influence the emotions of enemies. Due to the heart of the Lord, the barracks that emerged could only be of E rank or even lower. If this were another novice lord, their mindset might have crumbled. However, for Ling Xiao, regardless of how low the rank of the barracks, he could upgrade it to SSS rank. Should others learn of this, they would be consumed by envy, even to the point of spitting blood. What kind of high-ranking barracks would the Nest of Demons, capable of summoning imps, transform into? Ling Xiao gazed at the unremarkable Nest of Demons, eager to find out. Beep. E-rank barracks detected. Would you like to upgrade? Upgrade. The Nest of Imps erupted with an extraordinary luminescence, and in the next instant, an ancient and mysterious palace, pulsating with an air of danger, rose from the ground. Dominated by dark crimson hues, with countless demonic figures intricately carved upon its walls, each more fearsome than the last. The ground trembled slightly beneath his feet, drawing the attention of others. Rattleless's ruby-like eyes glimmered with fervor, her exquisitely delicate face alight with excitement. This was a yearning and pursuit of something enigmatic and powerful. An extraordinary presence had emerged. Rattleless's voice quivered not from fear of this overwhelming aura, but from her desire to study it, revealing her enthusiasm. Ling Xiao understood that Rattleless was the leader of the sinful sorceress clan, possessing heightened sensitivity towards mysterious entities. Hearing her express such anticipation only heightened his own eagerness for the new unit type. He looked up to see a dark crimson seven-tiered tower standing majestically above the palace. Rattlus, instruct the newly summoned sinful sorceresses to patrol the vicinity of the territory. Yes, my lord. Rattlus, the divine creator of the sinful sorceresses, commanded their unwavering loyalty. With a single decree, the others exited the palace to join the foreign patrol. Barracks, Abyssal Tower. Level 1. Rank, SSS. Unit type, Primordial Demon. Summoning, Standard Summon, 20 gold per summon. Advanced Summon, 100,000 gold, 100 magic energy crystals. Summoning limit, 10 times per day. Upgrade requirements, 3,000 magic crystals, 1,000 magic energy crystals, 10 demon crystals. Information, demons born at the dawn of creation. The slumbering demons are on the verge of awakening. And the Lord has a chance to summon a unique hero unit, one of the 7 primordial demon kings. Oh my. First, 7 sinful sorceresses arrived. And now 7 primordial demons. What bliss! Ling Xiao could not contain his joy as he strode boldly into the Abyssal Tower, with Rattlus closely following. Stepping into the Palace of Death, he was greeted by a profound dark crimson ambience, reminiscent of curtains drenched in blood. Enormous demon statues adorned every corner. Silent guardians and merciless watchers, each demon's eye flickering with a faint red glow, infusing this desolate realm with an elusive vitality. At the center of the palace was a vast circular space, above which floated the 7-tiered tower. The SSS rank barracks could only summon 10 times a day, a limitation of the top-tier barracks, in stark contrast to the lower ranks that could summon hundreds of times within a day. However, so what? Even the units summoned by Ling Xiao, regardless of how casually, were top-tier, worth 1,000 low-tier troops. Yet, the void of 10,000 worlds could yield unit refresh scrolls, thus increasing the summoning frequency, albeit at a very low drop rate. Beep. You can currently only initiate a standard summon. Would you like to proceed? Without hesitation, Ling Xiao expended 200 gold, causing the demon statues within the palace to seemingly come to life, emitting a chorus of melodic demonic whispers. The dark red magic permeated the center of the palace, and before long, 10 figures slowly emerged. Demon Lord, we pay our respects. Ling Xiao looked over. The leading demon possessed striking black and golden eyes, a pale complexion, dressed in a black evening gown. With a tall and slender figure that exuded an air of refined politeness, Ling Xiao could sense the overwhelming magic emanating from Don Mingyan, which, if not for his loyalty, would have unleashed a terrifying force capable of tearing him apart in an instant. Behind Don Mingyan stood 9 figures, each towering significantly above the average human, exuding a wild demeanor. With menacing demon horns protruding from their foreheads and expansive bat wings unfurling behind them. Muscular behemoths with bat wings. In contrast to the sinful sorceresses, a phrase suddenly surfaced in Ling Xiao's mind: Beauty and the Beast. The primordial demons had their own set of etiquette. Bowing slightly with one hand placed over their left chest, demonstrating their loyalty and respect to Ling Xiao, the Lord. Unable to resist, Ling Xiao examined the information panel of the foremost figure, exclaiming in astonishment, "What the heck?" Unit type, Dominion Hero. Level, Black Iron 1 star. Rank, SSS. Talent, Infinite Rebirth. Skill, Demon Colossus. Growth limit, Immortal. Loyalty, 100, Never Betrays, bonus attribute. Information, the 7 primordial demon kings are indestructible, and the demon god is immortal. Born from the fusion of the magic of the 7 primordial demons, he possesses boundless magic, the one true demon lord. Ling Xiao was somewhat taken aback. This seemingly gentle fellow possessed potential surpassing even that of Rattlus, the high priestess of the sorceresses, with a growth limit elevated to immortality. This was the true essence of the ageless. Danmun, the demon god, was born through a rather peculiar means. He is the embodiment of the combined powers of the 7 primordial demons, which elevated him to the status of a deity among the demon race. Even if the 7 primordial demons were nearly eradicated, as long as a trace of their magical essence remains, Danmun can resurrect. Moreover, the 7 primordial demons are classified as SSS-grade hero units. To vanquish them would be a futile endeavor. Thus, it seems entirely reasonable for this entity to attain immortality. As for the remaining 9 demons, from the information panel, it is evident that these non-hero units are the subordinates of the demon race, with growth potential reaching divine levels, akin to that of the original Sin Sorceress's non-hero units. In simpler terms, they are a formidable cadre of minor minions within the demon realm. Rise. Ling Xiao turned to introduce, Danmun, this is Litersi, the high priestess of the sorceress clan. From this moment on, you are all under my command, united as one family, ready to fight side by side. Danmun and the others lifted their heads to acknowledge Litersi with a slight nod. Powerful races possess their own pride, and encounters between them often lead to a display of dominance, with neither side willing to yield. However, under Ling Xiao's leadership, they suppressed their pride and moved forward together. After all, they held unwavering loyalty to Ling Xiao, 100 loyalty, with no thought of betrayal. To them, Ling Xiao was akin to a deity, and his words were commands. With the barracks established and today's troops summoned, it was now time to unleash their potential. Ling Xiao had advanced to Black Iron 1-star, and, according to the rules, he had one opportunity to load a trait. Beep. Detected that the Lord has leveled up, trait loading system activated. Would you like to draw? Draw the trait. Chapter 7. Immune to all poisons. Before him, the lottery wheel reappeared, and Ling Xiao's eyes sparkled with anticipation of drawing a high-grade trait. Beep. 5 traits have been randomly drawn. True Gold, unafraid of fire, red. Immune to all poisons, red. Infinite charm, white. Frenzy, blue. Laziness, gray. Ling Xiao gazed at the 5 randomly drawn traits, astonished to find 2 of them were of red quality. True Gold, unafraid of fire, fire element resistance. Immune to fire element attacks, applicable only to the Lord. Immune to all poisons, poison resistance, immune to toxins, possessing a body that is immune to all poisons, applicable only to the Lord. Infinite charm, upon binding, the Lord's charm increases by 10. Frenzy, frenzy effect, all troops enter a state of frenzy, increasing strength by 10, lasting for 5 seconds. Laziness, negative buff, all troops fall into a state of laziness, with the Lord taking precedence in all matters. 3 traits for the Lord and 2 for the troops. These high-quality traits, 2 red and 1 blue, were certainly impressive. Particularly, fire element resistance and poison immunity offered complete immunity effects. In the perilous void realm, where countless fire-based creatures lurked, having such resistances provided a means of survival. Ling Xiao felt a twinge of regret at having to choose just one trait. However, the random nature of the trait loading system suggested that previously drawn traits might not be permanently unavailable. After some contemplation, Ling Xiao recalled the first day's trial, which involved a group of highly toxic redbone skeletons, leading him to prioritize immune to all poisons. Bind, immune to all poisons. A green glow enveloped Ling Xiao, lasting a few seconds before vanishing, as if he were cloaked in an invisible protective garment. Now, he felt reassured, with poisoners lurking everywhere. This buff would shield him from the fear of an untimely demise due to toxins. Poison resistance is exceptionally beneficial for new lords, as they often receive seeds from magical plants or potions, which can be cultivated to create antidotes or elixirs effective against certain toxins. However, magical plants have growth cycles and require time, effort, and resources to produce, with even the resulting antidotes having limited efficacy. In contrast, Ling Xiao's immune to all poisons was always active, rendering toxins completely ineffective against him, essentially granting him a body immune to poisons. The 2 elemental resistance traits were indeed powerful, albeit applicable only to the Lord, which is why their quality was red rather than gold. To date, Ling Xiao possessed 1 gold and 1 red trait, and his anticipation for the subsequent trait loading grew ever stronger. The Lord appeared quite pleased. Litercy observed the upward curve of Ling Xiao's lips and curiously inquired, "Are you happy?" "Indeed, I am joyous. With you all by my side, how could I not be?" Ling Xiao replied. Now then, today's trial has concluded. With the stacking of traits, SSS troops, and the new Lord's trial, it would be challenging not to soar. Naturally, Ling Xiao was elated, feeling invigorated. Litercy, Damon, please instruct your subordinates to take turns guarding the territory. I have other matters to attend to. Understood, my lord. Following the will of our lord. His troops diligently patrolled the vicinity of the territory, while Ling Xiao took a moment to access the system panel. Every lord possesses a unified system panel containing information about the lord, communication area, trading area, and territorial details. Upon opening the system panel, the rapidly increasing red numbers in the communication area were especially striking, triggering Ling Xiao's obsessive-compulsive tendencies. He first clicked on the communication area, which was abuzz with activity. Brothers, report your troops. I'll go first. A-grade Holy Light Knight. E-grade Goblin. B-grade Succubus. S-grade Winged Angel. S-grade Abyss Dragon. I'll just quietly watch the big shots showcase their troops. My C-grade Werewolf nearly faced total annihilation in the first day's trial after encountering a 2-headed tiger. Too difficult. Is anyone going to complain about the low drop rates? If it weren't for the additional rewards from the trial settlement, resources would be painfully scarce. Additional rewards also depend on scoring, at least A-grade and above, right? Too much talk brings tears. The same old saying applies. Only high-grade troops qualify for additional rewards. Oh God, my lord, please let me safely pass through the trial period. If I succeed, this humble believer vows to eat vegetarian for 3 months and abstain for an additional 3 months. The communication area provided insights into others' information, revealing that many fortunate new lords had emerged, with angels and dragons joining the ranks. These troops were indeed part of the high-grade troop echelon. It is well known that angels and dragons possess formidable combat prowess. However, S-grade troops, with their hero units, can only reach demigod growth limits, if luck favors them. They might ascend to godhood through bloodlines or fortuitous opportunities. Ling Xiao could not help but glance at his own troops. Although their numbers were currently few and they were merely ordinary troops, they too could achieve godhood. How much more so for those hero units? Ling Xiao once again experienced the surreal feeling of being in a different world. In his previous life, he had gazed longingly at other new lords, his eyes reddening as he watched the communication area, filled with envy. Those high-quality lords were the chosen ones, often referred to as the lucky ones. But now, Ling Xiao's lips curled into a smile. The so-called lucky ones feared the spenders, while spenders feared the cheaters. As a reincarnated individual, employing a little advantage wasn't he excessive, was it? Ling Xiao also noticed that the communication area was populated with numerous signs of wealthy families or those from prestigious lord families. These new lords, unfortunate in their luck, had activated low-quality lord hearts, leading to significant risks during their new lord trials. However, those fortunate enough to pass the new lord trial could leverage their family resources or finances to acquire several high-grade barracks, becoming their contracted troop barracks. Once they possessed several high-grade barracks, their overall strength would soar. The new lord trial was merely a threshold for becoming a lord. A long journey lay ahead. Thus, even though Ling Xiao possessed SSS-grade troops, he did not dare to relax his vigilance. He was merely an orphan, devoid of financial resources or familial influence to back him. Thus, diligence and hard work were his only righteous path. The grand endeavor had yet to come to fruition, and comrades must continue to strive. Closing the communication area, Ling Xiao opened the trading zone, where one could spend gold coins or barter items. Here, food, equipment, and various goods could be exchanged. But thoughts of military barracks were futile. The novice trial emphasized fairness, denying affluent individuals any undue advantage. If a new lord were to casually toss in a high-level barrack using family resources, what would remain of the novice trial? Ling Xiao surveyed his territory. Apart from the recently summoned troops, Lady Urs and the other force in witches had already ascended to Black Iron 2 stars. Upgrading troops was straightforward. Slaying void beasts would lead to advancement, and they could even provide magical energy to the lord. Consequently, as the lord, Ling Xiao could amass magical energy without necessarily slaying monsters. Thus far, Ling Xiao had constructed barracks and consumed materials for territorial buildings, leaving him with 200 gold coins, 2,500 units of wood, 500 units of stone, 1,200 units of basic meat, 13 magic crystals, and 2 magic energy crystals. With 20 troop types under his command, the basic meat was more than sufficient. The rest were materials for upgrading the territory or buildings. The Moon God Well did not require immediate enhancement, as there would be ample resources for that later. The defensive towers of the territory needed upgrading, but the materials were insufficient. Tomorrow would reveal whether the trial could yield more resources. Retracting his gaze, Ling Xiao clicked on the territory information panel, only to realize he had yet to name his domain. The name of the territory should neither expose the types of troops nor be easily comprehensible. What would be suitable? Chapter 8, Night Raid, Moonlit Demon Fox. As his attention wandered over the territory's troops, Ling Xiao contemplated the attribute loading system. Why not name it Miraculous Creation? This title resonates perfectly with his current self. The SSS-grade troops under his command represent a miracle to him. It can only be said that Ling Xiao was somewhat lackadaisical, as he had not considered any other names. Would you like to designate Miraculous Creation as the name of your territory? Confirmation will render it unchangeable. So be it. Miraculous Creation. Congratulations on successfully naming your territory. Please expedite its development. Having effortlessly navigated the first day of trials, Ling Xiao could only bide his time for the second day's challenge. Beyond the daily trials, there were other avenues for territorial development, such as hunting for resources. In addition to acquiring material resources, the territory's influence must also expand through wilderness exploration. As it was only the first day, Ling Xiao dared not take reckless risks. He resolved to stabilize his growth until he possessed sufficient military strength to explore beyond his territory. The Void and Myriad realms could offer treasures aplenty for a powerful lord, but one who overestimated their abilities would merely serve as fodder for the Void creatures. Ling Xiao, wielding SSS-grade troops, would venture forth, but not just yet. As night fell, beside the campfire, Ling Xiao sat with Lady Urs and Dan Mungan, relishing roasted meat. Aside from the troops stationed around the territory in shifts, those who finished their meal would swap places with others on the stone wall. The remaining soldiers kindled the fire and roasted meat, gathering together to feast, though they regrettably lacked wine. My lord, what is this item in your pack? Lady Urs inquired, pulling out a colossal ham from the backpack he had brought. Upon entering the Void and Myriad realms, apart from basic necessities, nothing else could be carried. Ling Xiao, feeling apathetic toward food, had brought along a few oversized hams. In our homeland, we call this a ham sausage. You should give it a try. Lady Urs examined the robust ham sausage with keen interest, remarking, how substantial. Cold-faced scholar. This is a gift from our lord. Have one and see. The demon race sustains itself on magical essence, eschewing mundane fare, initially intending to decline Lady Urs' offering. Upon realizing it was a gift from the lord, he accepted it eagerly. Thank you for the generous gift, my lord. Ling Xiao waved his hand, saying, Dan Mungan, there's no need for such formality. Relax. I am not as stingy as some lords. You are my companions and my only support. While I may not possess many virtues, I am easy to converse with, so let comfort dictate how we proceed. The demon race, known for its wildness, exhibits unparalleled loyalty when bowing to a formidable presence, adhering strictly to rules. Although Ling Xiao was merely a nascent transcendent human, he enjoyed a 100 loyalty boost, prompting Danmungan to submit to him. Appearing even more restrained than Lady Earth's. Aren't they coming down to eat? Ling Xiao curiously glanced at the dark red orbs hovering like lanterns on the stone wall. These orbs were distributed not only within the territory, but also around its periphery. In truth, these dark red orbs were the demon troops, taking this form primarily for illuminating the territory, but more importantly, they served to patrol and monitor activities outside the domain. Their current state involved feeding. As in their original form, they absorbed external magical essence at double the rate, thus rendering external food unnecessary. Ling Xiao nodded. There was no shortage of peculiar troops. There existed a gelatinous slime that resembled mucus, with advanced slimes capable of morphing and temporarily acquiring some abilities of the new form. Some troops were unconcerned about food, but required mating to maintain their loyalty. Neglecting this could lead to a drastic drop in loyalty. For instance, succubi were notoriously promiscuous. They would entertain any male. Succubi were also regarded as taboo troops in textbooks. If a lord lacked an iron will, it would be prudent to abandon the notion before being drained dry by their own troops. In the void and myriad realms, the diversity of races was not surprising. As the campfire dwindled, tranquility enveloped the territory. Ling Xiao clutched his stomach, his expression turning peculiar. Oh no, it was about to burst, regrettably. No restroom facilities had materialized during the day, which meant he would need to seek a secure place to address his physiological needs. This was the awkward predicament of a novice lord. Ideally, a restroom building would have manifested on the first day. Otherwise, one had to resolve matters amidst the vast, perilous forest, all while worrying about ambushes. Ling Xiao gritted his teeth, barely able to hold it in. He had no choice but to venture beyond the stone wall. Just as he was about to ask Danmungan to accompany him, the sounds of beasts roaring outside made him tense up, forcing him to hold it back. A night raid? The orbs on the stone wall glowed crimson, and towering figures ascended the walls, while Danmungan flickered away in an instant. Lady Earth, carry me up. In a flash, Lady Earth positioned herself behind Ling Xiao, her slender and powerful arms encircling his broad shoulders, leaping effortlessly onto the stone wall. Outside the territory, 9 demons and sin witches stood at the ready, their gazes filled with battle intent, all fixed in the same direction. A whoa, accompanied by a chorus of beastly howls. Several white-furred foxes emerged from the dark forest, each larger than an ordinary calf. Monster, moonlit demon fox. Race, beastkin of the void. Level, black iron 6, 8 stars. Skills, fox charm, flame claw. Intelligence, a white-furred fox adept at enchanting hearts. The flames on its claws and tail can scorch souls. How unfortunate. On the very first night of his arrival, he encountered a wild void beast attack. Such luck was truly unparalleled. But how dare just a few foxes come to invade? Or were these unfortunate creatures merely scouting? Ling Xiao speculated that it might be the latter. The commotion from earlier was certainly not insignificant. These few magical foxes are of low rank, yet their flames are noteworthy, as they possess the ability to directly assault the soul. Eliminate them. Standing atop the stone wall, Ling Xiao gestured, and one of his primal demons surged into the throng of foxes. The primal demon's methods were straightforward and brutal, effortlessly tearing apart the rushing magical foxes. Within mere breaths, the cries of the foxes echoed continuously, culminating in their demise. Although the soldiers under Ling Xiao's command were merely black iron rank 2, their innate talents were evident. They could easily slay magical foxes of black iron rank 6 or 8, and even those of bronze rank 1. From the depths of the dense forest emerged a more resonant beastly roar, and, unsurprisingly, a dozen more magical foxes leaped forth, indicating that a leader was driving them. Swiftly resolving the situation, his troops charged into the horde of foxes. The original sin witch, seemingly gentle in her approach, caused the magical foxes that lunged at her to appear as if they were frozen in midair, only to be violently sent reeling, blood streaming from their orifices. Meanwhile, Ling Xiao's mind was inundated with notifications. Your troops have slain the moonlight magical fox, earning 2 gold coins. Your troops have slain the moonlight magical fox, earning 2 gold coins. Your troops have slain the moonlight magical fox, earning 2 magic energy points. The rewards were doubled. Ling Xiao understood this to be the mechanism for doubling rewards upon slaying wild void creatures. Contemplating this within a controllable range, he realized that an invasion by void creatures could be immensely profitable. After effortlessly dispatching the foes, the ground trembled slightly as a colossal silhouette swept through the forest. Its 4 limbs ignited by icy blue flames, instantly incinerating the surrounding flora into ash. Ling Xiao focused his gaze and discovered, to his astonishment, a magical fox rivaling the size of a killing hall's original form. Its fur was an immaculate white, smooth and soft, with large eyes and a tail ablaze with icy blue flames, appearing extraordinarily enchanting under the moonlit night. Chapter 9, Upgrade. The Exceptional in the Lavatory. Creature, Moonlight Magical Fox Leader. Race, Beastmen of the Void. Level, Black Iron rank 10. Skills, Devour, Roar of Dread. Information, a bloodthirsty leader of the Moonlight Magical Foxes. Known to consume even its kin when enraged. The leader of the Magical Foxes surveyed the gruesome remains of its kin on the ground, its visage contorting into a snarl. In the next moment, it let out a thunderous roar, and the lifeless Magical Foxes were enveloped by a layer of icy blue flames, transforming into wisps of smoke that it inhaled. No, my treasure chests. Ling Xiao felt a pang of regret. 30 Magical Foxes could yield treasure chests, and now they had been consumed in one greedy gulp. With an ominous howl, the flames at the corners of the fox leader's eyes surged higher, its eyes glowing crimson, and its form grew considerably larger. With a roar, icy blue flames erupted from its massive maw, aimed at the witches and demons. Cursed fox. It devoured its own kin to temporarily augment its power, thus squandering my treasure. Though the devouring fox leader had gained considerable strength, it was still no match for the SSS rank troops. A mournful whimper echoed as the fox leader was slain, its immense body crashing to the ground, raising a cloud of dust. Under Ling Xiao's watchful gaze, the fox leader's body transformed into motes of light, ultimately coalescing into 2 blue treasure chests. Upon seeing the chests, Ling Xiao's eyes sparkled. He could open them once more, and they were of high quality. The area around the territory returned to silence and darkness, as a witch retrieved the treasure chests and presented them to Ling Xiao. The battle concluded, but unlike trials, there was no trial scoring, which was an unexpected delight. This night raid had accumulated 60 magic energy points, bringing him closer to Black Iron rank 2, and he was poised to upgrade in tomorrow's trial. As Ling Xiao and his companions descended from the stone wall back to the territory, he opened the 2 blue quality treasure chests one by one. Blue treasure chest. Earned 300 gold coins, 100 magic crystals, 1 building blueprint, 2 void shards. Blue treasure chest. Earned 300 gold coins, 1,000 units of wood, 1,000 units of stone, 1 troop contract card. The blue quality treasure chests yielded decent rewards. Beyond the gold coins, the rest were predominantly rare items, particularly the void shards and troop contract card. The void shards, when collected in sufficient quantity, could unlock different levels of territory ruins. Territory ruins are remnants left by fallen lords. Advanced ruins can harbor numerous treasures, albeit with significant dangers. The teacher had lectured on the need for caution when approaching territory ruins. For those with strength, they could be a veritable treasure trove, offering substantial foundational resources and the potential for troop barracks. Otherwise, they were merely the graves of lords. The troop contract card allows the lord to randomly contract a troop type. Ling Xiao recalled that there were 2 types of troop contract cards, one of random quality and the other of limited quality. The random quality, as the name suggests, could yield either a top-tier troop or a lower grade one upon use. The limited quality cards had their own inherent quality. For example, using an S-rank contract card would guarantee an S-rank troop. Ling Xiao examined the card thoroughly. Its reverse bore an intricate magical array, while the front depicted an unfamiliar creature resembling a chimera. The presence of a chimera at the bottom indicated that it was a random quality contract card. Oh, I must lament this contract card. Though it is a rare item, its outcome remains contingent on luck. A stroke of bad luck yielding a low-tier troop would be worthless, while a fortuitous draw of an A-rank or above troop would be a boon. Should I open it now? Ling Xiao pondered, holding the card, his expression torn. Let us do it. I have faith in the Lord's fortune. Otherwise, how could he have summoned us? Lady Earth displayed a curious demeanor, seemingly eager to discover what type of troop this card might contract. Lady Earth's interest stirred a memory in Ling Xiao, and his voice trailed off as he turned to glance at the nearby Moon God Spring. I almost forgot about it. Drinking from the Moon God Spring water offers a chance to gain luck. It isn't a guaranteed outcome, but it's worth a try. However, it was late, and drinking too much water wasn't advisable. It seemed prudent to wait until tomorrow to use the troop contract card. After placing the other items into storage, he retained only the building blueprint, curious about what construction it might reveal. Would you like to identify the blueprint? Initiate identification. Identification complete. Congratulations. You have obtained a basic building. Toilet green. Toilet green. Type basic building. Level 1. Upgrade cost 1,000 wood, 1,000 stone, 1 magic crystal. Information: a green quality toilet, equipped with a built-in air freshener. Ling Xiao's gaze fixated on the words toilet, the concept echoing repeatedly in his mind. The urge to relieve himself surged, and this building was indeed a timely boon. Would you like to consume 1,000 units of wood, 1,000 units of stone, and 1 magic crystal? Yes, yes, yes. Ling Xiao positioned the toilet at the northernmost edge of his territory. The unadorned structure rose from the ground, and he scarcely had time to upgrade it before rushing inside. Minutes later, Ling Xiao emerged from the toilet, patting his stomach with satisfaction. One of life's greatest pleasures is encountering a toilet just when you can no longer hold it. Having resolved his physiological needs, he then shifted his focus back to the building information. The green quality toilet seemed rather unremarkable, with the only notable feature being its built-in air freshener. Nevertheless, Even a mere outdoor latrine could be transformed by Ling Xiao into an exquisite restroom of unparalleled quality. It was once again the time for extraordinary feats. Under the influence of the golden inscription, miraculous creation, the previously unremarkable toilet metamorphosed into a luxurious modern lavatory. Almost immediately, an information panel unfurled before him. Paradise of Joy. Type, Special Building. Level, 1, Pit Positions, 10. Upgrade cost, 100 gold coins, 2,000 units of stone, 200 magic crystals. Features, embraces all, automatic purification, fatigue, elimination. Intelligence, waist and line, empty bellies, fragrant aroma. Fully functional, and most importantly, this restroom also alleviated fatigue. What a delightful surprise. Anyone weary from battle could step inside for a while, guaranteed to emerge revitalized. Though a tad ostentatious. Who wouldn't adore such a building that came with its own buffs? As night deepened, Ling Xiao nestled within the palace of original sin for slumber. The following day, perhaps due to the intense tension of the previous day, he felt utterly exhausted. Coupled with the rotation of troops guarding the territory, he slept soundly, awakening refreshed. Upon opening his eyes, he beheld a face of exquisite beauty. Litercy, slightly bent at the waist, obstructed his view with her captivating figure. Her enchanting presence stirred something within him, causing Ling Xiao to blink several times before he quickly sat up. Litercy, what is this? I was just about to call you to rise. Breakfast is ready, she replied. Ling Xiao did not immediately rise but cleared his throat and said, very well. You go ahead, I shall join you shortly. Being of youthful vigor and having just awoken, he wished to avoid any potential embarrassment, prompting him to send Litercy away first. He certainly required his own chamber, lest the situation become awkward. Unable to resist, he cast a glance downwards at his iron will, taking a moment to compose himself before exiting the palace of original sin. Today marked the second day of the novice trial, and the void creatures were soon to descend. Chapter 10, Contracted Troop, Three-Tailed Moonlit Fox. Standing within his domain, Ling Xiao stretched lazily, greedily inhaling the fresh air of the forest, feeling invigorated. Accustomed to the city's exhaust fumes, he could not help but revel in the refreshing atmosphere. My lord, his subordinates exclaimed upon noticing his awakening. Lowering his arms and opening his eyes, he observed that his troops had already finished breakfast and were methodically patrolling the stone walls. Only Litercy and Danmungan awaited his presence. My lord, this is all the food we have. As you instructed, we are uncertain of the situation outside the territory, so we dare not act recklessly. Hence, we have not procured any fresh fruits. Ling Xiao granted Danmungan access to the warehouse, entrusting him with the daily meals for both the lord and the troops. Not to worry, as long as there is meat. Come, let us have breakfast. Ling Xiao indulged in a hearty meal, feeling satisfied as he let out a contented belch. Subsequently reflecting on his current circumstances with great appreciation. No longer was he in a state of constant fear and hunger as in his previous life. Now, the once formidable demon lord of the primordial evil clan was serving as a steward in Ling Xiao's domain, a fact that would surely astonish anyone who heard it. Yet it was the truth. Aside from dealing with the void's invasions, Ling Xiao had entrusted all matters, large and small, within the territory to Danmungan. Meanwhile, Litercy served as his personal bodyguard, ensuring safety with the high priestess of sin by his side. After satisfying his hunger, Ling Xiao, accompanied by Litercy and Danmungan, approached the Moon God Well. Upon obtaining the troop contract card, he had intended to utilize the well's unique property of increasing luck to see if he could summon a high-level troop. It would be a shame to waste a perfectly good troop contract card. The well water was sweet at the entrance, and as he drank it, a peculiar energy seemed to awaken every cell in his body, providing an immense sense of comfort. Ling Xiao drank repeatedly from the well, feeling his strength surge. Yet he noticed no reaction regarding his luck. After consuming from the well for the 8th or 9th time with no results, he declared, one more time. Determined to increase his luck, he took a 10th sip. Ding! You have received the moon god's blessing, gaining 1 point of luck. Finally, it has arrived. Ha ha burp. Ling Xiao laughed heartily, a loud belch escaping his lips. I have gained 1 point of luck. Does this mean my chances of summoning a high-level troop have increased? He mused aloud, glancing at Litercy and Danmungan, who exchanged curious looks at his enthusiasm. Once more, he exclaimed, proceeding to drink 10 more times, and the familiar voice echoed in his mind. Ding! You have received the moon god's blessing, gaining 1 point of luck. Ah, have I successfully created a loop? Ling Xiao was elated and continued to drink another 10 sips, receiving the notification for a 3rd time. Ding! You have received the moon god's blessing, gaining 1 point of luck. Previously unaware of the need for moderation, he now understood it well. Having accumulated 3 points of luck, he anticipated success. Yet after the 3rd notification, he gulped down the 60th sip of well water, feeling his stomach swell like a balloon with nothing else occurring. Is this some kind of curse? My lord, I advise you to cease drinking. It feels as though the balloon is about to burst, Danmungan calmly suggested. While Litercy stifled a giggle at the sight of Ling Xiao's unique balloon-like belly, Ling Xiao rolled his eyes, realizing he could no longer drink. He had only managed to acquire 3 points of luck after such an ordeal. However, it was sufficient. At the very least, it increased the probability of summoning a high-level troop when using the troop contract card. The troop contract card was distinct from the barracks. It was a card that emerged from the depths of the void worlds, capable of summoning only 1 troop per card, and the quality was random. Given that the current inscriptions were ineffective for the troop contract card, Ling Xiao resorted to this strategy. Holding the troop contract card in his hand, he pondered what type of troop he might summon. The anticipation of opening a blind box was quite thrilling. You currently hold 1 troop contract card. Would you like to use it? Use. As he activated the card, radiant light coalesced beside the moon god well, forming a massive figure. Could it be? Ling Xiao's mind flashed back to the moonlit fox leader from the previous night, and a sense of foreboding washed over him. The moonlit fox could only rank up to B level among troops. Had he perhaps overestimated his luck with just 3 points? Ling Xiao felt a twinge of disappointment. Yet, in the next moment, a powerful chill surged through the territory, drawing the attention of the other troops. As the outline of the figure began to clarify, a troop resembling the moonlit fox materialized before him. Its icy tendrils spread beneath its 4 limbs, stopping only when a flash of red flickered in Latursi's beautiful eyes. Even so, Ling Xiao felt the temperature plummet, instinctively rubbing his arms for warmth. Troop, 3-tailed moonlit fox. Level, black iron 1 star. Grade S. Talent, duality of ice and fire. Skill, extreme cold domain. Growth limit, demigod. Loyalty, 100, never betrays, contract bonus. Intelligence, a noble among the moonlit foxes. Its strength varies with the number of tails, embodying both ice and fire. The information regarding the contracted units lay bare before Ling Xiao. A sigh of relief escaping his lips. All those sips of well water had not been in vain, as his 3 points of luck finally bore fruit. This was the lowest tier of units currently available, incomparable to those that had been enhanced. When juxtaposed with the original Sin Witch and the primordial demon, the moonlit night fox indeed appeared rather feeble. However, it still ranked as a high-tier unit among its kind. Intrigued by the capabilities of this new unit, Ling Xiao noted its dual nature of ice and fire. To elucidate, the skills unleashed by this new unit may seem like icy blasts, yet they are, in essence, flames, cold flames that evoke a sensation of extreme chill while simultaneously imparting a burning sensation. This truly embodies the concept of a duality of ice and fire. Moreover, the loyalty of contracted units is unwavering, a quality that aligns with Ling Xiao's other units. The unit contract card is a coveted item for any lord, far more desirable than the contracted barracks, especially when it comes to high-quality contract cards. Units summoned from the contracted barracks are not guaranteed loyalty and carry a significant risk of betrayal, particularly during the novice trial period when they cannot be obtained. The contracted units, however, are different. Using a contract card ensures that the summoned unit's loyalty is at its peak, providing peace of mind against any potential treachery. That said, the unit contract card is somewhat superfluous for Ling Xiao. Who would have thought that he could summon a fully loyal SSS-tier unit simply by wielding gold coins? It would indeed make for an excellent mount. Brimming with youthful audacity, the 3-tailed fox, after flaunting its prowess, suddenly sensed a suffocating aura of danger surrounding it, causing its heart to tighten. It was then that it was further startled into submission by Lathiel and Danmon, rendering it more obedient than a frightened puppy. Whimpering softly as it prostrated itself on the ground, its chilling flames visibly dissipating. Ling Xiao found the sight rather amusing. An S-tier unit surrendering before an SSS-tier unit, behaving more docile than a mere cat. You all, do reign in your magical auras. Who are you trying to scare? Ling Xiao approached the 3-tailed fox, gently stroking its smooth, snowy fur as one would comfort a timid puppy. The other units gazed upon it with expressions akin to that of pet owners, quickly tempering their own formidable yet unrecognized magical auras. From now on, I shall call you Little White. Follow me, and there will be plenty to eat. Whimpering in response, the fox appeared quite pitiful. Just then, the voice announcing the commencement of the trial echoed overhead. The void trial is about to begin. Please prepare, Lord. While comforting Little White, Ling Xiao prepared to summon today's units. Chapter 11. Doubling the numbers, the Void Shadow Clan. Initially, Ling Xiao needed to complete today's trial to amass enough gold coins to summon all the units required. However, the harrowing night raid of the previous evening proved lucrative, yielding a wealth of rewards. Naturally, he had accrued the most commonly used currency, gathering 600 gold coins in total, supplemented by the 200 coins remaining from before, providing ample resources for summoning units. With swift strides, Ling Xiao entered the original Sin Palace, where the only sound was the echo of his footsteps as he halted before a female statue. Ding. You may currently only initiate a standard summon. Will you proceed? Summon. The female statue erupted into a dazzling brilliance, and the palace resonated with a palpable surge of magical energy as 10 dark purple beams of light shot skyward. After a moment, the beams gradually faded, revealing 10 enchanting figures of witches. We pay our respects, esteemed lord. The 10 witches, adhering to the unique etiquette of the original Sin Witch clan, bowed before Ling Xiao. He observed that none were hero units: 3 gluttony witches, 3 pride witches, 2 lust witches, and 2 sloth witches, all distinct in style, yet united by their breathtaking beauty and striking forms. Your kin await outside. The trial is about to commence. Ling Xiao need not elaborate on the circumstances of the territory. Upon their arrival, the units would automatically receive pertinent information regarding the land. Understood. Ling Xiao departed from the original Sin Palace and hurried into the Abyss Tower, spending another 200 gold coins to summon 10 primordial demons, all towering figures among the demon units. It seemed that only the initial summon yielded hero units, while subsequent summons relied on probability. Little White, Ling Xiao called out, and a massive silhouette rushed toward him, its 4 legs ablaze with frigid flames, and its several-meter-long fox-tail billowing in the wind. With a leap, it landed beside Ling Xiao, the icy flames scattering like crystal shards upon impact, producing a delightful tinkling sound. Ever since contracting the 3-tailed fox, the frigid aura surrounding it had no effect on Ling Xiao, instead providing a sense of comfort. Let us go, up the stone wall. Ling Xiao climbed onto Little White's back, the smoothness of its fur lending a pleasant tactile sensation. With a mighty roar, Little White leapt to the top of the stone wall. By now, Lathiel and the others were already awaiting the arrival of the void creatures, with the units summoned today positioned at the front lines. Rest assured, my lord, we have confirmed that only this direction bears any signs of movement. Indeed, during the novice trial period, it is only on the 10th day that the trial's void creatures will surge toward the territory from all directions. These 10 days serve as a developmental buffer for newcomers. Suddenly, from 300 meters away, a volley of arrows shrouded in black energy whistled through the air, followed by several fireballs, also emanating dark energy, crashing down. Soon after, silhouettes emerged from the dense forest at that distance, cloaked in shadows, with only a singular large crimson eye rotating within, resembling walking black cloaks. Monster, Shadow Archer. Race, Shadow Void. Level, Black Iron 3, 5 stars. Skill, Dark Crossbow. Information, the Shadow Clan of the Void Multiverse, doubling in power during the night. Monster, Shadow Thrower. Race, Shadow Void. Level, Black Iron 3, 5 stars. Skill, Shadow Fireball. Information, the Shadow Clan of the Void Multiverse, doubling in power during the night. Monster, Shadow Warrior. Race, Shadow Void. Level, Black Iron 6, 8 stars. Skill, Shadow Battle Axe. Information, the Shadow Clan of the Void Multiverse, doubling in power during the night. All were members of the Shadow Void clan, their numbers having more than doubled since yesterday. Densely packed. Aside from the indistinguishable forms of the Shadow Archers and Throwers, the Shadow Warriors wielded massive axes, which were not so much held in hands as they were extensions of their shadowy bodies, charging towards the territory with fervor. Why, one might wonder, would a race that doubles its abilities in the night choose to attack during daylight? Yet, given their numbers, it seemed they intended to overwhelm through sheer force. Today's trial featured void monsters with a maximum level of only 8 stars, their capabilities significantly diminished. Nevertheless, even in the dark, before the original Sin witches and primordial demons, they would merely serve as fodder. Little White, you should join in too. It's a good opportunity to level up. Regardless of the type of unit, the fastest method for gaining experience is to vanquish monsters. With an abundance of shadows, within mere moments, a batch was annihilated, only for another wave to surge forth from the forest. After about 10 minutes, Ling Xiao suddenly felt a surge of energy coursing through his body. Enveloped in a golden light, and an upgrade notification flashed in his mind. Your magical energy has met the conditions for an upgrade. You currently have a total of 310 points. Having retained 10 points from yesterday's upgrade, it became evident that defeating monsters was the key to leveling up. And in just 10 minutes, he had accrued 300 points of magical energy. Ding! Congratulations, you have been promoted to Black Iron 2 stars. Would you like to load a word entry? This was the prompt from the word entry loading system. With each level gained, one could draw from a pool of entries. I shall wait until the trial concludes to draw and load, he resolved. As consciousness receded, Ling Xiao beheld the demons unleash their merciless onslaught, plunging their hands into the bodies of the Shadow Clan, extracting the orb-like eyes within and subsequently shattering them, causing viscous scarlet liquid to splatter. The original Sin sorceress was not akin to an ordinary witch. She summoned a magical array to obliterate the void creatures, while another witch, with bare hands, struck down upon her foes, turning the Shadow Clan into mere ashes upon impact. One sorceress deftly wove invisible threads with her gestures, binding enemies in midair before they were torn asunder, meeting their demise. Meanwhile, on Xiao Bai's side, any adversary that ventured into his designated range was instantly engulfed by an excruciatingly frigid blue flame, incinerating them to nothingness. Witnessing such a formidable display, Ling Xiao felt an exhilarating thrill. This was the might of a powerful troop, effortlessly dispatching the void creatures. The persistent chimes of coins and magical energy entering his account echoed in his mind, and after approximately half an hour, the trial concluded, prompting the settlement notification. Congratulations on completing the trial, settling in progress. Trial quantity, 200 shadow archers, 100 shadow throwers, 200 shadow warriors. Battle achievement, 0. Battle status, effortless domination. Rating, SS. Basic reward, 200 gold, 60 magic crystals. Additional reward, 30 magic energy crystals, 3 building blueprints, 1 magic energy rifle. On the second day of the trial, the numbers had remarkably swelled to 500, which was indeed rather astounding. However, upon reflection, it seemed quite reasonable considering Ling Xiao's extraordinary prowess. His troops predominantly comprised SSS-level units, with even the weakest mount being an S-class three-tailed demon fox. The novice trial in the void adjusted its difficulty according to the overall strength of the Lord, and perhaps due to it being the second day, the challenge was only reflected in the quantity. Ling Xiao surmised that from the third day onward, both the numbers and strength would gradually escalate. The trial's rating astonishingly reached SS level, and the rewards appeared quite generous. The magic crystals and energy crystals were doubled, and he received 3 building blueprints alongside an equipment reward. The spoils were automatically stored in the warehouse, and Ling Xiao's gaze lingered on the treasure chests that had emerged, tears of joy cascading from the corners of his eyes. Everyone, retrieve the treasure chests. With a single command, the troops dutifully collected the chests, stacking them before Ling Xiao. Upon meticulous counting, the treasure chests acquired were as follows: 30 gray chests, 20 white chests, 20 green chests, and 10 blue chests, from a total of 500 void creatures. A mere 80 chests had dropped, and the drop rate remained as dismal as ever. The sole consolation was the emergence of blue chests. The higher the quality, the rarer the items obtained. Remembering his 3 points of luck, Ling Xiao's eyes gleamed with fervor as he prepared to open the chests. Chapter 12. Bountiful Harvest. Magical Fields. Bathhouse. Gazing at the array of chests, Ling Xiao's mouth watered. The varying colors represented different qualities, and with the first blue chest in his possession, he wondered what rare items it might contain. He lifted a blue chest from the pile, and with a thought, the blue radiance erupted as it clicked open. From the blue chest, he obtained 1,000 units of wood resources, 1 void fragment, 2 mithril, and 1 shadow gun. He had struck gold with the equipment, and for the first time, he had procured mithril. Although the quantity was modest, accumulating more chests would yield greater rewards. Ling Xiao discovered that the probability of obtaining void fragments from blue quality chests was notably higher. He was not deterred by the small number of fragments from individual chests, for once a sufficient quantity was amassed, they could unlock the territory ruins, which were brimming with resources. Fully aware that his troops were the elite of the elite, even delving into a black iron level territory ruin would yield substantial resources, especially in the early phases of trials when resources were scarce. Furthermore, the void creatures within provided invaluable experience for leveling up. With eager anticipation, Ling Xiao hastily opened the second blue chest. From the blue chest, he acquired 1,200 units of basic meat, 10 magic crystals, 2 void fragments, and 2 mithril. Wow, he exclaimed, truly befitting of a blue chest. In addition to basic resources, the void fragments and mithril have begun to accumulate. As Ling Xiao reveled in the bounty of the treasure chests, Xiao Bai, with palpable interest, nestled against his back, serving as a soft cushion, her eyes fixated on each chest as they were opened. After successfully unveiling several blue chests, Ling Xiao was thoroughly satisfied, unable to suppress the grin spreading across his face. After investing some time to open all the chests, Ling Xiao's total spoils were as follows: 800 gold, 8,000 units of wood resources, 6,000 units of stone resources, 5,000 units of basic meat, 10 void fragments, 20 mithril, 200 magic crystals, 1 shadow gun, 1 silver armor. Comparing with the previous day, the quantities of wood, stone, and basic meat had all doubled. The rare resources were exclusively yielded from the blue chests, while the other chests primarily provided basic resources. The drop rate from magic energy crystals was even lower than that of void fragments. Thus far, all magic energy crystals acquired were through the trial's additional rewards. Magic energy crystals were essential for upgrading the barracks, which were all SSS level, and the required quantities for ascension were immense, explaining his slight urgency. Nevertheless, there was no need to fret. It was only the second day. After tallying the spoils, the only disappointment was the absence of a new barrack. However, he did acquire 3 blueprints and 2 pieces of equipment. Regarding the equipment dropped from the Void Realms, both the Lord and troops could utilize it, particularly the defensive gear. Combat equipment was more suited to specific class types, and the Lord could eventually transition into various roles such as mage, warrior, knight, and more. The shadow gun, obtained today, was a combat piece that Ling Xiao currently had no use for, whereas the magic energy rifle he acquired the previous night suited him perfectly. Who could resist the allure of a firearm? Bang, 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 bang. Defensive equipment was quite useful for lower-tier troops and novice lords. Yet, for Ling Xiao's elite troops, this silver armor was merely a tattered piece of junk. Would you like to equip the defensive item? Silver armor. Type: defensive equipment. Quality: white. Function: defense. Characteristics: none. Information: a simple silver armor grants 15 to constitution. Ling Xiao scratched his chin, ultimately deciding to don it. With no special characteristics and low-quality defense gear, coupled with the protection of Lady Urs and Xiao Bai, there was virtually no chance for void creatures to approach. Nonetheless, it was prudent to exercise caution once his level increased. This item could be exchanged for a handful of gold or magic crystals. Equipping items was a straightforward process. Each troop or lord possessed their own equipment slots, and simply uttering the word equip would suffice for successful donning. He tossed the gun into the warehouse, intending to trade it for other resources. Free blueprints. Let's see what types they are. Would you like to appraise the blueprints? Appraise. The 3 parchment-like blueprints radiated a white light, and 3 pieces of information materialized before Ling Xiao's eyes. Appraisal complete. Congratulations on obtaining the crop building. Magical field, green. Appraisal complete. Congratulations on obtaining the crop building. Magical field, green. Appraisal complete. Congratulations on acquiring the foundational structure, the bathhouse, white. Not too shabby. 2 plots of magical farmland and a cherished bathing facility that Ling Xiao has longed for. After the unpleasant incident in the restroom last night, Ling Xiao yearned for a bathing space, for a semblance of civilized life. Otherwise, he would be reduced to bathing outdoors like a savage, exposed to the elements. The magical farmland of green quality. If memory serves, the white quality corresponds to fertile land, while the gray quality denotes inferior sandy soil. Thanks to the blue treasure chest, I have been granted land imbued with magical potency. In a previous life, a novice lord had encountered inferior sandy soil and, in a fit of rage, tore up the blueprint. Consequently, they were penalized by the void multiverse, suffering a halving of their crop yield. Regardless of the quality of farmland obtained in the future, all crop yields would be reduced by half. Items that one does not desire can be traded or stored to gather dust, but outright destruction is forbidden. Even the most worthless items are rewards from the void multiverse and must not be discarded. Hence, impulsiveness is a devil, remember that well. Fortunately for Ling Xiao, even if the land were mere dust, as long as it constitutes a structure, he can effortlessly enhance it, transforming it into a quality asset. Ling Xiao examines the information of the newly acquired farmland. Magical farmland. Type, crop structure. Level, 1. Occupied area, 30 square meters. Construction cost, 1,000 wood, 1 magic crystal. Upgrade requirement, harvest 10 times to upgrade. Information, a plot of land endowed with magical power, capable of cultivating magical herbs and plants. The quality of the land determines the nature of the crops that can be sown. For instance, ordinary fertile land can only yield common herbs, rice, etc., merely providing sustenance without any attribute bonuses. In contrast, land infused with magical energy can cultivate life-extending potions and various magical flora. What would the magical farmland transform into when enhanced by the golden attribute, miraculous creation? After pondering, Ling Xiao stores away the blueprint for the magical farmland, opting to delay its construction until crops are harvested. The foundational structure, bathhouse, can, however, be constructed immediately for the convenience of the populace. The troops, having slain monsters daily, would invariably bear the grime of battle, making the bathhouse a welcome addition. First, to determine the optimal placement. As the Lord, Ling Xiao can utilize the basic ability, minimap. With a mere thought, gentle beams of light illuminate before him, sketching out a small map of the territory. The map displays a 3D representation, allowing the Lord to relocate any building except the heart of the Lord altar. After repositioning, the changes are instantly reflected in the physical territory, proving to be exceptionally convenient. Glancing around, Ling Xiao decides to place the bathhouse on the vacant land adjacent to Paradise of Joy. Good brothers, let's sit together. Shall 1,000 units of wood, 1,000 units of stone, and 1 magic crystal be consumed? Ling Xiao nearly blurted out the material consumption, but suddenly recalled something and halted the construction. Chapter 13, Paradise of Joy. Blast. Ling Xiao almost inadvertently initiated the construction of the bathhouse, only to remember the current size of the territory. With an area of 500 square meters, coupled with last night's upgraded Paradise of Joy, there remained scant space for further construction. Abandoning the idea, Ling Xiao resolved to upgrade the territory first. Elevating the territory from level 2 to level 3 requires 5,000 units of wood and 3,000 units of stone. And with 8,500 units of wood and 6,500 units of stone in his possession, he has more than enough materials for the upgrade. Shall basic wood and stone be consumed to upgrade the territory? Ling Xiao promptly consumed the materials to upgrade the territory. 5,000 units of wood and 3,000 units of stone have been consumed. Your territory has been upgraded. Your territory has been elevated to level 3, expanding its area to 1,000 square meters. Territory, miraculous creation. Level, 3. Area, 1,000 square meters. Warehouse, territory owned, cannot be upgraded, with unlimited capacity. Buildings, Heart of the Lord Altar, Purple Thunderstone Wall, Moon Goddess Well, Paradise of Joy. Barracks, Palace of Original Sin, Abyssal Tower. Upgrade requirement, 12,000 units of wood, 8,000 units of stone. Splendid. Advancing from level 2 to level 3 has doubled the territory's area. Following the upgrade, Ling Xiao instantly felt the surrounding space open up. Thus, it is time to construct the bathhouse. Every building necessitates resource expenditure. No sooner had he spoken than a white-walled structure erupted from the ground beside Paradise of Joy. In comparison to the somewhat lavish and towering restroom, the bathhouse appeared rather modest and diminutive. Nevertheless, it could still be upgraded. Oh, it is my favorite time to unleash enhancements. Ding. Detecting foundational structure, bathhouse. Shall its quality be upgraded? Undeniably. The earth trembles slightly. The unremarkable white walls twisting and blurring, gradually revealing a grand and more opulent modern-style edifice. The bathhouse is completed, and an information panel pops up. Gentle Haven. Type, special building. Level, 1. Location, 10. Upgrade cost, 100 gold, 2,000 units of stone, 200 magic crystals. Features, automatically stores water, cleanses impurities, temperature selection for hot and cold, with hot water aiding in healing injuries. Information, come, wash, 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 wash. What a delightful name for Gentle Haven. Glancing at the information of the new building, Ling Xiao's lips twitched slightly, unable to suppress a chuckle at the elegance of every upgraded building's name. Setting aside the overly ornate and ambiguous nomenclature, the functionality surpasses that of contemporary bathrooms, providing various beneficial buffs. For instance, the hot water inside aids in wound healing. Although it cannot compare to genuine potions, it is undoubtedly advantageous. Ling Xiao cannot help but marvel once more at the might of the golden attributes. By the way, the attributes. I have leveled up and can load an attribute once. Ding. Congratulations on reaching Black Iron 2 stars. Shall an attribute be loaded? It must be loaded. No sooner had the words left his mouth than a familiar lottery wheel materialized before him, the red pointer racing across its surface. In the next moment, ding. 5 attributes have been randomly drawn. Nitpicking, gray. Self-sufficiency, blue. Icy expanse, green. Compose a poem, white. Laziness, gray. Upon seeing the 5 attributes, Ling Xiao blinked in confusion. This round of attributes is disappointing. 2 gray quality attributes appeared, and the highest quality among them is merely blue. How vexing. Where did my 3 points of luck go? I had expected that with 3 points of luck, the drawn attributes would yield higher quality. Yet this situation is rather awkward. As Ling Xiao's thoughts danced, he seemed to grasp the underlying principle. The attribute loading system is inherently designed for enhancement, and thus it would not be influenced by the Lord's luck. The attributes drawn are determined by the system's own probabilities, unaffected by external factors. As is his custom, Ling Xiao examines each attribute's function one by one. Self-sufficiency. Within the territory, 1,000 units of wood and stone are automatically produced daily. Icy expanse. The territory remains perpetually in a state of icy cold, slowing enemy movement by 10. Compose a poem. The Lord composes a poem daily, granting 1 point of magical energy. Hypercritical. When the Lord becomes ruthless, he even criticizes his own subordinates, and in extreme cases, may even strike himself. Lethargy. A negative buff that plunges all troops into a state of laziness, where the Lord must take the initiative in all matters. Absurd, utterly outrageous. These 2 gray attributes are more troublesome than the last. It is imperative to criticize, hypercritical, to slap oneself. Indeed, the last attribute has appeared before, just as Ling Xiao had previously surmised. Attributes that have been seen will reappear. He had been yearning for an elemental resistance attribute. Among the few positive attributes, the first one caught Ling Xiao's eye, not for any other reason but its supreme quality. It is a territorial attribute that, once bound, automatically yields 2,000 units of wood and stone daily. Frigid Expanse possesses too low a quality, offering little benefit to Ling Xiao. The troops under his command do not lack for a slight reduction in speed. He binds self-sufficiency. Ding. Attribute binding successful. Ding. The Lord may view the panel at will. Lord, Ling Xiao. Level, Black Iron 2 stars. Magic power, 290, 500. Gold, 1,600. Magic crystals, 372. Magic energy crystals, 32. Attributes, miracle creation, gold. Immune to poison, red. Self-sufficiency, blue. Basic abilities, decomposition, appraisal, minimap. Ling Xiao felt a tinge of melancholy, comparing the golden attributes at the beginning to the red ones. And now to today's blue attributes. The quality of selectable attributes is steadily declining, leading to an inevitable sense of disappointment. He wonders what other system functions may exist, hoping for a feature that allows for upgrading attributes. Otherwise, he might find himself seething with frustration, contemplating the likelihood of encountering more low-quality attributes. A sudden idea dawned on him. What if a feature to upgrade attributes exists? That would be simply marvelous. After finalizing everything, Ling Xiao then noticed that Racial and others had also leveled up. The troops summoned on the first day had advanced to Black Iron 3 stars after today's battle, while the recently summoned troops, including Little White, had reached Black Iron 2 stars. It appears that the slowest to advance is still Lord Ling Xiao himself. Being but a mere mortal, He lacks the capacity to slay void beasts for direct experience gains as his troops do. The Lord must accumulate magical energy to level up, making his slower progression quite understandable. With the void trials of the day concluded, Ling Xiao reflected on last night's night raid, pondering whether to embark on an exploration of the void forest beyond his territory. Perhaps it would be prudent to wait a while longer. Last night's raid was merely a glimpse of the void creatures. There may yet be more formidable foes lying in wait. After some consideration, Ling Xiao dismissed the notion of immediate exploration, opting for caution instead. Next, he opened the system panel. The communication zone was as lively as ever, and he casually clicked on it. Upon entering the communication zone, it erupted with activity. Chapter 14. Can you shoot? I never Mississippi, damn it. My days as a lord may be numbered. What is happening upstairs? Are the troops too weak, or have they rebelled? Weak, my foot. My B-rank lizard warrior is not weak. It was merely ambushed last night by a pack of black iron 8-star two-headed wolves. And with defensive structures yet to be deployed, those two-headed wolves were far too cunning, nearly robbing my home. Damn it. Overnight, my troops dwindled to just 3. Brothers. My condolences. Being attacked on the first day is the worst luck imaginable. Misery loves company. My E-rank troops are truly pathetic, unable to even defeat a common goblin. As long as there's still breath in my body, I need not worry about resources. Preserving my life will allow me to contribute to the next generation of lords, providing ample genetic material for subsidies. Get lost. Do you take me for a fool? 999. Holy hell, I'm laughing so hard. An influx of weak lords suddenly appears, flooding the chat. Don't take it the wrong way. Even if you lose your lord status, if your genetics happen to mutate, you could produce a genius lord, securing your livelihood for the rest of your days. Huh, you two can say what if. I wonder what you all are scheming? Brother, suggesting advice is just scheming? You're far too sensitive. Best to give up early. There's still tomorrow. If you survive until then, you can return to the real world. Preserving your life is paramount. Ling Xiao lingered in the communication zone for a while, scrolling through messages that resonated with him deeply. In his past life, he was among those lamenting lords, grappling between surrender and stubborn perseverance. However, before returning to the real world, he joined the Lord S Alliance. Otherwise, he too would likely have become just another contributor of genetics for the next generation of new lords. Such is the nature of reality. Those unable to become the lords everyone covets must resort to what they can manage, and providing genetic material is one such task. Simply put, it's akin to using your myriad tadpoles to gamble for a better future. Who knows? Luck might just be on your side. From the chat zone, Ling Xiao learned that many lords faced attacks from wild void creatures on their first day, with some new lords unable to endure and waiting to return to the real world after the third day. After the third day of the novice trials, the lord's heart releases a mark, allowing lords to return to the real world. The purpose of returning is clear: to report on personal trial conditions or receive suggestions from instructors on whether to continue participating in the novice trials. For capable new lords, the evaluation phase is shortened. 3 days are sufficient to gauge whether a new lord is competent. New lords utilizing startup funds can summon troops and then slay void creatures to harvest resources, using those resources to summon even more troops, achieving a fundamental strategy of sustaining war through warfare. However, if heavy losses occur on the first day, the second day will be even more arduous, leading to a vicious cycle. In fact, from the very first day, a noticeable gap emerged between new lords. Those possessing high-level, even top-tier troops, would naturally exhibit significant disparities within just a few days. Closing the system panel, Ling Xiao retrieved a rifle from the warehouse, intrigued as he toyed with it in his hands. Magic energy rifle. Type: attack equipment, magical category. Quality: green. Function: magic bullet shooting. Feature: automatically charges every 5 seconds, with an attack range of 0 to 1,000 meters. Information: can you shoot? I never miss, rat-a-tat-tat. To his surprise, it was a magical rifle capable of automatic charging. According to the information, this rifle does not require a scope to ensure accuracy. Simply pulling the trigger guarantees a hit on the enemy. Imagining himself seated atop Little White, effortlessly gunning down void creatures, Ling Xiao's face lit up with excitement, completely enamored. Another reason for his fondness is that this rifle can unleash its full potential regardless of the user's level. In simpler terms, it is a magic energy gun anyone can wield. The types of attack equipment are diverse, categorized into technological and magical types, among others. Common firearms belong to the technological category, while magical types are relatively rare. Ling Xiao was fortunate to acquire this rifle that does not consume his magical energy. Though only of green quality, it is considerably superior to technological firearms. For Ling Xiao at present, it is more than sufficient. If he can later unlock a forging workshop, he could refine materials to create even more exceptional attack equipment. Should he give it a try? Ling Xiao's finger rested on the trigger, gently pressing it down as the dark barrel pointed forward, glimmers of light converging into a small magical array. Releasing her finger from the trigger, the conjured magic circle shattered like broken glass, scattering luminous particles that dissipated into the air. My lord, may I have the pleasure of borrowing your firearm? Inquired Latisse, her gaze imbued with a hint of eagerness. With a chuckle, Ling Xiao handed the magic gun to Latisse, who examined it with interest. Rising to her feet, she grasped the weapon with one hand, her slender, delicate fingers resting on the trigger, striking a pose of striking grace. Cold-faced scholar, prepare to receive a shot from me. With a swift whoosh, before Ling Xiao could intervene, a magical bullet forged from arcane energy surged forth, hurtling towards Damon's visage. Yet, how could such a diminutive projectile pose any threat to a demon god? The blue magic bullet disintegrated into fine powder mere feet from Danmon's face. Guns are meant for enemies, not to be aimed at allies, Ling Xiao admonished, prompting Latisse to immediately retract the firearm, her expression sheepish as she said, "My lord, I was merely jesting with him. It was simply too dull, hence the folly." Ling Xiao sighed in resignation, though he could comprehend her sentiment. With no excursions to the wilderness and confined within these four stone walls, anyone would inevitably succumb to ennui. After a moment of silence, Ling Xiao crossed his arms, his gaze fixed intently on Latisse. A flicker of remorse and trepidation crossed her enchanting face, as if she wondered whether the Lord would impose punishment upon her. Observing the beautiful maiden's unease, Ling Xiao's lips curled into a smile, and he said, "Then consider it a punishment to accompany me up there." He gestured towards the top of the stone wall. Following his direction, Latisse looked up, understanding dawning upon her as she smiled. "At your command, my lord." "Damon, Latisse and I shall conduct a patrol. Please instruct the staff to prepare lunch for us." "Very well, my lord." With a flourish, blue flames and icy crystals cascaded down from the sky as Ling Xiao mounted atop the back of Little White, swiftly ascending to the stone wall. Beside him, Latisse's crimson hair danced in the wind, her diaphanous garment billowing gently as her feet touched the stone surface. The trio, 2 individuals and 1 beast, stood at the edge of their territory, overlooking the abyssal forest below, shrouded in mystery. "Latisse, do you possess the means to survey the surrounding area?" The forest beneath them was dense and expansive, thick with swirling white mist that obscured any view of its contents. "Allow me to try." Latisse's jewel-like eyes shimmered with a crimson gleam, and ripples of energy emanated from her center, fading into the distance. After a brief moment, she turned to Ling Xiao. "There is something." Chapter 15, The Seductive Sorceress, Fuseland. "My lord, I can only sense magical energy within a kilometer. Anything beyond requires an upgrade. To the east, there are numerous magical fluctuations at 500 meters, to the west, 400 meters, and to the north, 800 meters, with several stronger magical signatures, likely belonging to bronze level or even stronger void creatures. Indeed, having learned from last night's ambush, Ling Xiao recognized the necessity of understanding the dangers surrounding their domain. The lurking creatures beyond their borders could either be defending their territory or lying in ambush, which posed a significant threat to their safety. I am not overly concerned about our individual combat strength. It is merely a matter of numbers. Let us wait a while, when the time is ripe. We must take the initiative. Ling Xiao's gaze remained resolute as he surveyed the infinite expanse of the misty forest. Once there was any sign of movement, the nearby creatures would undoubtedly swarm forth, and he feared their small numbers would hinder their ability to safeguard the territory from all sides. "My lord's foresight is commendable. I understand, and will follow your arrangements." Ling Xiao cast a sidelong glance at her, and they exchanged a knowing smile. Little White also let out a sound in agreement. As night fell, Ling Xiao indulged in a bath at the Land of Tenderness. He had to admit that the upgraded bathing facilities were replete with all the necessary amenities. The 10 bathing spots offered ample space, equipped with everything one could desire for washing and soaking. Relishing the warm water against his skin, he felt as if the water was penetrating his very essence, gradually mending his body. Some old scars and blemishes faded with repeated soakings, and he mused that at level 1, the Land of Tenderness, could even heal substantial wounds over time. Ah, this is bliss, truly an exquisite experience. Ling Xiao reclined in the bathtub, arms stretched out at his sides, his eyes closed in a state of contentment. After thoroughly enjoying his bath, Ling Xiao emerged and gazed up at the star-studded black sky, resembling an endless canvas, while witches and demons patrolled the stone walls. After a while, a smile graced his face, and he proceeded into the Palace of Original Sin. With no night raid occurring that evening, Ling Xiao enjoyed a peaceful slumber, only to be awakened the next morning by Latisse. After freshening up, he found that Danmon had instructed the staff to prepare breakfast, which consisted once more of various roasted meats. With the territory lacking basic structures like a kitchen, they had no choice but to consume roasted meat at every meal, leaving a lingering taste of meat with every belch. "Latisse, Danmon, after today's trial, I will be departing the territory for a few hours. During my absence, I entrust the management of the territory to you both." Ling Xiao swallowed the last morsel of meat and turned to them. "Rest assured, my lord, we shall guard the territory diligently. We will uphold your will." On the 3rd day of the new lord's arrival, after the trial concluded and the lord's mark appeared, it would signal their return to the mortal realm. After a brief discussion, Ling Xiao recalled something and opened the system panel, accessing the communication area. "The White Tiger Alliance cordially invites the lord possessing the heart of the Blue Lord to join. The vast alliance extends an invitation to the Lord with the heart of the Green Lord. The Tengu Alliance imposes no requirements and welcomes all worthy lords to join. Goodness. The Tengu Alliance is being rather brazen, openly poaching members. The Celestial Alliance requires the heart of a red lord or higher. A red quality. How I envy the esteemed ones. Alas, I am merely a lowly blue lord, unworthy of their company. Red one, red one, red one. The emergence of the Celestial Alliance sent the Alliance frenzy into a peak, as it promised S-grade barracks, with the potential for SS-grade barracks that could summon advanced units. And there were indeed numerous red lords, causing the chat to explode. Oh my, am I seeing things? So many powerful lords. Dear son, you are not mistaken. Consider the vast number of new lords. In our Dragon Kingdom alone, there are over 1 billion. These lords possess S-grade barracks, making them the elite within our kingdom. Indeed, lords with SS and SSS-grade barracks are a rare sight. Aside from those rare individuals, they are the most formidable. I cannot help but feel envious. Truly. I am on the verge of tears. Ling Xiao gazed at the fervently active communication area, his expression icy, exuding an air of ferocity. Amidst the flood of messages from the Tengu Alliance, only that name echoed in his mind as he murmured to himself. The Tengu Alliance was the Lord Alliance Ling Xiao had joined in his previous life, with no entry requirements, and unwilling to remain a mere laborer or a tool for genetic contributions, he had joined without hesitation. Among the many alliances with no entry barriers, he had randomly chosen one to apply. Little did he know, it would ultimately lead to his downfall. Upon encountering the familiar name of the alliance once more, Ling Xiao felt a surge of resentment, an urge to tear those individuals apart immediately. It now appeared that this alliance imposed no thresholds for entry, its sole purpose being to recruit more feeble lords, only to exploit them when the time was ripe. From another perspective, the lords who established the alliance must have received guidance from legitimate lords. Otherwise, they could not possibly conceive such distant machinations. To speak more graciously, they are merely gathering talented individuals. To put it bluntly, they are treating those weaker lords as mere tools, dispensing trifling favors to ensure their unwavering loyalty to the alliance, thereby lowering their guard. Once danger looms, these tools can be put to use. Ling Xiao's change in demeanor was noted by the two individuals beside him. Lattice inquired with concern, "My lord, what troubles you?" The worried tone reached Ling Xiao's ears, prompting him to restore his usual composure, replying, "It's nothing, merely a sight of unsavory matters." Since these matters were unsavory, they needed to be eradicated. Ling Xiao turned to Lattice, whose expression remained calm. Yet a chilling malice brewed in her eyes. She had sensed her lord's unusual state from earlier, a seething hatred akin to that of recognizing an enemy. An aura of hostility enveloping her. Upon hearing Ling Xiao's words, both individuals understood, leading to Lattice's earlier reaction. Such threats must indeed be eliminated, but for the moment, it was not feasible. They still needed certain items and lacked a clear position. Ling Xiao closed the system panel and strode toward the palace of original sin. "I shall summon the troops. You both know what to do." Lattice and Danmon exchanged glances, nodding in acknowledgement before each set their troops to prepare for battle. The sound of steady footsteps echoed within the palace of original sin as Ling Xiao approached the female statue. "Ding. You can currently only initiate a standard summon. Do you wish to summon?" "Summon." Ling Xiao expended 200 gold coins, and a terrifying aura swept throughout the palace. As beams of light flickered, 10 graceful figures emerged slowly. Could today be the day to summon a heroic unit? With eager anticipation, Ling Xiao gazed upon the 10 sinful sorceresses. The next moment, a captivating voice stirred his heart. "Lust sorceress, Phaserin. I greet you, my lord." The newly summoned sorceresses also performed their unique salutation towards Ling Xiao. Upon seeing the foremost sorceress, a wave of joy surged within him, and he could not help but exclaim, "We have struck gold." Chapter 16, My lord. I desire one as well. In the moment he beheld Phaserin, Ling Xiao felt as if he had fallen in love. Every smile and frown from her pierced his heart. A rosy hue blossoming on his handsome face, extending to his ears. Her pale lavender eyes seemed to possess a unique power, drawing him in, ensnaring his very being. Thud. Thud thud. Oh no. This was the feeling of infatuation. Ling Xiao's gaze became dreamy, his lips curling involuntarily. Yet, in the next instant, a flash of light swept before him. And though he regained his clarity, his expression remained somewhat dazed. What just happened? A playful giggle echoed in his ears, and Ling Xiao turned to see the figure clad in a purple and white sheer gown, her alabaster face revealing surprise. Shortly thereafter, a panel opened before him. Unit, Phaserin the hero. Level, Black Iron 1 star. Rank, SSS. Talent, Fear of Sorcery. Skill, Fragrant Illusion. Growth limit, True God. Loyalty, 100, Never to Betray, bonus attribute. Information, Embodiment of Lust, adept at charming hearts, especially those she has her sights on. Be cautious not to be drained by her. The embodiment of lust. Almost ensnared by her allure, Ling Xiao finally understood. Phaserin represented lust, and upon encountering a handsome man, she was unable to resist the urge to enchant him. What a close call. Thankfully, Due to the Lord's aura, he was immune to her abilities, regaining his wits at a critical moment. Another heroic unit had finally emerged. Now, Ling Xiao commanded 3 units, significantly enhancing his overall strength. Heroic units, in terms of combat power, talents, and growth limits, far surpassed non-heroic units. Curious about Phaseron's talent, he noticed an additional symbol: fear of sorcery, magical intimidation. For every additional heroic unit, fear of sorcery can create a closed space. The more individuals, the more terrifying it becomes, and the larger the space. A complete fear of sorcery can trap even the high priest of the sinful sorceresses without a chance of escape. My goodness, this fear of sorcery is terrifying. If the 7 sinful sorceresses were to unite, the resulting space would be impenetrable even for Lattice, potentially leading to severe injury or death. This implied that a complete fear of sorcery could ensnare or even annihilate a being of the void. Astonishingly dreadful. Ling Xiao inhaled sharply, yearning to summon the remaining heroic units immediately. Oh, how tiresome, the Lord remarked. At this, Ling Xiao refocused his thoughts, noticing that she seemed to wear a look of disappointment. You are quite mischievous. From now on, do not lay your hands on anyone else but me, do you hear? Although it may not affect me, haha. Phaseron had expected a reprimand from her lord, but instead felt inexplicably delighted by his words. In her heart, Ling Xiao had already been labeled with traits of possessiveness and tsundere. To Ling Xiao, all summon units belonged to him, especially these enchanting sorceresses. After a brief commotion, Ling Xiao glanced at the other sorceresses behind Phaseron, 9 non-heroic units. Phaseron, take the other sorceresses and join the others. The trial is about to commence. Understood, my lord. Exiting the Palace of Original Sin, Ling Xiao hurriedly entered the Abyss Tower, consuming another 200 gold coins to summon the primordial demons. An eerie voice emerged from the abyss, and a chilling magical energy coursed through the tower. Soon, 10 towering and formidable figures stood in the circular hall. We pay homage to our master. No heroic units emerged from the primordial demons. Thus Ling Xiao's forces now comprised 30 sinful sorceresses, 30 primordial demons, and 1 beloved pet. On the 3rd day, he had summoned an additional 20 units, and even produced another heroic unit, with the weakest among them being an S rank capable of evolving to legendary status. What sheer delight! Leading the newly summoned demons to the heart of the Lord altar, Xiao Bai remained closely by his side. My lord. Upon Ling Xiao's emergence, all units shouted in unison. Today, we have gained many new companions. Let us fight alongside one another. This simple statement invigorated the already loyal troops, raising their spirits. Yes. Witnessing the ever-growing ranks of his forces, Ling Xiao felt a profound sense of satisfaction. My lord, I have something to say. Lattice suddenly stepped forward, prompting Ling Xiao to turn his gaze toward her. In the future, I would like to temporarily entrust the leadership of the subordinates to Aislinn. Aside from my regular monster slaying and leveling tasks, my sole responsibility is to protect you. The cold-faced scholar already has a dedicated role, constantly attending to you. I wish to do the same. Ling Xiao was taken aback. He had not anticipated Lattice feeling jealous over this matter, leaving him both perplexed and amused. The dedicated role that Lattice referred to was essentially that of a steward, which, despite appearing trivial, involved a myriad of tedious tasks. Each meal began with inquiries about Ling Xiao's preferences, although they predominantly consisted of various meats. Interpreting it as constant attention was not entirely unfounded. It is truly astonishing that the esteemed high priestess of the original sin, which clan possesses such an endearing side. In truth, Ling Xiao's daily security duties have always been their responsibility. However, as per Lardiel's interpretation, it translates to being a personal bodyguard. With an air of determination, the other party seemed resolute, leaving Ling Xiao at a loss, for who could possibly resent having a beautiful bodyguard at their side? With a reluctant consent, he granted permission. Upon receiving the Lord's approval, Lardiel's previously serious countenance transformed into one of playful exuberance. Amidst their discussions, a familiar voice reverberated across the territory. The void trial is about to commence. Please prepare, Lord. Time to get to work. Ling Xiao stretched his limbs, and then retrieved a magical energy rifle. He mounted the soft back of Xiao Bai, who gracefully leaped into the sky, her 3 pristine white tails fluttering in the air as azure and white flames cascaded downward. Heave-ho! 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 From the eastern expanse of the territory, a synchronized sound grew increasingly nearer, as a formation of void creatures, half-human, half-goat, marched forth, howling in unison. These hybrid beings, some elite warriors brandishing shields and long spears, others wielding crystal staffs as mages, and archers with bone bows, arranged themselves into 3 square formations, each comprising over 100 members, an overwhelming sight indeed. With a resounding thud, the orderly cacophony ceased. Armed and poised, they slightly tilted their heads in unison, unleashing an invisible, piercing wave that rippled through the air. Bah! The sharp bleat from the half-human, half-goat mouths jolted Ling Xiao, causing him to stagger momentarily, nearly tumbling off Xiao Bai. Yet, in merely a second, his focus returned, the shrill bleating seemingly obstructed by an invisible barrier. Lardiel stood suspended in the air, her eyes shimmering with brilliance as several divine punishments rained down upon the void creatures. The impending battle loomed, as a cadre of graceful witches and formidable demons surged forth to confront the monsters. With the protective barrier provided by Lardiel, Ling Xiao gripped his magical energy rifle. The ominous muzzle casually aimed at the void creatures below. The maximum range of the magical energy assault rifle is 1,000 meters, whereas the void beings lingered less than 300 meters from the territory, an ample distance indeed. Let you experience the might of my weapon. Chapter 17, The Void Key. Firmly grasping the rifle, he effortlessly pulled the trigger, a small magical array materializing mere millimeters from the muzzle. With a thunderous crack, a magical energy round was propelled towards the void creature, striking true and piercing the head of a half-human, half-goat just as it opened its mouth to roar. Nice. Ling Xiao, crouched upon Xiaobai's back, exclaimed with exhilaration, I am a sharpshooter. Remarkable marksmanship, my lord. Ling Xiao glanced at Lardiel, flashed a grin, and then turned to pull the trigger once more, another void creature collapsing as the bullet pierced its skull, a viscous, dark green liquid oozing from the wound. Observing their fellow kin fall to the ground, the remaining creatures bleated in dismay, seemingly exclaiming, damn it, we are under attack. The surrounding kin quickly gathered, raising their bone shields in a futile attempt to deflect the incoming magical energy rounds. Roar. Collective awareness is commendable. Ling Xiao promptly examined the information panel of the half-human, half-goat beings. Creature, human goat archer, human goat warrior, human goat mage. Race, orc void. Level, black iron 10 stars. Skills, bone crossbow arrows, human goat charge, area spells. Intelligence, the orc void race excels in low-tier secret arts for crafting weapons and equipment, utilizing the bones of void creatures as their materials. Their motto is, unity is strength. It is no surprise that these creatures possess a certain level of intelligence, enabling them to form formations and swiftly react to ambushes. On just the third day, the trial had summoned hundreds of black iron-level void creatures. How splendid it is that the void multiverse holds me in such esteem. Ling Xiao felt an inexplicable sense of pride, yet he would not show mercy in his actions. To him, these creatures represented glimmering treasure chests. As Ling Xiao observed, the human goat race excelled in unity. After suffering extensive attacks, their formations scattered but soon reformed. This time, having learned from their previous encounters, the human goat warriors, as if responding to a command, raised their bone shields overhead, creating a formidable wall of defense. You hideous creatures, perish. Feliceline cried with a fierce voice, her violet eyes sparkling with a dangerous glint, her delicate figure soaring through the air, her gown billowing. Boom. The newly formed formation of human goats and their bone defenses were shattered by an invisible shockwave. The demons stood among a throng of human goats, resembling a grand target, as elemental fireballs, ice spikes, and water orbs rained down upon them. The 10-star creatures were on par with the moonlit night fox encountered on the first night, yet their strength was inferior to that of the fox. Creatures are categorized into varying tiers. The 10-star fox would falter before the might of the military ranks, let alone these human goats. Nevertheless, the sheer number of hundreds made the slaughter a time-consuming affair. Based on the frequency of formations emerging, 3 waves had already appeared, and Ling Xiao's forces had dispatched 3 groups, only to be followed by another 3. Boom. Hee, another one down. As he beheld the fallen void creature, Ling Xiao's lips curled into a satisfied smile when suddenly, a notification echoed in his ears. Ding. Congratulations, you have advanced to Black Iron 3 stars. Would you like to load a title? Another level up. Ling Xiao was overjoyed. He had reached Black Iron 3 stars. As per his usual practice, he decided to load the title after completing the trial. At this rate, he would likely level up daily in the early stages. Thus, he anticipated obtaining a title each day. With such thoughts, his spirits soared even higher. After approximately an hour and a half, the battle concluded. Ling Xiao had intermittently slain dozens of human goats with his magical energy rifle, feeling a profound sense of achievement. In the preceding days, he had merely observed his troops showcasing their prowess. Although he remained an ordinary human, witnessing the effortless slaughter of monsters had ignited a desire within him. Today, he was fortunate to utilize the newly acquired equipment, satisfying his restless spirit. Congratulations on completing the trial, settling accounts now. Trial quantity, 800 human goats. War merits, 0. Battle status, crushing victory. Rating, S. Basic rewards, 200 gold, 30 magic crystals. Additional rewards, 30 magic energy crystals, 1 building blueprint, 3 void fragments. An S rating once more. Splendid, indeed, for receiving additional rewards. All trial rewards were deposited into the warehouse, and Ling Xiao planned to open the treasure chests before reviewing the rewards and constructing buildings. With 800 void creatures, he was curious about the number of treasure chests that would be yielded this time. Just as he was about to instruct the collection of the treasure chests, his troops, as if in silent agreement, methodically gathered the chests and placed them before Ling Xiao. Having observed their lord's enthusiasm for treasure chests over the past 2 days, The entire process had provided them with great amusement as they witnessed his myriad of expressions. Immersed in the joy of opening treasure chests, the troops found it entertaining to watch their lord's changing countenance. With the assistance of Lardiel and others, the treasure chests were soon accounted for, revealing a total of 200 chests, 100 gray chests, 40 white chests, 35 green chests, and 25 blue chests. The quantity of blue treasure chests has increased by more than half compared to yesterday, which is indeed a piece of good news. Ling Xiao rubbed his palms together, eager to try his luck. As the moment to open the treasure chests approached, anticipation filled the air. Just as everyone was preparing, Ling Xiao suddenly interjected, "Wait. I need to drink some water first." His intention was not merely to quench his thirst. After acquiring 3 points of luck from drinking water last time, he had not been fortunate enough to gain any since. A regrettable streak. Unperturbed by this misfortune, Ling Xiao remained determined, refusing to succumb to superstition. A few minutes later, having indulged in a hearty gulp of water, he returned to the pile of treasure chests with a discontented expression, his initial enthusiasm dimmed. Observing Ling Xiao's forlorn demeanor, Latursi stifled a laugh and teasingly inquired, "My lord, did you acquire something valuable?" The melodious sound graced his ears, prompting Ling Xiao to furrow his brow and cast a glance her way. "Damn it, I drank a bellyful of water and only got 1 point of luck. I refuse to accept this." The onlookers surrounding him could no longer contain their laughter. Even the perpetually stoic Danmungan cracked a smile. It was moments like these that revealed the endearing and somewhat naive side of their leader. To penalize those who had laughed, Ling Xiao decreed that they would join him daily in drinking from the moon god well. As the number of treasure chests increased, so too would the high-quality ones. Thus, the luck they accrued could be swiftly utilized to assist him in opening advanced treasure chests. Human resources must be fully exploited. Amidst their banter, Ling Xiao had already begun to open the treasure chests. The first blue chest yielded 500 units each of basic stone and wood resources, 5 magic crystals, 1 void shard, and 5 copper ores. New materials continued to emerge, so he pressed on. The next blue chest provided 800 units of basic meat, 5 copper ores, and 5 mithril. Upon opening the final blue chest, the hall was predominantly wood and stone, with only a smattering of mithril and copper, alongside some void shards. Ling Xiao puzzled over the fact that, despite having gained 1 point of luck, he had not uncovered anything particularly exceptional. With anticipation, he opened the last blue chest. Click! A flash of blue light erupted from within, revealing a message. Blue treasure chest, acquired 10 void shards, 1 void key. The final blue chest had delivered a modest quantity of void shards, along with a singular void key. A golden light shimmered, and Ling Xiao found himself holding an ancient, dark gold key, intricately patterned and weighty in his palm. Just as he intended to examine the void key's details, a voice echoed in his mind. "You currently possess 26 void shards. Would you like to consume 20 shards to randomly unlock a Black Iron Tier territory ruin?" Chapter 18, Magical Fields Plus. A Black Iron Tier territory ruin. Ling Xiao's eyes sparkled, and unshed tears of excitement glistened at the corners of his mouth. When the number of void shards amassed to a certain extent, they could randomly unlock a territory ruin of varying tiers. 20 void shards could reveal a Black Iron Tier territory ruin, precisely what Ling Xiao needed. The higher the tier of the territory ruins, the rarer the resources contained within. But the dangers were equally formidable. This was precisely what the instructor had cautioned in class. One must think carefully before opening territory ruins. For an ordinary lord, a Black Iron Tier territory ruin would warrant careful consideration, especially since it was only the 3rd day of the trial period. However, for Ling Xiao, it was an opportunity for resource acquisition presented on a silver platter. With dozens of troop types under his command, almost all of them at the SSS tier and including 3 heroic units, he was more than capable of handling the void creatures typically found in a Black Iron Tier ruin, which would not exceed level 10 stars, albeit in overwhelming numbers. Yet, he decided to postpone the opening of the ruin until he finished with the treasure chests. Together, they soon opened the remaining low-tier chests, quickly tallying the spoils acquired during this trial. A total of 2,000 gold coins, 16,000 units of wood resources, 12,000 units of stone resources, and 9,000 units of basic meat. Additionally, they obtained 14 void shards, 30 mithril, 20 copper ores, several magical plant and potion seeds, 1 key, 30 magic energy crystals, and 360 magic crystals, along with a building blueprint. Today's luck had proven satisfactory, yielding new items and materials. While Ling Xiao already possessed the magical fields, he was still in need of magical plants and potions. Furthermore, his fortune had taken a turn for the better as he had unearthed the exceedingly rare void key. Its rarity was incomparable to that of magic energy crystals or other rare items. While other rare items could be obtained from high-quality treasure chests, the void key was purely a matter of chance, appearing randomly. Should one be exceptionally fortunate, even a white treasure chest could yield a void key. Whether in the trading zone of the void realm or the Lord's market in the present world, this item is virtually priceless. Even if someone were willing to part with it, one would need significant financial resources to do so. The void key, depending on its quality, could unlock void microworlds of varying grades. However, there is a stringent requirement for entry. The lord must attain at least a golden tier. The void microworld can be likened to a grain of sand within the vastness of the void realm, yet even this grain attracts countless lords. This is not comparable to the territory ruins. The void microworld not only offers high-tier resources, but, if one is fortunate, may also bestow significant opportunities. Should one discover the heart of this microworld, it could transform into a veritable cash cow. Holding the heart of the world grants ownership of this space, akin to a subordinate territory. Of course, one must possess sufficient strength to claim it. Thus, the rarity of the void key is beyond question. Golden tier? There are still 2 significant realms to ascend, and it will take time. For now, he would store the key and use this period to amass his forces. When the time is ripe, he would seize the void microworld in one fell swoop. Ling Xiao's gaze burned with fervor as he tightly grasped the void key in his hand. A small map materialized before him, and a 3D model of a miniature territory was sketched out. The model radiated a brilliant white light, which did not detract from its visual appeal. The buildings within the model were scaled down. To the left and right of the Lord's Heart altar stood the palace of Original Sin and the Abyssal Tower, with a moon godwell positioned in front. The northernmost part of the territory featured Paradise of Joy and Gentle Land. At level 3, the territory spanned 1,000 square meters, appearing rather spacious. Ling Xiao intended to place the magical fields he had obtained earlier in the northern part of the territory. With a mere thought, he combined 2 plots of magical fields, each occupying 30 square meters, and positioned them near Paradise of Joy. The fertile magical fields sparkled with faint glimmers, resembling a swarm of dancing fireflies. Constructing the 2 magical fields consumed 2,000 units of wood and 2 magic crystals. Higher tier buildings demand more materials, and the same applies to magical fields. However, Ling Xiao was fortunate enough to have acquired a higher tier magical field without the need for additional materials, which was quite gratifying. Ding. Basic building detected. Magical field. Would you like to upgrade its quality? It must be upgraded. The magical fields shimmered with magical radiance as their area expanded to 60 square meters, resulting in a total of 120 square meters after the upgrade. Magical field plus. Type, crop building. Level, 1. Occupied area, 60 square meters. Upgrade requirements. Harvest 30 times, 100 magic crystals. Characteristics. Yield, 300. Crop maturation speed, 200. Information. The magical field featuring a Sao type of tillage boasts an astonishing yield. After its enhancement, the magical field has acquired 2 remarkable traits, even at level 1. The profits are truly delightful. The 2 characteristics are easily comprehensible. A harvest that originally required 30 days to yield 1,000 pounds now produces 3,000 pounds in just 15 days with the enhanced magical field. The output and maturation speed have significantly escalated. I could amass considerable wealth solely through magical plants. Haha. Ling Xiao's eyes sparkled with a gleam of gold as he gazed upon the magical field, envisioning riches. The magical plants and potions can be sold at the Lord's Market for a handsome price. The higher the quality of the tillage, the more precious the crops it yields. With great enthusiasm, Ling Xiao extracted the magical plant seeds and opened them, receiving 10 purple flame flowers, 10 magic rice, and 15 laughing mushrooms. The magical plant seeds, extracted from the void's myriad realms, come in packets, with each type containing 10 bags, suitable for an area of 60 square meters. Here, tillage is measured in square meters, not acres. Quite splendid. One magical field will be entirely sown with magic rice, while another will feature purple flame flowers and laughing mushrooms. Ling Xiao took out a bag each, watching as the seeds transformed into green specks of light, gracefully descending upon the magical field. Half a bag of laughing mushrooms and purple flame flowers remained for future planting. The seeds do not require manual placement. A mere thought suffices to accomplish the task. Of course, if one finds themselves with time to spare, they may indulge in the pleasure of personally tilling the land. Ling Xiao, however, was not inclined to waste time, for he had a multitude of tasks awaiting him. After sowing the seeds, Ling Xiao promptly examined their information panel. Purple flame flower. Type, magical plant, magical potion. Level, none. Growth cycle, 5 days. Traits, beauty and complexion enhancement. Information, an edible magical flower that can also be dried for tea, a favorite among ladies. Magic rice. Type, magical plant. Level, none. Growth cycle, 15 days. Traits, strengthens the body and prolongs life. Information, fragrant rice, delightful to consume. Laughing mushroom. Type, magical plant, magical potion. Level, none. Growth cycle, 5 days. Traits, purification. Information, a single mushroom brings forth smiles. Among these, the longest growth cycle belongs to the magic rice. Yet when planted in the enhanced magical field, all crops experience their growth cycles halved. Each possesses unique attributes, underscoring the rarity of magical plants in the vast void. The purple flame flower, in particular, is exceedingly popular among the ladies. Upon blooming, it radiates a purple flame that does not extinguish even when plucked, being harmless to the body and rather beneficial. In the Lord's market, a single purple flame flower can fetch 10,000 coins, while those of superior quality may command 30,000. The price of laughing mushrooms is slightly higher than that of purple flame flowers, and magic rice is even more expensive. Even a mere flatulence from it is pleasant, ensuring no embarrassment in public. Ling Xiao felt quite satisfied. There was also a blueprint. He wondered what kind of building it was. He retrieved the newly acquired blueprint from the warehouse, and upon identification, the information unfolded. Chapter 19, 20 Fragments of the Void. Waterpool. Type, basic building. Level, 1. Upgrade cost, 800 stone, 1 magic crystal. Information, a common water pool found everywhere. The information regarding the water pool skimmed by. This subpar basic building held nothing particularly noteworthy. Consuming 800 units of stone and 1 magic crystal, Ling Xiao positioned the water pool around the heart of the Lord's altar. The ordinary water pool occupies an area of 30 square meters, brimming with clear water, shimmering under light. Any building, regardless of quality, can be upgraded to a rare structure by the miracle creation. Each time he upgrades a building, Ling Xiao feels a thrill of anticipation. For the quality of each upgraded structure varies, yet it is guaranteed to be superior. This sensation is akin to unboxing a surprise, igniting curiosity about the treasures that might emerge. As the water pool was constructed, Ling Xiao eagerly upgraded its quality. Moon God Spring. Type, special building. Level 1. Cost, 100 gold, 2,000 units of stone, 300 magic crystals, 5 moon god stones. Traits. The spring water can heal minor injuries and alleviate fatigue. Clear by day, a hot spring by night. Information. The divine spring of the Moon God Palace, featuring a built-in purification function. The Moon God Spring, originating from the same place as the Moon God Well, is a remarkable treasure indeed. As the shimmering water danced, the Moon God Spring expanded visibly around the altar to an area of 200 square meters, its edges framed with a ring of jade stone. Beyond the increase in area, the spring water rippled with 5-colored brilliance, its bottom crafted from an array of unknown small stones, smooth and exquisite, suitable for foot massages. Moreover, the level 1 spring water can heal minor injuries and relieve fatigue. What pleased Ling Xiao the most was that the Moon God Spring is usable both day and night. During the day, it serves as a refreshing swimming pool, while at night, it transforms into a soothing hot spring. How could I forget that even a toilet possesses fatigue-relieving properties? Now, there's no need to rush to the restroom when feeling weary. In the future, after battling monsters, the troops can enjoy some leisure time there. Having completed these tasks, Ling Xiao contemplated that aside from his territory, he had sufficient stone and wood to upgrade other buildings, yet was lacking in magic crystals. He possessed only 732 magic crystals. The 2 special buildings from the Moon God Palace required Moon God stones, which he had yet to acquire, leaving only the toilet, bathhouse, and stone wall for consideration. The level 1, Paradise of Joy and Gentle Home, each had only 10 positions. While the number of troops under Ling Xiao's command was steadily increasing, rendering the available spaces insufficient. Aside from the demons, it appeared that other troops would require these daily facilities. Furthermore, as other races' troops are introduced, it would be unreasonable for them to complain that there was no room in the toilet. The Paradise of Joy is not a concern, as the demon race has no need for it. However, the Gentle Home, for bathing should be upgraded as resources allow, especially after slaying monsters, as washing off the stench of blood is quite essential. With the territory expanding, Ling Xiao grew weary of walking and reclined on the back of Xiaobai, leisurely propping up his legs. Xiaobai halted at the northern edge of the territory, and Ling Xiao dismounted, preparing to upgrade the toilet and bathhouse. Would you like to upgrade the Paradise of Joy? Ling Xiao promptly consumed 100 gold, 2,000 units of stone, and 200 magic crystals among other materials. The level 2, Paradise of Joy, expanded its area, increasing the number of stalls to 30. Similarly, Ling Xiao utilized materials to upgrade the bathhouse, which also expanded to level 2, adding more positions to accommodate 30. After deducting the consumed magic crystals, he still had 332 remaining. Those special buildings are advantageous. They tend to consume considerable resources in the early stages. The upgraded, purple thunderstone wall would likely only change in height, with no alteration to its other functions. Nevertheless, after some deliberation, Ling Xiao resolved to upgrade the stone wall as a precaution. Would you like to upgrade the purple thunderstone wall? Upgrade. The stone wall was elevated to level 2, consuming 100 gold, 2,000 units of stone, and 100 magic crystals. The wall rose an additional 3 meters from its original height, now standing at 8 meters tall. The towering stone walls, in the initial phase, were entirely sufficient, as many void creatures lacked the ability to fly. Ling Xiao, currently expending resources for upgrades, was primarily concerned about the latent dangers surrounding his territory. It was entirely possible that high-level, flying void creatures lurked just beyond his borders, eyeing his domain with covetous intent. Upon reviewing the information of the 2 barracks once more, Ling Xiao found himself financially constrained. With resources for upgrading the barracks still woefully inadequate, not to mention the scarcity of dragon crystals and demon crystals. Just as Ling Xiao was fretting over his lack of resources, a graceful figure suddenly appeared before him. My lord, there have been unusual movements from the void creatures to the north and west, seemingly approaching our territory. Ling Xiao immediately leaped down from Xiaobai's back. Surprise etched on his face. Radials explained the situation, allowing Ling Xiao to relax somewhat. The creatures from these two directions appeared to be gathering towards the territory, albeit at a sluggish pace. Nevertheless, Radials spared no suspicious signs, reporting each one to Ling Xiao. Let us not alarm them. If they approach significantly, we shall strike them down. Based on Radial's observations, the restless creatures outside the territory were mostly of black iron rank, with a few being bronze rank. However, it could not be ruled out that there were stronger, more elusive creatures among them. Regardless, protecting the territory was paramount. Any creature that dared to invade would be met with resistance. Radials, summoned Danmungan and Fuserlin. We need to convene. Ling Xiao glanced at the time, his mind still lingering on the void shards in the warehouse. He had one more opportunity to make a significant gain before returning to the present world. If all went well, he could clear the black iron level ruins within a few hours. This was indeed the purpose of his sudden call to a meeting. This would enable the unlocking of a black iron level ruin. Ling Xiao produced 20 white-blue crystalline void shards, his gaze sweeping over Radials and the others as he continued. I require personnel to explore this ruin. It contains the resources we so desperately need. Upon hearing this, the composed Danmungan erupted with battle intent. A wave of pressure emanating from him as a glint of determination flashed in his black golden eyes. I shall go forth to seize treasures for my lord. Fuserlin, with one hand delicately supporting her chin and the other playing with a strand of hair, chuckled lightly, her lips parting in a playful manner. I too wish to accompany you. Do remember to reward me, my lord. Ling Xiao grinned mischievously, replying, if nothing else, I could reward you with a colossal sausage. What is that? Fuserlin queried, to which Ling Xiao swiftly retorted. Or perhaps I could reward you with a visit to the hot springs together. Fuserlin's eyes sparkled with anticipation, her enchanting face flushing slightly as she replied. Then the hot springs it shall be. That sounds far more enjoyable. Chapter 20. The Vortex Passage, the ruins of the territory unveiled. My lord, there is no need for you to venture to that ruin. It may pose dangers. Radials anticipated Ling Xiao's thoughts. The troops were dispatched to the ruins primarily to swiftly acquire resources. Ling Xiao's presence would only hinder their progress. Moreover, I shall remain to protect you, my lord, and keep a vigilant eye on the movements of the void creatures outside our borders. The matter of the ruins will be entrusted to the cold-faced scholar and Fuserlin. Very well, High Priestess. Ling Xiao had intended to offer further instructions, only to be pleasantly surprised by Radial's thorough considerations. Her words echoed his own thoughts perfectly. Radials, you truly are my most esteemed secretary and bodyguard. Ling Xiao felt a wave of appreciation wash over him. Minutes later, a demon legion led by Danmungan and a witch legion led by Fuserlin, each consisting of 15 members, stood ready for action. Would you like to expend 20 void shards to randomly unlock a black iron level ruin? Unlock the ruin. Upon uttering the command, the 20 void shards ignited with a white-blue radiance, soaring into the air to form a circular formation, within which the space warped, revealing a profound vortex. The passage to the ruins has been opened. Duration, 12 hours. Commence. At the command, the two legions leaped into the vortex in succession. Ling Xiao gazed at the swirling passage with eager anticipation. Come, Radials, let us swim. A few minutes later, Ling Xiao was clad only in a pair of floral swim trunks, standing at the jade-green shore, displaying his well-toned muscles like a peacock before the beauty. Before diving into the water with a splash, Radials stayed ashore, watching her lord's playful antics, alternating between frog strokes and butterfly strokes, thoroughly enjoying himself. Underwater, Ling Xiao occasionally received system notifications, with several alliances inviting him to join, including the Tengu Alliance. He dismissed all these invitations with a firm resolve. Having experienced the depths of alliances in his previous life, Ling Xiao was well aware of their treacherous nature and would not consent to join. However, just as he declined, the Tengu Alliance persistently sent multiple invitations like an unyielding adhesive. After tiring from swimming, Ling Xiao rested on the shore, irritatedly opening his eyes to check the system panel. In the communication section, there were private messages filled with alliance invitations. Upon seeing the Tengu Alliance's invitation, he rejected them all, closing the system panel. Ling Xiao stood at the water's edge when Radials returned from her reconnaissance. Radials, are you truly not joining? Ling Xiao inquired, eager to engage. No, my lord. I must remain vigilant regarding the situation outside our territory. Enjoy yourself, for when Fuserlin returns, you shall have plenty of exertion. Even with other witches and demons patrolling the territory's periphery, Radials was concerned about the limited scope of her subordinate's reconnaissance, which was why she frequently ascended to survey the skies above the territory. The water here is quite pleasant, and the more I swim, the more invigorated I feel. Perhaps I should devise an automatic reconnaissance device, so that you all can join me in play. After all, sharing joy is better than solitary amusement. I am not a selfish person. I shall eagerly await that. In a certain valley of the Void Realm, a youth clad in a military green trench coat glared at his system panel, disdain written all over his face as he cursed. This fellow is utterly ungrateful. A white quality lord's heart, and he dares to reject my invitations multiple times? Others would eagerly flock to me, yet he insists on standing apart. Very well. Return to your humble existence. The youth was Lan Xingyu, possessing a purple quality lord's heart and having randomly acquired an S-class barrack. In the communication section, lords could see the quality of each other's lords' hearts. Having been repeatedly rejected by Ling Xiao, Lan Xingyu assumed he intended to forfeit his lordship. For alliances were a lifeline for weaker lords. As long as an alliance took them in, with a stroke of luck, they might survive the trial period. Moreover, today marked the third day, the day for new lords to report back to the present world. In his eyes, not joining a lord alliance equated to relinquishing one's lordship. Otherwise, after the 3-day period, new lords could not return to the present world at will unless their lord's heart was destroyed. At that point, their fate would be perilous. He established the alliance, opening the doors for any aspiring new lord to join. My sister's approach is indeed effective. My alliance currently boasts the largest membership. Furthermore, there are quite a few new lords with S-class barracks. What a delightful situation. Observing his flourishing alliance, Lan Xingyu reveled in his own success, ever mindful of Lan Xingyu's words. Ayu, with your purple lord's heart, you are likely to randomly acquire A or S-grade barracks. When that time comes, remember to establish an alliance. But ensure the conditions for entry are open. There are countless novice lords at lower levels, as long as you occasionally provide them with some benefits. They will become as loyal as hounds, obediently following your commands. I urge you to create an inclusive alliance to attract more weaker lords, as they may prove useful in the future. Blue Star Yu is well aware of his sister S' cunning nature, who possesses many crafty ideas and harbors deep affection for her only brother. He undoubtedly believes in her words, which led him to form an alliance for lords without entry restrictions. The name of the alliance carries profound significance. In his eyes, those feeble lords are akin to a pack of obedient, tail-wagging dogs. Thus, he named it Heavenly Dogs. Meanwhile, Ling Xiao, after spending nearly half an hour at the Moon Goddess Spring, finally rose, draping a towel over his shoulders as he dried his hair. Slightly bending down, he shook his damp hair, when suddenly a flurry of notifications appeared before his eyes. You have obtained 5 blue chests. You have obtained 10 white chests. You have obtained 3 green chests. The notifications regarding the chests came pouring in, and before Ling Xiao could fully comprehend the situation, a dozen messages inundated his screen. At last, there was movement. Ling Xiao's eyes sparkled with excitement as he turned to gaze at the enigmatic vortex passage hovering above his territory. These chest notifications were messages emanating from the other end of the vortex passage, indicating that Danming, In, and Fuserlin were progressing smoothly within the ruins of the territory. Although the vortex passage can exist for 12 hours, as long as they eliminate the void monsters and troops within the ruins and locate the territory's altar to scavenge its resources, they can return. The continuous stream of chest notifications made Ling Xiao's heart race with anticipation, eager to venture into the ruins of the territory. However, as he was still merely at the black iron level, he dared not act recklessly. He needed to elevate himself to the bronze level, thus transcending the mortal realm and stepping into the extraordinary. 2 hours later, a golden radiance enveloped Ling Xiao, a wondrous power coursing through his body. Ding! Congratulations. You have advanced to black iron 4 stars. For stars, he hadn't yet drawn the previous attributes. He would do so together later. While waiting for the troops to return, Ling Xiao found himself rather bored, alternating between meals and toying with the magic energy beam gun, occasionally amusing himself by playing with Little White, akin to a child teasing a kitten, with a soft whimper. Little White emitted a contented sound as Ling Xiao's hand scratched beneath its snowy fur. My lord, we have located the altar of the territory ruins. Shall we destroy it? Even though the Lord's heart had been destroyed, the altar that had demolished it could still yield valuable treasures. This voice was Danming in S. Communication between the Lord and troops was achieved through thought. Destroy it immediately. Ling Xiao's spirit soared, judging by the chests that had been sporadically revealed recently. Their quantity and quality far surpassed those from the trials. The best part was that today he could draw attributes twice, as he had just advanced to black iron 4 stars. Charming attributes and chests, here I come. Chapter 21, New Barracks, Special Blueprints. Your troops have destroyed the Lord's altar in the territory ruins, obtaining 10 purple chests. Chests are here. I'm invigorated. Ling Xiao felt a surge of energy. Remarkably, during 3 days of trials, he had not encountered a single purple quality chest, yet destroying the Lord's heart altar yielded such a bounty. As soon as Danming, In, and the others returned, he would open the chests. Just as he finished speaking, the vortex passage within the territory stirred, followed by the triumphant return of the troops. This expedition to the territory ruins took 3 hours, slightly quicker than Ling Xiao had anticipated. We have honored your command. My lord, the altar of the territory ruins has been destroyed, and these chests are the spoils from vanquishing the void monsters. Dan Ming's expression remained calm as he waved his arm, revealing a multitude of chests in various colors scattered across the ground. Ling Xiao's eyes immediately fell upon the 10 purple chests, which held the potential for superior items. My lord, I have completed the mission. Where's my reward? He glanced up to see Fuserlin's delicate face, tinged with fatigue, gazing expectantly at him. Once I finish my tasks, your reward shall not be forgotten. Ling Xiao turned to the other troops, who, after 3 continuous hours of combat, were clearly weary. Thank you for your hard work. You may rest now. Yes. All the troops responded in unison and began to depart. Dan Ming, you should also take a break. Your contribution was invaluable. Dan Ming showed no intention of leaving. My mission is not burdensome. He then recounted the circumstances surrounding the territory ruins and informed Ling Xiao of the chests he had meticulously counted. The situation in the ruins aligned closely with Ling Xiao's expectations, with only a few bronze-level void monsters present, which did not pose any significant threat. A staggering total of 700 void monsters were slain, scattered throughout the territory. Some cunning creatures managed to escape, but the remainder were annihilated. Just moments ago, Ling Xiao had also noticed that the current monsters provided only a small amount of magical energy, and after he advanced to 4 stars, he was nearing 300 remaining magical energy. Indeed, it was essential to slay more monsters to hasten the pace of leveling up, and the spoils were quite substantial. 10 purple chests, 200 blue chests, and 235 green chests. This expedition to the territory ruins yielded a total of 445 chests, double the quantity obtained from the trials. And their quality was commendable, with the lowest being green. The territory ruins truly proved to be a treasure trove. Ling Xiao's gaze was fervent as he fixed it upon the multitude of chests, intending to open those of lower purple quality first, saving the larger ones for later. A series of clicking sounds resonated within the territory as the chests were opened one by one. After opening all 435 chests, he had amassed a considerable fortune. 11,000 gold coins, 33,000 units of stone, 390,000 units of wood, 16,000 units of basic meat, and 600 magic crystals. Most were basic materials, a bountiful harvest. However, he had yet to uncover any blueprints or equipment. Next, he turned his attention to the remaining 10 purple chests. Having never opened a purple chest before, Ling Xiao felt a twinge of nervousness. These chests were not comparable to the lower quality ones, as they required defeating monsters of bronze level or higher to obtain. In his previous life, Ling Xiao, while surviving in the territory, had felt utterly powerless against black iron level monsters, let alone those above bronze level. Thus, it was entirely reasonable that he had never opened a purple chest. With a satisfying click, the first purple chest opened. Purple chest obtained 10 magic energy crystals and 1 special blueprint. Goodness, I struck gold with a rare item, the magic energy crystal, and a special blueprint. Truly, the purple quality chests did not disappoint. Ling Xiao opened the remaining chests in one breath. Purple chest obtained 1 skill book. Purple chest obtained 10 magic energy crystals. After consecutively opening 7 or 8 chests, he consistently received 10 magic energy crystals and occasionally a skill book. The items acquired thus far were quite commendable, all being rare treasures. Yet, who would ever complain about receiving more? Ling Xiao turned his gaze to the final purple chest. Last one, here we go. The final treasure chest was slowly opened. And due to Ling Xiao's eager gaze, his companions, Lady Urs and others, couldn't help but share in his anticipation. A purple chest revealed an E-grade barracks, along with 10 magic energy crystals. The barracks. This was what he had been waiting for. Ling Xiao had long desired a barracks. Yet the additional rewards from the 2-day trial had not granted him one. He had initially planned to venture into the wilderness on the 4th day, but with the addition of a barracks, his confidence soared. Moreover, his territory had already reached level 3. To expand his influence beyond level 5, he must eradicate the nearby monster strongholds and territories. Otherwise, even if his territory continued to upgrade, his influence would remain stagnant. During his time at the academy, Ling Xiao had heard numerous examples of lords whose territory stagnated. This often resulted in the inability to build new barracks, significantly diminishing their combat strength. Many factors could impede territorial expansion, such as unfortunate circumstances where high-level monsters surrounded the area, low-level troops unable to clear nearby monsters, or even being proactively attacked by monsters. Some novice lords, overly ambitious and lacking skill, recklessly ventured into the wilderness, leading to heavy troop losses. Ultimately, it came down to a matter of strength. Even with SSS-grade troops under his command, Ling Xiao had been waiting for the right moment. With an additional barracks, his chances of success increased. 1 barracks, a special blueprint, 100 magic energy crystals, and 2 skill books. What a bountiful harvest. He quickly set about establishing the barracks. The thought of soon possessing his 3rd SSS-grade barracks filled Ling Xiao with excitement as he took out a model of the barracks. Barracks, Spirit Altar. Level, 1 grade, E. Troop type, Holy Spirits and Evil Spirits. Summoning cost, 1 gold coin per summon. Summon limit, 100 times per day. Upgrade requirements, 100 gold coins, 800 units of wood, 200 units of stone. Information: holy spirits and evil spirits belong to different factions. One represents light, while the other embodies darkness. The ability to summon troops from two opposing factions? Light and darkness are fundamentally in conflict. Would they not come to blows upon summoning? However, Ling Xiao was not overly concerned, as the troops enhanced by miraculous creation would possess unwavering loyalty. He wondered what kind of troops would emerge post-upgrade. Ling Xiao glanced at the grand halls flanking the heart of the Lord's altar and positioned the new barracks behind the altar, where an ancient, weathered small altar rose from the ground. Ding. E-grade barracks detected. Would you like to upgrade? Upgrade. As Ling Xiao's gaze remained transfixed on the altar barracks, a prompt appeared before him. Ding. Please select the light or dark faction. What does that mean? The upgraded barracks can only choose one side? Ling Xiao was taken aback. Considering he already possessed a barracks representing the dark abyss, he decided to opt for the light this time. I choose the light faction. No sooner had he spoken than the dim altar burst forth with brilliant radiance, which gradually expanded to reveal a grand hall, comparable in size to the palace of original sin, shimmering with golden light. The new barracks, in stark contrast to the other two, exuded a Western-style grandeur, enveloped in divine light and pulsating with an aura of purity that inspired reverence. The most striking feature was the statue atop the hall, depicting a six-winged figure seemingly showering divine light, exquisitely crafted. Ling Xiao quickly examined the information regarding the new barracks. Chapter 22. Holy Gate, Holy Angels. Barracks, Holy Gate. Level, 1, Grade, SSS. Troop Type, Holy Angels of Light. Summoning Cost, Regular Summon, 20 gold coins per summon. Advanced Summon, 100,000 gold coins, 100 magic energy crystals. Summon Limit, 5 times per day. Upgrade Requirements, 3,000 magic crystals, 1,000 magic energy crystals, 10 divine stones. Information: the Lord of Holy Light created 9 holy angels and 9 fallen angels. Angels are evolvable holy spirits and a special troop type. Possessing both holy angels and fallen angels unlocks the holy light wings. Wow, angels have emerged, haha. Angels, sacred and powerful, are also special evolvable troops. Compared to other troops, angels are indeed unique. The original sin sorceress and the primordial demon have no potential for evolution due to their fundamentally different natures. Suddenly, Ling Xiao recalled the S-grade angel troops of other lords. While they were all evolvable, angel evolution was not merely about the number of wings. They could evolve into higher quality troops. For instance, their dual-winged angels could gradually evolve into SS-grade or even SSS-grade troops through the passage of time and resource investment. But what of it? The troops summoned by Ling Xiao were already SSS-grade angels, placing him far ahead in terms of growth. The hero units summoned now possessed 6 wings, and as they developed, they could potentially grow to 8 or even 12 wings. Based on the information regarding this grand hall, had he chosen the dark side, would he have summoned fallen angels instead? Holy light wings. They require both holy angels and fallen angels. He wondered if he could acquire fallen angels in the future. Reluctantly pulling himself away from the information panel, he led Xiaobai toward the holy gate. The golden doors opened automatically, and an even more intense aura of sanctity washed over him, revealing a hall aglow with golden light. Oh dear, I almost got blinded by that brightness. Ling Xiao quipped, quickly acclimating to the sacred radiance, and stepped inside. Within the hall, mist swirled around him, and he did not notice the appearance of a white jade staircase leading deeper into the hall until he continued forward, pausing only when he beheld a colossal angelic silhouette. Looking up, as Ling Xiao finally discerned the ethereal face of the giant, his mouth twitched uncontrollably, and a smile froze on his face. The visage of the giant was a reflection of himself, and he felt a strange kinship, as if he were the giant, arms outstretched, gazing ahead with a smile, seemingly yearning for something. Ding. You can currently only initiate a regular summon. Would you like to summon? Summon. The giant angelic figure unfurled its 6 wings, and the hall resonated with a melodious chime as 5 beams of divine light shot down from behind the giant, transforming into individual forms before Ling Xiao. Luna, at your service, O Lord of Holy Light. At your service, O Lord of Holy Light. Ling Xiao was momentarily stunned. The angels he summoned regarded him as the Lord of Holy Light, their creator, by the Lord of Holy Light. Upon reflection, it makes sense. As their lord, Ling Xiao summoned them from a distant realm, akin to granting them life in this place. It was only logical for the angels to address him as their Lord of Holy Light. Returning to the matter at hand, Ling Xiao focused his gaze on the angels before him. All 5 were tall, ethereal female angels clad in silver armor, kneeling with their palms pressed together in front of their chests, exuding an air of solemnity and reverence. 1 6-winged angel and 4 dual-winged angels. Each summon costs 200 gold coins, with a limit of 5 summons per day. Ling Xiao gazed in astonishment at the leading 6-winged angel. Troop type, Luna Hero. Level, Black Iron 1 star. Grade, SSS. Talent, Angel Wings. Skills, Holy Light / Sin Cleansing. Growth limit, void. Loyalty, 100, unwavering allegiance, attribute bonus. Intelligence, originating from a distant realm. The celestial spirit of angels, a distinguished member of the angelic lineage, vanquishing all evils. The potential for growth is akin to that of Lather, albeit at this stage. The angels possess an additional skill. As their rank ascends, the units can unlock other ultimate techniques. The six-winged angel of Black Iron at 1 star is inherently endowed with dual skills. The skills displayed on the information panel represent the ultimate techniques of the unit. Other myriad abilities remain unrecorded. For instance, Lather's perceptive prowess is an innate skill, yet not a trump card. Just as some individuals excel in archery or combat, their essential life skills are inherently acquired. The other 4 are non-heroic units of the angelic race, yet they possess a unique talent. They too bear angelic wings, with skills such as the Holy Light Arrow and Angelic Shield. The formidable heroic units are endowed with their distinct talents. The angelic wings signify purity, representing an evolvable gift. Indeed, the celestial spirits of angels are exceptional, with even non-heroic units possessing 2 ultimate skills. Luna, rise up. Commander Ling Xiao briefed the circumstances of the other units in the territory before leading the 5 angels away from the sacred heavenly gate. Among all races, angels are the most loyal. Even in the absence of attribute bonuses, they remain steadfastly loyal to Ling Xiao, the Lord of Holy Light. The celestial angels epitomize righteousness, impervious to even the slightest taint, standing in stark opposition to the malevolent darkness. Thus, it seems they are inherently adversarial to the primordial demons. Taking this into account, Ling Xiao had previously issued a few specific instructions, which the celestial spirits dutifully adhered to. Outside the Golden Hall, what remarkable companions has the Lord brought forth? The moment the angelic sanctuary manifested, all units within the territory were drawn to it, especially Lather, who sensed a powerful and pure energy, igniting a surge of excitement within her, her beautiful eyes sparkling with intense curiosity. In a graceful flicker, Lather appeared before the sacred heavenly gate hall in the next instant. Meanwhile, the abyssal demon Dameron found the newly emerging energy fluctuations quite displeasing, stirring a sense of agitation within him. Lord, as Ling Xiao and his companions exited the hall, Lather awaited their arrival. Ah, Lather, you are here. Allow me to introduce you to our new companion, Luna, along with several other angels. The 5 angels, clad in angelic armor, radiated a golden brilliance, particularly their wings. Lather had studied countless powerful races, yet had never delved into the mysteries of angels. The angelic lineage is shrouded in enigma. Ancient texts record their formidable sanctity, yet she had never witnessed them firsthand. Now, encountering 5 living angels at once was enough to set her heart aflame with excitement. The more elusive the treasure, the more precious it appears. Lather's gaze burned with fervor, bordering on obsession. Ling Xiao observed her reaction with a mixture of amusement and exasperation. After all, she was the high priestess of the original sin witch. Was it fitting for her to display such an infatuated demeanor? Ahem, Lather. Ling Xiao's voice drew her back from her reverie, compelling her to suppress her thoughts and greet him respectfully. Although Luna reciprocated her courtesy, the earlier expression had made her uncomfortable. Had it not been for the Lord of Holy Light's prior admonition, she might have resorted to aggression. At this moment, Luna had mentally placed Lather on her blacklist, her thoughts solely revolving around the notion that this woman was quite troublesome. The encounter between angels and demons charged the atmosphere with palpable tension, yet within Ling Xiao's domain, a fierce confrontation was averted, allowing them to become allies under a common master. Had it been another lord, their territory would likely have been ravaged by their own units. The units within the territory coexisted harmoniously, and Ling Xiao was quite satisfied. He then produced a special blueprint along with 2 skill books. Chapter 23, Detection Device, All-Seeing Eye. The special blueprint can identify units, buildings, equipment, and other items. Ling Xiao was aware of only these few categories. What other items it could reveal would be known only upon identification. Would you like to consume 10 magic crystals to identify the special blueprint? The special blueprint required a certain quantity of magic crystals. It radiated brilliance, and an information prompt appeared. All-Seeing Eye. Type, Detection Device. Characteristics, Magical Detection Apparatus. Consuming 10 magic crystals daily. Detection range, 0 to 3,000 meters. Information, this place has no surveillance. Disperse. Please select the primary and secondary binding subjects. Wow. Ling Xiao had previously contemplated creating an automatic detection device, and it had materialized so swiftly. This was a delightful turn of events. What he envisioned had indeed come to fruition. With this detection device, Lather and the others would no longer need to exert themselves in reconnaissance, and moreover, its detection range was expansive, truly an all-seeing eye. To bind or not? Ling Xiao pondered momentarily before deciding to bind it to himself and Lather. Binding successful, the primary binding subject cannot be changed, and changing the secondary binding subject will require the expenditure of magic crystals. Ling Xiao understood the operational rules of the device. It exuded convenience, and he was thoroughly pleased. However, this contraption could not be upgraded, Its detection range remained fixed at 3,000 meters, with a daily cost of 10 magic crystals, which he found acceptable. After the identification, a crystal the size of a fist was clasped in his hand, faintly revealing a small magical array etched within. Ling Xiao turned to Lather. Lather, this device is entrusted to you. Please feed it 10 magic crystals daily, and it will assist you in monitoring the void creatures outside our territory. Understood, my lord. After acquiring the device, Ling Xiao comprehended its usage. He silently invoked its activation, and the magical array within the crystal illuminated, emitting a red glow as it ascended into the air above the territory. Subsequently, waves of red ripples emanated outward from the center of the territory. Thus, the monitoring of the territory was effectively established. All void creatures within 3,000 meters were now under the oversight of Ling Xiao and Lather. It appeared that the previously detected creatures to the north and west were indeed making movements. With the assistance of the all-seeing eye, Ling Xiao discerned that these void creatures had advanced closer to the territory. Based on their current pace, it seemed unlikely they would launch an assault tonight. However, should they suddenly surge forward, the scenario would shift entirely. Retracting his gaze, Ling Xiao now possessed two thick, yellowed skill books akin to parchment: Mage's Training Manual and Basic Guide to Fire Element Manipulation. Mage's Training Manual. Type: Skill Book. Quality: White. Information: An essential spellbook for novice mages. Basic Guide to Fire Element Manipulation. Type: Skill Book. Quality: White. Information: Look, I can play with fire. Both books were of white quality, serving as companion texts for the mage profession. The Lord could enhance his physical form through magical energy and accumulate power, as well as train in various skills. Skill training encompassed numerous professions, including mage, warrior, hunter, and paladin, among others. These were popular choices, while other lesser-known professions were seldom selected by novice lords. For instance, Death Knights, upon reaching their zenith, transform into beings that are neither fully human nor entirely ghostly, albeit with formidable combat prowess. There are also some nascent lords who, indifferent to their physical forms, solely pursue power. These new lords can choose their own paths, acquiring skill books and job change scrolls pertinent to their chosen professions for study. Subsequently, to transition to other professions, they must obtain additional job change scrolls. For instance, if one initially practices as a mage, but later aspires to become a warrior, possessing such a scroll is essential. Multiple professions allow for interchanges, with the sole exceptions being the paladin and the death knight, which are lifelong vocations. Once chosen, they cannot be altered, regardless of the profession pursued. All new lords must attain a bronze level before they can engage in their chosen studies. This is a stringent requirement. As for the mage profession, Ling Xiao gazed intently at the two skill books, his fair visage displaying a hint of inner conflict. After deliberation, he resolved that becoming a mage would indeed be a fine choice. Yet, amidst his thoughts, his peripheral vision caught the sight of the six-winged angel, Luna. He mused, with an SSS-class holy angelic lineage at my side, there is no rush to finalize my profession. Ling Xiao had previously heard from his mentor that certain troop types greatly benefit the Lord's profession. The higher the quality of the troops, the greater the advantages for the Lord. This topic had piqued his interest during his lessons, although his mentor had not delved deeply into the specifics. Therefore, the decision to initially pursue the mage profession was temporarily set aside. Upon returning, he might delve deeper into this area of research. With his mind firmly made up, Ling Xiao cast the two mage skill books back into the warehouse. Next came the task of drawing attributes. The thrill of pulling attributes consecutively was exhilarating. Ding! You have leveled up to Black Iron 4 stars, and you currently have 2 opportunities left to load attributes. Would you like to proceed? Yes. I desire to receive more high-quality attributes. As vibrant lights flickered before him, a prize wheel materialized, its seemingly ordinary colored segments lingering in Ling Xiao's thoughts. The pointer on the wheel spun rapidly, illuminating several segments momentarily. Ding! 5 attributes have been randomly loaded. Fire Element Immunity, blue; Barrier, green; Earth Singer, blue; Poison Immunity, red; and Snail Movement, gray. The highest quality is the red attribute, but it has already been bound, thus it does not count. What remains are 2 blue, 1 green, and 1 gray. Fire Element Immunity, Lord attribute, providing a certain degree of mitigation against low-level fire element attacks. Barrier, binding this attribute grants protective barriers within the territory. Earth Singer, Lord attribute, when singing, slows enemies within 100 meters by 20. Snail Movement, all individuals within the territory experience an 80 speed reduction. Oh dear. The gray attribute is utterly outrageous. It is akin to a negative buff. Whoever chooses it must be a fool. Excluding the already bound Poison Immunity, the remaining 2 blue attributes each possess their own effects. Fire Element Immunity is similar to Poison Immunity, offering a degree of elemental resistance, albeit to differing extents. It is a pity, though, if only there were a red or gold attribute akin to Poison Immunity that could grant immunity to fire attacks. That would be perfection. The Earth Singer slows enemies, making it a commendable choice for a new lord. When adversaries approach, the lord can unleash a few shouts to slow them down. allowing their troops to reap the benefits. However, this attribute holds little value for Ling Xiao, as he is currently at the Black Iron level, and its slowing effects on higher-level void monsters are negligible. With these SSS-class troops at his disposal, he is even less inclined to engage with lower-tier foes. Thus, after careful consideration, binding an attribute that enhances and protects oneself proves to be the more pragmatic choice. He decided to bind the attribute, Fire Element Immunity. After binding it, the prize will spun anew and gradually came to a halt. Ding! 5 attributes have been randomly loaded. Chapter 24, Territory Attribute, Embrace of the Wind God. Ding! 5 attributes have been randomly loaded. Copper Wall, Iron Bastion, blue, Blossoms and Full Moon, white, Arrogance, gray, Embrace of the Wind God, gold, and Call of the Tyrant King, gray. Good heavens! A gold attribute has appeared. The last time a gold attribute emerged was ages ago. Let me see what bonuses the second gold attribute offers. Embrace of the Wind God, Territory Attribute, once bound. The territory is immune to any form of negative effects from wind, lightning, water, and fire elements. Indeed, it must be a gold attribute, not only for new lords, but even seasoned lords would find it nearly impossible to create a territory completely immune to attacks, let alone simultaneously immune to the aforementioned 4 elemental attacks. Copper Wall, Iron Bastion, seeking an impenetrable physique? Troop vitality increases by 20. Blossoms and Full Moon. The nights in the territory are filled with fragrant flowers and enchanting moonlight. A decorative attribute with little practical use. Arrogance. The lord and troops exhibit 100 points of arrogance, leading to lofty ambitions but poor execution. Call of the Tyrant King. Fair maiden, I have arrived. A feast of wine and meat, a night of indulgence. The territory is immersed in boundless enjoyment, reclining and languishing. What on earth is the call of the Tyrant King? I am a noble man, brimming with aspirations. How could I be so decadent and indulgent? Ling Xiao was taken aback, momentarily envisioning a scene of revelry with the witch angels, and discreetly wiped the corner of his mouth. The attribute that enhances troop vitality is indeed commendable, yet with a gold attribute present, this one is not within consideration. He chose to bind the attribute, Embrace of the Wind God. Shaking his head to clear the cluttered thoughts, Ling Xiao felt invigorated. Casting aside distractions as he opened his personal panel. Lord, Ling Xiao. Level, Black Iron 4 stars. Magic Energy, 1292,000. Gold Coins, 3,300. Magic Crystals, 232. Magic Energy Crystals, 62. Attributes, Miracle Creation, gold. Poison Immunity, red. Self-Sufficiency, blue. Fire Element Immunity, blue. Embrace of the Wind God, gold. Basic Abilities, Decomposition, Identification, Minimap. The bound attributes now include 2 gold, 1 red, and 2 blue, while his barracks comprise 3 facilities, each housing top-tier troops. The original Sin Witches, Primordial Demons, and Holy Angels. On the 3rd day of the trial period, possessing all of this would naturally incite excitement. However, crafting an impregnable territory would require a considerable amount of time and effort. Ling Xiao's troops consist of 30 original Sin Witches, 30 Primordial Demons, 5 Holy Angels, and 1 pet, Lathiel, Damon, and Luna. Ling Xiao closed his personal panel, his gaze turning serious as he looked at the group. Tonight, I will be absent for several hours, returning to my world. I must be back at the territory by 9 a.m. at the latest. During this time, I entrust the territory to you. I have faith in your abilities, but I expect no oversights, especially with the void monsters lurking outside the territory. As long as they do not approach the territory, do not act rashly. When I return tomorrow, leave none behind. Yes, to ensure absolute safety. Ling Xiao plans to recruit troops on the 4th day upon his return and begin exploring the void lands outside the territory. Generally, capable new lords only dare to send their troops to explore in the mid to late stages. Yet, on the 3rd day, Ling Xiao is already preparing to explore. Firstly, his territory is about to reach level 5, and he must eliminate the nearby void monsters to continue expanding his influence. Secondly, by the 4th day, the combat power of his troops can be enhanced further. The timing is ripe. In the remaining time, Ling Xiao found himself rather unoccupied. He spent some time wandering through the communication area, observing the newcomers who had no intention of joining the Lord's Alliance. Many of them, after the trials on the 3rd day, could no longer endure the pressure. Upon returning tonight, they would retrieve their lord's heart as a keepsake, relinquishing their identities as lords. Numerous members of the Lord's Alliance fervently attempted to persuade them, yet many remained resistant to joining. It was, after all, a matter of personal aspiration. Some believed that enduring prolonged suffering was worse than a swift end. Joining the alliance merely offered a temporary respite from immediate peril, and when faced with life and death situations, one should not expect assistance from the alliance's members. Ling Xiao, unwilling to abandon his ambitions, gritted his teeth and joined the alliance, only to face a dismal fate. Initially relegated to the role of a mere tool. Having experienced this once, he deemed it a wise choice for those lacking strength to voluntarily relinquish their lordly status, as it at least ensured their survival. Furthermore, he received numerous invitations from the Alliance via private messages, which he now regarded with indifference, choosing to ignore them entirely. Among the messages, some were rather amusing. "Brother, do you not intend to join the Alliance? I am so conflicted. I fear death, yet am reluctant to give up now. There are still many like-minded brothers. I shall not join the Alliance. Working tirelessly elsewhere is not so bad. At least I can preserve my life. Those of you who do not join the Alliance deserve a life of mediocrity." Seeing many weak lords like himself, he found a sense of balance. The private messages were a jumble of sentiments, ranging from those seeking someone to confide in, to mockery, and even those searching for emotional equilibrium. Ling Xiao remained indifferent. Everyone had their own path to tread. "My lord," a melodious voice called out, drawing Ling Xiao's attention to the source. It was Fuselin. This fellow had already jumped into the moon goddess Spring, currently waving her arms, eager to engage him in playful water antics. With nothing pressing to attend to, Ling Xiao shrugged off his upper garments, revealing his exquisitely sculpted physique, and made a short sprint. With a splash, he dove into the water like a nimble fish, surfacing next to Fuselin. What followed was a delightful frolic in the water. The liquid possessed extraordinary properties, invigorating him with each stroke, leaving him unfatigued. As night fell, a bonfire was lit, the rich aroma of roasted meat wafting through the air. After an extensive day of water play, Ling Xiao felt a ravenous hunger, as if he could devour an entire cow. The troops enjoyed their dinner in rotations, as usual, except for the angels and demons. The angels, being embodiments of Holy Spirit, like the demons, did not need food for sustenance. "Luna, would you care for some?" Ling Xiao asked, cheeks stuffed with meat and his words barely intelligible. Luna, a six-winged angel of noble beauty, her tall figure clad in shimmering silver armor, radiated an aura of sanctity in the night. "My lord of holy light, please enjoy." "I shall abstain," Luna replied. Yet before she could finish, a freshly roasted leg of lamb was thrust into her mouth, the savory scent teasing her nostrils. "Do try it." Though the angelic race did not require food, they were not incapable of enjoying it. Under Ling Xiao's earnest gaze, Luna hesitated briefly before partaking, finding the flavor surprisingly delightful. Despite an odd taste, as she savored the tender meat, a gentle warmth appeared in her cold, striking eyes, and she took another bite. "At precisely midnight, my lord. May I accompany you to your world? I can protect you," asked Lady Urs, her voice laced with curiosity, as Dan Meng and Luna gathered around. Aware of Ling Xiao's impending departure from their realm. "Fear not, my domain is relatively safe, and moreover, I presently lack the ability to summon you all," he reassured them. Their expressions fell slightly. For them, Ling Xiao was their everything. A warmth spread through his palm as he opened it, revealing a white lord's mark. The altar of the lord's heart surged with white light, illuminating the territory as the mark radiated brilliance, seemingly in response to the altar. In the next moment, Ling Xiao's figure was enveloped in a gentle white glow, gradually vanishing from their sight. Blue Star, Dragon Nation. Upon reopening his eyes, Ling Xiao found himself back in his room. He hastily exited the small space and made his way to school. Just as he entered, a voice called out from beside him. "Ling Xiao, you're not dead." Chapter 25, Newcomer Rankings. Ling Xiao, you're not dead. Upon entering the school, he turned to see a boy approaching with a mocking expression, arms crossed. "That day when you unlocked the Lord's heart, I kept an eye on you. Turns out you possessed a white quality Lord's heart. I thought you would perish in the Void Realm." This individual was Chao Xiong from Class 4, who had activated a blue quality Lord's heart before descending into the Void Realm. They had no prior grievances, but after several encounters, his team had repeatedly lost to Ling Xiao's squad, leading to some resentment. During a class tournament half a month ago, Ling Xiao had been out of sorts and targeted by the opposing team's assassin, resulting in a series of unfortunate deaths for his fragile marksman. In the game, Chao Xiong's assassin specifically targeted Ling Xiao, taunting him after each kill. As the team captain, Chao Xiong believed he would finally secure a victory. But Ling Xiao's side staged a remarkable comeback. At the moment of crystal destruction, Ling Xiao flashed before Chao Xiong, sending a message that mocked him for his earlier taunts. Frustrated by the loss, Chao Xiong could no longer contain his anger and hurled his phone at Ling Xiao. Fortunately, Ling Xiao dodged just in time. Otherwise, he might have ended up with a black eye. Ling Xiao, seeking vengeance, retaliated with a flurry of punches, solidifying their animosity. Thus, when Chao Xiong learned that Ling Xiao had awakened a white quality lord's heart, he was delighted. Upon returning and spotting Ling Xiao at school, he couldn't resist taunting him further. "You're dead, and yet your father lives on." Ling Xiao, disinterested, merely gestured dismissively as he walked toward his class. "A white quality heart is beneath me. Let us see how you hold your head high in the future, you trash." Chao Xiong remained haunted by the humiliation of those few punches, always resenting that Ling Xiao had managed to strike both sides of his face. A grievance he could not swallow. In Dragon City, at the headquarters of the Lord's Alliance, within the 100th floor of the Dragon City Tower, a short-haired girl with brown cat ears leaned against a sturdy shoulder, her delicate chin resting upon it. "Master, I am so bored, let us go out and play." Her tail swayed playfully behind her, occasionally brushing against the man's shoulder. I cannot. I have matters to attend to today. The man, clad in a suit, tall and imposing, reclined casually, one long leg resting on the corner of his desk. Suddenly, the office door burst open, startling him. He turned, displeasure etched across his face, to see a beautiful, tall woman in professional attire, her high heels clicking hurriedly on the floor. Xiaoga, the newcomer rankings for this year. The attractive secretary, for reasons unknown, had forgotten to knock and had barged into the office. The man's countenance darkened, interrupting, Ching, how many times must I remind you? Elegance, do you understand? This man, in his 30s, was Xiao Qifeng, a senior executive at the headquarters of the Lord Alliance, responsible for managing human resources. He firmly believed that elegance was not solely a woman's prerogative, men should embody it as well. One must exude grace and poise, especially during working hours. The beautiful secretary cast a glance at Xiao Qifeng's legs, elevated to an impressive height, and felt utterly exasperated. Typically, he would never stray from the topic of elegance. Yet in this instance, it seemed as though elegance had been devoured by a dog. Brother Xiao, there's an issue with this year's rookie rankings. The woman, dressed in a sharp professional outfit, was his secretary, Yanqing. At that moment, she held a report in her hands, her pretty face reflecting a hint of gravity. One must remain calm and graceful in the face of challenges. After all, if the sky were to fall, I would bear the brunt of it. No need to panic. What issue could possibly arise in a year when the quality of the Lord's heart had not yielded a golden result for several consecutive years? Or was it that this year there were hardly any golds at all? Xiao Qifeng's legs remained casually draped over the edge of the desk, betraying no intention of rising. As steady as an old dog. You might as well see for yourself. The beautiful secretary pondered briefly, her expression complex as she handed a report to Xiao Qifeng. With a lackluster interest, he accepted the document, his gaze skimming over the quality of the rankings. To his surprise, not only were there several golds, but could it be that this year's drop rate was higher? Could the top spot possibly be a golden one? With a flicker of anticipation, Xiao Qifeng's eyes traveled up the page, finally resting on the first line. His previously indifferent expression shifted dramatically. What the hell? He quickly lifted his gaze, his eyes darting between the report and his secretary, a look of astonishment etched on his face. A man who had always vocally championed elegance couldn't help but utter an expletive upon seeing the top ranking, nearly tumbling from his chair, and then he stared, wide-eyed, at Yanqing, demanding, are you certain there's no mistake? How on earth did a white-quality individual make it to the top? The era of Blue Star Lords had spanned several centuries, and historically, the top ranks were either gold or red, with the occasional appearance of a rare-colored quality. Never had a rank of any other quality emerged, and now, the pinnacle was neither gold nor red, nor the divine quality of a rare color, but it disdained white. The rookie rankings were data provided by the Void Worlds, and despite his knowledge that such errors were unlikely, the absurdity of this top spot sowed deep seeds of doubt. The rookie rankings synthesized combat strength across various troop types, camp quality, and territorial influence. White quality was a mere marginal improvement over gray, with most random camps being of F or E grade. From any of these three criteria, there was no conceivable way to achieve a spot, let alone the top position. Xiao Qifeng, also a lord, had faced life-and-death situations on more than one occasion, yet the mere existence of this top rank left him flabbergasted, unable to regain his composure. This was utterly bizarre. His expression serious, Xiao Qifeng turned to the girl with cat ears, instructing, you should return to the territory. The girl, unaccustomed to seeing her master's serious demeanor, immediately dropped her playful facade. Understood, master. With a flick of his finger, a magic circle unfolded beneath the girl's feet, and her form gradually vanished within the array. His gaze flickered, gripping the report tightly, as his eyes lingered on the name of the territory at the top of the rankings. It was unmistakably Ling Xiao White. Yanqing. Investigate this individual named Ling Xiao immediately. Xiao Qifeng stared at the name in confusion, then scour all major platforms and news sources. Gather as much information as possible. The rookie rankings were public, and once released, they spread rapidly across platforms and news outlets. Given the peculiar nature of this top rank, he could only imagine the uproar it would create once it became widely known. Yet, he also understood that since he had already received the rookie rankings, other regional alliance branches, major academies, and noble families were undoubtedly already aware. The unprecedented nature of this situation caught him completely off guard, and in that instant, Xiao Qifeng felt like a headless fly, desperately trying to prevent the rookie rankings incident from escalating further. Yes, Yanqing replied promptly, turning to leave the office in haste. At that very moment, as the first bizarre phenomenon in the history of the rookie rankings emerged, the Lord Alliance branches, schools, and noble families across the Dragon Kingdom erupted in a frenzy. In less than 5 minutes, Yanqing returned, presenting another report to her superior. Brother Xiao, I have found the information. This Ling Xiao is a senior student at Chongyang High School, under the jurisdiction of the 8th Division of the Alliance in Chongyang City. Xiao Qifeng examined the white paper, noticing a beaming photo affixed in the upper right corner. After a brief silence, he declared, Yanqing, I need to step out for a moment. Chapter 26. Just back and already in the national spotlight. At Chongyang High School, Ling Xiao entered Class 5 of the senior year, where nearly all his classmates had gathered. However, the students were clustered in small groups, fervently discussing something. What are you all doing standing around? Ling Xiao asked, a perplexed expression on his face. The moment he spoke, all eyes turned toward him, each gaze distinct and leaving him feeling uneasy. A boy with a buzz cut and prominent brows turned around, leaning on a classmate's shoulder. His posture casual as he exclaimed, Xiao Di, you've become an overnight sensation. Ling Xiao kicked the boy playfully, who, far from being offended, pulled him closer. This was Zhang Qingshu, whose name belied his brash personality. One might expect a refined student from his name, but he was, in truth, a spirited lad who often found himself at odds with authority. Speak plainly, what is going on? Without further ado, Zhang Qingshu thrust his phone into Ling Xiao's face, displaying the rookie rankings, where the top list was filled with individuals of purple quality and above, with the glaring white quality standing out starkly. This year's rookie rankings had gone viral, sparking heated discussions across platforms and news outlets, all centered on Ling Xiao's name and his toothy grin in the photo. Ling Xiao stared at his name, blinking in disbelief, his heart racing with emotions that could best be summed up by a singular exclamation. What the hell? He felt as if he stood before the world, utterly exposed, subjected to the scrutinizing eyes of his peers. It was no wonder that upon entering the classroom, he had felt a myriad of gazes, some puzzled, some envious, and others tinged with jealousy. Xiao Di, how did you pull this off? Ha. Quick, share your secrets. I wanted to come back and brag about my blue quality, but you shot straight to the top of the rookie rankings. What a thrill. Zhang Qingshu, unabashedly exuberant, wrapped an arm around the still reeling Ling Xiao. Bang. Just as all attention was focused on Ling Xiao, a sound erupted from the doorway. The class teacher of Class 5 rapped his textbook against the door. What are you all shouting about? At this time, you should be focused on your own affairs, especially those with lower qualities. The teacher's expression was stern, his voice low and authoritative, radiating a sense of command. His piercing gaze swept across the room, and the students promptly returned to their seats, redirecting their attention toward Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao, come with me. Ling Xiao, finally snapping back to reality from his state of shock, followed the teacher out of the classroom. As the two individuals departed, the classroom was soon filled with a cacophony of whispers and hushed discussions. I pondered, how did he manage to achieve this? The heart of the White Lord. With a randomly assigned F or E grade barracks, it is unimaginable to be first. Not even a place in the top 100 should be feasible. Could it be that, much like the protagonists in novels, he experienced an earth-shattering beginning and then resorted to cheating? Four-eyed lad, perhaps you should read fewer novels, regardless of how he accomplished it. I have no qualms with anyone, except for him. Obedient son, out of my sight. Ling Xiao trailed behind the class instructor, easily surmising that the commotion revolved around the matter of the top rank. As far as Ling Xiao was aware, the instructor was likely addressing those of lesser caliber within the class. The 3-day trial period was ample time for novice lords to assess their circumstances, deciding whether to stay or leave. If the barracks were of too low a grade, the school's instructor would provide guidance, although ultimately, it was up to the individual to decide whether to continue venturing into the void realms. Life and death were personal matters. However, due to his unique situation, Ling Xiao set these concerns aside. After all, he understood that attaining the top rank in a school came with significant rewards, including promotions and wealth. As Ling Xiao walked, a sudden spark of realization struck him, and his expression shifted drastically. Could it be that the school intended to hand me over to the state as a subject for experimentation? Or perhaps they sought to entice me with benefits? And should that fail, employ coercive tactics to extract the secret of the White Lord's heart, the key to rising as the top newcomer? Ling Xiao's thoughts spiraled into wild conjectures, considering every possible scenario, both good and bad. It was not entirely unreasonable for him to think so. In previous years, the top rank was hardly a matter of great significance, merely a topic for discussion about the lack of gold or higher quality ranks in that year. However, this year was different. For others, the rankings were so outrageous they could only be described as fantastical. During this stream of consciousness, Ling Xiao found himself ushered into the principal's office. Upon entering, he was taken aback to see nearly all the frequently unseen school leaders present. Ling Xiao? What a promising young man. Come, take a seat here. The individual with a protruding belly and a gleaming bald head was the principal. Most of the school's teachers and leaders were ordinary individuals, while the formal lords stationed at the school were typically out on missions, returning only in emergencies. Ling Xiao scanned the room and quickly identified a young figure among the many middle-aged men. The aura of the lord set him apart from the ordinary, and Ling Xiao recognized him as the station lord, rumored to be on the verge of breaking into the platinum tier. Noticing Ling Xiao's gaze, the young man nodded in acknowledgement. Ling Xiao, you are truly a genius of our school. In the decades since the founding of Chongyang High, very few students have achieved a place on the newcomer list, and this year, you have claimed the top spot. The principal grinned widely, his demeanor akin to that of a subordinate before a superior, eager to curry favor. Principal, let us keep it professional, shall we? Ling Xiao said, awkwardly withdrawing his hands from the principal's overly enthusiastic grasp, and directly inquired, esteemed leaders, are you planning to hand me over? The assembled individuals exchanged puzzled glances, looking to the principal for clarification, who clumsily explained, hand over? Not quite. This is our station lord, who will be responsible for your safety until you return to your territory, if that is acceptable to you. The principal's expression was kind, yet his gaze held an unyielding enthusiasm that was hard to refuse. Hello, I am Su Chun. Ling Xiao was momentarily taken aback. So they had sent a bodyguard for him? What an unexpected honor. Although he anticipated this turn of events, he quickly grasped the underlying reason. Due to the influence of the Void Realms, fissures would randomly appear across Blue Star, allowing monsters to emerge. When the scale tipped, these could easily create a devouring land. The profession of lord arose from this necessity. Without lords, the devouring lands would continue to expand, ultimately consuming all nations, and even Blue Star itself. In this extraordinary world, only lords possess the capability to address these void monsters, restoring order. The safe zones where people currently reside are a result of the lord's dedication and efforts. Even so, the news of the top rank being of white quality was spreading like wildfire, raising concerns that some high-tier monsters from the devouring lands might come seeking him. It was not uncommon for monsters to occasionally appear in residential areas. As Ling Xiao exited the school, he felt a twitch at the corner of his mouth, with the young man beside him never straying far. Have you offended anyone lately? Su Chen suddenly asked. Ling Xiao paused before replying. Conflicts among classmates are inevitable. If I had truly offended someone, I could handle it myself. I've undergone trials and possess more experience than you. I advise you to exercise caution. Do not underestimate the depths of human hearts, especially those you may have crossed. In the territory, he had the protection of troops, but here, he was temporarily defenseless. More than the monsters, one must be wary of people. Upon hearing this, Ling Xiao stopped in his tracks. The faces of certain individuals from his past flashing through his mind, his fists clenching tightly, veins protruding. Su Chen was correct, having been reborn once. He was even more convinced that one must always guard against others. Thank you. I will heed your advice, Ling Xiao replied with a light chuckle, suddenly recalling the matter of the lord profession. By the way, you are a formal lord. What is your profession? I wish to inquire. In his excitement over the top rank, Ling Xiao had almost forgotten his primary purpose for returning. However, just as he began to speak, Su Chun's expression shifted to one of caution. Wait. The person beside him suddenly raised a hand to stop him. Ling Xiao was left bewildered. And in the next moment, the previously bright sky darkened ominously. No, it wasn't the entire sky, but rather their vicinity that seemed shrouded in a foreboding shadow. A wave of danger permeating the air. An enemy attack? The thought struck Ling Xiao like lightning. Was it possible that some faction had sent lackeys to assassinate him? At this moment, he felt that having a bodyguard was indeed the wisest choice. In the midst of his frantic thoughts, an icy chill enveloped him. And he saw two enormous figures materialize beside Su Chun. They were two ice tigers. Although there were strict prohibitions against lords summoning troops outside the void realms or devouring lands, this was a special circumstance, an enemy attack. The two tigers, exuding an intense chill, flanked the pair, their silver blue eyes ablaze with battle intent. Meow, a soft, alluring cat-like sound echoed, amplifying the eeriness of the dim space as a figure slowly approached. They have arrived. Su Chun's eyes narrowed, and the two tigers unleashed an even more intense aura of cold, preparing to pounce on the approaching shadow. The next moment, a voice imbued with magnetism resonated. Do not be alarmed. I am Xiao Chiefing from the Lord Alliance headquarters. As the man's voice faded, a figure emerged from the darkness. Xiao Chiefing from the Alliance headquarters? Su Chen seemed to recall something, his expression shifting to one of surprise and suspicion. Xiao Chiefing from Human Resources, why are you here? Logically speaking, the higher-ups had already dispatched him, and even if others were involved, it was improbable that someone from the headquarters would be sent, leading Su Chun to question the man's identity. In response, the impeccably dressed Xiao Chiefing produced a card from between his fingers and extended it toward them. Su Chen glanced over, his expression instantly transforming into one of solemnity. Lord of the Alliance branch in Chongyang City, Su Chun. He inclined his head slightly, and the other party responded with a nod. However, he soon became aware of something, his gaze wavering, and ultimately he inquired, My lord, what brings you here? There is a reason for my presence, was the reply. The individual did not disclose their purpose, and as a mere branch lord, Su Chen felt he lacked the standing to pry further. Moreover, the other's attention remained fixated on Ling Xiao. Indeed, he was a young man of considerable potential. Xiao Chiefing appraised Ling Xiao from head to toe, patting his shoulder and pinching his arm. Su Chen found himself momentarily dazed. The atmosphere had taken on a peculiar resemblance to a matchmaking scenario. Ling Xiao furrowed his brow slightly, pondering why these esteemed individuals seemed fond of physical contact. And what was with that gaze reminiscent of one assessing meat? Ling Xiao silently scoffed, suddenly freezing in place as he felt a weight settle on his shoulder. He turned slowly, only to find a pair of large, blinking eyes and a delicate chin resting on his shoulder, as a cat-eared girl playfully stuck out her tongue. Xiao-Qi, please behave and maintain a bit of elegance. The cat-eared girl, referred to as Xiao-Qi, bounced back to Xiao Qifeng's side. Seriously, while you are undeniably adorable, your sudden appearances can be quite startling. Ling Xiao, having momentarily set aside his earlier tension, asked, you didn't come all this way just to take a glance at me, did you? Ling Xiao raised his eyes to see the cat-eared girl behaving like an excitable child, fidgeting with the man's hair and poking his face. Take this. It's for your protection. Xiao Qifeng tossed a small token towards him. Ling Xiao caught it and inquired, what is this? That is a magical array personally crafted by my master. In the event of an attack, it will activate automatically, capable of deflecting a strike of legendary caliber or lower. The cat-eared girl explained, her beautiful face beaming with pride, holding the deep brown token. Ling Xiao comprehended in that moment that these two unexpected visitors did not intend to coerce him into revealing secrets, but rather, were here to bestow upon him a life-saving charm. He had heard that advanced lords could expend resources to create minor magical arrays, both offensive and defensive. However, such items could not be brought into territories during the trial period, suggesting that they were concerned about his safety in the real world. The precious materials used to craft the array were quite remarkable, and he felt both honored and astonished by their generosity. Meanwhile, Su Chen was taken aback, unable to stifle an exclamation. Goodness! An advanced lord utilizing their professional abilities to forge a magical array capable of withstanding attacks of the highest platinum level. Such value is immense. Although he had always valued talent, he had never witnessed such grand gestures from the golden lords of past years. They typically dispatched a few higher-ranking lords as bodyguards. Yet now, even personnel from the headquarters had come, delivering a life-saving charm to Ling Xiao. Envy washed over him. He yearned for such recognition. It appeared that the headquarters was placing significantly more emphasis on this year's top candidates compared to previous years. Considering the emergence of such a rare white lord's heart this year, surpassing the golden ones, they were evidently more curious about this unconventional newcomer. If there's nothing else, it's best to return to your territory, where it is relatively safe. Young man, do not meet an untimely end. I shall return to seek you out after the trial period. Su Chen had been a formal lord for some time, and it was his first encounter with personnel from the headquarters targeting new lords just 3 days into the trial phase. He felt a twinge of envy for Ling Xiao. Perhaps after becoming a formal lord, he would directly enter the Alliance headquarters. The resources for cultivation and troop types would undoubtedly be superior. As per his words, Ling Xiao also believed that the territory was indeed safer, especially with troops to provide protection. Wait, as he saw the two preparing to depart, Ling Xiao suddenly recalled something and spoke up to stop them. May I ask a few questions? Oh, Xiao Qifeng looked at Ling Xiao with interest. Go ahead. What would you like to know? About the lord profession. A few minutes later, Ling Xiao returned to his territory. As his figure gradually materialized before the moon god spring, he opened his eyes to find Lady Urs and others inexplicably perched on the stone wall. There exists a unique connection between lords and their troops. Upon returning to his territory, the troops immediately sensed his presence. Lord, welcome back, my master. Holy Light Lord, you have returned. Lady Urs, Dan Ming, Luna, and others flickered into view before Ling Xiao. Just as he was about to inquire about the current situation, a peculiar wave surged through his mind. Through far sight, he could see a considerable number of wild void monsters advancing toward his territory. At this moment, it was 8:30 in the void realm. The trial was set to commence in approximately half an hour. Ling Xiao had not anticipated such a turn of events. He had planned to hunt in the wilderness upon returning, but it seemed these monsters could no longer contain themselves and were launching an assault on the territory. Leave the external void monsters to you. I will summon today as troops first. Yes, climbing onto the fluffy back of Xiao Bai, Ling Xiao prepared to summon his troops. With Xiao Bai as his mount, navigating the vast territory became significantly easier, even in an open area. Traversing between several barracks took mere minutes. Ling Xiao expended gold coins to sequentially summon the original Sin Witch, the Primordial Demon, and the Holy Angel. Today, there were no hero units, only standard troop units. Thus, Ling Xiao now commanded 40 original Sin Witches, 40 Primordial Demons, and 10 Holy Angels. The trial officially commenced. Chapter 28, Brother, you are truly formidable. Perched on the stone wall of the Miracle Creation territory, Ling Xiao adeptly sat upon Xiao Bai's back. Gripping a magical energy rifle, Lady Urs' gaze was sharp, fixed intently on the approaching void monsters in the distance. In the dense forest, a rustling sound echoed. Thick white mist curled upward from the treetops, yet it could not disperse. Accompanied by a series of clattering noises, numerous red-boned humanoid and beast-like void monsters emerged from the thicket. Wait, aren't those the red-boned skeletons? Ling Xiao squinted in surprise. The creatures emerging were indeed the red-boned skeletons he had encountered on the first day of the trial, yet they now appeared notably more imposing. Creature, red-boned warrior, red-boned commander. Race, undead void. Level, black iron 10 stars, bronze 5 stars. Skills, poison gasbone spear, warrior, Bone Axe / Commander, Heavy Shield, Commander. Information: elite warriors of the poison gas marsh, adept at concealing their presence and remarkably swift. No wonder these red bone skeletons seemed significantly stronger than before. They had evolved into warriors and commanders. The lowest level warriors possessed the strength of black iron 10 stars, while the towering red bone commanders had reached the level of bronze 5 stars. Ling Xiao scanned the area, estimating that there were around 40 to 50 warriors and commanders, not only humanoid red bones, but also fearsome beast forms. Screech. A piercing shriek echoed from the forest, followed by several massive red-boned birds soaring into the sky. The giant birds were entirely red, devoid of flesh, their enormous skeletal frames sending chills down one's spine. Goodness, have all the swamp monsters emerged? Ling Xiao exclaimed in astonishment, gazing at the colossal red-boned birds. Creature: demon bone giant bird. Level: bronze 5, 7 stars. Skills: bone wing poison stab. Information: elite avians of the poison gas marsh, possessing an extraordinary ferocity. The malevolent crimson bone bird, with its colossal skeletal wings flapping fiercely, unleashed a barrage of bone spikes entwined with toxic red gas, hurtling towards the troops with a menacing howl. The stage was set for an epic confrontation. The filth of the earth shall inevitably be purified. Behold the arrows of holy light. Ascending into the heavens, the angelic hosts radiated a brilliant golden aura. Armed with golden bows, the angelic warriors exuded an aura of valor as they drew back their hands, conjuring arrows of pure gold. As the chilling commands of the angels echoed, the arrows of sanctity descended like a golden rain from the sky. Boom, boom, crack. The red-bone warriors struck by the holy arrows bore cracks upon their forms, from which torrents of red poison erupted. Yet, in mere moments, the golden radiance dispersed the toxic miasma, rendering it utterly vanquished. The skills of the angelic spirits possess the ability to purify all impurities. Stay back, foul creatures. Disgust marred the exquisite beauty of Fuselina's face as she ruthlessly dispatched the approaching red-bone warriors, reducing them to mere bone fragments. Roar! A fierce arc of crimson light materialized as a massive red axe swung towards Fuselina. Taken aback by the sudden strike, she swiftly evaded, her graceful form narrowly avoiding the axe's deadly arc. The red-bone commander, Fuselina, having been summoned later, had honed her abilities through trials and the ruins of her territory, elevating herself to the rank of black iron 3-star. Typically, she would easily contend with the red-bone commander. However, this foe had already attained the status of bronze 5-star and was adept at concealing his presence, allowing him to close in on Fuselina. Boom. The red-bone commander reacted with remarkable speed. Even as Fuselina evaded the initial attack, the bone shield he wielded came crashing down, sending dust swirling into the air. Cunning fiend. Fuselina's visage contorted with fury as she gracefully leaped, effortlessly dodging the bone shield's heavy blow, landing lightly upon the shoulder of the red-bone commander. The bronze-level void creature possessed a degree of sentience. Witnessing his kin reduced to mere bone dust ignited his wrath, and he maintained a modicum of lucidity as he swiftly masked his presence, charging toward the woman with a speed that belied his massive form, intent on cleaving her in twain. Such a failed ambush, thwarted by her composed evasion, and now she was perched upon his shoulder. This was an affront to the pride of the Red-Bone clan. Their warrior spirit could not be so easily trampled upon. In a fit of rage, the Red-Bone commander erupted, his enormous eyes glowing with crimson fury as he raised his hand to strike Fuselina, with a slight smirk gracing her rosy lips. Fuselina remained calm, her delicate mouth moving as a chillingly serene voice emanated. Congeal fragrance. Illusion. Invisible magic surged forth, and a dangerous glimmer flickered in Fuselina's enchanting gaze as a violet barrier unfurled, enveloping the surrounding foes. Your hero Fuselina has slain a Red-Bone commander. You have gained 2 mana points. You have acquired 2 gold coins. You have obtained 2 blue chests. Angels, demons, and sorceresses unleashed their formidable skills, turning the tide of battle as red-bone warriors fell one by one. Ling Xiao, unwilling to be outdone, stood atop the back of Xiao Bai, wielding a mana gun from which mana bullets shot forth in rapid succession. The void undead encountered today were far superior to the lowly creatures of the past. A single bullet from Ling Xiao's mana gun could not fell them, and even when their skulls were pierced, they remained ferocious. Especially the beastly red-bone skeletons, the red-bone lion and the red-bone poison spider, staggered but did not succumb to the onslaught. Their fierce gazes scanned the surroundings, searching for the source of the ambush. Boom. Crack. Another mana bullet struck the skull of a red-bone warrior, leaving a second wound upon its brow, causing its head to tilt back as it nearly toppled. In a fit of rage, the red-bone warrior, unable to locate its assailant, roared furiously. It met its demise after a third mana bullet pierced its skull. Brother, you are indeed resilient. Ling Xiao blew upon the dark muzzle of his mana gun, silently mocking the situation. Meanwhile, from the 6-winged angels, Luna proclaimed, "You there? Accept my judgment." Holy light slash, hovering in midair, Her ethereal voice resonated throughout the battlefield as a colossal golden sword shadow descended like a cataclysm, unleashing powerful waves of magical energy that swept across the field. The surviving void undead were obliterated in the brilliance of the holy light slash. And even the remnants of severed limbs and dense red poison mist were instantly turned to ash. Truly, the purification ability of the angelic spirits was remarkable. Not a trace of poison remained, leaving only a refreshing aura of sanctity. However, this did not apply to the demon kin. As the battle concluded, Danmungan and the rest of the demon clan retreated from the battlefield without delay. The holy radiance lingered for a time before gradually dissipating, revealing the scattered treasure chests strewn across the ravaged ground. The recent skirmish yielded a mere 20 chests, yet with bonuses, Ling Xiao secured a total of 40. Moreover, among the 40 chests, 15 were blue, while the remainder consisted of green chests. White and inferior gray chests were conspicuously absent. This battle was a resounding triumph. Due to the doubled rewards from hunting, Ling Xiao amassed 110 mana points from the 50-odd void undead, bringing him one step closer to attaining Black Iron 5-star status. As the levels progressed, the mana required for advancement increased, indicating a deceleration in the growth rate. It appeared that the marshland located a kilometer away required thorough cleansing. Judging by the recent assault of wild magical creatures, there was a territory of void undead within a kilometer radius. The territorial instincts among clans were remarkably strong, and Ling Xiao surmised that these marshland redbones had begun to perceive the sudden emergence of territory as a threat, prompting their proactive aggression. Lords who obliterated the territories of void creatures were rewarded handsomely, invigorating Ling Xiao's spirit as a glimmer of determination flashed in his eyes. The marshland shall be mine. The void trial will soon commence. Please prepare, Lord. The voice of the void echoed, causing Ling Xiao's lips to twitch slightly. It was a seamless transition indeed. Fortunately, the number of magical creatures encountered today was not overwhelming, allowing for resolution before the trial commenced. Just in time, his troops could fully concentrate on the impending trial. Marshland, await me. Ling Xiao gazed into the distance atop Xiao Bai's back. Returning his gaze, he raised his gun and pulled the trigger, sending a mana bullet soaring into the heavens, then declared, prepare to embrace the trial. Yes. Chapter 29. The trials intensify, the stone giant. As the voice of the void reverberated, the earth trembled. From the stone walls, a colossal figure emerged from the dense forest. What on earth? A giant? The titan-like form trampled through the woods, leaving destruction in its wake, creating vast, deep craters where it had passed. Those were the footprints of a giant. Oh, it is the stone giant clan. Suspended high above, Latisse observed with intrigue, slowly speaking. The stone giant clan? Ling Xiao inquired, turning to the beautiful figure beside him. Curiosity piqued. Is this a subject you have studied? Latisse nodded affirmatively, replying, indeed, my lord. The stone giant clan possesses immense strength and boasts extraordinarily resilient defenses. Ordinary physical attacks are utterly ineffective against them. Most astonishing, however, is their skill set. Though they are stone beings, this clan excels in wind-based attacks, capable of transforming the powerful breath from their mouths into devastating wind tornadoes. Upon encountering the experimental subjects she had meticulously studied, Lather's exquisite countenance radiated excitement as she spoke with fervor. Fortuitously, I discovered an injured stone giant. Otherwise, capturing them would have required considerable effort. My lord, she continued. Today's trial appears to pose quite a challenge. Ling Xiao, thoughtfully stroking his chin, couldn't help but concur with Lather's assessment. These stone giants were indeed formidable adversaries. After a brief moment of silence, he muttered to himself, it's only the fourth day, and the difficulty has escalated significantly. He felt fortunate that his troops belonged to powerful and fearsome races, yet the intensity of the trials would continue to rise each day. Such was the fate of a powerful new lord. The stronger one became, the mightier the opponents faced, albeit the rewards would be equally substantial. Suddenly, a series of deep, resonant roars erupted from the stone giants, a tempestuous whirlwind sweeping towards them with astonishing speed. The tornado soared skyward, resembling a pack of black dragons roaring down upon them. Rather than panicking, Ling Xiao's eyes sparkled with a newfound determination. In the next moment, he bellowed, everyone, retreat to the stone wall. At his command, all troops promptly obeyed, retreating to the safety of the stone wall. My lord, this hurricane's might is considerable. I fear the stone wall may not withstand it for long. Lathers expressed her concern, fully aware of the stone giant's capabilities. However, upon seeing her lord's serene expression, marked by a steadfast and handsome visage seemingly anticipating something, she turned to Danmarin, seeking his counsel. Within mere breaths, several tornadoes transformed into colossal dragons, roaring as they charged towards the towering wall. Since Ling Xiao had not issued an attack order, all troops refrained from engaging, their magical energies pulsing as they prepared to protect their lord at a moment's notice. Just as the dragon-like tornadoes struck the stone wall, a golden barrier suddenly enveloped the wall, shielding it from the onslaught. As the astonished onlookers beheld the spectacle, the 5 tornadoes appeared to extinguish like flames. visibly dissipating into a mere gentle breeze. Ah! All troops gazed at Ling Xiao in astonishment, who nodded in satisfaction and exclaimed, "Indeed, it is a golden attribute. How splendid!" Upon hearing the term attribute, Lathers and the others instantly comprehended its significance. Over the past few days, their lord had exuded joy whenever opening treasure chests, often mentioning attributes and the flamboyant spinning wheel. At this moment, everyone finally grasped why their lord had commanded them to retreat to the stone wall. It seemed their esteemed leader possessed other extraordinary abilities. Lathers, observing Ling Xiao still enraptured by the golden attribute, felt her intrigue for him intensifying. She promptly inquired, "My lord, what was that just now?" Still immersed in the awe of the golden attribute, Ling Xiao turned to Lathers and elucidated. "The barrier I conjured can negate any negative effects stemming from wind-based abilities. Its efficacy is as you have witnessed." A smile graced Ling Xiao's lips as his gaze swept over the troops, who were now enlightened. He then queried Lathers, "Since you have studied the stone giants, you must be aware of their weaknesses." Ling Xiao had previously examined the panel of the stone giants. While most were bronze-tier creatures, one possessed the impressive rank of bronze 3-star. As Lathers had indicated, the giants boasted formidable defenses and wind capabilities, requiring significant effort and time to vanquish a dozen of them. Naturally, Ling Xiao was eager to minimize the cost of their output, hence his inquiry into their vulnerabilities. "Truly, my lord, your caution is commendable," Lathers remarked with admiration, continuing, "The weaknesses of the stone giants lie in their enormous mouths and eyes. Their outer stone armor is immensely sturdy, yet when they gather their breath, they require a moment. This presents an opportunity for us to strike at their mouths or eyes. Thankfully, with the high priestess of the original sin which present, the situation seems manageable." Armed with knowledge of their weaknesses, Ling Xiao felt emboldened and surveyed his comrades, declaring, "Let us engage." The first to launch an assault were the angelic forces, their golden arrows raining down like a celestial pathway, aimed squarely at the stone giants. Although the angels' holy arrows only left shallow marks upon the giants, it sufficed to enrage them, prompting the giants to open their vast mouths to gather wind. The opportunity has arrived. The troops, understanding the unspoken signal, dispersed to unleash their skills towards the giants' gaping maws. As the giants attempted to concentrate the surrounding winds within their enormous mouths, the sensation of excruciating pain surged through them, causing their colossal bodies to tremble. "You scoundrels! My mouth, my teeth!" came the deep, enraged roar from within the gaping maw, as their stone-formed bodies shimmered with a golden hue, appearing impenetrable. Their defenses reached their zenith. Yet it proved futile. In their bewilderment, they questioned why the troops were concentrating their attacks on their mouths. The agony from their mouths persisted, and with increasing assaults directed at them, the initially gathering tornadoes swiftly dissipated. 16 stone giants roared in place, their massive stone arms sweeping and hammering at the troops. Yet, the troops exhibited remarkable agility, deftly avoiding the strikes. "In accordance with the will of the Lord of Holy Light, we shall purify you," cried out the soldiers as golden sword shadows hurtled towards the giants' mouths, commencing destruction from within. In mere moments, the giants' heads, akin to mountains, began to crumble. One colossal stone giant's head collapsed, sending a cascade of boulders tumbling down, shaking the very earth beneath. The remaining giants, too, succumbed to the onslaught of Lathers, Danmarin, and others, ultimately transforming into lifeless stone heaps. As Ling Xiao activated his foundational ability, Decompose, the mountains of stone disintegrated into motes of light, leaving behind several treasure chests. Under Ling Xiao's hopeful gaze, 5 chests lay quietly in the depths of the pit. "Only 5? How disappointing. I would have preferred a horde of monsters. Surely, the chests would have been more abundant." Ling Xiao sighed, but just then, the void's settling voice echoed. His expression shifted from disappointment to surprise as he read the results. "Congratulations on completing the trial. Processing rewards. Chapter 30. SSS rating. Lord's Manor. Trial count, 15 stone giants. War merits, 0. Battle status. Knowledge is power. Rating SSS. Base rewards, 3,000 gold, 500 magic crystals. Additional rewards, 200 magic energy crystals, 2 building blueprints, 1 special blueprint. 15 void fragments. To receive an SSS rating was an unexpected delight. Truly, it was thanks to Lathers' intelligence regarding the giants' weaknesses that they achieved victory in a mere 20 minutes. The higher the rating, the more bountiful the rewards. The magic crystals and magic energy crystals had multiplied, and they received 2 building blueprints and 1 special blueprint. Remarkably, the rare void fragments amounted to 15. Ling Xiao, overwhelmed with joy, felt tears of excitement welling at the corners of his eyes. As he gazed upon the void fragments, he reminisced about the ruins of his territory from the previous day, still yearning for their potential. When one is able to acquire a plethora of resources and benefits from a certain locale, it is disingenuous to claim indifference. Storing the void fragments in the warehouse. The next step is to open the treasure chests. Today, the number of chests obtained was modest, yet their quality was commendable. 18 blue chests and 27 green chests were at hand. As Ling Xiao opened the chests, supplemented by the trial rewards, he amassed a total of 50 gold coins. 3. 250 units of wood. 1. 500 units of stone. 1. 180 units of basic meat. 20 void fragments. 532 magic crystals. 200 magic energy crystals. 3 architectural blueprints. And 1 special blueprint. With an ample accumulation of fundamental resources like wood, stone, and meat, Ling Xiao was more than equipped to satisfy the demands of daily building upgrades. The supply of basic meat was particularly abundant, as he commanded 2 races whose consumption of food was minimal, thus negating any concerns of scarcity. Some novice lords, however, often faced food shortages due to either excessive troop consumption or a high number of units. For instance, low-level lords could summon dozens to hundreds of troops daily, leading to a surge in food consumption. Currently, the trading area primarily focused on food exchanges, with a segment of lords seeking equipment. There was no alternative. Many low-level lords opted to persist in their struggles. Those who joined lord alliances fared somewhat better, as they could procure food and equipment at reduced prices within the alliance. I recalled that I had summoned used equipment in the warehouse, which could be exchanged for a few magic crystals. Upon inspecting the warehouse, I found a shadow spear of white quality, which, according to the current market price, could only be exchanged for 5 magic crystals. Never mind. Even a mosquito's leg is meat. Low-quality items are simply not worth much. I decided to sell the silver armor I was wearing as well, ultimately acquiring 10 magic crystals. Closing the system panel, I retrieved 2 architectural blueprints and 1 special blueprint from the warehouse. The last special blueprint was for a detection device. I wondered what this one would entail. Would you like to consume 10 magic crystals to identify the special blueprint? The special blueprint in hand shimmered, and the information panel regarding the new item unfolded before my eyes. Money tree. Type: Special territory landscape. Height: 32 meters. Characteristics: can be used as territory decoration, yielding 888 gold coins daily. Intelligence: welcome the god of wealth. Oh, my money tree. A special landscape. Unlike ordinary trees, special territory landscapes do not consume farmland or magical fields. Gold is a hard currency, necessary for item exchanges, building construction, upgrading territorial structures, and summoning troops. With advanced summoning modes requiring exorbitant amounts of gold, besides the daily trials and the gold dropped from slaying monsters, Ling Xiao now had the additional boon of a money tree, which could automatically yield 888 gold coins daily without any consumption. The previous special blueprint produced low-consumption detection equipment. Today, I had received a no-consumption money tree. Initially, Ling Xiao did not dare to hope for special blueprints in the early phases of the trials, yet he had now acquired 2. The first special blueprint was obtained after sweeping through a territory ruin and acquiring a purple high-quality chest, while today's was due to an SSS rating. In summary, it was a blend of luck and strength. Ling Xiao was in high spirits and continued to identify the remaining 3 architectural blueprints. Identification complete. Congratulations. You have obtained the crop building, magical field, green. Identification complete. Congratulations, you have obtained the crop building, magical field, green. Identification complete. Congratulations, you have obtained the basic building. Wooden house, green. All were green quality architectural blueprints, including 2 magical fields. Upon seeing the model of the wooden house, Ling Xiao's eyes sparkled. He would finally possess his own independent space. Typically, Ling Xiao resided in the barracks. Not that it was unpleasant, but he felt that having personal space would be ideal. Opening the mini-map, Ling Xiao positioned the wooden house near the moon goddess spring, and there was a reason for this choice. The wooden house was a basic structure that could be upgraded using miracle creation, occupying a large area as his residence. Every day upon waking, he could gaze upon the swimming pool, and if the mood struck, he could take a few laps, which would be sheer delight. Would you like to consume 1,000 units of wood, 1,000 units of stone, and 1 magic crystal? Consumption confirmed. Let us proceed with the wooden house. The materials for construction were automatically deducted from the warehouse, and a 35 square meter wooden house visibly sprang forth from the ground. The small commotion attracted the attention of Lady Urs, Luna, and others. My lord, are you building another house? Ling Xiao turned to the group, raising an eyebrow with pride as he declared, look closely, my beautiful friends. Ding. Detecting basic building, wooden house. Would you like to upgrade its quality? With a thought, the wooden house trembled slightly, and the unremarkable structure began to radiate golden light, which gradually expanded outward. Under the watchful gaze of the onlookers, the wooden house seemingly vanished, replaced by an opulent European-style mansion, featuring a grand main hall flanked by 2 side halls. The architectural style of the mansion was infused with numerous European elements, with a vast open space in front. A stone pathway divided the expansive area, stretching all the way to the moon goddess spring. Both side halls were also connected by stone paths leading there. Ling Xiao immediately examined the mansion's information. Lord's Mansion. Type: Special Residential Building. Level: 1. Structure: Main Hall 1. Side Halls 2. 50 rooms. Upgrade consumption: Mithril 500. Copper or 500. Wood 18,000 units, stone 10,000 units, magic crystals 1,000. Characteristics, residential. Intelligence, the mansion of a tycoon. Wow. Ling Xiao gazed in awe at the grand and imposing lord's mansion, unable to suppress an exclamation of wonder. As an orphan reliant on the meager support from the Dragon Kingdom, he had always lived in small, dim quarters. Comparatively, this was nothing short of the palace he had always dreamed of, absolutely exhilarating. The others nearby could not help but express their admiration. Compared to the mansion, the troops were even more in awe of their lord's ability to conjure such a lavish residence out of thin air. Seeing the reactions of those around him, Ling Xiao smiled knowingly. His gaze returned to the mansion, surveying the surroundings, and as if struck by inspiration, he clapped his hands and exclaimed, "This arrangement will be utterly perfect." Chapter 31, The Lord's Mansion. Staring at the mini-map, the excitement was evident on Ling Xiao's handsome face. He repositioned the existing 3 barracks to the sides of the territory, with the Lord's Mansion and Moon Goddess Spring at the center. He envisioned creating a grand avenue, flanked by barracks or residences for troops on either side. As the territorial structures expanded, they would radiate outward from the Lord's Mansion, forming a series of interconnected circles, with roads branching in all directions. Imagining the future territory, it would become a city, perhaps even a kingdom, allowing him to forge his own divine domain. The troops of the territory would be the citizens of this city or kingdom, with him as the Lord presiding over it all. After the repositioning, Ling Xiao gazed once more at the newly lavish mansion, his eyes filled with yearning. After some contemplation, he decided to place the money tree at the center of the Moon Goddess Spring in front of the mansion. In the central clearing of the Moon God Spring, Ling Xiao has expanded the area, envisioning the addition of beach chairs in the future, transforming it into a splendid feature of his domain. He has the liberty to arrange the constructions within his territory, making efficient use of the available space. The altar of the Lord's Heart occupies a modest area, and planting a money tree beside it will enhance the aesthetic, beautifully balancing out the altar's bare side. This money tree, devoid of consumption, grows visibly before the eyes, reaching heights of 1 meter, then 2, and ultimately 3, as its branches extend outward, sprouting leaves that shimmer like golden maple leaves. Under the incredulous gaze of the onlookers, the money tree ultimately rises to a majestic height of 32 meters, becoming a robust, trunked, golden-hued giant. From the minimap, one can observe the 3 distinctively styled grand halls of the original Sin Palace, Abyssal Tower, and Sacred Heavenly Gate, dispersed around the Lord's Mansion, with space left in the center for future planning. However, in the Infinite Void realm, such a grand project can be realized with a mere thought from the Lord, provided there is a blueprint. After completion, Ling Xiao turns to the nearby heroes, a smile gracing his lips as he inquires, "Shall we take a tour of our new abode?" "It is my honor. My lord, this new home is splendid. I adore it," exclaims Fuse Lin, her beautiful eyes sparkling with anticipation, eager to explore. Ling Xiao leads the group towards the Lord's Mansion. The main hall's grand doors swing open automatically as they enter, revealing an elegantly designed interior with European decor that exudes sophistication and opulence. The noble carpets, lavish decorations, intricate carvings, and gilded wallpaper create a stunning visual spectacle, enveloping one in a sense of understated luxury. No wonder the materials for upgrading the Lord's Mansion are so costly. The first floor comprises the living room and kitchen, while the second and third floors are filled with chambers. From the corridors on these upper levels of the 3 grand halls, one can behold the breathtaking scenery of the territory from various angles, particularly the radiant golden money tree directly ahead. Ling Xiao has chosen to reside in the main hall, with the left side being designated for Lathiel and Fuse Lin, and the right side for Luna. As for Dan Mungan, the original demon, he expresses discomfort with such a lavish residence, preferring the comfort of his Abyss Tower. In the future, the Lord's Mansion may undergo further upgrades, expanding its area and increasing the number of rooms, ensuring ample space not only for heroic units, but also for other troops. For now, the arrangement stands with Lathiel and Fuse Lin on the left and Luna on the right. Such mansions are not limited to just this one. With blueprints, they can be constructed anew. The expansive Lord's Mansion requires management, a role that Dan Mungan has naturally assumed as the steward. Other miscellaneous tasks also demand manpower, but Ling Xiao considers postponing these for now, as the current workforce is insufficient. The troops must first develop. Having thoroughly admired the Lord's Mansion, Ling Xiao and his companions exit the grand doors. 2 spacious plots of land flank the front of the mansion, and Ling Xiao has long envisioned planting some magical flora here for ornamental purposes. "All right, my esteemed lords. Please take some time to rest, and ensure that someone is assigned to patrol the territory in shifts. Later, we shall embark on a grand endeavor." "Yes, my lord." Ling Xiao had initially intended to explore the void outside their territory upon his return, but after the recent fierce battle, everyone requires a brief respite. Unlike some who might exploit their subordinates, he would never do such a thing, even with the loyalty of his troops at its peak. The troops are his support, his comrades in battle, and even friends. They would not betray him, but others might. After the group departs, Ling Xiao glances at his status panel. He has already reached Black Iron 4 stars, and with the magical energy acquired from slaying monsters today, he currently possesses 15 magical energy. Still a few hundred points shy of reaching Black Iron 5 stars. Curse it, today has been somewhat disappointing. The trials only yielded 15 points of magical energy, slowing my progression. He initially expected the number and intensity of trials to continually rise. But today it seems only the intensity has increased while the number of monsters has dwindled. This could pose a problem, potentially affecting his upgrade speed. However, he notes that the void creatures outside may become his primary source of magical energy for upgrades. For the time being, he will set aside the upgrades of the territory and other buildings, planning to conduct a sweep later. Closing the information panel, Ling Xiao turns his gaze toward the sacred heavenly gate. Before returning, he had inquired with Xiao Qifeng about the Lord profession. He initially intended to consult Luna, but upon his return, the territory was besieged by the void creatures, and the trials seamlessly continued. Only now does he have time to reflect. As for the Lord profession, a new Lord can learn the corresponding profession upon reaching the bronze level, provided they acquire the appropriate skill books. Ling Xiao has obtained 2 profession books for the mage class. Initially, he had intended to pursue this path, but his thoughts have since shifted. The choice of profession greatly influences subsequent advancements, both in skills and levels. However, the growth potential conferred by a profession is ultimately limited, leading to the consideration of troop heritage civilizations. Troop heritage civilizations are divided into troop heritage and territory heritage, each distinct yet immensely impactful. The more advanced and powerful a troop race, the more profound and enigmatic its heritage civilization, yielding substantial benefits to the Lord. Yet, to acquire such heritage civilization, one must meet a critical condition: loyalty. Without sufficient loyalty, the troops will not impart their heritage civilization to the Lord. Such civilizations can assist the Lord in transcending limits, but their efficacy depends on the compatibility with the Lord's profession. Nevertheless, regarding compatibility, the multitude of troop races renders it unclear how this is calculated across the entire Dragon Kingdom, including Blue Star. One certainty is that selecting a profession aligned with the troops' camp enhances compatibility. Many powerful lords find themselves unable to break through to the legendary level, often due to insufficient compatibility or a lack of powerful troops. Either scenario would impede the Lord's ultimate growth potential. In truth, Ling Xiao could choose any profession at will. As his troops are all SSS level, any one of their heritage civilizations would be formidable. However, breaking through is not a trivial matter. Thus, he remains cautious regarding his profession selection. He recognizes that the Holy Angel race is an evolving one, and such evolving races possess a heritage civilization that is likely far superior in value compared to other SSS-level troops. Yet, Ling Xiao pays close attention to some remarks made by Xiao Qifeng. Young lad, acquiring heritage civilization is no easy feat. You must pay a price. Ling Xiao had intended to probe further, but the man immediately feigned ignorance, his expression peculiar, and declined to elaborate. Ling Xiao is left puzzled, his curiosity piqued. Perhaps Lathiel and the others know more? Chapter 32, Troop Heritage Civilization. Within the Lord S Mansion, in the main hall, Ling Xiao sits at a long dining table with Lathiel and several heroes, enjoying tea after their meal. What is your heritage civilization? He inquires, taking a sip of hot tea and scanning the faces around him. From Xiao Qifeng, he has learned that in the infinite void realm, the variety of races is vast. In the realm of Warcraft, each race, be it orcs, dragons, vampires, angels, or demons, possesses its own lineage of civilization, a treasured legacy that encapsulates the unique magical essence of each species. These legacies manifest in various forms, such as a plaque, a crystalline gem, or a sphere of energy, differing vastly among the races. As his gaze swept across the assembly, Ling Xiao continued, upon reaching the bronze rank, I intend to pursue the paladin vocation. Hence, I must understand your legacies, as they are pivotal to the future heights of this profession. The moment his words resonated, the collective attention of the attendees shifted towards the six-winged angel, Luna. The strength attributes of the paladin aligned closely with those of the angelic race, both belonging to the Radiant faction. It was also mentioned by Xiao Qifeng that legacies from the same faction could be harnessed to their fullest potential, greatly benefiting the Lord's growth. It is no wonder that the others were fixated on Luna. To my knowledge, the angelic tribe's treasure is the wings of holy light. However, I am uncertain if this is what the esteemed Lord refers to as a legacy. Am I correct, dear angel? The high priestess of the original sin witch, known for her fascination with other mysterious and powerful races, had perused numerous ancient tomes, a select few of which contained information about the angelic tribe. The wings of holy light, Ling Xiao exclaimed with astonishment. Was this not mentioned in the intelligence from the sacred heavenly gate barracks? His fervent gaze fixed upon Luna, who respectfully replied, Indeed, the wings of holy light are the treasure of my kin, as well as our legacy. Do not covet the secrets of other races, woman. Luna remained silent, her demeanor resembling that of an icy beauty, exuding an aura of aloofness, her lips pursed in a manner that suggested she wished to remain unapproached. Upon hearing raiders casually divulge her tribe's treasure, a sharp glint flickered in Luna's beautiful eyes as she cast a scrutinizing glance at raiders. From the moment Luna had arrived in the territory, she had harbored an aversion towards raiders and her fervent, desire-laden gaze, which was quite irksome. Dear angel, choose your words wisely. I am not a thief, merely an enthusiast of learning and research. Moreover, if blame is to be assigned, it should lie with those who authored the ancient texts. I am quite innocent in this matter. Are you intentionally concealing something, angered that I have exposed your secrets? Raiders, too, was a woman of sharp tongue, and her words darkened Luna's expression. In Luna's eyes, Raiders was merely grasping at straws, deliberately sowing discord. The golden hues of her eyes flickered with a hint of gravity as she turned to Ling Xiao to explain, my kin serves the Lord of Holy Light. Whatever is essential, we shall naturally provide. However, this Wings of Holy Light lacks a darker aspect, and at this moment, I cannot present it. Why are we bickering? Ling Xiao sighed helplessly, stating, enough, we are all family, no more quarrels. And you, Raiders, cease your mischief. Ling Xiao's troops were eternally loyal, devoid of the secrets that Raiders spoke of, and he was well aware of her playful intent, which prompted him to intervene. Ling Xiao cast a gentle glance at the six-winged angel Luna. I did not anticipate the Wings of Holy Light. I am aware of what you mentioned. Alas, there is no choice but to see if we can acquire the darker aspect from the angelic barracks in the future. As the discussion on legacies drew to a close, a thought struck Ling Xiao, prompting him to inquire, what is the price for obtaining a legacy? Upon hearing this, a smile graced Luna's exquisite features as she replied, we are loyal to our lord. Thus, there is no cost involved. Could it be that Xiao Qifeng deceived himself? No, judging by his expression, he seemed to have acquired a legacy, albeit at some cost. Must one's loyalty be absolute to receive a legacy? If so, what then is the price? Ling Xiao pondered, perplexed. Based on my knowledge, each race's legacy varies, Raiders remarked, her gaze drifting as if recalling something. For instance, the vampires possess a drop of blood from the heart of eternity as their legacy. It is said that consuming this blood grants one their formidable physique and lengthy lifespan. Though certain physical traits may transform one into a vampire. I wonder if this qualifies as the cost you speak of, my lord. Upon hearing the witch's words, Ling Xiao experienced a moment of clarity. Due to the disparities among races, the benefits accrued by the lord would also differ. What, then, might Xiao Qifeng's cost be? In the Blue Star, Dragon Kingdom, at the headquarters of the Dragon Alliance, Yan Qing'er, with her tall stature and professional attire accentuating her alluring figure, queried, Xiao, how did your meeting with the top contender go? The handsome young man, seemingly entranced, absent-mindedly ran his fingers through his meticulously groomed hair, muttering, that wasn't my intention. With a subtle eye roll, Yan Qing'er continued, I meant to inquire about the authenticity of the top contender. I find it hard to believe that a lord of white quality has ascended the newcomer rankings. Xiao Qifeng absent-mindedly scratched his head again, raising his gaze. What authenticity could there be? The data is provided by the Void Multiverse. If they acknowledge him, then this fellow must possess exceptional qualities. The beautiful secretary remained silent, observing her normally image-conscious superior now frequently scratching his scalp. After a moment's hesitation, she gently advised, Xiao, if you keep scratching, it will become a bird's nest. If there is nothing else, I'll take my leave. Before she could utter the words off work, two cat ears sprang forth from Xiao Qifeng's head, playfully bouncing as they appeared, the left ear twitching adorably. Yan Qing's eyes widened in astonishment. Xiao, your cat ears? Realizing what had transpired, Xiao Qifeng's expression shifted as he quickly covered his ears, his eyes glinting playfully as he feigned anger. Xiao Qi, you've been mischievous again. Ha ha ha, it's all right. You may leave. Thus, Yan Qing, captivated by her superior's unusual demeanor, reluctantly averted her gaze from his head and exited the office. As the door clicked shut, Xiao Qifeng lowered his hands, allowing his cat ears to mischievously twitch once more. He pinched the bridge of his nose, his expression one of exasperation. In the midst of the rankings issue, he had completely forgotten that tonight marked the full moon. As clarity returned, he approached the floor-to-ceiling window, gazing up at the luminous full moon in the night sky, his eyes transforming into a striking blend of gold and blue. Meanwhile, a fluffy, soft tail slowly emerged from behind him, swaying playfully in the moonlight. Under the tranquil night sky, a man sighed deeply at the moon. In the Void Multiverse, within Ling Xiao's territory, my lord, Fuserin reports, no traces of magical beasts have been discovered within 1,000 meters to the south. My lord, to the east, a band of green-skinned magical creatures has been spotted. I suspect they have a base or territory nearby. The Lord of Holy Light, to the west. We have encountered moonlit magic foxes, and approximately 1,000 meters from the territory lies a vast marshland. The echoes of reports from the troops resonated in his mind. After a moment of contemplation, Ling Xiao cautioned, everyone, proceed with utmost caution. Yes. Thus commenced Ling Xiao's adventurous foray into the wild. Chapter 33, Exploring the Voidlands. The moonlit magic fox tribe. Equipped with the 1,000-mile eye, a reconnaissance tool of the territory, the troops swiftly located the source of magical energy. This time, Ling Xiao dispatched the six-winged angel Luna to lead other angelic kin and witches to the northern and western borders of the territory, just as Ling Xiao had previously surmised. They indeed discovered a marshland in that vicinity. Fuserin led the witch troops and members of the demon race southward, but to their surprise, they found no signs of void magical creatures. The remaining forces on the eastern front are being led by Danmon, guiding the demon clan forward. As for Feslin, there are currently no developments in her vicinity. She is directing her companions towards the northern region where Luna resides. Each detachment comprises a total of 50 individuals, while the remainder stands guard over the territory. Moreover, Ling Xiao does not intend to dismantle the enemy one by one. Instead, he dispatches small squads to simultaneously cleanse the void creatures from various directions. Given the current number and strength of his troops, Ling Xiao possesses the confidence to undertake such a strategy, and he does so with a sense of ease. On the fourth day, the highest-ranked troops have reached Black Iron 6 stars, with some even achieving 7 stars. With the presence of hero units, vanquishing silver-ranked or lower void creatures poses little challenge. This confidence emanates from the SSS-grade troops. Ling Xiao feels a twinge of envy at the growth of his forces. After just one day of battle, some units can elevate their strength by a star, with certain troops even achieving an increase of 2 stars. Contemplating this, Ling Xiao considers that the troops stationed to guard the territory should rotate in shifts to ensure the development of all units is not hindered. With this thought in mind, Ling Xiao glances at his companion, Xiaobai, realizing that his steed must also grow in strength. He promptly instructs, Xiaobai, it's time for you to develop as well. Head west. The western region of the territory likely harbors the domain of the Moonlit Fox, and as an S-grade 3-tailed Moonlit Fox, Xiaobai, with its bloodline suppression, should be able to resolve matters swiftly. After relaying his instructions to the western troops, Xiaobai responds with a couple of excited yelps, stretches its grand form, and leaps gracefully over the stone wall. Let's hear, let us swim. During his leisure, Ling Xiao opens the system panel of the Void Multiverse. The communication area is still bustling with activity, and as he observes the rapidly scrolling chat logs, his handsome brow furrows slightly. I feel overwhelmed. It is only the 4th day, and the intensity of the creatures has already reached a critical point. Fortunately, he has obtained a territorial defense structure, the Lightning Tower, which can deal paralysis with its active attacks, providing his troops with a splendid opportunity. Some individuals are truly amusing, knowing they are weak, yet still stubbornly holding on. What did they achieve by returning yesterday? Their lamentations are futile now. You are the most comical. No one seeks solace from you. Are you not faring well? Yet you insist on creating discomfort for yourself. Ha ha ha. The one above is indeed truthful. Just look at his green quality. He must have been tormented by the creatures sufficiently to seek someone to vent his frustrations upon. It is also true that not every low-level lord can ascend to the newcomer rankings. I can't believe it. The news was explosive at the time. With that brother flooding all major platforms. Is the brother with the White Lord's heart here? I wish to interview you on how you achieved the top position. I won't say anything more. Just deduct 666 points. Why am I not so fortunate? What kind of luck? What if it is a bug in the Void Multiverse? To put it plainly, the Void Multiverse is entirely data-driven, and system errors are inevitable. Moreover, how many of you genuinely believe that a mere White Lord's heart could ascend the ranks? Dream on. Ha ha ha. Has the one above had his brain boiled in water? Your mind is so pixelated that the system wouldn't even falter. Ha. How sour, how very sour he is. The direction of conversation in the chat gradually shifts towards Ling Xiao. Indeed, the news at that time was overwhelming, surpassing the notoriety of a famous hot spring party being caught in the act. In a secluded corner of the dense woods within the Void Multiverse, behind the wooden walls, Chao Xiong disdainfully gazes at the communication area and spits, quickly typing. I envy you? A blue quality, envy a white quality? What a joke. Not long after sending that message, someone replies, indeed, you, with your blue quality, did not even make the rankings, while they, with a white quality, topped the charts. Why are you so furious, Big Sock? This is, initially believing he could finally overshadow Ling Xiao, he was taken aback when the newcomer rankings were revealed. Not only his classmates but people from all over the country now recognized Ling Xiao, who had become a sensation online. The sense of superiority he had just gained evaporated upon seeing Ling Xiao's toothy headshot circulating widely, leaving him with an inexplicable irritation. Now, images of that toothy headshot flood Chao Xiong's mind, and the mere thought of it vexes him. A bunch of fools. I won't believe he truly possesses such strength. Frustrated, Chao Xiong shuts off the system panel. 600 meters away from Ling Xiao's territory, amidst the howls of beasts, the witch and the angel effortlessly dispatch several bronze 1-star moonlit foxes. The territorial instinct of the creatures is remarkably strong. Upon the sudden intrusion of the witch and the angel, the morale of the moonlit foxes surges, and they howl skywards, summoning their kin from nearby. In mere moments, over 20 towering moonlit foxes charge forth from the forest, encircling the witch and the angel. It seems we have been regarded as prey. One of the alluring succubi remarks with a light laugh. The beast kin possess strong territorial instincts, having slain their kin and intruded upon their domain. It is only natural for them to be enraged. One of the winged angels draws forth a holy arrow, a flicker of combat fervor igniting in her golden eyes. The 20-odd moonlit foxes, their icy blue flames flickering at the corners of their eyes, drool greedily from their massive jaws, with several already unable to contain themselves, leaping towards the angel and the witch. In their view, the angels and witches before them are tender, delectable morsels. And having not feasted upon humanoid beings for quite some time, they eagerly anticipate the taste of fresh, juicy flesh. Grr. The greedy children will face punishment. The first few attackers whimper and fall, either having their heads severed or being pierced through by holy arrows. With effortless grace, the women before them slay their own kin, causing some of the weaker moonlit foxes to retreat warily. Unexpectedly, one moonlit fox, nearly identical in stature to Xiaobai, lets out a howl, revealing itself as their leader. The hesitant moonlit foxes immediately halt, while 2 or 3 others, seemingly more fearful of the angel and the witch, whimper softly, attempting to flee. In a fit of rage, the moonlit fox leader swiftly dispatches the fleeing kin. This leader is a bronze 8-star moonlit fox. Following suit, the other moonlit foxes swarm forward. They truly do not learn. Eliminate them. One haughty witch's eyes flash with dangerous intent as she speaks calmly, just as the witch and the angels prepare to strike. A more resonant and powerful beastly roar reverberates through the air. A massive white figure swiftly darts from the forest, 3 elegant tails swaying, and icy blue flames resembling crystalline snowflakes cascade down. Xiaobai makes a grand entrance, its slender white tails sweeping through the air, striking the leaping moonlit foxes, who crash down to the ground, creating a scene of disarray. Grr. Xiaobai lands gracefully beside the witch and the angels, its 3 tails swirling magnificently behind it. Though they belong to the same kin, the enemies of its master are its enemies as well. Xiaobai's murderous intent surges, with icy blue flames dancing wildly across its form. The appearance of Xiaobai sends the moonlit fox leader into a state of shock. However, as the leader, it must maintain the necessary aura, its massive form tensed, adopting a fierce and intimidating demeanor, ready to lead its subordinates into battle. Yet, in the next moment, aside from the leader, all other moonlit foxes whimper and prostrate themselves on the ground, trembling in fear. The leader of the moonlit foxes bellows in frustration, attempting to rouse its unworthy subordinates, but to no avail. Compared to the overwhelming aura emitted by the leader, a mere glance from Xiaobai instills greater terror, rendering them submissive as if they were lambs awaiting slaughter. Upon witnessing the scene, Xiaobai let out a disdainful snort, adopting an expression of contempt as if regarding mere subordinates. Xiaobai's frigid domain unfurled, enveloping the entirety of the moonlit night foxes. The leader of the foxes appeared to face a formidable adversary, the icy blue flames at the corners of its eyes intensifying, while its beastly gaze emanated a chilling resolve akin to facing death. Flames, reminiscent of a fox's tail, flickered upon its forehead. Simultaneously, the prostrate moonlit night foxes bore similar flames upon their foreheads, yet their expressions were rigid and vacant, as if under external control. The leader and its kin unleashed a cacophony of howls, preparing to pounce upon Xiaobai. However, in the next moment, an icy blue fire spike erupted from the fox's tail, piercing through the leader's skull, blood splattering forth as it collapsed lifelessly to the ground. In quick succession, the azure light surged within Xiaobai's beastly eyes, marking the foreheads of the remaining 15 foxes with a distinctive icy blue 3-tailed emblem. This was the innate ability of the moonlit night foxes, known as the moonlit mark. The more potent the individual, the more formidable the emblem's power. Although the fox leader was of the bronze rank, it paled in comparison to the S-rank Xiaobai. Succumbing to bloodline suppression, its mark could only enforce control over its kin, failing to fully subjugate them. Once marked, the target remained forever loyal to the one who branded them, unless the mark was actively removed. Furthermore, the strength of the marked individual would increase exponentially. With a howl, the 15 moonlit night foxes shed their previous hostility, transforming into obedient little subordinates, surrounding Xiaobai and emitting peculiar sounds, as if signaling their allegiance. Boss, protect us. Just moments prior, they had seemed like ferocious beasts intent on devouring them, yet now they appeared endearingly submissive. One of the original Sin sorceresses reached out to caress the remarkably smooth fur of the foxes, her face radiating affection. At that instant, Ling Xiao received news of Xiaobai's successful subjugation of a group of minions, which delighted him immensely. Capturing these moonlit night foxes would serve as splendid mounts for his troops. The situation here has been resolved. We shall proceed north to rendezvous with Lady Luna. The holy winged angel gently fluttered its wings and ascended into the air, heading northward. The remaining sorceresses selected their mounts and followed the angel. Within the Lord's mansion, a voice echoed, prompting a smile to grace Ling Xiao's lips, soon followed by a message relayed by Dong Mingyan. Your troops have destroyed the territory of ordinary goblins, earning 10 blue chests. My lord, the goblin tribe to the east has been dealt with, and all acquired chests are en route back. It appeared that this goblin territory was rather rudimentary, yielding only 5 blue chests, but due to the doubled rewards, a total of 10 chests were obtained from the destruction of the territory. Typically, lower-tier territories housed fewer monsters, predominantly consisting of lowly goblins, resulting in the chests being of lesser quality. Ling Xiao did not dwell on this. Even low-level chests could yield essential resources, and he deemed them worthwhile. Well done, Doming In. Lead your men to the north and swiftly resolve the situation in the marshlands. Understood. Ling Xiao reclined upon the water's surface. His demeanor relaxed. Issuing commands while lying down was indeed a pleasant experience. However, he noted that the subjugation of the moonlit night foxes did not trigger a notification of territory destruction, leading him to surmise that it was merely a temporary outpost, not a tribal stronghold. In the void of multiverses, occupying and destroying monster tribes or territories yielded rewards. A low-level goblin tribe, as previously encountered, possessed significantly inferior strength compared to the moonlit night foxes, yet its destruction still yielded chests. The final destination was the marshlands, and judging by the encroaching demonic bone giant birds and various skeletal forms, it was evident that the marshlands represented a high-tier territory. How could a marshland give rise to such a multitude of skeletal forms? Ling Xiao could only wonder. In the marshlands, Luna and her entourage stepped into the realm, initially encountering black iron-tier red skeletal forms, which were swiftly dispatched, yielding low-quality chests that the troops eagerly collected, for these were the chests favored by their lord. Gradually, a dense white mist in the woods seemed to be dispelled, revealing only thick, blackened miasma. Beware, this is the atmosphere of death. We are in a place where the undead gather. Luna's eyes shimmered with a slight golden radiance, her beautiful form emanating a golden glow that banished the surrounding deathly miasma. Simultaneously, the other angelic troops mirrored her actions, appearing as divine beings in the somber, desolate marshlands. The angels' sacred light dispelled the black fog, allowing them to finally perceive their surroundings. The air was steeped in silence, the trees withered and decayed, while the black-red soil beneath them exuded visible wisps of dark vapor. The deathly miasma surged from below. This was indeed the marshland territory. As Luna and her company advanced further, the suffocating atmosphere thickened, akin to stepping into another realm, weighing heavily upon their spirits. The sound of clicking echoed ominously around them, a cacophony that rendered the already eerie space even more foreboding. They seemed to be speaking. A dark red orb of light following Luna suddenly spoke. This was the primordial form of the demon race. Ordinary demon troops were tall and conspicuous, but their primordial form allowed for more covert movement. Speaking, Luna turned her gaze slightly, her radiant golden eyes fixating upon the demon's essence. The demon did not respond directly. Instead, one of its primordial forms erupted with dark red energy, which then spread outward. In the next moment, the clicking noises morphed into hoarse, chilling human speech. Intruders die. Intruders die. Intruders die. The voices were numerous, resembling whispers from the abyss, sending shivers down one's spine. Humph, what theatrics! Scoffed one of the gluttonous sorceresses, her delicate arm elegantly raised, conjuring a massive beast's head formed from condensed magical energy, which roared towards the source of the sound. Within the dense, deathly miasma, a few crisp crunching sounds echoed, as wisps of the miasma retreated to the gluttonous sorceress's hand, which she disdainfully dispelled. The beast's spectral attack aimed to absorb the target's magic, yet only a few wisps of black energy returned to her, indicating the target possessed no magic. The sorceress who unleashed the beast's specter suddenly widened her beautiful eyes in shock and exclaimed, "Look!" As the others turned to gaze, a startling sight unfolded before them. A throng of red skulls amassed together, their jaws clicking ominously, creating a sound that was almost unbearable. Intruders die. The collection of red skulls grew in number, surrounding Luna and her companions from all sides, effectively forming a wall of skulls. Someone is controlling these skulls. We are surrounded. These skulls could not be considered true monsters. Only bronze-tier beings would exhibit low-level intelligence. They were merely lifeless entities under someone's manipulation. The individual capable of commanding such a vast quantity must possess considerable power. Beyond the wall of red skulls, a humanoid figure emerged from the deathly miasma, clad in tattered armor, with red bones gripping a massive sword shrouded in black mist. The figure wore a helm that concealed its visage, save for a red skull beneath, in which two flickering flames danced in its sockets. It slowly approached the wall of skulls, driving its massive sword into the ground before uttering in human speech, "Intruders, die." Immediately, the crimson heads that Luna and her companions beheld simultaneously opened their enormous mouths, unleashing a piercing shriek that reverberated through the very fabric of their souls. Chapter 35, Ascending 2 Levels. Clad in the garb of a valiant commander, a colossal sword was thrust into the ground, causing a red magic circle to flicker to life. The crimson heads shrieked, and the wall of heads drew ominously closer to Luna and her comrades. Boom. Bang. This is truly troublesome. A witch with a delicate visage, her eyes laden with apathy, appeared utterly indifferent to the unfolding chaos. The languid witch lazily flicked her fingers, struggling even with the simplest gesture of raising her hand. Yet with a mere snap of her fingers, beams of light surged forth, bombarding the wall of crimson heads. To her dismay, the gap she created was swiftly filled by other heads, and a flicker of disdain crossed her lethargic gaze. The annihilation of living souls, the genesis of sin. I shall guide you to the realm of the divine. Luna invoked her second skill, Purge of Sin. Rising into the air, a divine radiance illuminated the surroundings. Her ethereal voice resonating as the holy light grew increasingly resplendent, fracturing the surrounding crimson heads inch by inch. A sacred golden glow erupted from the wall of crimson heads, shattering like a glass wall, disintegrating into countless fragments. The soul-shattering shrieks ceased at this moment. The skeletal commander, clutching the colossal sword, abruptly lifted his head, the red flames in his eye sockets flickering wildly, as if expressing his astonishment and confusion. The golden light bathed the earth, dispelling the aura of death. And before the giant sword commander could evade, his body was instantaneously reduced to dust. Luna contained her power and descended back to the ground. The group surveyed their surroundings. The previously dispersed aura of death began to coalesce once more, followed by the heavy sound of footsteps approaching. One of the witches gasped. Glancing in the direction of the footsteps, her brow furrowed in confusion. Wasn't the summoner just killed? The witches, inherently sensitive to magical energies, recognized that the colossal sword commander, slain by the golden radiance, bore an identical magical aura to the approaching figure. Indeed, a silhouette emerged from the shroud of death, revealing the very same colossal sword commander. He is not dead. Luna blinked her golden eyes, fixating on the giant sword commander, her voice low. He must be the master of the marshlands. To eliminate him entirely, we must uncover the location of his true body. At her words, the others understood. No wonder the slain figure reappeared. From the previous encounter, it was evident that killing the colossal sword commander was but a fleeting moment, yet locating his true body was another matter entirely. The aura here is truly foul. A melodious voice resonated from above the marshlands, as a captivating figure gracefully descended before Luna and her companions. We have met, Lady Fuserin. The witch warriors bowed in respect. No need for formalities. Fuserin waved her hand dismissively, her soft lavender eyes turning to Luna. The Lord has commanded us to assist you. As a hero unit, the six-winged angel was indeed a powerful presence, akin to the High Priestess. Furthermore, as Ling Xiao had mentioned, all units within the territory were akin to family. Hence her respectful demeanor towards Luna. The master of the marshlands had appeared, still seeking his true body. Luna nodded in acknowledgement, her gaze fixed on the colossal sword commander. Filth-ridden and grotesque, Fuserin cast a disdainful glance at him. Before long, the forces led by Fuserin had assembled. Suddenly, a beastly roar erupted as the massive form of Little White soared through the skies, crashing down and stirring a tempest of deathly aura. In midair, Danming stood poised. Wow, what a grand spectacle. Fuserin chuckled lightly. Is the Lord planning to scare away the creatures of the marshlands? An ancient demon god, a divine six-winged angel, and dozens of troops, all present and accounted for. The battle was about to commence. Fuserin's bright eyes sparkled with fierce battle intent as she declared, I command legions. May the king judge. A strange, raspy voice murmured from the colossal sword commander's lips. In the next moment, he plunged his sword into the earth, dark mist swirling around the blade as the magic circle glowed. Almost immediately, with a sensation of muck, red skeletal figures began to surge forth from the ground, centering around the colossal sword commander. A summoning warrior? One which questioned in bewilderment. Typically, the ability to summon creatures is reserved for mages or summoners. Yet the colossal sword commander unmistakably bore the identity of a warrior, leaving everyone momentarily perplexed. The magic power, transformed from his obsessions, indicated that this commander had undoubtedly suffered immense humiliation in life, which had birthed his summoning ability in death. Fuserin, with her enchanting figure, toyed with a strand of hair, a glimmer of brilliance flashing in her beautiful eyes as she spoke slowly. As a member of the fallen Sin Witch clan, most of our information derives from the witch high priestess, Lady Urs. It all made sense. He was indeed not the true body. But where was the true body? A winged angel turned to Luna, her delicate brows slightly furrowed. Without allowing anyone to search for the true body of the colossal sword commander, the summoned red skeletons charged forward like predators sensing prey. Ordinary red skeletons, red bone warriors, red bone commanders, demon bone giant birds, and various beastly fragments, an overwhelming multitude, totaling over 1,000, to the realm of rebirth. An ethereal voice rang out as a winged angel shot forth a holy light arrow, effortlessly piercing the colossal sword commander and reducing him to golden specks. The intention of the winged angel was to eliminate the summoner, thereby causing the summoned entities to vanish. However, she momentarily forgot that the colossal sword commander was not the true body. Even if he was slain, the summoned entities would continue their frenzied assault. The squad, comprising dozens of members, wielded terrifying power, yet without knowledge of the true body's location, they could only engage in battle for the time being. In no time, The witches, demons, and angels unleashed their combat skills, swiftly dispatching thousands of red skeletons, which left behind a plethora of treasure chests shimmering with myriad colors across the marshlands. Tap, tap, tap. P.S. coming again. Just as they finished clearing the minions, the troops sensed the familiar aura of the colossal sword commander. In midair, Danmeng stood with his hands clasped behind his back, his dark golden eyes fixated on the source of the footsteps before suddenly shifting his gaze to Luna. Lady Luna, could you disperse the surrounding deathly aura? In terms of purification abilities, only the holy light of the angels could truly suffice here. Danmeng had been observing the area around the marshlands, but the deathly aura was too thick, compounded by the recent slaughter of over 1,000 red skeletons, intertwining black and red energies that obscured the full picture, prompting his inquiry. The stunning, cool-headed six-winged angel, with her radiant golden eyes, glanced up at the sky and nodded slightly. Luna's figure flickered, appearing instantaneously above the marshlands, as if a goddess had descended, her voice resonant and cool. Holy light slash. As her voice fell, golden specks converged, forming a massive golden sword shadow that descended with the force to cleave mountains and calm seas. The holy light slash not only inflicted damage but also possessed purifying capabilities, dispersing the deathly aura as it cleaved through it. Boom. The dense deathly aura was severed like a curtain, instantly dissipating. In the moment the holy light slash descended, the reappearing colossal sword commander was once again obliterated, reduced to dust. A gaping, jagged sword scar marred the marshlands, revealing remnants of crumbled structures and unidentified constructions, strewn about and embedded in the earth. At this moment, the marshland stands in stark contrast to the surrounding mist-laden forest, one teeming with vibrant life and shrouded in mystery, while the other exudes a suffocating stillness, littered with bone fragments, evoking a profound desolation. I command legions, your majesty, please behold. The voice echoed once more, drawing everyone's gaze as thick, black, viscous mud oozed forth from a massive gash in the earth, coalescing into the form of a tall, gaunt skeleton, clutching a gigantic sword. It was indeed the embodiment of the sword general. The true form had been discovered. Don Mingyin's dark golden eyes sparkled with a fierce light, a dangerous smile curling at the corners of his mouth as he declared, the true essence lies within this marshland. Upon hearing this, the crowd displayed expressions of disbelief, astonished to learn that the sword general had merged with the marsh, transforming this place into his dominion through sheer will and the essence of death, with his subjects being the summoned red-bone skeletons. As they were but lifeless entities, sending him off would be no great loss. The six-winged angel Luna gently closed her eyes, her wings fluttering slightly, releasing golden orbs of light that cascaded down like brilliant stars upon the earth. Observing this celestial spectacle, the other two-winged angels ascended into the air, showering the marshland with a myriad of golden lights. As the spectators gazed upward, enthralled by the angelic display, the ground suddenly trembled, and a body emanating an overwhelming aura of death erupted from the depths. The true form of the sword general, long bereft of flesh and blood. The viscous filth dripped away, revealing sinister red bones, and in his grasp, he firmly held the gigantic sword. From his once lifeless eye sockets, red flames suddenly ignited, and he plunged the sword into the ground, letting out a thunderous roar. His deep voice resonated with fury, defiance, and sorrow, as the magical array beneath the sword radiated with light, intertwining a chilling aura with the essence of death, sending shivers down spines. He resembled a warrior burdened with indignation, voicing his unyielding spirit to the heavens. At times, he erupted into maniacal laughter, and at others, he wept uncontrollably. I command legions. Please, your majesty, behold. I command legions. Please, your majesty, behold. Accompanied by his howls, the marshland once more surged forth with legions, the noxious gases swirling around their skeletal forms intensifying, their overall presence swelling into a terrifying force capable of toppling cities. However, under the radiance of the sacred light, the ferocious might of the legions began to wane, as a colossal skeletal bird descended from the sky, emitting a mournful cry. Meanwhile, the brilliance of the magical array beneath the gigantic sword gradually dimmed, and the sword general's true form disintegrated into motes of light before vanishing entirely. Although formidable, the threat was ultimately neutralized without peril. This army could effortlessly raise a city, even a kingdom, yet when faced with the forces of the holy light, particularly the divine angelic lineage, they were vanquished with ease, without the angels even resorting to their ultimate skills. As the sacred light descended, all dust settled, and with the curtain falling on the sword general, the aura of death within the marshland dissipated. Moments earlier, within the territory of miracle creation, a voice suddenly resonated in Ling Xiao's mind. Ding! Congratulations. You have been promoted to Black Iron 5 stars. Would you like to load attributes? He had leveled up. Ling Xiao's promotion came as no surprise. After today's trial, he was exceedingly close to attaining Black Iron 5 stars, with his troops venturing outside the territory to explore and vanquish monsters. Ascending to 5 stars was inevitable. Upon opening his personal panel, he discovered not only had he leveled up, but his accumulated magical energy had also reached around 2,000. How astonishing. It seemed the marshland was abundant with magical creatures. Actively exploring the Void Realm yielded double rewards, including magical energy. Now that he had leveled up, he could load attributes. Just as he was about to activate the attribute loading system, another familiar voice reverberated in his mind. Ding! Congratulations. You have been promoted to Black Iron 6 stars. Would you like to load attributes? 2 levels in succession. Ha ha ha. Chapter 36. The Contract. The citizens of the territory. Lying beneath the money tree, Ling Xiao suddenly sat up, his eyes brimming with excitement. Overjoyed, he could hardly suppress the smile spreading across his face. Leveling up twice meant he could load attributes 2 times in succession. Yet, while he reveled in his elation, a third voice thundered forth. Your troops have obliterated the marshland, earning 20 purple treasure chests, 1 scroll of territorial civilization inheritance, and 1 scroll of indomitable battle spirit. Beneath the money tree, a more unrestrained laughter erupted, as Lathiel's graceful figure flickered into view before Ling Xiao, her gem-like eyes filled with confusion and concern. My lord. Meanwhile, Ling Xiao continued to laugh uncontrollably, nearly splitting his face with a grin. The esteemed Lord of Holy Light, the marshland has been subdued. With Luna's message relayed back, Ling Xiao felt a surge of joy within, commanding all troops to return to the territory. He turned to Lathiel, grinning. Today has been fortuitous. I've leveled up twice and acquired numerous treasures. At his words, Lathiel exhaled in relief, responding with a radiant smile. Indeed. My lord's aura seems significantly stronger. Compared to when she was first summoned, Lathiel could feel the lord's growing power each day, though this power was trivial to her. For a nascent lord, Ling Xiao's consistent daily upgrades placed him far ahead. After the initial surprise, Ling Xiao focused on the rewards he had just received. While he could comprehend the indomitable battle spirit, a title typically awarded to those with formidable will or exceptional mental prowess among void monsters, the scroll of territorial civilization inheritance seemed perplexing. Ling Xiao's gaze roamed, his handsome countenance marked by perplexity and confusion. The inheritance of territorial civilization was not something that ordinary monster territories could yield. It was typically reserved for advanced territories or cities and kingdoms of significant heritage. Considering the spoils from the obliteration of the marshland, it appeared that its overall strength surpassed that of the territory ruins he had previously encountered. Yet it still did not qualify as an advanced territory. With this in mind, Ling Xiao's expression grew increasingly strange. Could there be something extraordinary about the marshland? Although he was unaware of the specific reasons, he understood that the Void Realm was a place of boundless wonders. What is the Void Realm? It is home to indigenous tribes that have existed for ages, wielding tremendous power. The serial numbers of trial sites represent distinct Void Realms, each a complete world teeming with myriad races. The Void Realm holds infinite possibilities, where opportunities and dangers coexist. Capable lords may eventually encounter the lands of fallen demon gods or step into the relics of celestial beings. For hundreds of years during the era of Blue Star Lords, only a fraction of the Void Realm had been explored. No one knows how the Void Realm came to be. One day, it simply descended upon Blue Star. Tearing through space, an unknown monstrous races surged forth like a tide. The nations of Blue Star were plunged into calamity, with suffering and despair reigning. It was during this time that the profession of Lord emerged, awakening the Lord's heart, entering the Void Realm to gain superpowers, treasures, resources, and so forth. Gradually, the nations of Blue Star began to recover, flourishing anew. As the era of Lords officially commenced, the system developed and strengthened over a century. After pondering for a moment, Ling Xiao shook his head. Regardless of any peculiarities, if he was able to acquire such valuable items, then it must be an advanced territory. The inheritance of territorial civilization, much like the inheritance of unit civilization, lacks a fixed form. However, both aspects necessitate a harmonious integration, bestowing immense benefits upon both the territory and its sovereign. Prior to this moment, Ling Xiao had never anticipated acquiring the heritage of the territory's civilization so swiftly. He had thought he would have to wait until the latter stages of the trial period, or perhaps until its conclusion, before truly delving into the deeper realms of the void. Could it be attributed to his luck? Ling Xiao mused inwardly. At present, he had amassed 6 points of luck, which was likely related, for without such fortune, he would not have encountered the territory's civilization so rapidly. Just then, as Ling Xiao was lost in contemplation, a fearsome roar echoed from above the territory. He looked up to see the imposing figure of Xiao Bai leaping into view, scattering crystalline blue and white flames like snowflakes. With a thud, Xiao Bai landed beside Ling Xiao, resembling a well-behaved large white dog, nuzzling against him before letting out a mighty howl towards the territory's outskirts. After forming a pact with Xiao Bai, they could now comprehend each other's intentions. Ling Xiao promptly inquired, "Are you asking if your brethren can enter the territory?" Xiao Bai had already conveyed the news of subduing the Moonlit Demon Fox, and the other troops had reported back to Ling Xiao, making the situation regarding the Moonlit Mark quite clear. Although the Moonlit Mark was present, the Moonlit Demon Fox was not technically one of Ling Xiao's contracted troops. Thus, Xiaobai required his master's consent to allow his kin into the territory. Certainly, I also intend for your kin to serve me, Ling Xiao replied. Xiaobai appeared quite pleased, his beastly eyes shimmering with a blue glow as a dozen beams of white light erupted from his 3 fox tails, aligning in a neat formation. Under the watchful gaze of Ling Xiao and Lady Urs, the 15 beams of light flickered, gradually revealing the forms of the moonlit demon foxes. They were significantly smaller than Xiaobai. Yet to Ling Xiao, they appeared quite formidable. With a roar directed at the heavens, Xiaobai called out, and the 15 moonlit demon foxes swayed their bushy tails, resembling large dogs eagerly seeking their master's approval. Observing the row of foxes frantically wagging their tails, Ling Xiao couldn't help but smirk. Your troop, the Moonlit Demon Fox, has captured the Moonlit Demon Fox. Would you like to contract them? The contracting ability has been activated. Please check your panel for details. The notification from the Void Multiverse resonated in his ears, and Ling Xiao felt a surge of joy. Contracting was a fundamental ability of the Lord, allowing him to enlist groups of magical creatures to serve him. There was a distinction between contracting magical creature groups and contracted troops. The former were merely subjects of the territory. However, the contract was reciprocal, as the Lord could not enforce it unilaterally. Yet, with Xiaobai's moonlit mark, his kin would naturally pledge their allegiance to Ling Xiao, and through the contract, these moonlit demon foxes would become subjects of his domain. Unexpectedly, the first batch of subjects he contracted turned out to be a group of pets, which was rather delightful. The contracting process was straightforward. He silently focused, and a golden radiance flickered around him before dissipating. This was the magical energy consumed upon contracting a subject, requiring 1 point of magical energy per subject. Suddenly, the territory was graced with 15 new beloved companions, and Ling Xiao realized he needed to provide them with accommodations. After all, the Void Multiverse had its share of weather fluctuations. Since they had chosen to follow him, Ling Xiao felt compelled to treat them well. Xiaobai, instruct them to behave within the territory. Once the moonlit demon foxes were settled, several figures gradually appeared before Ling Xiao. The demon god Danming, the 6-winged angel Luna, and the lustful sorceress Fuselin. My lord, the lord of holy light, esteemed lord. With the return of his troops, Ling Xiao was filled with elation, and he eagerly anticipated the rewards they had brought back. Thank you for your efforts, everyone, Ling Xiao said, encouraging them to rest well. If needed, feel free to soak in the moonlight spring, and we shall arrange patrols and shifts after dinner. Yes. Although the troops had emerged unscathed, the waters of the moonlight spring possessed restorative properties, making it quite suitable for them to recuperate. However, the level 1 moonlight spring was only 200 square meters, and with dozens of individuals in the territory, space was rather limited. Ling Xiao felt quite vexed, as upgrading buildings required ample foundational resources, yet the rare items for advancement were woefully insufficient. For instance, moonlight stones and magical energy crystals. My lord, these are the spoils of our expedition, Danming stated calmly, waving his hand with flair, revealing a collection of chests before them. And these 2 items were obtained from the swampland. Both were scrolls, one red and one yellow. Ling Xiao deduced that these scrolls likely contained the territory's heritage civilization and the unyielding martial soul. His eyes sparkled with excitement as he took the scrolls from Danming's hands. Chapter 37. The heritage of the territory's civilization and the potential of the troops. A plethora of chests of various qualities lay strewn about, alongside 2 scrolls capable of yielding high-level items. In the Void Multiverse, beyond chests, there were also scrolls and other items. Chests contained strategic resources, such as materials for upgrading territory buildings, magic crystals, and magical energy crystals. In contrast, the contents of scrolls were more abstract, potentially yielding titles or glowing orbs. Another distinction was that scrolls lacked quality differentiation. They merely served as containers for items. After the troops returned, Danming provided a brief report on the situation outside the territory. Ling Xiao was taken aback to learn that within the swampland alone, the troops had vanquished several thousand redbone skeletons. It was no wonder he had leveled up twice in quick succession. Moreover, Ling Xiao was astonished to discover that the giant sword-wielding commander had employed summoner skills, orchestrating those throngs of redbone skeletons. Truly, the swampland was a marvel. Ling Xiao found it increasingly peculiar, as it had first unveiled the territory's heritage civilization and the unyielding martial soul title, with the leader being a warrior-type summoner. Remarkable. Ling Xiao's gaze fixated on the 2 scrolls in his hands. He could hardly resist the urge to unravel their mysteries. Items such as the territory's heritage civilization often provided clues when activated, and the truth was about to be unveiled. Danming, please arrange for someone to tally the chests and categorize them by quality, he instructed. Danming complied, and Ling Xiao stepped aside, preparing to activate the scroll. Detected a rare item scroll. Would you like to activate it? Activate immediately. Ling Xiao's voice was clear and resolute as the yellow scroll levitated into the air, radiating brilliance. Congratulations. You have obtained the title, Unyielding Martial Soul. Would you like to bind it? Unyielding Martial Soul. Type, title. Characteristics. The binder receives a 150 defense boost and a 200 critical damage increase when facing a fatal blow, lasting 10 seconds. Information: the crystallization of the obsession of a person with immense willpower. Those who cannot be slain in one strike shall ultimately face my retribution. Wow. This is an unequivocal life-saving charm. This title is undoubtedly a treasure, and the more powerful one becomes, the more pronounced its effects. A defense boost that doubles damage is tantamount to a final trump card. The titles bestowed by the Void Multiverse offer various enhancements. The higher the title's rank, the greater the benefits. Ling Xiao had not anticipated that the first title he acquired would offer both defensive and offensive enhancements, marking it as a high-tier title. Bind. Titles can only be bound by the Lord, distinguishing them from equipment, and without hesitation, he completed the binding. Golden light erupted around him, and he felt an unusual energy coursing through his body, enhancing his physical prowess significantly. Even if unforeseen circumstances arose in the future, the enemy would find it challenging to eliminate him. Furthermore, with various elemental immunity attributes, the future was long, and accumulating buffs would only serve to strengthen him. Next, he turned his attention to the other scroll. The crimson scroll radiated an intense brilliance, hovering in midair as beams of light converged, gradually unveiling a shimmering curtain of light. Simultaneously, a voice resonated in Ling Xiao's ears. Congratulations, you have acquired a fragment of the civilization legacy of the Starry God race. The territory of the binder shall receive a portion of the palace's fortune, enhancing the potential of all units to level 1. All units potential to level 1. Ling Xiao's eyes widened in disbelief, his expression one of incredulity. This meant that the growth of all units could transcend their limits. Whether they were hero units or non-hero units, advancement became increasingly arduous at higher levels. And surpassing such limits typically required great fortune or a rare treasure aligned with one's essence. Yet now, a fragment of a territory's civilization legacy had directly altered the potential of all units. Overwhelmed by joy, Ling Xiao found himself at a loss for words, his mind buzzing. Calm down. Calm down. First, bind the civilization legacy. With a thought, a ray of light burst forth from the scroll, merging into Ling Xiao's body. This territory's civilization legacy was a golden radiance, intangible, and upon assimilation, the binding was deemed successful. After a brief moment, he turned to the enchanting Fuse Lin beside him, and with a thought, opened her information panel while inquiring, Fuse Lin, how do you feel? The latter, sensing the urgency and fervor in her lord's gaze, felt her heart stir unexpectedly, her beautiful visage flushing crimson. Before she could shy away, her captivating eyes responded warmly. What is it, my lord? Ling Xiao, oblivious to the rising passion he had ignited within her, was captivated by the information panel, discovering that her growth limit had transformed from true god to Lord God. Unable to suppress a chuckle, he asked, Fuse Lin, your potential has changed. Do you feel any stronger? Fuse Lin's flushed expression froze momentarily, realizing her lord was referring to this. Just a moment ago, she had indeed sensed a surge of formidable energy, but under Ling Xiao's gaze, she had completely dismissed it. Comprehending her lord's words, a hint of disappointment flickered within her, and she replied, yes, I do feel stronger. What have you done to me, my lord? The enhancement of unit potential correspondingly amplified her own power. My lord, I believe I too sense a newfound strength, exclaimed Radiers, brimming with excitement. I, the Lord of Holy Light, share the same sentiment. Ling Xiao carefully examined their information panels, noting that Radiers and the six-winged angel Luna had also experienced a shift in their growth limits, ascending from void to immortal. Moreover, the growth limits of other unit types had also increased. Just as he concluded this verification, Danmon, who had been tallying the treasure chests, approached. My lord, we have acquired a total of 1,820 chests on this expedition, primarily of green and blue quality, along with 20 purple chests. Ling Xiao's eagerness was particularly directed toward the growth limit of Danmon, this demonic being. Given the known levels, immortal was the highest rank. Yet Danmon was indeed at the immortal level. He pondered whether there existed even higher tiers. With a thought, Ling Xiao eagerly opened Danmon's information panel, and upon seeing the details, his expression faltered. There indeed existed a rank superior to immortal. Danmon's current growth limit was identified as primary eternal. This newly revealed rank seemed to suggest further ascension was possible. Limited understanding often confines one's imagination. Beyond immortal, there lay eternal. The day surprises cascaded one after another. However, Ling Xiao quickly reined in his excitement, recognizing the importance of stabilizing growth. For one day, he would ascend to such heights. Simultaneously, myriad questions flooded his mind. For instance, why was the palace of the Starry God race concealed within the marshlands? Why was the civilization legacy acquired merely a fragment, rather than a complete whole? Ling Xiao felt an underlying secret within the scroll remained unknown to him. As he gazed upward at the shimmering curtain of light, images and sounds began to materialize within. Chapter 38. Descendants of the Starry God race, the fallen divine general. The beams emitted by the crimson scroll coalesced into a visible curtain, akin to a projector, captivating the attention of all present as they gazed upward. Moments later, the images and sounds retreated back into the crimson scroll, and Ling Xiao and the others finally grasped the origins of the marshlands. The scenes depicted a palace brought to ruin by a warlord's betrayal. The figures shown were not true members of the starry god race, but rather their descendants, endowed with extraordinary abilities and an inherent lifespan beginning at 500 years. The ruler of the starry palace was a wise monarch, beloved by his subjects, and his generals were unwaveringly loyal, dedicating themselves wholeheartedly. The descendants of the starry god race were perpetually engaged in conquest, expanding their territory, and a general wielding a colossal sword led a formidable army, striking terror into the hearts of neighboring kingdoms. Under the leadership of the giant sword general, his forces grew ever stronger, earning the unwavering support of the populace, who revered him as the sword god general. Throughout history, it has been said that beauty can be a source of calamity, and this legendary general ultimately met a tragic fate through such a cliché. The Starry King, under the pretense of visiting the general's family, harbored ill intentions toward the general's beautiful wife. Moreover, the Starry King harbored deep-seated fears, apprehensive that the generals might would one day threaten his own position. One fateful day, upon the victorious return of the giant sword general leading his forces, a banquet was held in the palace. The Starry King, conspiring with the general's lovely wife, poisoned the giant sword general and his troops. The general, stricken by the toxic starry grass, felt his bones corrode and heart decay. Having fought countless battles and remained undefeated throughout his life, he was unprepared for such a downfall at the hands of the sovereign to whom he had pledged his loyalty. And to add insult to injury, he was betrayed in the most humiliating manner. Now, with no one left behind him, he lamented, "For the countless conquests I have waged on your behalf, I grant you the privilege of a complete corpse." The Starry King, having succeeded in his treachery, showed no pretense as his true nature was revealed. Driven by selfish desires and inner demons, he poisoned his loyal general overnight, plunging the kingdom into peril. The king's jealousy and treachery, coupled with the betrayal of the beautiful wife. What man in this world could endure such humiliation? Despite the agony coursing through his body as if a multitude of insects were feasting upon him, the giant sword general, dragging his bloodied and mangled form, unleashed an unprecedented surge of terrifying power. The colossal sword in his grasp transformed into a shadow of immense proportions, cleaving a portion of the palace and the two conspirators in twain. This shadow not only severed the palace, but also tore asunder the very fabric of space, engulfing the palace in darkness, from which emerged grotesque, bloodthirsty monsters, leaving naught but bones in their wake. With crimson, furious eyes, he gazed upon the very palace he had once fought valiantly to protect, now transformed overnight into a den of monsters. His rage and resentment morphed into bloodlust and exhilaration. He became a whirlwind of madness. Driving his colossal sword into the blood-soaked earth, he howled to the heavens, "I command 1,000 legions, behold the magnificence of your king. I command 1,000 legions, behold the magnificence of your king." The mournful and wrathful cries echoed across the territory as the curtain of light dissipated. By heavens! How despicable! How shameless! Just a swift execution would suffice. I stand in support. The tragic and heroic fate of a loyal general left all in stunned silence, evoking feelings of melancholy. This wretched king not only sought to eradicate, but also coveted his general's wife, placing a crown of infidelity upon him. How utterly disgraceful. Ling Xiao, rarely overtaken by fury, stood rooted in place, venting his outrage with fervent words, mourning the plight of the giant sword general. The tale of the giant sword general prompted Ling Xiao to reflect on his own intimate associations, not to mention the treacherous foes from his past life. The human heart is indeed inscrutable, making the possession of unwaveringly loyal troops exceedingly vital. Ling Xiao gazed upon his soldiers, acutely aware that anyone could betray him. Yet, they would not. After a moment of solemn reflection, he was struck by the realization that it was no wonder such an unremarkable swamp had given rise to a legacy of territorial civilization. This heritage belonged to the Starlight Palace. Although the heart of the Starlight King was worthy of condemnation, the palace still bore significant depth, being the progeny of the Starlight Divine Clan. Even a mere fragment of the palace, cleaved by the Great Sword General, yielded immense benefits to the territorial troops. One could only wonder where the remaining vast expanse of the palace lay, lost in the void. How splendid it would be to acquire the entirety of this legacy. The grand palace that had appeared in the shimmering projection lingered in Ling Xiao's mind, filling him with yearning. However, such remnants of lost realms within the vastness of the void, along with the relics of celestial beings, are treasures that one can only hope to encounter. The rewards one might glean from these pursuits depend solely on the strength of the Lord. A powerful Lord would find such places teeming with resources, while the unprepared would meet their demise. What marvels might the treasure chests hidden in the swamp, concealing the Starlight Palace, yield? His gaze shifted to the multitude of treasure chests scattered across the ground. Ling Xiao couldn't help but lament the dismal drop rates. Despite slaying thousands of void demons, he had only uncovered fewer than 2,000 chests, even with the doubled rewards. Nevertheless, the quality of the chests was commendable, predominantly green and blue, with a minor assortment of white chests. Ling Xiao set aside 20 purple chests and called upon Lady Urs and others to join him in opening them. Thanks to the moon goddess Spring, they each possessed a modicum of luck, especially Luna, the six-winged angel, who had accumulated 4 points of fortune. By the moon goddess Spring, Ling Xiao and his companions began to systematically open the chests, the crisp sounds of success ringing in succession. From the 1,800 chests, the foundational resources amassed were counted in the tens of thousands: 36,000 gold coins, 29,000 units of stone, 41,200 units of wood, 13,600 units of basic meat, 1,260 magic crystals, 50 gold bars, and 66 copper ores. The foundational resources were plentiful, alleviating concerns for upgrades, although the rare materials would require more diligence. Thus far, resources like wood, stone, gold, and basic meat were more than sufficient for daily building upgrades and consumption. Ling Xiao's future focus lay on those rare resources, as daily trials alone would not suffice. Even with advantages, there were challenges. After the barracks and buildings had been enhanced, the required upgrade materials became increasingly scarce. Upgrading the barracks would increase the daily summoning frequency, while special buildings like the moon goddess Spring would become insufficient as the population of the territory grew. In terms of upgrading barracks, Ling Xiao found himself at a disadvantage compared to other lords, as his troop numbers were fewer. Other lords could summon dozens or even hundreds of troops daily from their barracks, and those with multiple barracks could summon several hundred in a single day. However, quality over quantity prevailed, and Ling Xiao did not feel a sense of loss. Yet, for his own ambitions, he naturally wished for as many summons as possible. He resolved to open the remaining 20 purple chests. With the most luck, Ling Xiao and Luna took turns opening the purple chests. From one chest, they acquired 10 white equipment bone spears and 20 magic energy crystals. From another, they obtained a necromancer class change scroll and a skill book. From yet another, they received a purple grade weapon, the Oblivion Greatsword. Chapter 39, High Quality Equipment, Abundant Harvest. Purple Quality Equipment. Ling Xiao's eyes sparkled with delight. This was the highest quality equipment he had encountered thus far. Upon opening all 20 purple chests, he amassed several magic herb seeds, 20 void shards, 96 magic energy crystals, 1 class change scroll, 1 skill book, and the purple grade Oblivion Greatsword. Indeed, exploration of the void bore fruit, and today brought exceptional fortune, a legacy of territorial civilization. The indomitable spirit contributed by the Greatsword General, high-quality equipment, and scarce items. It was only the 4th day of trials, and he had already uncovered a piece of purple equipment. The accumulation of luck clearly had its effects, as good fortune in gear was often dictated by chance. High-quality equipment could only be obtained from opening purple chests or by defeating boss monsters. However, encounters with such bosses were more common in the mid to late stages. Thus, for novice lords in the early game, acquiring even a few blue-grade items was worthy of a smile. Ling Xiao chuckled in satisfaction, subsequently retrieving the purple equipment. Oblivion Greatsword. Purple different professions allow the wielder to unleash varying abilities. What a brief introduction. Ling Xiao's expression turned peculiar. Yet upon further contemplation of the description, combined with its quality, it was undoubtedly a purple item of significant worth. Soon, a nearly 2-meter-long, broad-bladed greatsword coalesced in his grasp. Clang. He hadn't anticipated the sheer weight of the sword. Nearly losing his balance, he was almost sent tumbling to the ground, his expression a mix of frustration and astonishment. At his current level, he lacked the strength to wield the Oblivion Greatsword effortlessly. Wait, why does this sword seem so familiar? It resembles the sword wielded by the Greatsword General. Beside him, Fuselin remarked. No wonder it looked familiar. It was indeed his sword. The Oblivion Greatsword's blade was clear and luminous, adorned with unfathomable celestial patterns that spiraled around it, with similar designs on the hilt. The sword before him mirrored the one used by the Greatsword General. He wondered if its power would be equally formidable. Ling Xiao's mind conjured images of the Greatsword General cleaving through the Starlight Palace, exuding an overwhelming aura. Imagining himself wielding the Greatsword, severing mountains and slaying beasts. His eyes glowed with fervor, his heart racing with excitement. Moreover, the sword's description suggested it could be used by any profession. As a general renowned for his invincibility, the Greatsword General could cleave a palace with a single stroke and summon red-bone skeletons in the swamp with his summoning skill. Unable to use the equipment at present, Ling Xiao willed the Oblivion Greatsword to dissipate into light and return to the territory's warehouse. He then turned his attention to the other spoils, a necromancer class change scroll and a skill book. Upon inspection, he noted that the scroll and book were complementary. The scroll allowed for a transition to the necromancer class, while the book contained the teachings of necromancy. These items held little value for him, as Ling Xiao intended to pursue the paladin profession. After a moment's contemplation, he resolved to list them in the trading area. Class change scrolls and skill books were always in demand. Besides permanent professions, Other classes could be transitioned into freely, and advanced classes like necromancer were favored by many lords. It was no jest. A powerful necromancer could summon a catastrophe, provided the lord possessed the requisite potential. Among the officially recognized lords of the Dragon Kingdom, many chose the necromancer path. Under comparable conditions, lords who trained in necromancy often exhibited superior overall strength. After all, aside from the summoned troops of their territory, the inherent characteristics of their profession enabled them to conjure varying degrees of undead. With a stroke of luck, one could even uncover titles in the void that stack buffs, such as infinite defense or infinite division, directly bestowing such buffs upon the summoned undead. One can only marvel at their indomitable resilience when faced with all but equally matched holy light practitioners. In the presence of others, it truly evokes a sense of helplessness, as they seem utterly unassailable. Ling Xiao, reminiscing about the myriad of undead minions he has summoned, finds himself irresistibly tempted. These two items are bound to fetch a handsome price. He muses with a mischievous grin dancing at the corners of his mouth. As the moment for treasure chest opening and reward collection arrives, the expression of his lord fluctuates greatly, one moment filled with frustration, the next unable to suppress a chuckle. This mannerism is nothing new to Lady Urs and the others. Witnessing their lord's antics naturally brings them joy, for it signifies that he has acquired yet another trove of treasures. Truly, he is a reliable and endearing human man. Observing the handsome visage of their lord as various emotions flit across his face, Lady Urs, embodying the unique allure of a succubus, feels an inexplicable stir within her heart, yearning for his affection. With a smile gracing his lips, Ling Xiao accesses the system panel and promptly navigates to the trading area. Listing items is a straightforward endeavor, merely a matter of thought. Ling Xiao places the necromancer job transfer scroll alongside the 2 skill books he previously acquired. Most items possess a set price determined by the Void Realm. Yet due to the rarity of job transfer scrolls and skill books, their values vary, and the Void Realm does not provide a specific market price, allowing for a broader range of pricing. After a moment of contemplation, Ling Xiao marks his price demands. Necromancer job transfer scroll, 1, 400 magic energy crystals. Wizard's training manual skill book, 1,000 gold, or 80 magic crystals. Basic Guide to Fire Element Manipulation Skill Book, 1, 800 gold or 50 magic crystals. Additionally, he lists the recently acquired equipment, the Bone Spear, which is of white quality and can be exchanged for either gold or magic crystals. In comparison to the job transfer scroll, the skill books are relatively inexpensive, being mere basic skill books of white quality. Considering his current surplus of foundational resources, he only requires magic energy crystals for the job transfer scroll. At 400 magic energy crystals, Ling Xiao acknowledges that the price is quite steep. Yet he remains unperturbed about potential buyers. With numerous new lords around, many of whom are quite affluent, he is confident in his prospects. The skill books may be snatched up immediately, but the job transfer scroll might take a bit longer to sell. Ling Xiao is in no rush. Accumulating magic energy crystals is no simple task, and he currently possesses only 4 to 500. Closing the system panel, Ling Xiao retrieves the magic grass seeds, discovering he has received 10 packets. These are perfectly suited for planting in the vacant space before the lord's mansion, serving as delightful decoration. Mounting atop his steed, Xiaobai, he arrives at the front of the lord's mansion in mere moments. Before the mansion, an extravagant display of flora is unnecessary. A touch of greenery will suffice. The previously acquired magic fields remain unused, making it the perfect time to sow them in the 2 available patches of land. Both magic fields are of green quality, covering only 30 square meters, which feels somewhat insufficient as a decorative border for the mansion. Fortunately, the miracle creation ability can be utilized through the enhancement of golden attributes. The 2 magic fields are upgraded to plus magic fields, effectively doubling their area, making them ideal for the surrounding greenery. Ling Xiao scatters the magic grass seeds, and a magical plant's information unfolds. Chapter 40, Level 5 Territory, Trade Items. Magic Firefly Grass. Type, Magical Plant. Level, None. Growth Cycle, 5 days. Traits, flowers released at night can increase magic energy points. 1,000 blooms can accumulate 1 point of magic energy. Information, the light of fireflies. Magical plants typically possess certain traits, with a growth period of 5 days. The magic firefly grass can release firefly flowers at night, which can accumulate magic energy, albeit slightly inferior to the previous purple flame flower and laughing mushroom. Nevertheless, it is still better than ordinary plants. Clapping his hands, Ling Xiao opens the territory information panel. His territory has now reached level 3, spanning an area of 1,000 square meters, with an upgrade requirement of 12,000 units of wood and 8,000 units of stone. After a day of battle, having slain thousands of void monsters and benefiting from a doubling reward mechanism, Ling Xiao has amassed a substantial amount of foundational resources. Currently, he has accumulated over 80,000 units of wood and more than 70,000 units of stone, more than ample for upgrading his territory and other constructions. Thus, he proceeds with the upgrades, Consume 12,000 units of wood, 8,000 units of stone. Your territory has been upgraded. Your territory has been upgraded to level 4, expanding to an area of 1,500 square meters. Consume 20,000 units of wood, 13,000 units of stone. Your territory has been upgraded. Your territory has been upgraded to level 5, expanding to an area of 200 square meters. Territory, miracle creation. Level 5, area 200 square meters. Warehouse, territory owned, cannot be upgraded, infinite capacity. Buildings, Heart of the Lord Altar, Purple Thunderstone Wall, Moon Goddess Well, Paradise of Joy, Gentle Homeland, Moon Goddess Spring. Barracks, Palace of Original Sin, Abyssal Tower, Sacred Heavenly Gate. Landmarks, installations, All-Seeing Eye Money Tree. Upgrade requirements, 30,000 units of wood, 20,000 units of stone. In one breath, Ling Xiao has upgraded his territory by 2 levels, instantly expanding its area to 200 square meters. In the blink of an eye, the territory's area automatically enlarges, the ground shaking as the surrounding, purple thunderstone walls shift outward, halting at the territory's edge. On the 4th day of the trial, the territory achieves level 5, significantly ahead of others. Ling Xiao also discovers that the territory panel has undergone slight modifications. A new section labeled Landmarks, Installations has appeared, which automatically updates based on items or buildings acquired by the Lord. This convenient data panel allows the Lord to grasp the territory's statistics and information at a glance. Ling Xiao opens the mini-map, noting that the restroom and bathhouse can also be upgraded. Glancing at Paradise of Joy and Gentle Homeland, both buildings are at level 2, and the materials required for their upgrades are identical, prompting him to directly consume the materials. Paradise of Joy. Type, Special Building. Level, 3. Occupancy, 50. Upgrade consumption, 300 gold. 8,000 units of stone for 100 magic crystals. Traits, accepts all, automatically purifies, alleviates fatigue. Information, waist and line, empty bellies, fragrant aromas. Gentle Homeland. Type, Special Building. Level, 3. Occupancy, 50. Upgrade consumption, 300 gold. 8,000 units of stone for 100 magic crystals. Traits, automatically stores water, cleanses impurities, temperature selection, hot water aids in healing injuries. Information, come now, scrub-a-dub, scrub-a-dub. Both buildings successfully upgrade, increasing the available space and significantly expanding their area. Staring at the 2 level 3 buildings, Ling Xiao realizes that further upgrades require 8,000 magic crystals, which is a considerable expenditure. Thanks to the modifications from Miracle Creation, the territory's buildings generally possess special traits, making the resources required for upgrades quite hefty. After some contemplation, Ling Xiao decides against further upgrades, for the current positioning of both buildings is more than sufficient, especially since neither the original demon nor the angelic spirit has any need for restrooms. Regarding the territorial defense structure, the amethyst thunderstone wall, an 8-meter stone barrier suffices. There is no necessity to squander resources on upgrades. Having completed his daily upgrade tasks, Ling Xiao rubbed his hands together in anticipation. He had leveled up twice consecutively, now attaining Black Iron 6 stars, with 2 opportunities to load attributes. Just as he was about to load the attributes, a series of red notification dots appeared on his system panel, prompting him to click. Hello, could you possibly lower the price on the Necromancer job change scroll? Absolutely not. Upon a brief glance, it seemed the sender was a member of the undead faction, with a barracks named Dark Lord. If it could be cheaper, I wouldn't have set such a high price in the first place, Ling Xiao silently retorted, switching to other private messages. Most of the messages inquired about potential price reductions, which he promptly disregarded. Some urged him to retain such a high-tier job change scroll for himself instead of selling it for less. Ling Xiao found himself somewhat tempted. The Necromancer class was indeed alluring, yet it paled in comparison to his SSS-rated troops. Moreover, he possessed the Holy Angel. What was a Necromancer compared to summoning a catastrophe in the face of an SSS-level angelic spirit? The Dark Lord, who had just been rebuffed, sent another message. My troops consist of B-rank Ghost Knights and B-rank Skeleton Legion. If you could sell it to me for a lower price, I could help you out. A Necromancer growing into a Calamity-level entity would be significant. Sell it to me cheaply, and I will remember your kindness. Gazing at the private message, Ling Xiao furrowed his brow. This fellow was trying to leverage favors to persuade him into a lower-priced transaction for the job change scroll. Not a chance. Not a single coin less. Ling Xiao disregarded the individual entirely and turned his attention to the trading status of other items. Aside from the job change scroll, the other items had already been sold. Necromancy skill book transaction successful, earned 80 magic crystals. Wizard's training manual transaction successful, earned 1,000 gold. Basic guide to fire element control transaction successful, earned 800 gold. Next came the bone spear, 10 pieces of white quality equipment. Such low-tier gear did not necessitate restricted exchange items. Hence it was sold for a mere 1,000 gold. Gold was the most easily acquired resource, with many lords opting to expend their gold for purchases. Only the necromancy skill book had been bought by a lord using 80 magic crystals. Ling Xiao took note of the purchase record. The buyer was a newcomer lord named Tyrant, and his lord's heart was rated A. This individual had only purchased a skill book. Could he have already obtained the job change scroll? While pondering this, a new private message arrived. I'll take the necromancer job change scroll. Here is a deposit. If you agree, initiate the directed transaction, and I will procure the remaining magic crystals for you in the coming days. A deposit? Ling Xiao glanced closely and realized it was from Tyrant, the same one who had purchased the skill book. Evidently, he was intent on acquiring the job change scroll, even offering a deposit. To his surprise, Ling Xiao received 200 magic crystals. Well, this person is quite straightforward. Aren't they worried I might deceive them? Ling Xiao relished dealing with such individuals, who were refreshingly direct. Being a person of integrity himself, he refrained from any underhanded tactics and agreed to the directed transaction without hesitation. The trading zone allowed for directed transactions, provided both parties reached an agreement. High-tier job change scrolls were rare treasures. Ling Xiao had fortuitously obtained this one after destroying the hidden Starbright Palace in the Swamp of Despair. For others, the opportunity to acquire such items could vanish once trials concluded. The sensation of receiving funds was exhilarating, especially with the rare magic crystals. With a buyer for the job change scroll secured, he deemed it unnecessary to engage further with the other inquiries, dismissing them all, as he could monitor the directed transaction. One private message, however, was particularly unfriendly, from the previously encountered Dark Lord. With a White Lord's heart, what are you pretending to be? Don't let me cross paths with you. Ling Xiao frowned. Was this individual unable to afford the purchase? He casually typed out a 2-word dismissal and promptly blacklisted the sender. Attributes. Here they come. Ding. You have leveled up to Black Iron 6 stars and currently possess 2 opportunities to load attributes. Would you like to proceed? Load. Chapter 41. Golden Attribute. Master Planner. The lottery will reappeared, the needle spinning rapidly before eventually coming to a halt. Ding. 5 attributes have been randomly loaded. Natural Brow Bone, blue. Misfortune, gray. Stunted Growth, gray. Benevolent Filter, blue. And Futility, gray. No golden attributes. Blue is the highest quality. Let's see what this entails. Natural Brow Bone. All female troops possess unparalleled beauty, inflicting 10 damage with skills. Misfortune, territorial attribute. Your territory is afflicted by misfortune. Stunted Growth, randomly increases 1 barracks summoning count by 10. The summoned troops are likely to be incomplete. Benevolent Filter, territorial attribute. All troops, including those in the territory, radiate goodwill, potentially lowering enemy vigilance and triggering surrender events. Futility, repeated failures in battle. The gray attributes were utterly absurd, significantly diminishing troop capabilities. Stunted Growth, while it could enhance summoning counts, would yield incomplete troops. In essence, it was as good as worthless. Since there exists a negative summoning attribute, could it imply that positive attributes also exist? Ling Xiao's eye sparkled. The prospect of daily increased summoning counts would indeed be delightful. Both Natural Brow Bone and Benevolent Filter were blue attributes. Ling Xiao's gaze flickered toward the seductive demoness, Fuseland. Although there was a slight damage enhancement, he was no tyrant in need of numerous enchantresses. He was quite content with his current diverse troop types, never growing weary of them. After a moment of contemplation, Ling Xiao opted to bind Benevolent Filter. Compared to the others, this attribute held greater value. The surrender event referred to races within the void that might yield allegiance to the Lord, who could then contract them as residents of the territory. Additionally, some races possessed unique abilities, such as the dwarves with their remarkable craftsmanship and forging skills, or the dogmen adept at mining. Though the occurrence was probabilistic, what if it actually transpired? Binding Benevolent Filter. There remained one last opportunity. After a brief contemplation, the great wheel began to spin once more. Ding. 5 attributes have been randomly loaded. Blossoms and Full Moons, white. Necromancer's Bard, blue. Darkness Descends, white. Self-inflicted Hardship, gray. And Master Planner, gold. Gold has appeared. Ling Xiao immediately examined the description of the golden attribute. Master Planner. Once activated, the attribute allows for planning suggestions according to the Lord's will and automatically devises and perfects territorial plans. The cooldown period is 48 hours. Wow, what a treasure. Planning a territory requires relevant blueprints, such as the layout of roads, which must adhere to specific schematics to be executed. However, these blueprints follow fixed planning forms. And once utilized, the territory is bound to the planned design, leaving no room for spontaneity. Yet, this attribute can compensate for the limitations of planning blueprints, allowing Ling Xiao to plan at his discretion. Furthermore, if the Lord's planning is lacking, the attribute will automatically refine it. How wonderful. Haha. Oh. Blossoms and Full Moons seems familiar. Ling Xiao was too lazy to check and instead focused on the other attributes. Necromancer's Bard, chanting eerie magic. The attack power of skeleton troops is increased by 12. The Veil of Darkness, a shroud of darkness envelopes the battlefield, providing an opportunity for the units to infiltrate. Self-inflicted hardship. The Lord endures hardships unnecessarily, seeking trouble where there is none. With golden attributes in abundance, there is no need to concern oneself with these trivial lower-tier traits. Ling Xiao directly binds, Master Planner. Having set everything in order, Ling Xiao finally exhales with relief. Upon returning to his territory, he busily engages in monster hunting and upgrading territorial structures, which proves to be quite fulfilling. Nightfall. The Lord's residence. A long, narrow dining table is laden with a variety of roasted meats, wolf, black pig, and bison. After several consecutive days of indulging in roasted meat, not only is Ling Xiao weary of it, but so too are the other heroes, who find themselves nauseated by the sight of the succulent dishes. Fortunately, the dining table today boasts an assortment of vegetarian fruits. However, these were gathered from outside the territory, as Ling Xiao has yet to discover any fruit trees. Regrettably, without a culinary savvy unit, the daily feast of roasted meat becomes a monotonous affair. Even a burp carries the taste of meat. Ling Xiao grips a wild fruit, glancing at the exquisite roasted meats with a furrowed brow. The abilities of the units are numerous, yet most are primarily combat-oriented, with only a few specializing in agriculture or culinary arts. However, summoning an SSS-grade culinary unit seems a bit excessive, does it not? My lord, we are eager to learn the culinary arts. All that is required is for food to be cooked, Dan Mingyan remarks nonchalantly, trivializing the culinary endeavor. Learning may not be difficult, but Ling Xiao dismisses the idea. Employing an SSS-level primal demon as a mere cook would be a waste of talent. My lord, there are many races skilled in the culinary arts, such as the beast folk and earth elves. As long as you summon them, there is no need for further training. Suddenly interjects Latercy, sitting to Ling Xiao's left, as she takes a hearty bite of a juicy wild fruit, showing no interest in the roasted meat before her. Summoning units is easy, but it requires a barracks. The source of summoned units is the barracks and the unit contract cards, and they do not appear simply because one wishes for them. Ling Xiao is also frustrated. His luck had been favorable in the past 3 days, having continuously summoned barracks and even secured a contract card. Yet today, the SSS grade bonus rewards yielded no barracks. And it is not as if he can summon any barracks he desires. Perhaps, outside the territory, there might be beast folk who excel in culinary skills and possess minor magic, albeit with low combat prowess. If I were to capture them, the matter would be resolved. Furzarin rests her delicate white hand against her petite chin, her eyes sparkling. The beast folk seem delightful, but it would be rather unseemly to enslave a group of charming and adorable beast maidens through force. Ling Xiao's thoughts momentarily wander to a vision of a group of pitiful beast maidens, on the verge of tears, pleading for mercy, and he shakes his head. He values loyalty. If their hearts are not with him, their presence is of little worth. Moreover, the races of the void are not easily swayed to pledge allegiance to a lord. In the void, a lord can contract races that willingly submit. Ling Xiao sincerely hopes that the kindness filter will prove effective. Nonetheless, in the absence of other culinary skilled units, it seems prudent to have Dan Mingyan arrange for the preparation of food. After dinner, the guests gradually disperse. Ling Xiao stands at the edge of the corridor on the second floor of the Lord's residence, peering through the glass window at the territory. The golden tree at the center of the moon goddess spring glimmers, illuminating a vast area of the territory, creating an exceptionally cozy and warm ambience. Nearby, Xiao Bai's little subordinates lie on the ground, resembling obedient and understanding pets. On the stone walls, angelic spirits flap their snow-white wings, patrolling the perimeter. Despite the ongoing expansion of the territory, numerous void monsters have been discovered nearby. In this perilous and challenging land, an extraordinary sense of tranquility envelopes the atmosphere. This is a feeling Ling Xiao had never experienced in his previous life. He had been perpetually on edge, fearing that a formidable void monster might strike at any moment. That sense of unease had lingered until the moment of his demise, never dissipating. Now, however, Ling Xiao feels an unparalleled sense of security. Bolstered by his units, the original Sin Sorceress, the Primal Demon, and the Divine Angel, along with the developed territory. Lifting his gaze to the heavens of the void, a flicker of determination crosses Ling Xiao's eyes as he murmurs to himself, Blue Star Universe, the Celestial Dog Alliance, we shall meet soon. Chapter 42, A New Hero. The musical demon, Ligay. The following day, a low murmur fills the air, accompanied by distant beastly roars and melodious voices, the voices of the sorceresses and angels. In a haze of sleep, Ling Xiao feels the vibrant energy of home, a sensation he has never experienced as an orphan. Climbing out of bed, he stretches luxuriously, having enjoyed a truly restful night. After washing up, Ling Xiao finds that Dan Mingyan and the others have prepared breakfast. A delightful blend of meat and vegetables awaits, with slices of meat and some wild fruits cut neatly, finally offering a reprieve from the monotony of a single large mass of meat. My lord, did you sleep well last night? As Ling Xiao enters the living room, Furzarin's enchanting visage greets him, her captivating presence radiating warmth. This woman begins to unleash her charm waves early in the morning. Fortunately, Ling Xiao is immune to such effects, lest his thoughts wander. Women only serve to hinder his readiness. and with trial time approaching, he must remain vigilant. After breakfast, Ling Xiao leads them to the barracks, preparing for the next round of summoning. Gold, 200. Spending 200 gold coins, a graceful female statue materializes, 10 beams of light erupting, filling the Sin Palace with potent magical energy. As the light dissipates, 10 distinct figures emerge. Greetings, my lord. 3 gluttony sorceresses, 2 envy sorceresses, 3 lust sorceresses, and 2 greed sorceresses appear. As expected, the 10 summoned original sin sorceresses are all standard units. For Zarin, please help them familiarize themselves with the territory. And then you can arrange their tasks. The trials will commence shortly. Understood, my lord. After issuing his command, Ling Xiao exits the Sin Palace, making his way towards the Abyss Tower. Dan Mingyan follows Ling Xiao into the tower, while Latursi and Xiao wait outside. No matter how many times he enters, Ling Xiao remains uneasy in this atmosphere, feeling an overwhelming sense of dread, compounded by the looming demonic statues that seem to gaze down upon humanity, casting an inexplicable pressure over him. Gold, 200. Dark red waves of magical energy swirl as 9 tall, fearsome figures slowly take form, with one figure resembling a human. Upon witnessing this, Ling Xiao's eyes gleam. Has he summoned an SSS-grade primal demon hero unit? In the next moment, a profoundly resonant melody fills the air, reminiscent of a guitar's sound waves, yet imbued with an enchanting quality that strikes at the soul. Ling Xiao shudders, momentarily lost in the reverberation, but quickly regains clarity, a benefit of his lordly immunity. Suddenly, a voice, akin to a shrieking song, emanates from the figure. Oh, follow me. Follow me. Ignoring the soul-stirring impact of the melody, the voice is unexpectedly beautiful, akin to a celestial chorus. Beside him, Dan Mingyan gasps, her expression shifting from calm to one of distaste, murmuring to herself, "It's this guy." Noticing the change in Damon's expression, Ling Xiao cast a peculiar glance toward the approaching figure. Unexpectedly, the newly summoned hero, shedding his previously suave demeanor, launched himself onto Danmon like a koala clinging to a tree. "I missed you so much, Lord Danmon. Those guys wouldn't let me sing, and I almost suffocated. I finally found you." Damon's forehead twitched with a series of crosses, his face a portrait of fury mixed with disdain as he attempted to shake off the human ornament clinging to him. Ling Xiao stood there, utterly bewildered. Just moments ago, this individual had exuded an air of extraordinary charisma, only to transform into a blubbering mess, tears and snot smearing Damon's attire. A gust of cold wind swept past from behind, and Ling Xiao fixed his gaze on the 2 frolicking figures, finding them starkly different from his expectations. He had envisioned a cadre of demons bowing respectfully before him, welcoming them to his domain, yet before he could gather his thoughts, the human ornament detached himself from Damon's side, his slender fingers deftly strumming the guitar shaped like a demon's head in front of him, exclaiming, "Let me dazzle the crowd. This is my stage. Follow me." It appeared that the hero was a blend of a cool star and a playful jester, which was rather amusing. As the enchanting yet unexpectedly melodious singing echoed throughout the circular hall, the dark red demonic energy pulsated rhythmically in response. Bang! Danmon, having appeared behind the exuberant new hero at some point, delivered a swift strike to the back of his head. Apologetically, he turned to Ling Xiao and said, "My lord, the child is rather simple-minded. He has truly lost his composure. His lively spirit and melodious voice make him an interesting character." Ha, it's quite all right. Livening up the atmosphere is beneficial. You are just too serious," Ling Xiao reassured him. At this, the newly struck hero, looking quite aggrieved, finally regained his senses and turned to Ling Xiao, inquiring, "Hey, you are the lord?" Lost in his artistic musings, he had momentarily forgotten the influx of territory information. Slap. Yet again, Danmon delivered a light smack to the back of his head. "Ouch. Li Gu, pay my respects to you, my lord." The demon named Li Gu composed himself, placing a hand over his left chest and bowing respectfully. The 9 ordinary soldier units behind him also saluted, their deep voices resonating with an imposing presence. "Please, rise," Ling Xiao urged. Upon hearing this, he eagerly glanced at Li Ge's information panel. Unit type, Li Gu. Hero level, Black Iron 1-star rank. SSS talent, Celestial Melody skill, Soulful Melody growth limit. Overlord, with the Legacy Civilization bonus from the Star Radiance Palace. Loyalty, 100. Never betray, bonus attribute. Information, follow me. Let me dazzle the crowd. This is my stage. The newly summoned unit, boosted by the territory's Legacy Civilization, exhibited enhanced potential. Ling Xiao then took note of Li Ji's attire. Disregarding the black and red demon-headed guitar before him, he wore a sleek, modern outfit, and his purple hair appeared meticulously styled, giving him a fresh and handsome appearance. Upon closer inspection, it was evident that when he was not acting silly, he possessed the charisma of a star adored by fans. The information on the panel was clear. He was an original demon who relished music, with talents and skills rooted in melody. It seemed Li Gu wielded his voice and guitar to launch sonic assaults against enemies, explaining the profound sense of dread the earlier music had evoked deep within the soul. It appeared that the territory was destined for a lively atmosphere henceforth. As Ling Xiao turned to leave, a subtle smile flitted across his face as he led the group away from the Abyss Tower. Briefly introducing the new hero to the inhabitants of the territory, they continued their journey to the sacred heavenly gate without pause. Lord of Holy Light. Luna greeted respectfully as she accompanied Ling Xiao into the resplendent hall aglow with golden light. Gold, 200. The beautiful, ethereal seraphim, ordinary angelic soldiers, filled the space. Today's opening was promising. They had summoned a hero unit, and all newly summoned troops were familiarizing themselves with the territory, preparing for the trials of the day ahead. The void trial for today is about to commence. Please, new lord, be prepared. Today, they had added 25 new units. And the hero unit now boasted an additional member, significantly enhancing their strength. Ling Xiao, wearing a smile, retrieved the arcane energy rifle, eagerly approaching the stone wall, ready to snipe any incoming enemies. Come on, my rifle has been itching for action. As he toyed with the arcane rifle, Ling Xiao suddenly changed expression, turning to look at Lady Urs. She too appeared perturbed. The two seemed to sense something amiss, their gazes sweeping the surroundings. Ling Xiao exclaimed in astonishment. The area surrounding the territory is swarming with void monsters. Chapter 43, Trial difficulty increases. Monsters descend from all directions. This information was relayed by the detection device. 1,000-mile eye, indicating that numerous monsters had gathered around the territory. No way, the void multiverse holds me in such high regard. Ling Xiao felt a wave of dread wash over him. On the 5th day of the trial, the encroaching void monsters were coming from all directions, signaling an escalation in difficulty. Damn it, Ling Xiao muttered under his breath, realizing this was likely a consequence of his territory's overall strength. Given today's summoning count, he now commanded 115 units of SSS rank alone, in addition to 16 moonlit foxes. Typically, it was on the 10th day of the trial that monsters would begin to attack from all directions, yet here they were, facing the onslaught just 5 days in. With great power comes greater trials, but naturally, the rewards would be substantial. Danmon, Luna, Fuselin, Ligu, each of you lead a team and disperse to various locations. Today's trial has increased in difficulty. Yes, with a melodious resonance, Ligu bellowed, follow me. Each took their respective troops to different positions, supplementing numbers with other units as necessary. Some veteran units, having endured several days of battle, required no guidance from Ling Xiao. They would lead the new troops. Lord, it seems today will be another grand battle, Lady Urs remarked, a hint of a smile dancing in her eyes as she observed the movements in the dense forest below. Filled with curiosity, compared to previous days, the void monsters appearing today exhibited significantly higher magical intensity, based on the 4th day's monster levels. Today's adversaries were predominantly of bronze rank. As the multitude of monsters surged forth, the dense white mist in the forest began to dissipate, resembling an ethereal realm. Quite fantastical in appearance. Little White, you should also level up. With a command, the enormous 3-tailed moonlit fox let out an excited howl, its snowy white form leaping down outside the territory. The 3 fox tails billowed like fairy ribbons in the wind, and 15 beams of white light erupted forth, transforming into 15 moonlit foxes. The recently acquired moonlit foxes were not yet highly ranked, and certainly did not compare to Little White, who was an S-rank entity. Given that today's monsters were primarily of bronze rank, they would not act alone. Each moonlit fox would pair with a soldier unit, serving as mounts and delivering the final blow to monsters when necessary. Thus, Little White's companions could level up safely. As for Lady Urs, the witch high priestess, she need not step onto the battlefield. She could maintain her usual growth by casting spells from a distance. Moreover, her primary responsibility was to ensure Ling Xiao's safety, and naturally, she would not stray even a step away. Let me see what kind of magical creatures are present. Ling Xiao gripped his magical energy gun, his gaze brimming with excitement. Dan Mungan was tasked with the Eastern Territory, and at this moment, a relentless wave of void creatures surged forth, humanoid beings clad in armor. Their exposed skin an obsidian hue. Creature, armored puppet. Level, bronze 7 to 8 stars. Skills, combat techniques. Intelligence, a puppet possessing formidable armor, adept at combat and remarkably agile. A vast multitude of armored puppets, numbering at least 400 to 500, appeared lifeless yet expertly trained, exuding an imposing presence. They resembled silver-armored monkeys, their bodies nimble and their movements swift. The demon squad led by Dan Mungan, with their massive physiques, stood in stark contrast to the agile armored puppets, their actions seemingly slowed. Dozens of armored puppets leapt and climbed onto the demons, delivering powerful blows. Some puppets skilled in martial arts unleashed a series of strikes, their fists and feet raining down upon the demons. A bunch of rabble. A deep, resonant voice emanated from the demon. Those seemingly painful blows felt like mere tickles upon his body, as he swung his mountain-like arms, swatting away a multitude of armored puppets. Bronze-level armored puppets, while still exceptionally nimble void creatures, were a nightmarish presence before an average lord. The troops under his command hadn't even unleashed their skills before being overwhelmed and thoroughly battered by the puppets. Yet, on Ling Xiao's side, they remained insufficient to pose a challenge. Ling Xiao soon discovered that today's void creatures comprised more than a single race. In the southern territory, Fuselin observed a horde of mummies spewing frost, their mouths uttering strange murmurs, some crawling, some leaping, and others staggering out from the dense forest. Little fox, a woo. A moonlit demon fox let out a resounding howl, leaping into the air, whereupon a splendidly poised sorceress materialized upon its back, a glint of cruelty flashing in her eyes. Let destruction reign, you repugnant creatures. The lustful sorceress Fuselin, captivated by the sight of handsome and valiant men, looked upon the grotesque mummies with disdain. Her delicate face contorted with contempt as she unleashed a flurry of lethal strikes. The other sorceresses and demons eagerly joined in the massacre. Some of the troops, having endured days of battle, were not disheartened. Instead, a sense of bloodlust and vengeance surged within them, their faces reflecting a hunger for slaughter. In the Western Territory, Luna led a cadre of winged angels descending upon the scene, where the void creatures lurking in the forest were grotesque, corpulent, pig-headed beings. Their crimson eyes radiating a ferocious aura, drool cascading from their foul mouths. Beautiful maiden, The pig-headed creatures, previously dripping with saliva due to hunger, now found themselves entranced by the angelic figures, their expressions dazed in awe. The pig-headed beings emitted grunting sounds, their red eyes miraculously morphing into heart shapes. Their lecherous expressions betraying their greedy desire. Greed, lust, and ugliness, you invaders of my territory, shall meet your demise. A golden radiance illuminated the land. A chilling aura of murderous intent descending. Holy arrows of light rained down like golden droplets, the pig-headed creatures conjuring their utmost defenses. Their massive bodies enveloped in a crimson glow as they attempted to withstand the onslaught. Yet, the pig-headed creatures' defenses shattered like fragile glass, succumbing to the barrage. Their blood staining the earth beneath them. Let me stir the crowd. This is our stage. Let us revel in this final symphony. Follow me. The powerful resonance of the music reverberated, as if the departing song was a performer relishing the moment. In the Northern Territory, two-headed serpents, black-skinned lizards, and giant pincered scorpions, among other void creatures of lesser rank, were effortlessly torn apart by the sonic assault. The demons, sorceresses, and moonlit demon fox charged into the fray, the air thick with the scent of blood. Zing, splatter. So you think you can be audacious? Let me show you what I can do. Standing atop the territorial stone wall, Ling Xiao pulled the trigger. A magical energy bullet shot forth from the gun's magical array, striking the bulbous eyes of a roaring giant serpent. Chapter 44, SS-level rating, 2 buildings. The trials continued to escalate in difficulty, yet Ling Xiao's combat prowess surged daily. The highest-ranked troops under Ling Xiao were now Black Iron 8 to 9 stars, their strength nearing that of Bronze level. Even the newly summoned troops could dispatch Bronze-level creatures with ease, not to mention those that had grown to the latter stages of Black Iron. However, not all Black Iron-level creatures were fragile. Some possessed considerable durability, particularly the Bronze 8-star black-shelled magic turtles, which could retreat into their immensely hard shells, making them difficult to defeat in a short span. Observing closely, Ling Xiao noted that the black-shelled magic turtle's exterior seemed to exhibit a degree of immunity to the sonic waves of the departing song. Other creatures, lacking inherent defensive shells, swayed drunkenly under the direct assault of the soul-piercing sound waves. Despite the black-shelled magic turtle's formidable exterior, it was ultimately slain through the coordinated efforts of the sorceresses and demons. The sorceresses conjured razor-sharp energy blades that pierced through the turtle's shell, ensnaring and extracting its flesh. Before the demons delivered the final blows, or crushed its head beneath their feet, blood splattering in all directions. Boom, bang, splatter. The lower-ranked void creatures fell one after another under the onslaught of the troops, leaving only a handful of Bronze 8 and even 9-star creatures. Previously, the lower-ranked creatures could be dispatched with ease, but today, their strength had noticeably increased, invigorating the troops, with some bloodthirsty demons caught up in a frenzy. Their deep laughter reminiscent of sounds from the depths of hell, sending chills down the spine. As the battle reached its climax, the last of the creatures were vanquished. The skirmish lasting merely an hour. With the battle concluded, the voice of the void's reckoning resounded. Congratulations on completing the trial. Processing rewards. Trial count, 1,100 void creatures. Battle achievements, 0. Battle status, strength level. Rating, SS. Base reward, 2,000 gold coins, 300 magic crystals. Additional rewards, 150 magic energy crystals, 2 building blueprints, 6 void fragments. Today's creatures were all of Bronze level, exceeding 1,000 in number. The previous day's giant stone golems could be considered a transitional phase. The void realm continued to escalate in difficulty, probing the waters before amplifying the challenge. Compared to yesterday's numbers, today saw a decrease of over 2,000. Yet the previous day's red-bone skeletons suffered greatly at the hands of the angelic spirits, swiftly dispatched, in large numbers. The void creatures that had just appeared were diverse, emerging from all directions, taking slightly longer than in the swamplands. Two-headed giant serpents, black-skinned demons, various beast forms, armored puppets, mummies, and pig-headed half-beasts. All these void creatures converged. An SS rating? I had anticipated a higher score. Yet soon, Ling Xiao came to understand the reason behind receiving only an SS rating. News from Fuserland indicates that several Moonlit Night Foxes sustained injuries during battle. Fortunately, they were shielded by other troops. Otherwise, the situation could have been far graver. After all, these are merely ordinary black iron-level Moonlit Night Foxes, whose strength pales in comparison to bronze-level monsters. Nonetheless, we successfully acquired blueprints and fragments of the void. As per tradition, the defeated monsters yielded a plethora of treasure chests upon disassembly, predominantly in shades of green and blue, with a scant few in white and gray, totaling 380 chests. The troops diligently transported each chest back to the territory, stacking them before Ling Xiao. Let us first discern the nature of the blueprints. Extracting 2 blueprints, immediate identification ensued. Identification complete. Congratulations, you have obtained a basic building, restaurant, green. Identification complete. Congratulations. You have obtained a basic building, forge, white. Both constructions are foundational, yet exceedingly beneficial for the territory. With the establishment of a restaurant, the other troops will have a designated place for dining. Furthermore, the forge serves as a venue for the new lord to craft low-level equipment. A lord with access to material resources can indeed forge equipment, though it proves useful primarily in the early stages. As time progresses, the forge must be continuously upgraded to enhance performance. The quality of both buildings is not particularly high, and Ling Xiao felt no inclination to scrutinize their specific details. After all, any building can be upgraded through miraculous creation. First, it must be constructed before any upgrades can be made. Would you like to consume 800 units of wood, 500 units of stone, and 1 magic crystal? Ling Xiao opened the mini-map and resolved to position the restaurant near the moon goddess Spring and the Lord's mansion. Material consumption initiated, and the restaurant was constructed. As the words faded, a 100-square-meter restaurant arose from the ground, causing a slight tremor within the territory, its white walls and red bricks presenting a conventional, yet charming facade. Ding! A basic building, restaurant, has been detected. Would you like to upgrade its quality? Upgrade. The golden prompt activated, enveloping the humble white brick restaurant in a radiant glow. The structure transformed into a brand new establishment, harmonizing in style with the Lord's mansion. In a moment of anticipation, Ling Xiao promptly examined the restaurant's information. Moonlit Pavilion. Type, special building, restaurant. Level, 1, structure, kitchen, dining hall. Upgrade cost, 10,000 units of wood, 300 units of stone, 500 magic crystals. Features, blessing of the moon chef. Common materials can yield food with special effects. Intelligence, a remnant of some culinary deity, possessing wondrous ingredients and utensils. The higher the upgrade, the better the performance of the ingredients and utensils. This 2-story restaurant, complete with kitchen and dining area, is equipped with culinary ingredients and more. It is no wonder that it can produce food with special effects. The key lies in the ingredients and utensils contained within. Ling Xiao summoned a few troops skilled in barbecue, led by Dan Meng In, and guided them inside. The interior of the moonlit pavilion exuded a comfortable ambience, with exquisitely decorated utensils and a spacious, well-lit dining area. Akin to stepping into an upscale restaurant, it evoked a sense of aspiration. While the golden prompt's upgrade quality was indeed impressive, it felt somewhat wasteful for a group not particularly adept in culinary arts to utilize such a facility. However, for now, it was the only option. Let us see if we can summon earth spirits or beastkin in the future. After issuing a few instructions, Ling Xiao departed from the moonlit pavilion and turned his attention to the second building. Would you like to consume 500 units of wood, 800 units of stone, and 1 magic crystal? Material consumption initiated for the construction of the forge. Ling Xiao positioned the forge to the northwest of the territory, where a wooden shed-style forge emerged, equipped with a large furnace and some rudimentary crafting tools, rather simplistic in design. What might the upgraded quality entail? An ordinary forge can only produce low-level equipment and weapons. He required a more advanced forging establishment. Although the troops may not utilize it directly, the crafted items could be sold for a substantial income. Ding! A basic building, forge, has been detected. Would you like to upgrade its quality? Upgrade. Let us see what kind of advanced forging structure awaits. As the wooden shed forge radiated brilliance, a new architectural style slowly unfurled before the onlookers. Chapter 45, Smelting Workshop. Purple Equipment. The upgraded forge, featuring a massive smithing furnace exuding scorching waves of heat, appeared to be merely an arch-shaped furnace constructed from yellow clay. The new advanced forging building was not as grand as anticipated. In fact, it seemed even more ordinary than the standard forge. Yet, considering it underwent a golden prompt upgrade, perhaps its exterior belied its true nature? Perplexed, Ling Xiao accessed the new building's information panel. Yellow clay smelting workshop. Type, special building forge. Level, none. Features, forging and equipment upgrades. Intelligence, brother. Your equipment requires an upgrade. Fully automated forging and upgrading functions. The smelting workshop, incapable of upgrades. Raise the question, could the quality of crafted or upgraded equipment be unpredictable? Ling Xiao found himself in a state of bewilderment, as the absence of explicit quality descriptions led to such conjecture. The miraculous creation, upgrade for territorial buildings lacks a definitive quality definition, resulting in some structures being high quality while others are not. However, it is fortunate that this is a special building. It cannot be lacking in quality. Gazing at the unremarkable exterior of the smelting workshop, Ling Xiao prepared to test its functions. He retrieved his beloved firearm from the storage, a green-quality magical energy gun, which performed admirably. Yet, he suddenly recalled how many shots it took to fell a bronze-level monster. Its quality indeed needed enhancement. How does one utilize this? Simply toss it in. Clutching the magical energy gun, he hesitated for a few seconds before ultimately casting it into the blazing furnace. The next moment, several prompts appeared before him. Slot 1. Input 10 magic crystals for a minuscule chance of upgrading to a higher quality. Slot 2. Input 100 magic crystals for a small chance of upgrading to a higher quality. Slot 3. Input 500 magic crystals for a high probability of upgrading to a higher quality. There are slots to choose from. The more one invests, the greater the probability of obtaining advanced equipment. It stands to reason that the forging process would likely follow a similar pattern. Although he had a stockpile of magic crystals, spending 100 crystals was not a significant expense, yet the chance of success was still low, and the quality remained undefined. It could potentially be blue, or perhaps even higher quality purple or red. Ling Xiao refrained from making an immediate choice, instead lowering his gaze in contemplation. According to the probabilities, it seemed to hinge on luck. Since yesterday, he had accumulated an additional 2 points of luck, bringing his total to 8 points. With a luck bonus, perhaps he could make good use of it and take a gamble? After all, small investments with high returns are quite exhilarating. Ling Xiao's eyes sparkled with determination. And after a brief silence, he made up his mind. Slot 1. Input 10 magic crystals. As the words left his lips, the furnace emitted a prompt. Equipment crafting and upgrading in progress. Please be patient. With a luck bonus in play, he wondered what quality upgrade awaited his green magical energy gun. It felt as though he were drawing from a blind box. After a few minutes of anxious waiting, 2 beams of white light shot forth from the furnace, materializing before Ling Xiao. As the blinding light dissipated, 2 diminutive black drones hovered before me, each equipped with a barrel at its center, flanked by slightly protruding wing-like appendages that emitted a gentle humming sound. Subsequently, a new equipment information panel materialized. Magic bullet, drone number 1. Type, attack equipment, magical category. Quality, purple. Function, high-precision magical projectile bombardment that inflicts additional damage, 10 remaining health points, upon hitting the target. Trait, automatically charges every second, with an attack range of 0 to 1,000 meters. Intelligence, don't assist me. I can shoot on my own, ta-ta-ta-ta-ta-ta. Wow. Ling Xiao exhaled in relief, savoring the upgrade. This operation was truly exemplary. The boost in luck made all the difference. He had only expended 10 magic crystals to acquire a piece of purple equipment. Should he decide to sell it later, it could be exchanged for a substantial amount of magic crystals or magical energy crystals. In the trading area, purple equipment commanded a price exceeding 1,000 magic crystals. This discovery seemed to unveil a new path to prosperity for Ling Xiao, his gaze sharp and brimming with excitement. He fixated on the new equipment, reluctant to part with it. Compared to his original magic energy gun, it liberated his hands while offering high-precision magical projectile attacks that could deal additional damage. The green-quality weapon necessitated manual shooting, which, although always accurate, could tire his arms if held for extended periods. While the attack distance remained unchanged, the charge time was reduced to 1 second. With higher quality, the range would likely expand. Ling Xiao stored Magic Bullet Drone number 1 in his repository and then opened the Territories mini-map. He decided to test yesterday's golden trait. Planning Master. Ding. Planning Master has been activated. The current territory can undergo planning, and the Lord may choose whether to proceed with the planning. Ding. The current territory can plan a main thoroughfare. Please sketch a rough planning diagram in your mind, Lord. This is the function of the Planning Master, which provides planning suggestions based on the current state of the territory and allows for optional planning. If unsatisfied, the Lord may cancel the current plan and enter a cooldown period. After a moment of contemplation, Ling Xiao resolved to proceed with his previous idea, sketching a rough layout in his mind. The current planning suggestions aligned perfectly with his vision, and he intended to implement them as he had outlined. As the command was executed, a resounding rumble echoed throughout the territory as a main thoroughfare visibly emerged in the center. A smooth road that ceased its extension as it passed the Lord's residence, continuing to expand on the opposite side. Soon after, a second, third, and fourth thoroughfare materialized, encircling the Lord's mansion and the moon goddess Spring, forming a colossal circular region, with 3 major barracks and the restaurant, Moonlit Pavilion, in proximity. A cursory glance revealed that all roads interconnected, with open spaces flanking either side of the main thoroughfares. Ling Xiao envisioned constructing barracks, troop residences, and other territorial buildings in these areas. The current territory boasted 4 main thoroughfares, extending to the stone walls at the territory's edge, culminating in 4 grand gates. Ding. The planning has been completed. Remaining cooldown time, 47, 59, 58. The planning master concluded the planning and entered a cooldown phase, requiring a wait of 48 hours for the next activation. The gates were automatically supplemented by the golden trait, aligning with Ling Xiao's desires. He had initially hoped to uncover other advanced defensive structures later on to establish the territory's gates. Now, with the planning master directly fulfilling that need, any future defensive structures would similarly be supplemented, alleviating Ling Xiao from the burden of acquiring the necessary blueprints to construct the territory's gates. This significantly reduced material consumption, such as the allure of the golden trait. With designated entrances and exits for the territory, the movement of troops became considerably more convenient, eliminating the need to scale walls. In the future, the territory's main thoroughfares could also be enhanced with greenery, adding a touch of vitality to the barren landscape. Simply perfect. Observing the mini-map, Ling Xiao's lips curled into a satisfied smile. It was time to open the treasure chests. Every time his luck increased. The most exhilarating moment for Ling Xiao was the opening of treasure chests. With 380 treasure chests, none were purple. Based on the demonic creatures that appeared during the trials, it was likely that bronze level or higher monsters would emerge tomorrow. Bronze and above included silver, ladles, danmungan, and some troops ranked at black iron 8 and 9 stars. Spending some time exploring today might allow him to elevate those 8 or 9-star troops to bronze level. After a brief plan, Ling Xiao eagerly gazed at the scattered treasure chests. Chapter 46, Spirit Fruit Tree. Blue treasure chest, acquired white equipment, blue armor 3, gold 3. Mummy bandages 10. Blue treasure chest, obtained 1,570 units of wood resources, 1,000 units of stone resources, 5 mithril. Ling Xiao opened several blue treasure chests in succession, occasionally discovering equipment and materials from demonic creatures. The materials from these creatures were intended for crafting weaponry, all of which were meticulously placed into his repository. Although most were basic resources, the joy of opening treasure chests was incomparable, as each moment held the potential for delightful surprises. Just like earlier, when Ling Xiao opened the final chest, he not only uncovered fragments of the black magic turtle shell, but also a considerable quantity of void shards and the spirit fruit tree. Since the last consumption of 20 void shards, Ling Xiao had accumulated a significant number in hand. These shards could unlock the ruins of the territory, making them a delightful boon for him. Subsequently, with the assistance of several heroes, he completed the opening of over 300 treasure chests. Today's trial yielded a bountiful assortment of foundational resources, along with some equipment and magical fruit trees. Ling Xiao paid little heed to the foundational resources, as treasure chests consistently yielded thousands of units. His focus was solely on the rarer items and materials. Magic crystals, 666, magic energy crystals, 150, void shards, 26, mithril, 20, gold, 20, white equipment, blue armor 3, mummy bandages 10, turtle shell material fragments, 35, spirit fruit tree 15. He had acquired new items. But what on earth were these mummy bandages? Ling Xiao felt somewhat baffled. What purpose could this material serve? Furrowing his brow, he examined a bandage that appeared stained with dark red blood. Mummy bandages. Type, material. Trait, none. Intelligence. Bandages dropped from a mummy, usable for binding and restraining. Ling Xiao sighed in resignation. While this material had some utility, it was minimal. He placed it into his repository for now, as it might prove useful later. Then there were the turtle shell materials, which could be employed in crafting defensive equipment. Those too were stored away for future use. As for the spirit fruit tree, Ling Xiao was well aware that its mature fruit possessed thirst-quenching properties and had certain effects akin to cleansing the marrow and bones. In the realm of cultivation, it served as a low-grade cleansing pill, highly favored by the populace of Blue Star, with sales in the Lord's marketplace rivaling that of the Magic Valley. Ordinary fruit trees yielded in the Void Realms were limited by the constraints of standard farming, rendering them inferior in growth cycles and utility compared to magical plants like the spirit fruit tree, which boasted unique enhancements. This fruit tree was precisely what I desired. Even if I obtained a standard farming plot, I could transform it into a magical one. I shall store it away for now, awaiting the opportunity to cultivate it in a magical field. All the spoils of war were deposited into the repository, at which point Danmungan approached. My lord. Danmon's expression remained composed, his pair of black golden eyes radiating wisdom as he respectfully reported. The exploration teams have been assigned and have departed the territory to embark on their quests. Ling Xiao's dominion had ascended to level 5. Necessitating further exploration of the void to lay the groundwork for future territorial expansion. This challenge is one that every nascent lord must confront, irrespective of their rank, be they high or low, as there is no evading it. Exploring the void is a test of one's capabilities. Following the attainment of level 5, the territories of emerging lords began to diverge significantly, with even instances of stark disparities arising. Lower-ranked lords, timid and cautious, dared to continue their explorations only after amassing a formidable military force. While their territory levels might have risen, the area they commanded remained disproportionate. Nonetheless, as territories expand and encroach upon the void, the indigenous inhabitants or other advanced void creatures inevitably take notice. Both the natives and the creatures possess a sense of territorial awareness. The sudden emergence of a lord poses a threat to their domains, making territorial disputes unavoidable. At Ling Xiao's behest, Damon divided the exploration teams into 4, each led by a high-ranking or heroic unit. To the east, the hero Li Gu, an original demon, guided a cohort of 14 units into exploration. Fuserin took charge of the south, while the west was led by a Black Iron 8-star original Sin Sorceress. And Luna personally led the team to the north. Each team comprised a mix of sorceresses, demons, and angels, accompanied by their respective mounts, the Moonlit Demon Fox. The hard work has been done. Now, they await news from the field. Ling Xiao's exploration teams consisted of several units, each being SSS class. Given the current combat potency of their units, as long as they did not encounter void creatures of silver grade or higher, the teams posed little threat, easily dispatching black iron and bronze level creatures. Ling Xiao opened the system panel. The transaction area regarding the job change scrolls was still unresponsive, which was to be expected. He needed only magic energy crystals for the job change scroll, and he had already received a deposit from the tyrant, making the successful transaction merely a matter of time. Based on Ling Xiao's experience with treasure chests, purple chests held the probability of yielding magic energy crystals, but one could only acquire them by defeating creatures of bronze grade or higher. The purple chests he had received in recent days had all emerged from the destruction of territorial ruins or the domains of monsters. Ling Xiao's gaze flickered as an idea seemed to dawn upon him, and he murmured to himself, the tyrant's lord heart is red, which means his barracks are predominantly S-class. And with a stroke of fortune, he might even have an SS-class barrack. No wonder he could readily produce 200 magic crystals. He is indeed a capable lord. Leaving the transaction area, Ling Xiao found pleasure in leisurely wandering through the exchange zone, relishing the myriad facets of life. I have gathered 20 void shards, and I am prepared to unlock the territorial ruins. How exhilarating, he exclaimed. With a blue quality Lord Heart and B or A grade units. If you possess a majority of A grade units, it may be worth a try. Why is your drop rate so high? I have only obtained 10 shards. I too have gathered the Black Iron level territorial ruins. But all my units are B grade. I think I shall wait a bit longer. Come on, don't be timid. Even if you cannot destroy the territorial altar, you can at least gather some resources. If you don't understand, please refrain from speaking. If all the units leave the territorial ruins, the entrance will automatically close. Entering without sufficient strength is merely a waste of shards. It is better to wait until you are stronger and take down the territorial altar for greater and rarer resources. Stop it. My units couldn't last more than 20 minutes inside. I only managed to collect a handful of scattered chests. I was too impatient. Ha ha ha, impatience won't yield results. I have already conquered the Black Iron level territorial ruins. My next target is the Bronze level. You have quite the unique taste. Resources can also be gathered from the void beyond the territory, and they double. Let those lower tier units venture out. It would be akin to offering them as sacrifices. While many lords fretted over the territorial ruins or the void beyond their domains, Ling Xiao leisurely reclined beneath the money tree, savoring the spectacle. Indeed, the joys and sorrows of humanity seldom resonate with one another. The powerful lords either had already ventured into the territorial ruins or were preparing to do so. Only those with ample void shards lamented their insufficient strength, refraining from entering recklessly. Exploring the void bears similar uncertainties. Chapter 47. It has grown. However, compared to exploring the void, entering the territorial ruins offers a greater sense of security. It is not to say that powerful lords can traverse the void with impunity. After all, no one can predict the formidable void creatures that might lurk beyond their territories. It's purely a matter of luck. Not to mention, if Ling Xiao were to encounter a creature of silver grade or higher at this moment, he too would have to temporarily retreat to his domain. Currently, his daily summoning capacity is limited, all consisting of SSS class units. Engaging recklessly with high-level void creatures would be a painful loss. For instance, just earlier in the exchange zone, he encountered an unfortunate new lord whose highest quality barrack was an S-class Iron Cavalry barrack. This unit possessed formidable defensive capabilities, yet during his exploration of the void, he unwittingly crossed paths with a silver-grade Titan. The S-class Iron Cavalry units could barely make an impression against the Titan, let alone the other units within his domain, leading to near-total annihilation. This exemplifies the unpredictable risks of exploring the void. Moreover, there was another lord stationed on an island who faced monsters resembling shrimp and crab soldiers in the surrounding waters. However, his territory had already advanced to level 5, and to further extend his dominion, He needed to eliminate the monsters residing in the waters connecting the islands. Yet, it is common knowledge that the dangers lurking beneath the waters are the most unpredictable. He dared not issue orders for his units to probe those waters. This new lord must exercise patience, biding his time to gather strength and bolster his forces before seizing the opportunity. However, during this period, even if the territory levels up, its influence will remain constrained. The overall strength of the territory may even diminish as a result. If a territory cannot expand, the barracks that are produced may not be constructible due to insufficient area, and even the construction of defensive structures, such as arrow towers, would be impeded. Thus, a lord's success in the myriad realms of the void relies not solely on strength, but also on fortuity. Speaking of void shards, Ling Xiao glanced at his collection, which had accumulated 72 shards since his last expenditure. Most of these were obtained as additional rewards from trials and from purple chests. The black iron level territorial ruins require 20 void shards, if memory serves, while the bronze level demands 80 shards. Holding a translucent white-blue void shard in his hand, Ling Xiao pondered deeply. His instructor had elaborated on the significance of void shards and territorial ruins. The black iron and bronze level void shards serve immensely in the early stages, providing a wealth of foundational resources. Be it resources or the accumulation of magical energy, the territorial ruins are a coveted haven for novice lords. However, upon reflection, the bronze level requires 80 void shards, and the resources obtained are generally comparable to those from the black iron level, albeit differing in quantity. Yet, the silver level territorial ruins represent an entirely different echelon, capable of yielding an abundance of rare resources. There exists the potential to acquire magic energy crystals, divine stones for upgrading barracks, and dragon crystals, along with the chance of encountering significant fortuitous events. Ling Xiao did not disdain the dilapidated ruins of the bronze tier territory. Rather, he sought to acquire a greater abundance of rare resources. The structures within his domain were predominantly unique, and the materials required for upgrades were likewise scarce. Instead of obtaining a larger quantity of equivalent resources, it would be far more prudent to wait a few additional days, allowing the accumulation of void fragments to reach a significant quantity, at which point he could directly unlock a silver tier territory ruin. Moreover, during the period of gathering these fragments, his troops would continue to grow stronger, ensuring that the silver tier territory ruin could be easily conquered when the time came. After a moment of contemplation, Ling Xiao resolved to store the void fragments in the warehouse. To the east of his territory, approximately 600 meters away, 4 or 5 demon essence orbs traversed through the dense forest, accompanied by witches who scoured the area for signs. Li Gu crouched on a branch, shielding her eyes with her hand in a gesture of peering into the distance, yet the flourishing foliage obscured all sight of what lay beyond. At that moment, one of the demon essence orbs wavered deeper into the forest, only to unexpectedly collide with an invisible barrier that obstructed its path. Soon after, a verdant magic circle materialized, encasing the demon essence within a greenish barrier. Simultaneously, a few agile fawns leapt from the thicket. The 3 fawns had distinct patterns upon their bodies, and as they bounded forth, one of them spoke in human tongue. "We've caught it, we've caught it." The voice, youthful and melodious, rang out with a delightful innocence. The 3 fawns danced gracefully toward the green barrier. "Oh, it seems we might have erred." One fawn expressed its confusion, and beneath their hooves, a magic circle illuminated, visibly transforming their deer-like forms into 3 charming fawn-horned maidens. The maidens donned short-sleeved gowns of varying colors, their long hair cascading behind them in hues of light brown, pale purple, or verdant green. Their curious eyes sparkled like exquisite gems, enchanting in their beauty. "Nai, it appears we may have made a mistake. This orb is not a lizard man." The 3 fawn-horned maidens exchanged glances, a hint of seriousness gracing their otherwise pure and lovely faces. The purple-haired maiden spoke. "Nai, could it be that the lizard man is lurking in the shadows, and this orb is meant to lure us out?" Upon hearing this, the 3 innocent maidens' expressions darkened, their eyes darting warily around them, anxiety creeping into their demeanor. "Who goes there?" A deep, resonant voice echoed from above, causing the 3 maidens to snap their heads upward. In their gaze, a dark red orb shimmered, and a tall, robust figure gradually materialized. As the demon's true form emerged, the fawn-horned maiden's pupils dilated in terror. The green-haired maiden raised her delicate, pale arm, pointing at the primordial demon, her mouth agape in shock, momentarily at a loss for words. What they had presumed to be their prey effortlessly shattered the green barrier, its body swelling to a monstrous size. It's growing larger. In the eyes of the tender and adorable fawn-horned maidens, this demon loomed like a mountain, an overwhelming sense of dread enveloping them. "Who goes there?" the demon inquired again. But the maidens were paralyzed by fear, unable to voice a response. In the next moment, several figures began to appear one by one. I suspected there was a magical fluctuation hidden in this area. It turns out to be 3 maidens. A graceful witch stood before the maidens, her tone languid. Upon hearing her voice, the 3 fawn-horned maidens stiffly turned their necks to gaze at the witch. Before they could fully comprehend the situation, 3 or 4 dark red orbs surged forth, transforming into towering demon forms. A handsome man flickered into view, settling upon the shoulder of the giant demon, scrutinizing them intently. The presence of even one demon had already shattered the fawn-horned maiden's composure. Now, with 4 or 5 appearing, the last remnants of their mental fortitude seemed to fracture. Suddenly, 3 of the maidens collapsed, their eyes rolling back as they lost consciousness. Oh dear, have they fainted from fright? One of the witches chuckled, covering her mouth. Chapter 48. The Fawn Spirit Maidens. Buy 3 get 1 free? Within Ling Xiao's territory. The rhythmic sound of water splashing filled the air as he agilely leapt and tumbled upon the water's surface. Lady Earth stood suspended above the water, observing the aquatic athlete with a bemused smile. The Lord's abdominal muscles had become increasingly defined, his chest visibly more robust compared to the frail figure she had first encountered. As she watched her lord flaunt his prowess, Lady Earth could not resist teasing. Do you like it? I can let you touch them. Hee hee. A radiant smile graced her enchanting visage as she added, it's quite permissible. No sooner had her enticing words left her lips than Lady Earth was suddenly within arm's reach, her delicate hand plunging into the water, approvingly exclaiming, the texture is quite pleasant. Ling Xiao, still an innocent novice, loved engaging in playful banter. But he had not anticipated Lady Earth to be so bold. A warmth surged within him, and just as he was about to pull her into the water, a figure swiftly appeared at the edge of the moon god spring. My lord. It was Danmon, who appeared to be bearing some news. Ling Xiao emerged from the water, inquiring if it concerned the troops returning with captured magical creatures. Ling Xiao adjusted his attire, puzzled by the unusual occurrence. Typically, they would eliminate magical beasts encountered, but this time they had brought them back directly. With a sense of curiosity, Ling Xiao and his companions made their way to the territory's entrance. Thanks to the planning master title, the territory now boasted 4 grand gates, each guarded by specialized troops, ensuring that all entities entering or leaving did so through these gates. The eastern gate served as the main entrance, and Ling Xiao and his party proceeded toward it. As they stepped through the gate, they were greeted by 2 witches alongside 3 young fawn-horned maidens. The maidens possessed exquisitely crafted antlers atop their heads, their long hair cascading like waterfalls behind them, and their petite frames exuded a natural freshness, presenting a captivatingly delicate appearance. With their human forms adorned with animalistic features, it was evident that they belonged to the beastkin. The Ligu squad had fortuitously encountered the 3 fawn-horned maidens, but an unexpected incident had startled them, causing them to take some time to regain consciousness. However, as the witches had not received the Lord's permission, they would not bring the maidens directly into the territory. My lord. They hail from a fawn spirit clan in the east. One of the witches elaborated on the maidens' predicament. The 3 fawn-horned maidens had fled from a distant land where a human had suddenly appeared, leading a multitude of fearsome creatures in a rampage against the local magical tribes. Many weaker clans and indigenous beings had fled in terror, and those who remained were slaughtered by the human subordinates. The fawn-horned maidens were among the fortunate few who escaped, having sought refuge not long ago, only to be attacked by lizard men. Thus, they had set a trap in the forest to capture their assailants. Unbeknownst to them, they inadvertently ensnared a demon, which led to their discovery by Ling Xiao's troops. From the witch's account, it was evident that the reason the fawn-horned maidens had followed them to the territory was due to the emanation of a peculiar aura of goodwill from the troops, despite their initial fright causing them to faint. Upon hearing this tale, Ling Xiao experienced a moment of clarity. It was likely the effect of the goodwill filter entry, which had lulled the maidens into a state of lowered vigilance. Initially, Ling Xiao's intentions to summon the Beastier clan were known to all the soldiers in the territory. With the aid of the entry, Li Guo and the others effortlessly lured the individuals over with just a few words. Wait, are you saying that the terrifying creatures encountered possess thick, heavy scales that are both hard and sharp, and can even turn invisible? Ling Xiao's expression darkened, and the 3-horned maidens immediately felt the weight of pressure as they huddled closer together, nodding their heads in agreement. Such a coincidence seems improbable. According to their descriptions, clad in scaled armor and capable of invisibility, this must be the Mo Lin beast. It is highly likely to be the soldier type of Lan Xingyu. One of the leaders who killed Ling Xiao in her previous life was also the president of the Tengu Alliance. As these thoughts raced through her mind, images of those detestable faces and the scene of the Mo Lin beast ripping out a heart surged into her consciousness. Ling Xiao clenched her fists, a chill rising in her eyes. My lord, lord of the territory? Dan Mengyan and Ladles sensed the sudden shift in Ling Xiao's aura and exchanged worried glances. Calling out to her, their voices pulled Ling Xiao back to the present, and she surveyed her surroundings, gradually reining in her emotions. Your hero has captured the dear spirit maidens. Do you wish to form a contract? The prompt for the contract appeared, indicating that the 3-horned maidens were also willing to pledge their allegiance. A contract, unlike the contract with the moonlit demon fox. The 3-horned maidens each manifested a small magical circle before them, inscribed with the character cheat at its center. Ling Xiao furrowed her brow. This was likely a sign that a contract with higher intelligence beings would summon such a magical array. The three-horned maidens hesitated in their expressions, but ultimately placed their hands upon the magical circle inscribed with cheat. After all, signing a contract meant relinquishing their freedom, only to remain loyal to their lord for a lifetime unless the lord chose to release them. However, the thought of securing a temporary refuge made them unwilling to continue their wandering existence, fearful of being captured by other powerful races to serve as wives or provisions. Moreover, the young man before them was, as the elder witches had said, harmless and kind-hearted. As they signed the contract, it felt as though they glimpsed a golden light radiating from behind Ling Xiao, akin to a savior, instantly reassuring them. As three hands pressed onto the magical circle, it transformed into specks of light, disappearing into the void. On Ling Xiao's side, a flash of brilliance enveloped her, consuming 3 points of magical energy. The contract was a success, and the three-horned maidens became subjects of the territory. The brown-haired maiden was Lu Nai, the green-haired one was Lu Yi, and the purple-haired was Lu Zi, the trio of sisters. According to the witches, the horned maidens excelled in cooking, healing, and accelerating crop growth magic. Contracting them was not for battle. Utilizing them as agricultural units seemed quite advantageous. Surprisingly, the horned maidens possessed 3 skills, marking them as unique beings. Their culinary expertise, ability to hasten crop growth, and healing magic were indeed remarkable. Initially, Ling Xiao thought that discovering the Bestier clan's soldier type would be a distant dream. The selection of soldier types was not at the Lord's discretion, but rather a matter of luck. It was unexpectedly delightful that she had directly contracted the horned maidens today. Wait, Ling Xiao suddenly recalled something and frowned as she looked at the 3 horned maidens, asking, "You're not fleeing, so why set traps for the lizard men?" The 3, upon being questioned, exchanged glances, their hands tightly clasped, wanting to speak, yet hesitating. Lord, do not fear, please speak freely." Ling Xiao gazed gently at the 3 pure and lovely horned maidens, offering them comfort. The 3 maidens shared a glance, as if silently deliberating something, and finally, Lu Nai spoke, her tone laced with earnestness. "Please, Lord, accept our young master." "Young master? What situation is this? A buy 3 get 1 free deal." Chapter 49. The young master of the Deer Spirit clan, the silver-haired elder? The 3 horned maidens looked at Ling Xiao with earnestness, their eyes fixed on him, as if they eagerly awaited his affirmation. The latter's mind conjured an image of their young master, presumably a remarkably pure and beautiful horned maiden, the epitome of their clan's nobility. Yet, there were only 3 of them. Where was the 4th? "Where is your young master?" Ling Xiao, puzzled by their expressions, sensed a glimmer of hope, causing the 3 maidens to immediately break into radiant smiles, refreshing as a spring breeze. The brown-haired Lu Nai stepped forward, and a gentle aura began to rise beneath her feet, a white magical circle opening up below her. Subsequently, a ball of white light leaped forth from the magical array. Could it be that their young master resides within this luminous orb? Ling Xiao's eyes sparkled with anticipation for the grand entrance of the young master of the horned clan. What kind of beautiful maiden would emerge? Laddles beside her emitted a soft gasp, her gaze darkening as she observed the silhouette with a hint of caution. The composed Dan Mengyan also furrowed his brow slightly, intrigued by the unfolding scene. Meanwhile, the 3 horned maidens were visibly excited, eagerly awaiting the figure emerging from the magical circle. In the collective gaze of those present, the form's silhouette gradually stepped out from the dissipating light. As Ling Xiao beheld the figure, her expression of anticipation froze, as it bore little resemblance to her imaginings. She rubbed her eyes, staring intently once more, her astonishment mounting. The figure before her could not merely be described as differing from her expectations. It was a complete departure from what she had envisioned. Ling Xiao had imagined the horned young master to be a stunningly beautiful, pure maiden, yet the individual now before her was an elderly woman, her face lined with wrinkles, hair as white as snow, leaning on a gnarled cane. Lady Sun Yao. The 3 horned maidens' bright eyes shimmered with unshed tears as they rushed towards the elderly woman. This was the young master of the horned clan? This could not be the young master. She appeared to be an ancestral figure instead. Ling Xiao stood there, dumbfounded, utterly bewildered. Meanwhile, Laddles and Dan Mengyan exchanged glances, the former's beautiful eyes flickering with a glint of interest as she remarked, though faint, "There is indeed the aura of a spellcaster?" Laddles' voice was soft, yet it resonated clearly with those present. The horned maidens, in a flood of tears clinging to the elderly figure, elicited a gentle lift of her gaze towards them, a fleeting glimpse of solitude and helplessness flashing in her eyes. "A spellcaster?" Ling Xiao tilted her head, her gaze landing on Laddles, her mind swirling with questions. "My lord, this elderly woman is not her true self. She has been cursed." Ling Xiao's heart raced. The elderly woman before her, seemingly on the brink of death, was actually a cursed maiden? No wonder she bore no discernible traits of the horned clan. She appeared to be an utterly ordinary old crone. Earlier, when the horned young master had emerged, both Laddles and Dan Mengyan had sensed a peculiar magical aura of a curse. Had she been a true spellcaster, they would have acted long ago. Some spellcasters are adept in the dark and insidious arts of curse magic, employing treacherous and malicious methods, merely a breath or a touch could deliver a curse. Thus, upon detecting only a faint curse power, Ladles and Dan Mingyan refrained from taking action. Otherwise, how could such a dangerous individual approach Ling Xiao? I deeply apologize for presenting myself in this manner. I am the young master of the Deer Spirit clan, Sun Yao. Her voice was low and hoarse, likely a result of her advanced age, and Ling Xiao could sense no trace of vitality infused within her words. At this very moment, Ling Xiao quickly comprehended the reason behind the hesitation of the three doe-horned maidens, fearing that he might reject their elder master due to her age. My lord. Lu Nai's eyes glistened with moisture, her fair visage imbued with earnestness. Enough, Lu Nai. In this frail form, no human would ever shelter me. As long as you remain safe, that is all that matters. The slender figure of the young master Sun Yao bore a cascade of shimmering silver hair that fell delicately over her bony shoulders, her wrinkled hands caressing the trio. Her expression one of solitude and helplessness as she offered solace. Working under my command is no simple task. Although the doe-horned young master appeared aged and feeble, her years were comparable to those of a mere human adolescent. Within the context of her kind, who often lived for centuries, she had yet to reach adulthood. Upon hearing this, the three doe-horned maidens were instantly filled with joy, sniffling back tears as they wore expressions of impending sorrow. They had anticipated that Ling Xiao would scorn their young master for her transformation into an elderly figure, yet his words implied that she could indeed enter their lord's domain, stirring emotions of gratitude and exhilaration. The aged young master was momentarily taken aback, gazing at Ling Xiao in silence, seemingly unable to fathom why he would contract with her. Ling Xiao returned her gaze, remaining silent as he conjured a magical circle, inscribed with the character for contract. After a brief moment of confusion, she finally placed her hand upon the seal. Dan Mingyan, I entrust the doe-horned maidens to you. From now on, let them manage the kitchen affairs. You shall handle the rest, Ling Xiao instructed before turning to Lady Urs. Lady Urs, please accompany me. Ling Xiao and Lady Urs turned towards their territory, while the doe-horned young master's murky gaze lingered upon him. Is this what it means to be a benevolent human? So different from those in the eastern lands who slaughtered upon encountering other races? With the matter of contracting the doe-horned maidens concluded, the witch soldiers who had escorted them departed the territory, returning to their reconnaissance squad. My lord, are you intending to inquire about lifting the curse? Lady Urs suddenly interjected. Ling Xiao lifted his gaze, a smile gracing his lips as he praised. What keen insight you possess, truly befitting of a high priestess of witches. You are correct. This matter should not pose a challenge for you. Even the sacred angelic lineage's legacy, you can discern, must also encompass knowledge of the curse. Moreover, with Ling Xiao's extensive knowledge, he was somewhat familiar with curse-related magic. In his previous life, he too had suffered under the influence of a curse, which had led to his heart being extracted in order to break it. The methods of lifting curses were as varied as they were numerous. And within the void of myriad worlds, certain artifacts capable of dispelling low-level curses could be uncovered. He needed to gather intelligence on the sorcerers to effectively address the situation. Sorcerers executed their curses through mediums, which could be gas, jewelry, or weaponry, among others. Once the medium was utilized, the curse would commence immediately. The Lord could have the angelic beings attempt to discern its nature, as the sorcerers drew their power from darkness. I see. Thus it follows that the curse afflicting the doe-horned young master might soon be lifted. Just moments ago, Ling Xiao had refrained from directly questioning Lady Urs, considering it unwise to raise hopes without certainty. This made things simpler. Acquiring the medium of the curse would suffice. According to Lady Urs, the doe-horned young master must possess this item. Ling Xiao promptly approached the maidens, only to be met with an unexpected revelation. What? The medium of the curse has been lost. His shocked exclamation echoed throughout the moonlit pavilion, causing the doe-horned maidens to flinch. How could something so vital be misplaced? A few minutes prior, Ling Xiao had relayed the news regarding the lifting of the curse, stating that they merely needed to present the medium. However, they had inadvertently lost it during their escape. My lord, it is all my fault for being careless. Please punish me. Lu Nai exclaimed, her face a mask of remorse as she hung her head, 2 strands of hair cascading from her shoulders. Ling Xiao could only helplessly support his forehead. Without the medium of the curse, there was no way to lift it. The atmosphere plunged into silence, the doe-horned maidens wearing expressions of profound sorrow and regret. Ling Xiao's lips twitched slightly. Although the medium had been lost, there was no need for such mournful expressions as if he were a murderer. It's all right. Let us consider other options. He attempted to console them, but before he could finish, the young master's son, Yao, suddenly spoke up, recounting the entire chain of events. Minutes later, Ling Xiao was enlightened, finally understanding why the doe-horned maidens had set traps to capture the lizard men during their flight. From their accounts, Ling Xiao learned that the doe-horned clan resided on the outskirts of a valley in the eastern lands. Days prior, a human had unexpectedly descended upon them, dispatching troops to slaughter neighboring tribes. The doe-horned clan had not been spared from this massacre. However, a mysterious old woman had suddenly appeared, presenting Sun Yao with a gemstone necklace that could open a secret space for her clan to take refuge. In the face of peril, Sun Yao had unhesitatingly utilized it. But upon activating the necklace, she had instantly been stripped of her youth and beauty, aging decades in the blink of an eye. Fortunately, with loss came gain. The necklace indeed opened a secret space, allowing the surviving clan members to seek sanctuary. They subsequently fled the turmoil of the eastern lands, escaping to the other side of the valley. Along the way, they encountered the lizard men, who seized the gemstone necklace, leaving them in a precarious situation as they sought to capture the lizard men. From their revelations, Ling Xiao speculated that the mysterious old woman was likely a sorceress. However, not all sorceresses wielded their powers to harm. Those who cursed others were deemed exiled sorcerers. The legitimate sorcerers were distributed throughout the northern territories. As sorcery itself was a manifestation of the laws of power, crafting spells from these laws was prohibited unless in defense against invading foes. The exiled sorcerers had been banished for violating clan rules and could be found scattered across the void. Through the manifestation of the curse upon Sun Yao, it appeared that the old woman had employed sorcery to siphon youth and beauty from others, allowing her to maintain her youthful appearance. My lady Sun Yao, it is all my fault. If we cannot retrieve the gemstone necklace, our kin will remain lost, Lu Nai lamented, her heart heavy with regret. Nai, it is not your fault. Had you not protected me in time, I too might have fallen into the clutches of the lizard men, Sun Yao responded. Her murky eyes filled with compassion as she gently comforted the weeping maiden. Ling Xiao had not anticipated the myriad tribulations the maidens faced during their escape. Surviving in this perilous void was no small feat from the intelligence lady years provided. It became evident that the gemstone necklace served as the medium for the curse, and it could only be destroyed simultaneously with the curse's removal. With this in mind, Ling Xiao discreetly informed his troops to explore the void while seeking any possibility of recovering the necklace. Departing from the moonlit pavilion, Ling Xiao sat beneath the money tree, his gaze flickering as though lost in contemplation. Blue Xingyu, in the eastern lands? Upon regaining his senses, Ling Xiao could hardly fathom that he had found himself in that very place. In his previous life, at the moment of his demise, that fool had foolishly revealed his name, and coupled with Ling Xiao's knowledge of his territory, he could accurately locate his whereabouts using a positioning device to reclaim his honor. In his past existence, Ling Xiao had been unaware of Blue Xingyu's domain, but owing to their alliance, he had heeded his commands without question. At that time, Ling Xiao's territory was under siege by void creatures. He initially intended to procure defensive structures or equipment at a low cost from the alliance, only to be taken aback when Lan Xingyu offered to personally lead troops to his aid. In a moment of desperation, Ling Xiao disclosed the location and name of his territory. Utilizing a positioning device, Lan Xingyu successfully arrived at Ling Xiao's domain, accompanied not only by the known Mo Jia beast, but also several other novice lords. However, his true intention was not to provide assistance, but to claim Ling Xiao's heart. According to the foolishly candid revelation from Lan Xingyu, they had attempted a joint assault on the Void race, but had failed miserably, resulting in a curse that could only be lifted by the hearts of 10 novice lords. The formation of the alliance was thus a means for Lan Xingyu to cultivate these lesser lords for future utility. When the time was ripe, Lan Xingyu would not hesitate to strike at Ling Xiao and the others. Ling Xiao, with a cold gaze and a hint of amusement playing on his lips, found the impending encounter rather intriguing. He had originally planned to use a positioning device or a teleportation scroll to arrive at Lan Xingyu's territory later on, confident that his SSS-level troops would easily suffice against him. Yet, upon learning that Lan Xingyu was in the eastern lands, he swiftly altered his plans. As the afternoon slipped by, news arrived from Li Go, who had ventured eastward in search of the lizard men. Ling Xiao learned that there was indeed a lead on them. But despite exhausting all avenues, he could not ascertain the whereabouts of the gemstone necklace. It seemed the lizard men were unaware of it. Reluctantly, he decided to set aside thoughts of the curse for the time being, contemplating other methods to address it later. Perhaps he could rely on an entry that would grant him the ability to dispel curses, which would resolve the issue effortlessly. Reports from other directions indicated that the magical energy harvested from defeating void creatures was promising. Since upgrading to Black Iron 6 stars, he had accumulated over 1,000 units of magical energy, now totaling around 2,000. With a focused thought, he opened his personal information panel. Lord, Ling Xiao. Level, Black Iron 6 stars. Magical energy, 2064,800. Gold, 20,000. Magic crystals, 2666. Magic energy crystals, 808. Entries: Miracle creation, gold. Immune to all poisons, red. Self-sufficiency, blue. Fire element immunity, blue. Embrace of the wind god, gold. Benevolent filter, blue. Master planner, gold. Basic abilities: decomposition, appraisal, minimap, contract. Subjects: Moonlit Magic Fox 15, Dear Spirit Clan 4. The basic abilities section now included a new entry for contract, and the subjects had been automatically accounted for on the panel. Ling Xiao also observed that as his level increased, the required magical energy grew significantly. To advance to Black Iron 7 stars, he would need a staggering 4,800 units of magical energy, and the rate of increase thereafter was surely daunting. Upon reflection, it was not an insurmountable challenge, as long as there were sufficient void creatures. The magical energy would continuously flow back to him. Transaction of Necromancer class change scroll successful. Received 200 magic crystals. As he was engrossed in the panel, a notification suddenly appeared. The funds from the directed transaction had arrived. The magical energy count instantly updated to 2866. The speed exceeded his expectations. However, considering he had achieved an S-level rating, it was reasonable to secure 200 magic energy crystals with ease. Ling Xiao smiled contentedly. Selling the class change scroll he didn't need had netted him a direct profit of 400 magic energy crystals. If the trading zone had fixed pricing, it would likely have been merely in gold or magic crystals, far less valuable than magic energy crystals. Fortunately, items like class change scrolls could be priced according to the Lord's discretion, leading to a substantial profit. My lord, there is a situation to the north, an old acquaintance. A sorceress's voice suddenly reached Ling Xiao's ears. Chapter 51, The Jealous Horn Maiden. Not long ago, Luna, in the north, had been systematically slaying creatures while exploring. As evening approached, Luna's team discovered traces of the Shadow Clan, among which were the sorceresses who had previously confronted them. However, they realized that the Shadow Clan was not congregating in large numbers, but rather appeared sporadically, dispersing in various directions outside their territory. With the nightfall approaching, Luna and her team, lacking Ling Xiao's orders, dared not pursue them. Ling Xiao had previously stated that when night descended, it was time for the troops to return to the territory. He instructed Luna to lead all troops back. Ling Xiao was not surprised to hear of old acquaintances appearing, as the void creatures from the trials were indeed from the void lands. What concerned him, however, was the peculiar Shadow Clan. Through the trials, Ling Xiao had gleaned some understanding of their abilities. In the dark, their powers doubled, based on the movements of the Shadow Clan. He speculated that they were deliberately stalling for time, waiting for night to fall so they could ensnare his troops in one fell swoop. Alternatively, they might be gathering intelligence on his forces and territory, biding their time for an opportune moment. Such possibilities were not far-fetched, as the void lands were the creature's domain. Moreover, with the cover of night enhancing their combat prowess, they naturally possessed a sense of confidence. With a brief admonition, Ling Xiao made his way toward the moonlit pavilion. Upon reaching the entrance, an unprecedented, rich aroma wafted towards him, distinct from the usual scent of grilled meat. Ling Xiao recalled that aside from meat and a few wild fruits, there were no other ingredients in the warehouse. Without further thought, he swallowed audibly as his stomach began to rumble. Drawn by the enticing fragrance, he hurried into the moonlit pavilion, heading straight for the kitchen. He intended to see what culinary delights the Horn Maidens could concoct under Dan Mengyan's guidance, but was intercepted just before the kitchen door. A gleaming silver ladle was thrust towards his face, wielded by Sun Yao, who wore a kitchen hat and bore a serious expression. "This is a restricted area, my lord. Even you cannot enter." Sun Yao's face, lined with wrinkles, bore a gentle smile, yet her demeanor exuded a strictness that brooked no dissent. "My apologies, my lord," a sweet, soft voice chimed in from the side. Lu Nai, donning a white apron and kitchen hat with her antlers playfully protruding, wore an apologetic expression. During the cooking process, the young master has requested that no one approaches except for those involved. I am truly sorry. At that moment, Lu Yi and Lu Zi emerged from a side door of the kitchen, carrying white porcelain plates filled with a variety of dishes. "What is this?" Ling Xiao inquired, bewildered by the unfamiliar soups, peculiar mushrooms, and exquisite pastries. The three maidens exchanged knowing glances, their eyes crinkling with mirth as they explained, "My lord, these are ingredients we gathered during our outing, though we consumed some along the way. The remaining provisions are insufficient for just 3 days." As the Horned Maidens elaborated, Ling Xiao learned that their clan possessed a special storage space for items, akin to a warehouse in his territory, complete with preservation capabilities. In simple terms, the Horned Maidens utilized a magic circle to access their storage space and retrieve items. "Ah, I see." Ling Xiao nodded slightly, pleased as he distanced himself from the kitchen. With the need for culinary roles now met, he found joy in the fact that he would no longer need to intervene, ensuring his daily meals were secured. However, he also recognized that as the number of troops in his territory increased, sourcing ingredients would become a pressing concern. For the time being, they can rely on the ingredients brought by the Antler Girls as a temporary measure. Aside from the meat, they must devise ways to procure the remaining ingredients. Before long, the exploration squads returned, bringing back numerous treasure chests. After arriving in the Void Realm, Ling Xiao finally had the opportunity to indulge in a proper dinner, savoring exquisite dishes and delectable desserts. Not only Ling Xiao, but also Lady Urs and others were enraptured by the meal. The few girls standing nearby observed the satisfaction on everyone's faces as they relished the food, feeling a sense of relief in their hearts. They couldn't help but think that their efforts throughout the day were worthwhile, as they had finally been able to assist their lord. Since losing their home, they had been on the run, never experiencing relaxation like today, free from the burden of fear. The fact that this human could form a contract with them was unexpected and astonishing. In their hearts, aside from their innate culinary talent, they felt they had little else to offer. Yet, Despite this, the young human boy before them was still willing to accept their contributions. Thus, in matters within their capacity, they endeavored to do their utmost, fretting over whether they were doing enough. While lost in thought, Fuselin approached them, her beautiful visage breaking into a smile as she leaned slightly forward, gazing at the girls. "Ah, you are indeed the ones my lord spoke of. How utterly adorable you are, and your culinary skills are simply remarkable." The girls looked up, momentarily taken aback by the graceful contours of her figure, their cheeks flushed. The purple-haired girl, Lu Zi, opened her mouth in shock, pointing towards the mountains and stammering, "Sister, you are so big." Fuselin was momentarily taken aback, not expecting such a response. "Aha, I apologize, this child is too bold." Lu Nai covered Lu Zi's mouth with one hand, suppressing her trembling fingers, the corners of her lips twitching. Nevertheless, it truly was impressive, so grand it sparked envy among the girls. On Ling Xiao's side, after dinner, he led the heroes in opening the treasure chests. Today's exploration yielded bountiful rewards. The troops returned with 356 chests, predominantly of blue quality. Subsequently, they opened the chests one by one. As expected, they acquired a large quantity of basic resources like gold, wood, and stone, all stored in the warehouse. Following that, they discovered 366 magic crystals and 2 skill books. In addition, they unearthed several pieces of equipment, totaling 8 items, 3 defensive and 5 offensive. However, most were of white quality, with only 2 being green. Ling Xiao did not harbor expectations of finding high-grade equipment in ordinary chests, as he could always modify low-grade gear using the earthen refinery. After completing these tasks, Ling Xiao turned to Lady Urs with a serious expression. "Lady Urs, I require detailed intelligence on the Shadow Clan." Having previously encountered the Shadow Clan during his trials, Ling Xiao found the information insufficient, hence his inquiry. "My lord truly regards me as a compendium of the multiverse, but I must charge a fee for this intelligence." Lady Urs feigned indignation, muttering, "When it comes to intelligence gathering, none surpasses you," Ling Xiao commended, raising an eyebrow with a mischievous grin. "Then as a reward, I expect you to visit my chamber tonight." A smile blossomed on Lady Urs' stunning face, but she soon adopted a serious demeanor, relaying the information about the Shadow Clan. The Shadow Clan is a unique race from the Void. When night falls, their powers surge, and they can cloak themselves in shadows. This is not mere concealment. They excel in masking their magical fluctuations with the cover of night. Even I, or the detection devices my lord provides, cannot discern their movements. Moreover, any targets slain by the Shadow Clan become assimilated or have their abilities learned by them. My lord, are you concerned about the Shadow Clan from the north? Concealing magical fluctuations and assimilating slain targets. This seems quite troublesome. Even the High Priestess of Sorcery cannot detect them. It would be disingenuous not to worry. The inability to detect magical fluctuations implies the Shadow Clan could launch a surprise attack, stealthily infiltrating the territory and catching one off guard. Furthermore, based on the intelligence brought back by Luna, the Shadow Clan encountered during the day were of silver caliber. Silver caliber, combined with the enhancement of night, poses a considerable threat to the territory. Contemplating this, Ling Xiao began to fret over whether they could navigate through the night unscathed. On the 6th day, early in the morning, Ling Xiao rose from his bed, taking a moment to gather his senses. Due to the Shadow Clan, he instructed the troops to bolster defenses and upgrade the territory's alertness. However, after a night had passed, the territory remained peaceful, with no night raids. Although there had been no attack, Ling Xiao's caution remained essential. Residing in the Void Realm, maintaining vigilance is a requisite for every lord. There are numerous examples of powerful lords suffering devastating night assaults, some even losing their lives. In class, the teacher presented many such instances as cautionary tales. Once, there was a lord with multiple SS-class barracks, overly confident in his troop's strength, indulging in revelry nightly. As the teacher remarked, no one stopped him from celebrating, but losing basic vigilance and letting defenses slack is tantamount to courting death. Ultimately, this lord fell victim to a night raid by void creatures, including those skilled in concealing magical energy, who exploited his weakened defenses to infiltrate the territory and slay him. In addition to local tribes, the Void is home to many highly intelligent Void creatures. When a lord investigates the Void, the lurking creatures may also be watching, acutely aware of when the lord's defenses falter, ready to strike when the opportunity arises. There are many such cautionary tales, each clearly emphasizing the necessity of both defense and vigilance. After freshening up, Ling Xiao stepped out of the lord's residence, where Lady Urs and the other heroes were already waiting. As usual, breakfast was prepared by the Antler girls, with assistance from other troops. However, due to time constraints and the large quantity, breakfast was rather simple. Today, the Antler girls had changed out of their soiled attire from the previous day and dawn-made outfits, all looking delightful. Only Sun Yao remained in a coarse, homespun garment, resembling an old woman, still lacking the motivation to dress up. After breakfast, with some time left before the trials, Ling Xiao and his companion strolled toward the barracks to prepare for a new round of summons. Following the vibrant red carpet into the Palace of Original Sin, he gazed at the elegant statue. Typically, Ling Xiao expended 200 gold coins in one go. Today, however, he intended to adopt a different approach, testing whether a single draw might yield a miracle. First, he spent 20 gold coins, and as the statue radiated brilliance, a dark purple beam emerged, slowly revealing a figure. "Greetings, my lord." It was a jealous sorceress, a common unit. He continued, spending another 20 gold coins. The second unit was also a common jealous sorceress. Gold, 20. Gold, 20. Gold, 20. After summoning 5 or 6 times, all yielded common units, most notably the jealous sorceress and one enraged sorceress. Ling Xiao had not paid attention to this before, but during today's single summons, he noticed an unusually high number of jealous sorceresses. The probability of summoning heroes remained unclear to him, and with only 2 attempts left, he did not harbor much hope and summoned them all at once. In the next moment, 2 beams of light soared into the sky, one more turbulent than the other. Could it be? Ling Xiao sensed a magical fluctuation distinct from the other light beams, and a wave of joy washed over him as he fixated on the 2 figures emerging. Accompanied by the sound of footsteps, a voice floated toward him as if from a distant dream. The jealous witch, Anvil. "Salutations, Lord." At this juncture, the sinful witch faction had already amassed 3 heroic units. Ling Xiao immediately directed his gaze toward the information panel of the new hero. Unit type, Anvil, hero. Level, Black Iron 1 star. Rank, SSS. Talent, Witch's Fear. Skill, Absolute Annihilation I. Growth limit, Primordial Deity, Starry Royal Palace Heritage bonus. Loyalty, 100, Ever Loyal, Attribute bonus. Intelligence, only slaughter can bring her excitement and satisfaction. By heavens, a goddess of slaughter. Ling Xiao could not help but scrutinize this herald of carnage. The talent, Witch's Fear, akin to that of Fuse Lin, was a unique gift to them. The greater their numbers, the more formidable their power. In her calm and discerning gaze lurked a hidden murderous intent, which, combined with her exquisite visage, rendered her gaze chillingly indifferent. Her long black hair cascaded freely behind her, and a flowing black gown enveloped her flawless figure. Unlike other alluring witches, she possessed a slightly more robust physique, exuding an aura of formidable strength. Anvil, rise. From this day forth, you are also mine. Lead the others outside. Your kin await beyond. With that, Ling Xiao guided the newly summoned troops from the Palace of Sin. Outside the palace, those waiting heard the approaching footsteps and turned to the entrance. Anvil, that woman has come too. Recognizing the familiar magical aura, Fuselin's enchanting face darkened slightly as she murmured. Among all the sinful witches, she had never quite seen eye to eye with the always composed and rational Anvil. Primarily due to her robotic demeanor, which struck Fuse Lin as excessively logical. "Congratulations, my lord, on acquiring another batch of combat power," Ratelis remarked, glancing at the sinful witches behind him, offering her praise. "Of course, you are all allies, so I shall refrain from further introductions." Ling Xiao tossed this remark over his shoulder as he and Xiao Bai headed toward the second barracks. Great High Priestess. Anvil saluted Ratelis, her gaze shifting to Fuse Lin. Her respectful demeanor melting away as she casually remarked, "Oh, you're here too." Fuselin's lips twitched, a hint of anger surfacing on her face. "Your disdainful expression is truly infuriating." Anvil remained unfazed, not responding directly, and continued on with the others, leaving Fuse Lin fuming in silence. Gold, 20. Gold, 20. Gold, 20. Within the Abyssal Tower, Ling Xiao stood in the circular area, repeatedly attempting single draws, yet no heroic units appeared. It was to be expected. Just yesterday, he had summoned Li Ge, so the probability was not particularly high. Compared to other lords, the number of units under Ling Xiao was quite modest. Setting aside combat strength, those who could summon dozens to hundreds of times a day already boasted legions numbering in the hundreds or thousands. However, Ling Xiao craved both strength and quantity, yet on this 6th day, he had not obtained a single unit refresh scroll, an almost unfathomable stroke of misfortune. The unit refresh scroll could augment summon counts. With good fortune, a single scroll could increase summons by 10, at minimum by 1. Regardless, Ling Xiao had yet to procure any, rendering him rather helpless. With only the sacred celestial gate remaining, Ling Xiao also attempted a single draw. Thinking that having summoned Luna 2 or 3 days prior, he should be due for a heroic unit. Instead, he was met with yet another pair of winged angels. On this 6th day, Ling Xiao commanded 60 sinful witches, 60 primordial demons, and 20 holy angels. The void trial is about to commence. New lords are advised to prepare. Climbing onto Xiao Bai's back, Ling Xiao and the others ascended the territorial stone wall, as strange sounds echoed from the dense forest. A horde of void beasts roared forth from all directions of the territory. Judging by the scene, their numbers far exceeded those of the previous day. The trial begins. All troops advance. Ling Xiao commanded with a thought, summoning magic drone number 1 to his side, which emitted a low buzzing sound. Chapter 53, Void Orcs. Brothers, destroy this territory for me. Charge. A coarse voice akin to a whip crack rang out from the front of the territory, and as Ling Xiao turned to look, his expression froze. The void beasts of today could actually speak. Ling Xiao quickly grasped the situation. These silver-tier void beasts represented an entirely different echelon of life forms. Moreover, he discerned that today's foes were a pack of bloodthirsty and menacing orcs. The voice that had just spoken belonged to a werewolf, tall and robust, with bulging, sinewy muscles, perched atop a massive wolf, brandishing a cleaver and roaring forward. Surrounding the front of the territory were orcs, beastly-headed, upright humanoids, significantly more muscular than average humans. Ling Xiao's gaze fell upon the leading werewolf, and a piece of information unfolded before him. Creature, void werewolf. Race, orc void. Level, bronze 9, silver 3 stars. Skills, giant wolf roar /. Intelligence, a minor chieftain of the werewolf tribe, remarkably robust for a silver-tier werewolf. This werewolf, merely a minor chieftain, was already at silver 3 stars. Following yesterday's explorations, the dispatched units had largely improved. Even the recently summoned Li Gu had upgraded to black iron 3 stars. Most of the units summoned on the first day had reached black iron 9 stars, with some having advanced to bronze tier. Silver-tier void beasts, in terms of both physical prowess and skill, were incomparable to bronze or black iron levels. Their robust constitution and significantly enhanced attack power rendered them formidable adversaries. However, based on current observations, the highest level creatures appeared to be no more than silver 3 stars. Although they could not be dispatched with the ease of chopping vegetables, they posed little threat. For Ling Xiao's troops, these silver-tier void beasts were merely slightly tougher than average. Hey, you, atop the giant wolf. The werewolf leader raised his cleaver, pointing skyward with a fearsome expression, bellowing, "You ugly creature, surrender now, and I may consider sparing your life. Otherwise, I shall leave no survivors in your territory." In the werewolf leader's eyes, the units within the territory were mere cannon fodder. The highest among them barely reached bronze 1 or 2 stars. Despite their formidable appearance, particularly the towering demon giants and winged women, they were nothing more than that. Ugly creature? Who are you talking about? Me? Ling Xiao's lips curled, pondering who truly was the more unsightly of the two. Oh dear, I've been underestimated. He, Ratleys, chuckled lightly. The void beasts encountered previously were mindless and recklessly aggressive. Today, however, these orcs seemed to relish in their display of bravado. Intriguing, Ling Xiao's lips curled upward. Yet there was no room for negotiation. Slaying them was the only recourse. Drone number 1, it's your turn. Buzzing, buzzing, the drone-like magical energy gun glowed with a crimson light, and 2 magical projectiles erupted forth. With a crackle, the massive wolf beneath the werewolf leader howled in agony before collapsing, sending its rider tumbling to the ground, followed by a stream of curses against his own kind. Unrighteous combatants, kill them. With a single command, the wolf-headed and lion-headed leaders, along with an endless array of ferocious beastly heads, roared as they surged towards Ling Xiao's territory like an overwhelming tide. The werewolf chieftain merely toyed with the unfortunate human before striking. After all, this would be his last opportunity to converse. To his surprise, the foolhardy human launched a surprise attack. Once captured, the tender flesh would surely provide a delightful feast. The scene of blood splattering echoed in his mind, igniting a fervor within him, his eyes ablaze with excitement. Boom! A dark violet beam, akin to a falling meteor, crashed into the horde of orcs, unleashing a cacophony of wails and cries. Original Sin's divine punishment, Radiers intoned with glimmering malice in her eyes, her lips parting to deliver a chilling proclamation. This is the consequence of underestimating my lord, you wretched beasts. Immediately following, a radiant cascade of golden light rained down in the form of holy arrows, mercilessly transforming some orcs into mere sieves, a brutal spectacle. In mere seconds, the territory erupted into chaos, the air thick with cries of agony and roars of rage, intertwining in a haunting symphony. Lower-tier void beasts fell victim to the onslaught, while the more robust high-level monsters, aware of danger, adeptly retaliated. Roaring, several lion-headed orcs trampled over their fallen kin, charging towards the enchanting sorceresses with ferocity. At the epicenter of this carnage stood the calm and calculating sorceress, Anvale, her eyes flashing with cold brilliance. As orcs approached, arcane circles materialized above their heads, and in an instant, their skulls were obliterated as if cast into a juicer. Before long, the ground around her was littered with the decapitated bodies of orcs, droplets of blood adorning her stunning visage. She made no move to wipe it away. Rather, she allowed it to cascade down her face, as if it were a source of exhilaration. With each headless corpse that fell, her eyes sparkled with a fervor for slaughter, transforming her demeanor entirely. Even as she became intoxicated with the bloodshed, her expression remained eerily calm, her luscious lips parting to utter words that sent chills down spines. Come, all of you, let me savor the tremors of your blood. Hee, do not fear, allow me to cherish you. At that moment, Ling Xiao observed Anvale's position, noting her frenzied state, her body trembling with excitement, her countenance shifting from coldness to rapture. Incredible, how mad she has become. Yet, why do I feel a surge of exhilaration as well? Destroy them, commanded the now-stilled drone number 1. sensing its master's excitement, unleashing a barrage of magical projectiles that struck true at the enemy's foreheads. To the south of the territory, follow, follow, follow me, accompanied by Legay's gestures. The powerful sound waves of his black demon guitar rippled outward. Where the sound waves traveled, the less robust orcs were cleaved in two, meeting their demise. While the more resilient beasts, though battered, staggered under the sonic onslaught. Follow me. Legay darted through the throngs of orcs, his song and guitar resonating, leaving a veritable field of corpses in his wake. The wounded orcs, led by Xiaobai, were swiftly dispatched one by one. At the western gate of the territory, a colossal demon shadow loomed overhead, reminiscent of a celestial deity surveying the land, unwavering despite the onslaught of various magical attacks. Before this demonic figure stood Danmungan, commanding it with a gesture that annihilated the orcs below, leaving not even bones in their wake. At this moment, the silver-tier orcs watched in horror, their minds buzzing as they gaped in disbelief, akin to statues frozen in fear. Throughout the territory, the battle raged on uniformly, with vast numbers of orcs being crushed. Cries of despair echoing across the land. Chapter 54. Is it too late for me to surrender? At the northern gate of the territory, the six-winged angel Luna stood amidst her fellow angels, obedient to the will of the Lord of Holy Light. The newly summoned troops prioritized their growth and advancement. The dual-winged angels engaged in battle were mostly fresh recruits. Luna remained vigilant, aware of the precarious situation. Though the new recruits were merely black iron 1-star, relatively weak, they were not easily slain. However, if targeted by several silver-tier void beasts, they would undoubtedly suffer injury. As the proud commander of the holy angel race, Luna would not allow such a fate to befall her troops, her radiant golden eyes fixed ahead. Fortunately, bolstered by skills in both attack and defense, even the freshly summoned dual-winged angels performed admirably. As SSS-tier units, they exhibited peak speed and reflexes, confronting the silver-tier void beasts with unparalleled valor. On Ling Xiao's side, the remnants of the orc forces were nearly eradicated. Only a handful of slightly more formidable foes remained. Witnessing their kin being effortlessly crushed, the werewolf subchiefs stood in shock, their mouths agape, rendered speechless. Ling Xiao noticed the dazed werewolf chief, and drone number 1 pivoted its aim, a magic circle unfurling at its side, launching a magical projectile with ferocity. Big brother, go! With a swift motion, the projectile struck. The werewolf chief, startled by the sudden onslaught, instinctively reacted, his golden slit pupils narrowing as he dodged to the side. In the next instant, he felt a force collide with his chest, his robust body careening backward as if severed from its tether. That wretched creature again, attacking without honor. In that moment, fear was supplanted by rage as he tumbled, quickly regaining his footing to bellow at Ling Xiao, who stood unperturbed upon the stone wall. Alas, had he not evaded the fatal blow, the modified magical gun would have pierced his heart in a single strike. You cursed human filth, I will see you dead. The werewolf chief's muscles bulged, veins protruding as he unleashed a powerful howl, conjuring a transparent wolf-shaped wave of energy aimed at Ling Xiao. The human on the stone wall remained unfazed, not even attempting basic defense, believing that his strike would surely fell the opponent. Yet, a bizarre phenomenon occurred. As the transparent wolf-shaped wave crashed against the stone wall, it inexplicably vanished. Golden text, embrace of the wind god. Then, he caught sight of Ling Xiao high above, smirking down at him with disdain, before raising a finger in a dismissive gesture. Though he did not comprehend the significance of the gesture, it ignited a profound sense of humiliation within him, fueling his wrath. Roaring in indignation, the werewolf chief summoned every ounce of strength to scream, seemingly venting his frustration and fury, his legs propelling him forward towards the stone wall. Yet, a figure flashed before him, sending him flying once more. Coughing up a mouthful of blood, his vision reflected the silhouette of a woman who, with bare hands and sheer leg strength, had sent him reeling as if his very insides were shattered. Those who show disrespect to my lord will face punishment. Fuselin withdrew her foot, a cryptic smile playing on her lips as she regarded the werewolf chief, whose pupils dilated in terror. I was wrong, gravely wrong. His voice trembled as he witnessed his kin being effortlessly slaughtered, feeling utterly powerless to retaliate. These seemingly delicate beauties were demons, all demons. What sort of woman could be so merciless? If heaven were to grant me another opportunity, I would immediately and willingly surrender. No, I would resolutely refuse to descend upon this place. The werewolf leader silently roared within, yet still wished to inquire, is it too late for me to surrender now? But before he could voice his thoughts, 2 magical projectiles struck his forehead, leaving him with no chance to articulate his words. Around the territory, the fierce and brutally sanguinary battle gradually approached its conclusion. A few minutes later, the voice announcing the end of the trial resonated. Congratulations on completing the trial, settling scores. Number of trials, 2890 void orcs. Battle merit, 0. Battle status, overwhelming superiority. Rating, SSS. Basic reward, 3000 gold, 500 magic crystals. Additional rewards, 200 magic energy crystals, 3 architectural blueprints, 1 E-grade barracks. approaching 3,000 void orcs, a number that had doubled since yesterday, and with a small fraction being of silver grade. Miraculously achieved an SSS rating. As anticipated by Ling Xiao, the colossal stone titans on the 4th day were merely a test. Each subsequent day saw an increase in both numbers and strength. Although being acknowledged by the void multiverse as possessing strength is a matter of pride, it also serves as a perilous warning. Ling Xiao felt a twinge of concern regarding the trials ahead. In less than 10 days, the demonic entities had begun to encircle the territory, with silver-grade creatures now emerging. Goodness! Ling Xiao seemed to recall something, his expression turning grave. I remember that after the 15th day, boss-level void monsters will descend. Since I have been besieged by monsters since the 5th day, it stands to reason that by the 10th day, a boss may indeed appear. A formidable boss, potentially 2 realms above the soldiers, would be a nightmarish adversary. There was once a lord who faced a major boss on the 20th day, whose level surpassed that of his highest-ranked soldiers by nearly 2 realms. The tactics employed by such a boss are far from simple skill releases. They conceal devastating special abilities. At that time, the formidable boss unleashed a withering power in the final moments, ensnaring all soldiers within its range, rendering them incapable of executing their skills. Those brave enough to approach the boss were undoubtedly the strongest among the Lord's forces, and those few seconds became a nightmare for the Lord, as every soldier within the area of effect was annihilated. A boss endowed with unique abilities is an insurmountable threat. Shaking his head to dispel distracting thoughts, Ling Xiao resolved to focus on each step before him. His gaze returned to the settlement interface, where he had finally acquired another barracks. With a mere thought, he employed the Lord's basic ability, Decompose, causing the corpses of the void orcs outside the territory to transform into shimmering points of light, coalescing into treasure chests. The soldiers, in tacit understanding, collected the chests one by one and organized them according to quality. Aside from the low drop rate, the quality of today's treasure chests was commendable, yielding 136 purple chests, with the remainder predominantly in blue and green, totaling 590 chests. This marked the first time Ling Xiao had obtained purple quality treasures through the trial, as the void monsters encountered today were primarily of silver grade, thus increasing the number of purple chests significantly. It was once again time to revel in the opening of treasure chests. Rubbing his hands together, Ling Xiao opened one of the purple chests. Purple chest contents: 3 void shards, 20 magic energy crystals. A fortuitous start, filled with rare items. Ling Xiao signaled for others to open chests of varying qualities, and amidst the symphony of clicking sounds, every chest was opened. In addition to the rewards from the trial, aside from basic resources, Ling Xiao had also acquired 3 blueprints, 1 barracks, several monster materials, 3 pieces of equipment, 820 magic crystals, and a modest amount of gold, mithril, and copper ore. Among the rare items were 11 void shards and 226 magic energy crystals. You currently possess 83 void shards. Would you like to consume 80 shards to randomly open a bronze-grade territory ruin? Finally, having gathered 80 shards, Ling Xiao, however, had no intention of using them just yet. He decided to wait a bit longer and directly open a silver-grade territory ruin. Ignoring the prompt, Ling Xiao focused on today's spoils, the most anticipated being the 4th barracks. What type of barracks would it be? With the original sin witch, the primordial demon, and the holy angel already acquired, could he possibly summon a goddess or a god king type of troop? Chapter 55, New Barracks, Rakshasa. New hero, red wedding dress. The more barracks he possessed, the greater the number of troops summoned daily, leading to a substantial enhancement in combat power. After all, these were all SSS-grade troops, and naturally, Ling Xiao looked forward to acquiring even more barracks. After a moment of contemplation, he succumbed to the allure of the new barracks. Deciding to deal with the blueprints and equipment later, Ling Xiao was utterly captivated by the prospect of the new barracks. Unable to resist, he took out 1 barracks, eager to discover its information. Barracks, Ghostly Abode. Level 1, Grade E, Troop Type, Chimeras. Summoning cost, 1 gold per summon. Summoning attempts, 100 times per day. Upgrade requirements, 100 gold, 800 units of wood, 200 units of stone. Information, spirits, oh spirits. Damn, this new barracks has quite the eerie vibe. Ling Xiao scoffed, consuming the materials and positioning the barracks beside the Abyssal Tower. He was slightly apprehensive that the upgraded barracks might summon the super malevolent spirits of Fengdu. Ding. E-grade barracks detected. Would you like to upgrade? Upgrade. Watching the eerie barracks, Ling Xiao inexplicably began to feel nervous. The gloomy old house transformed under a radiant veil, gradually morphing into a 2-story, antiquated redwood structure that exuded an aura of ancient solemnity. An old plaque adorned the redwood building, inscribed with the 2 characters, Rakshasa. Soon, new information about the barracks appeared before his eyes. Barracks, Rakshasa. Level 1, Grade SSS. Troop Type, Rakshasa Female Spirits. Summoning, regular summon, 20 gold per summon. Advanced summon, 100. 000 gold, 100 magic energy crystals. Summoning attempts, 10 times per day. Upgrade requirements, 3,000 magic crystals, 1,000 magic energy crystals, 10 divine stones. Information. Some say the female spirits are ancient goddesses. Others assert they are ethereal beauties drifting in the world, while yet others claim they are delicate and fragile women. Rakshasa female spirits? This term is indeed novel, yet based on the information from the new barracks, it seems likely to summon ancient-style beauties. My lord, please try summoning. While Ling Xiao was deep in thought, the ever-eager Lathieris urged him on. Ling Xiao stepped forward, and as he touched the wooden door, it emitted a long, resonant creak. Yet, looking inside, he could see nothing but chaos. His Adam's apple bobbed as he crossed the threshold, and his vision darkened momentarily, as though traversing a corridor through time and space, silent and mysterious. Once the scene cleared, Ling Xiao found himself beneath a starry sky, with a gentle beam of white light illuminating the center, where an ancient, dilapidated wooden table stood. Ding. You may currently only initiate a regular summon. Would you like to summon? Summon. The ethereal and lingering sound resonated as if it were drifting through the boundless expanse of the starry sky, appearing exceedingly insubstantial. As the prolonged melody descended, 9 beams of light gracefully fell from the heavens, coalescing into 9 ethereal silhouettes. The outlines revealed figures of tall and graceful ancient beauties. Yet, why were they mere phantoms, and why only 9? What about the other one? Ling Xiao, in a state of confusion, cast a glance around, and as his gaze shifted, he noticed an additional scroll on the wooden table. How mysterious. With a slight frown, Ling Xiao approached, grasping the painting with both hands. It depicted a woman clad in a traditional red bridal gown, her true visage concealed beneath a red veil. A gallant gentleman, possessing a beauty akin to Panin. This man is eligible for marriage. The clear voice emanating from the painting, like the gentle chime of pearls, was untainted by dust and drifted softly into the ears, creating an otherworldly atmosphere beneath the starry sky. Just as he was pondering, the painting in his hands transformed into flecks of starlight, ultimately converging into a woman dressed in a red bridal gown, standing before Ling Xiao. Young master, are you well? The voice emerged from beneath the red veil, causing Ling Xiao to blink in bewilderment. What was this spectacle? Was she preparing for a cup-drinking ceremony, seeking to unveil her veil? With no time to ponder further, Ling Xiao immediately examined her information panel, quickly discerning whether she was a deity or a seductress. Unit type, Red Bridal Hero. Level, Black Iron 1 star. Grade, SSS. Talent, Rakshasa Ghost Market, Rule Power. Skill, A Bow to Heaven and Earth. Growth Limit, Supreme God, Starry Palace Inheritance Civilization Bonus. Loyalty, 100, Never Betray, Entry Bonus. Intelligence, it is rumored that the woman in the red bridal gown has been searching for someone capable of unveiling her veil, having had 9,999,999 former husbands. What the heck? Has she become addicted to marriage? Ling Xiao widened his eyes, counting several times before realizing that the woman before him had an astonishing 999 former husbands. Yet, it appeared that none of those countless former husbands had managed to unveil her red veil. Now that she had been summoned as a territorial hero, it was highly probable that only he could unveil this long-concealed veil. Did this mean he was to be her first 100 millionth husband? Young master? Ling Xiao remained motionless for an extended moment, prompting a voice from beneath the red veil to express her confusion. My lady, no beauty. I shall unveil your veil at once. Stepping forward, Ling Xiao reached out to lift the veil, but as his fingers barely brushed against the red fabric, a stream of information surged into his mind, causing a momentary discomfort that made him instinctively rub his forehead. That stream of information swiftly transformed into vivid scenes flashing through his consciousness. Within the festive confines of an ancient bridal chamber, red candles flickered, casting a warm glow, as a bride and groom partook in a ceremonial cup of wine. Perhaps due to the effects of the wine, the groom's face flushed crimson as he set down his cup, grinning foolishly while attempting to lift the veil. However, no matter how earnestly he tried, the red veil remained immovable, as if it bore the weight of 1,000 pounds. My lady, why is your veil so heavy? The woman said nothing, but slowly rose, extending her hand as delicate as jade to press upon the groom's shoulders. His expression twisted in agony, seemingly succumbing to unbearable pain, and soon blood streamed from his 7 orifices, marking his demise. The woman, having personally taken the groom's life, remained draped in her red veil, her steps graceful as she gradually faded from the bridal chamber. With a flash of crimson, the second scene emerged, followed by the third. One by one, the grooms failed to unveil the veil, each meeting an untimely end. Initially, the woman in the red bridal gown remained silent, but as the events unfolded, her demeanor grew increasingly ominous. You were given a chance, yet you proved useless. Why? Why does no one succeed? They all deserve to die? Ling Xiao, immersed in the experience, felt cold sweat trickling down his forehead, a chill rising from his back that made him shiver involuntarily. Goodness. The two personalities displayed by the woman were like night and day. One was bashful and delicate, while the other was a deranged maniac. Young master, are you unable to unveil my veil? The voice suddenly turned frigid, and despite understanding his lordly aura, Ling Xiao could not suppress his racing heart. "My lady, do not be anxious. I shall unveil your veil immediately." With a gentle flick of his fingers, the red veil fluttered open, revealing an unparalleled beauty beneath. The woman's crimson lips, adorned with exquisite ancient makeup, revealed a visage of enchanting allure, her head slightly tilted as she spoke with a hint of seduction. "Young master, from now on, I shall belong to you." Chapter 56. Husband, why are you so distant? As I anticipated, whoever unveils the red veil shall claim her hand in marriage. This scene had long been foreseen by Ling Xiao, and after a moment's contemplation, he extended his broad and powerful palm with a hearty laugh, saying, "Welcome to my territory." Red bridal gown. Exchanging glances, the beautiful woman's eyes, akin to starry skies, shimmered with surprise and confusion, and the atmosphere fell into a tranquil silence. "Oh, why does this not align with what I had imagined?" Feeling as though a crow had passed overhead, Ling Xiao cleared his throat twice to ease the awkwardness. Goodness. The enchanting beauty before him was undoubtedly an ancient seductress who had lived for countless years, and thus she was unaware of modern social niceties. When I summoned you, you should have gleaned some information about my territory. Hello, I am Ling Xiao, your lord." A smile radiated from his handsome face as he withdrew his hand, providing a brief explanation. However, the stunning woman before him appeared crestfallen, lamenting, "Husband, why are you so distant?" Truly, she was an actress of the highest order. While Ling Xiao would never refuse to have such an enchanting beauty as his wife, now was not the time for romance. He had ambitions to pursue. Moreover, his territory was brimming with beautiful women of all kinds, innocent and charming, playful and sprightly, alluring and graceful, and pure and unblemished. All styles were represented. "I shall call you Red Attire from now on. It suits your temperament better, and you may address me as Lord." Ling Xiao, oblivious to her sentiments, remained earnest in his demeanor. "Oh, my husband is quite the straightforward man. Indeed, unlike those who merely engage in sweet talk," she mused, finding a hint of charm in his character. Red Attire scrutinized her lord with keen interest, with a slight smile curling her lips. She seemed to exude the essence of spring, captivatingly enchanting, as she softly declared, "I shall still call you young master." Ling Xiao acquiesced, as names were merely a matter of preference, especially in a territory where various units existed. By the way, why were they mere phantoms? These ethereal beauties, each resembling willowy figures, were also units. Reality and illusion, truth and deception. What was so difficult about that? Red Attire parted her crimson lips, a flicker of red light dancing around her fingertips as she traversed among the 9 phantoms, and in the blink of an eye, the original phantoms solidified into reality. At last, Ling Xiao beheld their countenances, standard ancient beauties adorned in flowing gowns, their garments billowing gracefully. Though they could not quite match the radiance of Red Attire, they were undeniably stunning, captivating all who beheld them. The other 9 seductresses shared the same growth potential as her unit type, benefiting from the Starry Palace's inheritance civilization bonus, reaching the true god level. However, they all possessed the same talent as Red Attire, the Rakshasa Ghost Market, a talent imbued with rule power. Leading the enchanting women out of the Rakshasa, Ling Xiao attracted the gaze of many in the territory, each beauty radiating charm and allure. Fuselin's smile blossomed like a flower as she turned to face Ling Xiao, just as she was about to utter a word. Her keen gaze caught sight of the enchanting and mysteriously alluring beauty beside him. A sudden heaviness settled in her heart, and she could not fathom the faint animosity she felt towards the woman before her. Observing their harmonious stance together, they appeared as if they were a match made in heaven, igniting a pang of jealousy within her. The woman in red seemed to have also noticed the captivating sorceress, and inexplicably, she mischievously entwined her arm with Ling Xiao's, her expression radiating a hint of pride. With her stunning visage adorned by a captivating smile, it was difficult to discern her true intentions. Their gazes collided with an electric intensity, as if a lightning bolt had struck. "Hey!" Ling Xiao's eyes darted between the two. Bewildered by the palpable tension, it was perplexing how they could appear as adversaries upon their first meeting. Today's new companions included Hong Yi and a multitude of enchanting women. If there's anything unclear, feel free to consult Lady Urs and Dan Mungen, or you may approach me directly, Ling Xiao instructed as he stood amid the crowd before departing. From a distance, the few doe-eyed maidens at the moonlit mansion watched with keen interest, their bright eyes filled with curiosity and admiration as they observed the lively interaction. "Lunai, Lily Luji, stop staring, they are not of our kind. They are the right and left arms of our lord. We must focus on our duties. Let us proceed to inspect the crops within the territory," came a low, gravelly voice. Leaning on a gnarled wooden staff, Senya's gaze involuntarily drifted towards the mesmerizing beauties, a fleeting shadow of melancholy and sorrow flickering in her eyes. "Yes, my lady Senya," the maidens replied, reluctantly withdrawing their gazes under her gentle urging. In a fleeting moment, as the scene dissipated, Ling Xiao, standing not far away, noticed Senya and the others, furrowing his brow slightly before letting out a soft sigh and turning away. There remained many tasks yet to be accomplished today. From yesterday until now, Ling Xiao had amassed a considerable collection of equipment and monster materials. The equipment could be upgraded directly at the smelting workshop, while the monster materials were meant for crafting. However, without the corresponding blueprints, these materials were currently of no use. Some equipment could be obtained directly from treasure chests, while others, particularly advanced items, required blueprints and materials for their creation. Hence, Ling Xiao had gradually accumulated a substantial amount of monster materials. He decided to hold on to them for now, awaiting the day when blueprints would become available. Ling Xiao examined the 3 architectural blueprints he had acquired today and retrieved them all. Would you like to identify the blueprints? Identify. The aged parchment emanated a radiant white light, and soon, 3 pieces of information materialized in his view. Identification complete. Congratulations, you have acquired the crop building, magical field green. Identification complete. Congratulations, you have acquired the crop building, magical field green. Identification complete. Congratulations, you have acquired the basic building, primary wooden house, white. Having previously obtained several magical plants, the need for agricultural structures was timely. 2 magical fields would indeed serve well for cultivating spirit essence fruit trees. Ling Xiao leaped onto Xiao Bai, who let out a low growl, soaring several hundred meters into the air, swiftly arriving at the northern edge of the territory. Before they even landed, the melodious laughter of the maidens reached his ears. With a resounding thud, Xiao Bai's grand, elongated form descended, scattering icy blue flames like crystals. Upon disembarking, Ling Xiao glanced over to see 3 adorable, playful little deer, frolicking joyfully across the magical field, their bodies shimmering with motes of light resembling fireflies. Ling Xiao slapped his forehead, almost forgetting that the doe-eyed maidens possessed magic to hasten crop growth. As a unique, beast-eared clan, the deer spirits could transform into small animal forms. Those star-like lights were manifestations of their magic, significantly aiding the crops. Lord, as Ling Xiao approached, the maidens immediately reverted to their human forms, joyfully greeting him. Lord, Senya slowly turned around, bowing her head slightly in respect. You've worked hard. Last night, Ling Xiao had mentioned that if they had the leisure, they could assist him in tending to the territory's crops. They had proven to be diligent. With the 4 of them overseeing the daily meals of the territory, now tirelessly casting growth magic on the crops. The 3 charming doe-eyed maidens clustered around Ling Xiao, only quieting down when gently admonished by Senya. Senya, there's no need to be so formal. It's in your nature to be lively and endearing. I myself am quite easygoing and enjoy a vibrant atmosphere. Feel free to engage with them. With the Lord's encouragement, Senya nodded, albeit still casting glances to remind the maidens to behave. Ling Xiao gazed at the hunched figure of the elderly woman, hesitating to speak. He never made promises about matters he wasn't confident in, particularly regarding the curse afflicting her, which weighed heavily on his mind. While he yearned for the golden words indicating the curse's removal, he ultimately remained silent. What changes might occur to the crops in the magical field after the deer maidens cast their magic? Ling Xiao's expectant gaze fell upon the magical field. Chapter 57. The Hasting Magic of the Doe-eared Maidens. Purple Flame Flower. Type: Magical Plant. Potion. Level: None. Growth Cycle: 5 days. Estimated remaining 2-4-5-9-5-6. Characteristics: Beautification and Skin Nourishment. Information: An edible magical flower that can be dried and brewed into tea, a favorite among the maidens. Magic Valley. Type: Magical Plant. Level: None. Growth Cycle: 15 days. Estimated remaining 11 days. Characteristics: Strengthens the body and extends life. Information: Fragrant rice, delightful aroma. Chuckling mushroom. Type: Magical plant, potion. Level: None. Growth cycle: 5 days. Estimated remaining 2-4-5-9-5-6. Characteristics: Purification and cleansing. Information: 1 bite of this mushroom brings a smile to the face. Excellent. The purple flame flower and chuckling mushroom are set to mature in just about a day earlier than anticipated. The hastening magic of the doe-eared maidens truly excels. These 2 crops will be ready for harvest tomorrow. Lord, Senya observed the glimmer of delight in Ling Xiao's eyes, yet a fleeting shadow of disappointment crossed her own. She explained, Alas, I am too old to wield hastening magic. The only modest contribution I can offer is my culinary skills for the Lord. Ling Xiao was momentarily taken aback, then replied, Since you arrived, the inhabitants of the territory have not had to worry about their daily meals. They engage in battles with monsters daily, exhausting their strength. The meals you prepare are precisely to their liking. In less than a day, they become plump and healthy. Ling Xiao's words were candid, yet undeniably true. After several days of roasted meats, they had begun to develop a physiological aversion to it. Being well-fed and well-nourished are not synonymous. And what of you, Lord? Senya's murky gaze pondered, and she herself could not comprehend why she had suddenly posed such a question. Ling Xiao paused, smiling. With you, it is indeed a stroke of fortune. Senya slowly raised her head, gazing upon his sincere and handsome face, finding a small measure of comfort. A smile blossomed upon her wrinkled visage. Gradually, Senya began to relax, her demeanor becoming less constrained. and she engaged in a lengthy conversation with Ling Xiao. As Ling Xiao understood, the hastening magic of the deer spirits consumed a great deal of energy, requiring time to recover after each casting. In simpler terms, there was a cooldown period before they could cast again. Their healing and hastening magic demanded significant energy. However, it proved to be quite effective, as the combination of the magical field and the doe-eared maidens significantly reduced the harvest time for the crops. Ling Xiao retrieved 15 spirit essence fruit tree saplings from the storage. The newly acquired 2 magical fields have been situated to the north of the territory, where Ling Xiao plans to establish a dedicated planting space. A total of 2,000 units of wood and stone, along with 2 magic crystals, are consumed to construct these 2 magical fields. Ding. Basic structure detected. Magical fields. Shall the quality be upgraded? Upgrade. The area covered by the 2 magical fields visibly expands, with the magical valley and other crops not far adjacent. Each magical field spans 120 square meters, and according to the standard of 1 fruit tree per square meter, 15 trees are planted, albeit somewhat densely, yet still within acceptable limits. After a brief calculation, Ling Xiao focuses his thoughts, and the 15 trees transform into radiant light, arranged and planted in the magical fields with consistent spacing. Through his will, Ling Xiao communicates with Dan Mengyan to arrange for the troops to water the new fruit trees. The water from the moon god well possesses remarkable efficacy. Crops in the magical valley are irrigated with this water, yet it remains unclear what unique effects it may have on the spirit marrow fruit trees. Ling Xiao retrieves water from the moon god well and conducts an experiment on one of the fruit trees. The well water is cool and sweet. After pouring several scoops, Ling Xiao inspects the information regarding the fruit tree. Spirit marrow fruit tree. Type: magical plant. Level: none. Growth cycle: 60 days for saplings to reach maturity, 30 days to bloom and bear fruit. Characteristics: quenching thirst, cleansing marrow and bones. Intelligence: under the nourishment of the moon god well water, there is a probability of yielding special fruits upon maturity. Special fruits? The specifics of what makes them special remain ambiguous, yet Ling Xiao does not dwell on it. Due to its magical plant nature, the fruit tree grows rapidly, and coupled with the magical field, the saplings require only 60 days to reach maturity. In contrast, ordinary fruit trees typically take years to mature. The blooming to fruiting phase takes an additional 30 days. At every stage, ordinary fruit trees cannot be compared to magical plants. Having informed Dan Mengyan that the fruit trees will be irrigated with water from the moon god, well henceforth, Ling Xiao departs, giving a brief instruction to several doe-horned maidens before heading towards the Lord's residence. The last remaining structure, a wooden house, upon upgrading, is likely to transform into a higher-tier residential building akin to the Lord's mansion. Ling Xiao opens the mini-map, considers his options, and places the wooden house behind the Lord's mansion to the left of the territory's main road. This construction consumes 1,000 units of wood, 1,000 units of stone, and 1 magic crystal. Ding. Basic structure detected. Wooden house. Shall the quality be upgraded? Upgrade. The unremarkable wooden house becomes enveloped in brilliance, gradually expanding, revealing a building adorned in European style. Territory palace. Type: special residential building. Level: 1. Structure: palace, 100 rooms. Upgrade cost: 200 mithril, 200 copper, or 10,000 units of wood, 9,000 units of stone, 600 magic crystals. Characteristics: residential. Intelligence: a palace of a certain royal family, exceedingly luxurious. The Grand Palace, vast in area, is completed in mere moments. Although it may not match the grandeur of the Lord's mansion, it serves as an opulent dormitory for the troops, boasting even more rooms than the Lord's residence. Ling Xiao sends a message to Dan Mengyan, instructing him to arrange for the new palace, where nearly all current troops can enjoy their own private quarters. After issuing these commands, Ling Xiao takes Bai Xiao to the smelting workshop. Since yesterday, Ling Xiao has acquired 14 pieces of equipment, 6 defensive items and 8 offensive items, all of which are of little monetary value, being white quality. Fortunately, with the earthen smelting workshop at his disposal, the quality upgrade significantly enhances their worth. He retrieves a white quality green armor and casually tosses it in, prompting a notification to appear in his view. Tier 1. Invest 20 magic crystals, extremely low chance of upgrading to high quality. Tier 2. Invest 150 magic crystals, low chance of upgrading to high quality. Tier 3. Invest 550 magic crystals, high chance of upgrading to high quality. Oh. It seems that the upgrade notifications vary according to the quality and functions of the equipment. The previous magic energy gun was a green quality offensive item, while this time it is a white quality defensive item. After a moment's contemplation, Ling Xiao opts for the cautious approach, selecting Tier 1. Equipment upgrade in progress. Please be patient. Sounds of crackling emanate from the smelting workshop as the orange flames intensify. After a brief wait, the roaring fire begins to subside, signaling the completion of the new equipment upgrade. A blue light orb emerges from the workshop, coalescing into a blue-scaled armor. Blue scale armor. Type: defensive equipment. Quality: blue. Function, defense. Characteristic, provides an additional 10 defense against water-type attacks. Intelligence, I'm extremely tough. Don't believe me? The blue scale armor feels light in hand. Its touch pleasantly cool. Although it is merely blue quality, it is a significant upgrade achieved with just 20 magic crystals, thus a profit. Chapter 58, Upgrading Equipment, a lucrative venture. To experiment with the Smelting Workshop S-tier rules, Ling Xiao retrieves a white quality scythe, an offensive item. As he inputs the equipment, the tier information unfolds. Tier 1. Invest 20 magic crystals, extremely low chance of upgrading to high quality. Tier 2. Invest 150 magic crystals, low chance of upgrading to high quality. Tier 3. Invest 550 magic crystals, high chance of upgrading to high quality. It appears that the tier rules correlate solely to the quality of the equipment input, as the same quality corresponds with the same tier. Adhering to the principle of small investment for high returns, Ling Xiao again selects Tier 1. With another 20 magic crystals expended, the Smelting Workshop springs into action. After a while, a dark orb emerges, transforming into a peculiar black scythe featuring an elongated black gold handle. The black gold scythe is significantly taller than Ling Xiao, curved like a new moon and sharp as a cold star, resembling a mythical reaper. Hell Reaper. Type, offensive equipment. Quality, blue. Function, harvesting. Characteristic, after being struck 3 times, can trigger a unique passive, Starbreaker, during which magical energy is drained. Intelligence, harvesting flesh and blood, Starbreaker slays demons. The name is indeed imposing. However, Ling Xiao considers the quality somewhat lacking. Nonetheless, the passive effect of Starbreaker is intriguing. The draining of magical energy unbeknownst to the enemy is a formidable tactic. He places it in the warehouse, intending to store the other upgraded equipment in the trading area. Poised to make a significant profit, Ling Xiao spends some time diligently upgrading the remaining 14 pieces of equipment in the Smelting Workshop. Upon completion, there are 10 blue quality pieces and 4 purple quality pieces. Thus far, his warehouse holds 6 purple quality items and 10 blue quality items, aside from the uniqueness of the Oblivion Greatsword, which varies in effect depending on the class of the wielder. Ling Xiao plans to retain only this and his beloved firearm, the Magic Bullet Drone No. 1. The rest will be set aside for trade. Indeed, blue quality equipment can still serve a purpose in the hands of Black Iron tier troops. From the recently upgraded equipment, each piece, whether defensive or offensive, proves to be quite remarkable. For other lords, such equipment is of paramount necessity. However, with Ling Xiao commanding only SSS class troops, these items are utterly superfluous. The prowess of a single skill far surpasses the utility of such gear. A cadre capable of combating silver tier void monsters renders the equipment's significance negligible. With a smile of satisfaction, Ling Xiao accessed the system panel, revealing 10 pieces of blue gear and 4 pieces of purple gear. The blue equipment is exclusively exchangeable for magic crystals, with the market price in the trading zone set at 450 magic crystals each, translating to a potential yield of 500 magic crystals upon complete sale. The purple gear, however, possesses a greater allure for other lords. Trading magic crystals and magic energy crystals for coins is out of the question. Items with high drop rates aren't worth exchanging for high-tier equipment. It's sheer waste. Ling Xiao's countenance gleamed with excitement as he listed all 14 pieces of equipment. Little did he expect that placing such a substantial quantity of items on the market would incite a fervor of discussion in the exchange zone. Wow, brother, where did you procure such an abundance of high-tier gear? 10 blue pieces? Incredible. Again, it's you, this lord of miraculous creation, holder of the White Lord's heart. Last time you traded a necromancer's class change scroll. How is your drop rate so astonishing? Oh my heavens, what is this? Why not keep the equipment for yourself? Exactly. The White Lord's heart must have yielded only F or E grade troops, making blue gear quite suitable. Wait, doesn't it seem like this miraculous creation is the top lord from the Dragon Kingdom? Top lord cited? 9,999. Just wait for the official recognition of the top lord. Give it up, they won't disclose it. Even if they did, they'd deny it to avoid envy from other lords conspiring against them. Seriously, how could you all be deceived by a low-tier lord? Setting aside the blue equipment, acquiring purple gear relies on high-tier chests or defeating monster bosses directly, or demolishing territories. Besides, the drop rate for high-tier equipment cannot possibly be so generous. If he can produce so many pieces at once, he must have unearthed an extraordinary smelting workshop. But typically, the buildings that drop early are basic structures. Where would a high-tier smelting workshop come from? Are you suggesting it's impossible? Don't you allow for a bit of luck to favor someone and yield a high-tier smelting workshop? Now I understand. No wonder his territory is named Miraculous Creation. He must have stumbled upon a fortuitous find, acquiring a special smelting workshop, allowing him to produce such an array of high-tier equipment. Ling Xiao gazed at the exchange zone, startled to realize that his listing of equipment had sparked speculation among other lords. Some even surmised he might be the top lord. Yet as long as Ling Xiao remained silent, those remarks would merely be conjecture. Many lords failed to comprehend Ling Xiao's actions. How could a low-tier lord sell equipment so effortlessly? Setting aside the purple gear, as defensive items of that quality require a certain level to equip. As they scrolled further, discussions increasingly gravitated towards the smelting workshop. Rather than crediting a white lord for slaying high-tier monsters, they were more inclined to believe that Ling Xiao had acquired a unique smelting workshop. Nonetheless, some of their assertions held merit. Ling Xiao indeed possessed a high-tier smelting workshop, but it was not a product of chance, it was a result of his exploits. Additionally, some of the purple equipment Ling Xiao obtained was through treasure chests dropped by defeating monster territories. Purple equipment, gold-threaded battle armor traded successfully, gaining 200 magic crystals. Purple equipment, silver moon warhammer traded successfully, gaining 400 magic energy crystals. Blue equipment, Hell Reaper traded successfully, gaining 450 magic crystals. Within minutes, the notifications of successful trades streamed in, resulting in a bountiful harvest. All 14 pieces of equipment were sold out in less than 10 minutes. Ling Xiao had accurately surmised that these items held significant appeal for other lords, particularly the purple gear. Within just a few minutes, he amassed a total of 100 magic crystals and 400 magic energy crystals. This wave of equipment sales left some envious lords feeling disgruntled. Why are your hands so swift? I had my magic crystals ready. This is outrageous. Are you playing with lag? I just handed over my magic crystals, and it tells me they're sold out? Stunned. There are still plenty of affluent lords, and I only lament my bad luck. My drop rates are abysmal. Chapter 59, The Craze for Equipment Sales and the Alliance Invitation. Observing the evolving attitude of the other lords in the exchange zone. From conjecture and skepticism to an eager rush, Ling Xiao felt a deep satisfaction. This was the effect he desired. Consider it a prelude. For the equipment he would unveil in the future would only increase in quantity. The higher the quality of the dropped items, the better. Yet, even lower quality gear was inconsequential, as it could simply be upgraded in the smelting workshop. My lord, a voice called from behind, prompting Ling Xiao to turn and see the deer-horned maiden and her companions. My lord, all crops within the territory have been imbued with magic, which has significantly reduced their growth cycles. Leaning on a gnarled staff, Senya reported. The greenery surrounding the lord's residence has also been completed. You have worked hard. Additionally, my lord, Senya hesitated for a moment, contemplating her next words. Although the inhabitants of the territory are weary of meat, I believe that by employing various cooking methods, we could alter the texture and flavor of the meat, making it more palatable. The ingredients brought by Senya and her companions would only last a few days, hence her suggestion. The territory's populace has developed a physiological aversion to roasted meat, which is indeed true. Yet, for someone unskilled in cooking, such a notion might be overlooked. Thanks to Senya's insight, Ling Xiao found it a feasible idea. Moreover, the deer-horned maidens excel in culinary arts, and Ling Xiao had faith in their skills. Very well. I shall grant you access to the warehouse. Take whatever meat you require. The warehouse was brimming with various types of meat. And if it could still be utilized to address the food supply issue, why not? The authority to access the warehouse was typically bestowed by the lord. Ling Xiao had only granted it to Damingyan. Now, with the responsibility of the territory's sustenance entrusted entirely to Senya and her fellow deer-horned maidens, it was only natural to extend this privilege. Upon hearing this, Senya paused, her original intent merely to propose an idea. Yet she had not anticipated Ling Xiao would grant her access to the warehouse. Although she had become a denizen of the territory, she still felt like a newcomer. Unlike the troops who fought alongside the lord and shared mutual trust. Thus, she approached many matters with a sense of caution. However, Ling Xiao's consistent demeanor revealed that the pressure she felt stemmed solely from her self-imposed constraints. Gazing at his handsome visage, the weight she had been carrying seemed to lift, and a barely perceptible smile flickered across her face as she replied, "Understood, my lord." After the deer-horned maidens departed, a series of notifications caught Ling Xiao's attention. With a thought, he opened the system panel. His gaze fell upon a plethora of private messages, causing him to furrow his brow. Most messages came from lords inviting him to join the alliance of lords under its banner. Others were purely curious inquiries about how he had amassed such an abundance of equipment and how he had acquired it. The invitations to join alliances were no longer without prerequisites. Some even required membership in higher-tier alliances. For instance, the previous requirement to possess a red or above-quality lord's heart to join the Alliance of All Realms. Other prestigious alliances include the Thunder Alliance and the White Tiger Alliance. Among others, Ling Xiao casually opened a private message from a territory named All Heavens and Myriad Realms. The All Heavens Alliance extended an invitation for him to join. Given your qualifications, you would ordinarily not be eligible for membership in our All Heavens Alliance. However, we are making an exception for you. Here, all are lords of advanced troops. I truly appreciate it, Ling Xiao scoffed. The sudden lowering of standards to invite a lord of a mere white territory into such a high-level alliance made him suspect the ulterior motives at play. It was undoubtedly due to the allure of equipment. Within the alliance, there exists a separate trading zone where the prices of equipment and other items are significantly lower than those in the system trading zone, a long-standing rule of the alliance. Some items could even be sold at a 30% discount or lower than their original price. Due to the fervor for equipment sales, Ling Xiao's territory, Miracle Creation, once again caught the attention of numerous lords. For them, it mattered not how Ling Xiao procured his equipment, as long as he joined the alliance. It would be entirely beneficial. They merely sought to exploit this lower-tier lord for inexpensive gear. Invitations of this nature were countless. Some lesser alliances even offered him a certain quantity of magic crystals as an incentive to join. A few low-level alliances, rallying under the banner of solidarity among the weak, invited Ling Xiao to join their ranks. He disregarded such messages entirely, clearing them all with a single click. It felt liberating. He could discern the calculations at play in their minds with a mere glance, and he saw no need to expend further breath or energy. Ignoring them was the most fitting retort. In a valley of the void, Lan Xingyu scanned the communication area, his brow furrowed tightly. He recalled the name Miracle Creation, the territory whose lord had persistently rejected his invitation to join the alliance a few days prior. To his surprise, this individual had not relinquished his lordship, but was instead selling equipment in the trading area. At first glance, the quantity and quality of the equipment appeared commendable. Could it be that he truly had stumbled upon a high-level smelting workshop? Otherwise, given his strength, it would be utterly impossible for him to slay advanced magical beasts. A smelting workshop, you say? Lan Xingyu scoffed, his disdain palpable. Luck does not equate to strength. Such a weak lord is destined for a grim fate. Humph. There is a saying in the realm of lords, strength outweighs luck. A weak individual, no matter how fortunate, will ultimately find themselves reaped when the time comes. Many lords shared Lan Xingyu's sentiments. Ling Xiao, basking in his moment of glory, would ultimately be nothing more than a lamb to the slaughter. The richer a lord's territory, the more advantageous it is for the reapers. Like wolves and tigers, they eagerly anticipated an encounter with Ling Xiao in the void. As dusk fell, the troops that had ventured out began returning to the territory, and Luna compiled the intelligence from each squad to report to Ling Xiao. The Shadow Clan's figures were increasingly encroaching upon the territory from various directions, seemingly intent on surveilling it. However, all were dealt with by the squad members. Furthermore, these are the treasures collected today, a total of 100 chests. According to the information brought back by Luna, the surrounding magical beasts had significantly diminished, but the Shadow Clan was found lingering outside the territory. Nevertheless, the targets they could detect were systematically eliminated by the troops. Ling Xiao pondered for a moment, and then remarked, Luna, you have all worked hard. After dinner, I shall gather everyone to discuss countermeasures. Despite having passed through the previous night without incident, Ling Xiao found it peculiar. However, seeing today's developments, it became evident that they had indeed been covertly investigating his territory, waiting for the opportune moment. Ling Xiao surmised that the Shadow Clan would likely make a move that very night. Better to be overly cautious than to underestimate the situation. The Shadow Clan's abilities were exceedingly enigmatic, and the void magical beasts capable of detecting magical devices should not be underestimated. Tonight's dinner was particularly sumptuous. In addition to the ingredients brought by the Deer Antler Maiden, there were also meat supplies from the storeroom, under the culinary expertise of Sun Yao and others. The various meats were exquisitely prepared. Hours later, deep into the night, Ling Xiao remained awake, standing on the second-floor corridor of the Lord's mansion, gazing at the money tree. Lost in thought, young master. Suddenly, a voice echoed softly through the corridor, as if the sound of a falling pin could be heard. The next moment, a red figure appeared as if traversing another space, emerging from the corridor. It was none other than the enchanting figure clad in red. Young master, the Shadow Clan has arrived. Chapter 60, The Wonders of the Rakshasa Ghost Market. A few hours prior, while everyone was enjoying dinner, in a certain dense forest of the void, Lord Laborhe, just as you predicted, these delectable beauties and winged maidens hail from a human territory, and they all returned at nightfall. Nighttime is indeed our domain. In the dark, silent forest, a voice emerged, raspy as if clearing a throat, from beneath a black cloak, revealing only two swirling scarlet eyes. Upon uttering these words, pairs of crimson eyes emerged from the previously shadowy surroundings, their presence unnervingly dense. The figure known as Laborhe commended. You and your subordinates have done well, feed. My subordinate has also discovered that those individuals possess merely bronze level 2 or 3 strength. Yet, some silver level magical beasts have been slain. With the cover of night, we can invade that territory without a trace. Laborhe was the leader of this faction of the Shadow Clan. The Shadow Clan was scattered across every corner of the void, their existence a mere miracle. They began as a formless mass of magical energy, devoid of consciousness, but gradually developed awareness and intellect as they consumed other factions in the darkness. They had no fixed territory, much like rats crossing the street, perpetually hiding in the depths of shadow. As the leader of this faction, Laborhe had grown his strength to silver level 8, with most of his subordinates being low-ranking silver-level beings and a few low-level shadow archers and warriors. Those women are all remarkably beautiful. The thought of consuming one is exhilarating. Hee. I've dreamed of having a pair of wings since childhood. If I could devour a winged maiden, I too could soar. How delightful it would be. I can hardly contain my excitement. Enough. You are being ridiculous. Pervert. 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 In the Lord's mansion, the reception room, at an exquisitely luxurious long table. The lights were bright, and the flickering candle flames adorned the table. The Shadow Clan possesses strange abilities. Once night falls, we cannot detect them. We must remain vigilant. Each of you should ensure your troops are on high alert. At the head of the long table, Ling Xiao leaned on the tabletop, scanning each attendee. Other ordinary void magical beasts, even those of silver level, held no weight in his eyes. However, the current situation was unique. The Shadow Clan had set their sights on the territory, lurking in the shadows and wielding exceptional skills. Thus, he called upon heroes such as Danming In and Latursi to deliver it. In addition to reinforcing the territory's defenses, Ling Xiao sought to discover methods to promptly detect the movements of the Shadow Clan. Though the assembly consists of SSS-class warriors, they currently lack effective strategies against entities skilled in concealing magical fluctuations. Amidst the silence, a figure clad in crimson attire and adorned with alluring lips gently spoke, "My lord, why not allow us to attempt a solution?" At this moment, the red-clad maiden had mysteriously exchanged her magnificent wedding gown for a flowing, ancient-style red dress. A delicate jade hairpin secured her lustrous hair, while her fair legs, as smooth as jade, were gracefully crossed, exuding an ethereal beauty. Under the flickering candlelight, her skin glimmered like precious jade, rendering her even more enchanting. Upon hearing her words, Ling Xiao turned his gaze towards her, astonished, and inquired, "Hong Yi, what plan do you propose?" She replied, resting her elegant hand beneath her chin, her enchanting eyes brimming with tenderness as they regarded Ling Xiao. The talent of the succubus, known for its rule-altering powers within the realm of the demon market, was something Ling Xiao was well aware of. Yet, he remained curious about Hong Yi's intentions. "Please, elaborate." Hong Yi's explanation captured the attention of the others, who turned their gazes toward her. "The power of my succubus lies in the unseen. By merely adjusting the rules, I can ascertain the presence of any entity within the confines of the demon market, regardless of their efforts to conceal their magical essence." As she spoke, a faint crimson hue illuminated her eyes, and an imperceptible force enveloped everyone present. In the blink of an eye, they were seemingly drawn into a separate space. Moments later, Ling Xiao suddenly opened his eyes, turning to find Hong Yi close by, gazing at him with an expression of incredulity. "My lord, you awakened so swiftly?" Ling Xiao found himself captivated by her breathtaking visage, a delicate fragrance wafting from her, igniting a warmth within him. Reflecting on the peculiar space they had just traversed, he realized that without the protection of his lordly aura, he might have become lost within. In this enigmatic realm, Ling Xiao and Hong Yi engaged in a game of hide-and-seek. Finding the true form of Hong Yi would grant them their exit. Yet, every corner of this space was filled with echoes of her presence and the gentle calls of a woman, rendering the experience dreamlike. "Ahem, please awaken the others." Despite possessing a lordly aura, the abilities of the warriors held no sway over him. However, as a man, it was natural to be stirred by beauty. Ling Xiao silently chanted, "Demoness, do not disrupt my resolve," shaking his head to clear his thoughts. Though he endeavored to mask his emotions, Hong Yi perceptibly sensed her lord's struggle for restraint, finding it endearing. With a soft smile, she roused the others. Through her elucidation, it became apparent that even at her current low level, as long as others failed to adhere to the rules, escape from the demon market would be exceedingly difficult. Alternatively, those of greater strength could forcibly breach it. This was the terrifying nature of rule-altering power. Having experienced the demon market once, the other heroes regarded her with a newfound wariness. "Is that so?" Ling Xiao exclaimed with delight, realizing that what had once seemed a daunting predicament was now effortlessly resolved with Hong Yi's presence. "Hong Yi, I entrust the Shadow Clan to you. Upon discovering their whereabouts, notify me immediately. The same goes for the rest of you. Await Hong Yi's word." In the deep of night, Ling Xiao stood upon the corridor, his suspicions regarding Hong Yi's demon market lingering. After all, the succubus had only recently been summoned, and her level was merely 1 or 2 stars. Given the vast expanse of their territory, he worried that the demon market could not encompass every corner. Fortunately, Hong Yi and the others could merely rewrite the rules upon the territory's stone walls, ensuring their effectiveness. The manifestation of the demon market was not confined solely to the enigmatic space they had just encountered. Leaning against the corridor's edge, he savored the night, awaiting news from Hong Yi. "My lord, the Shadow Clan has arrived." Within the peculiar space, it resembled an expansive celestial realm, as cloaked figures gradually revealed themselves. No one who entered this domain could escape detection. Here, Hong Yi reigned as a deity. The moment she spoke, an icy aura enveloped the space, casting a pall over the Shadow Clan as if they were plummeting into an abyss, alarms ringing in their ears. In the next instant, silhouettes in black cloaks emerged within 200 meters of the territory's perimeter. Graceful figures of original sin sorceresses, imposing demons radiating overwhelming pressure, and radiant angels descended, their battle intent palpable. The members of the Shadow Clan exchanged bewildered glances, thinking, "Did I not conceal my magical essence? How could I be so easily discovered?" Yet, upon realizing that these warriors were merely of bronze rank, the faces of the Shadow Clan twisted with malice, a cruel aura rising within them. So what if we've been discovered? Tonight shall mark your demise. Chapter 61, The Scroll of Warrior Refreshment. The Shadow Clan, now ensnared like beasts in a cage, surged with battle fervor, trembling with excitement. Some charged toward the elegant sorceresses, others toward the beautiful and holy angels, while a scant few lunged at the towering original sin demons. Commenced the slaughter. At this moment, the original sin judgment loomed above, and La Tears, suspended midair, concealed a chilling bloodlust within her eyes. As her ethereal voice resonated, a bolt of original sin judgment descended from the heavens, akin to a missile striking the earth. The Shadow Clan, caught in their maniacal laughter, were abruptly drawn to the blinding light, only to witness their bodies torn apart by the force of divine retribution. Transitioning from ecstatic laughter to horrified screams, some silver-ranked members narrowly evaded the onslaught, their crimson eyes wide with shock. Boom. Another original sin judgment struck. And Labulahe gazed up at the missile-trailing flames, confusion flooding his mind. Is the woman in the sky a hidden powerhouse of the territory? In mere moments, she had decimated a large number of her kin. Amidst his bewilderment, he faced the original sin judgment, his darkened form erupting with black energy, racing to intercept the strike. Bang! The original sin judgment collided with the massive black energy, generating powerful ripples, and to Labulahe's astonishment, his own skill was dispersed, while the missile continued its merciless descent, unleashing a cacophony of screams. Those so-called silver-ranked kin appeared utterly powerless in the eyes of others. He could scarcely believe what he witnessed. These warriors were merely of bronze rank. He had assumed that a group of bronze-ranked fighters could easily slay a solitary silver-ranked opponent. At this moment, he finally comprehended that it was not misinformation, but that even a couple of these warriors could effortlessly dispatch their silver-ranked brethren. My God, is the world insane? Or are we the ones who have lost our minds, capable of slaying those of higher rank? Labulahe abruptly realized that the grandiose declarations he and his kin had made were nothing but a farce. Flee. This thought surged to the forefront of his mind. As he turned, a pair of dark golden eyes fixed upon him. The figure, clad in formal attire, exuded an air of refinement, yet not a hint of murderous intent could be sensed. Nevertheless, merely being scrutinized by him instilled an overwhelming sense of dread within Labulahe. My lord, I bid you farewell. A shadowy hand of a demon grasped the cloaked figure, and Dan Meng-on's dark golden eyes narrowed slightly as he coldly declared, no need to see you off. Ah! A piercing scream pierced the night sky. Having traversed realms for so long, devouring countless clans, this was the first time he had his understanding of reality shattered. He had never imagined that his silver-tier strength would be effortlessly subdued by a mere bronze-ranked pretty boy, leaving him utterly defenseless. I was wrong. I was gravely mistaken. Release me, and I shall vanish from your sight. The plea for mercy had barely escaped his lips when a silver 8-star Shadow Clan leader was effortlessly crushed. As the curtain fell on Labrahek, the other members of the Shadow Clan swiftly coordinated their efforts, efficiently clearing the area. Thus, a night raid that was fraught with tension yet devoid of peril came to a conclusion. Slaying the monsters of the void granted double rewards. With approximately 1,000 Shadow Clan members defeated, Ling Xiao received a mere 100 treasure chests under the double reward mechanism. After a night of toil, this was all he had to show for it. The drop rate tonight was dismally low. Ling Xiao, feeling disgruntled, pouted and cautiously tapped the chests open. Given the abundance of silver-level Shadow Clan members, he managed to unearth 38 purple chests. With the night's mission accomplished, Ling Xiao commanded those on patrol to continue their duties while he retired to rest, cradling the 100-odd chests with eager anticipation. Undoubtedly, when he opened chests of varying qualities, he found a plethora of basic resources, occasionally stumbling upon 2 or 3 pieces of low-tier equipment. As for the remaining purple chests, he opened them one by one. From a purple chest, he obtained 2 void fragments, 8 magic energy crystals, and 1 unit refresh scroll. The items were clear at a glance. And before Ling Xiao even had a chance to glance at the subsequent items, he was ready to open the second chest, recalling that the items from previous purple chests had been relatively consistent. However, upon a delayed realization, Ling Xiao's expression morphed into one of disbelief. Look at what I've unearthed. A unit refresh scroll. By the heavens, I've finally obtained one. His exuberant laughter echoed through the long corridor of the Lord's mansion, particularly in one of the upstairs rooms. After all, this was the first time a unit refresh scroll had dropped, and rarity lends value. Ling Xiao could hardly contain his excitement. The first purple chest yielded the long-awaited item, and with eager anticipation, he continued to open the remaining chests. Seated cross-legged on his bed, Ling Xiao fell into contemplation. Aside from the surprise from the first chest, the other treasures were rather pedestrian. He retrieved a unit refresh scroll from his storage. Upon activation, it would yield summoning opportunities. The scroll was entirely green, lacking any quality distinctions, signifying that upon opening, he could randomly obtain summoning chances with a maximum of 10. How many would he acquire? After toying with the scroll for a moment, Ling Xiao tossed it back into storage. The night had deepened. Come morning, he would summon his units. With that, he closed his eyes and fell into a deep slumber. Sprawled across his bed. The following morning, amidst a fog of drowsiness, a delicate and fragrant aroma wafted into his nostrils. Ling Xiao, with his discerning nose, inhaled deeply, a satisfied expression gracing his features, as though he had been enveloped in a sweet embrace in dreams, radiating blissful delight. Young master. A melodious voice pierced the remnants of his slumber, prompting a groggy murmur from Ling Xiao. The gentle, warm voice called out once more. As he lay on his side, Ling Xiao blinked open his sleepy eyes, and through his hazy vision, he beheld a visage of extraordinary beauty, captivating beyond compare. He mumbled. And then his eyes widened in shock as he shot upright, exclaiming, Hong Yi, what are you doing here? His reflexes were astonishingly quick. Hong Yi covered her mouth with a smile and teased, My dear husband, you have yet to unveil my veil. We have not yet consummated our union. As she spoke, Hong Yi extended her slender, fair hand across the thin blanket, resting it on him with a flirtatious demeanor. A Yaowu. Absolutely a Yaowu, so early in the morning. Ling Xiao suppressed his indignation, feeling a rush of heat, and clutched the blanket, distancing himself from the enchanting presence. With formidable adversaries looming, he could not afford to act recklessly. Ling Xiao feigned an air of propriety, though internally, he was in disarray. Should she continue her teasing, he would surely ignite. The trials of the day were imminent. Preparations were in order. Hong Yi raised an eyebrow playfully, her expression filled with mischief. My dear husband, that simply will not do. The morning was indeed splendid, and the youth felt a tumult of emotions within. The long-suppressed feelings surged like a volcanic eruption, transforming Ling Xiao into a fierce lion. He pulled the enchanting beauty into his embrace with a wicked grin, declaring, You're quite the troublemaker. You need some discipline. Men are most sensitive to being questioned about their capabilities, and thus Ling Xiao imparted a thorough lesson, leaving with a sense of satisfaction from the Lord's mansion. Breakfast that day featured a delectable deer antler mushroom soup prepared by the young maidens, tender and sweet, leaving Ling Xiao thoroughly pleased. A new day dawned, and the trials were about to commence. May luck be on his side. Ling Xiao held a unit refresh scroll, inhaling deeply as he prepared to activate it. Would you like to activate the unit refresh scroll? You may gain 1 to 10 summoning opportunities. A minimum of 1 is guaranteed. It all depends on fortune. Activate. Chapter 62. Four-Winged Angel, Phidia. As the words faded, a prompt suddenly appeared. The unit refresh scroll has been activated, granting 10 summoning opportunities. The Lord may designate a specific barracks for usage. After a moment's contemplation, Ling Xiao grasped the opportunities and proceeded to the various barracks to summon units. Following the customary procedure, he began at the Palace of Original Sin. You currently possess extra summoning opportunities. Would you like to use them? No, he decisively declined. Instead of a single summon, he expended 200 gold to summon 10 Original Sin witches in one go. A powerful surge of magical energy coursed through the grand hall as 10 beams of light gradually faded, revealing the figures of 10 witches. Ling Xiao glanced over them. All were standard unit types, yet each possessed her own unique allure and charm. Next, at the Abyss Tower, he summoned without yielding any heroic units either. He decided to reserve these 10 opportunities for summoning the Holy Angels, considering that the summoning frequency for Holy Angels was half that of other barracks. He opted to allocate the surplus 10 opportunities to the Holy Gate. Ding! You may only perform a standard summon. Would you like to proceed? You currently possess extra summoning opportunities. Would you like to use them? Use the summoning opportunities. Brilliant golden light erupted around Ling Xiao's towering figure, illuminating 15 forms bathed in radiant glow, akin to divine beings descending from on high. As the figures alighted upon the ground, the 15 holy angels knelt, their hands clasped before their chests in reverence to the Lord of Holy Light. Lord of Holy Light. Ling Xiao's gaze fixated on the leading figure, whose elegantly sculpted back bore 2 pairs of wings as pure as snow. A 4-winged holy angel. In this single summoning, he had finally called forth a heroic unit. Arise. Ling Xiao promptly examined the new hero's information panel. Unit, Phidia, Hero. Level, Black Iron 1 star. Rank, SSS. Talent, Wings of the Angel. Skills, Wrath of the 4-Winged Judgment. Wrath of the Holy Lock. Growth Limit, Main God, Starry Palace Civilization Enhancement. Loyalty, 100, Never Betray, Bonus Attribute. Intelligence, the 4-Winged Holy Angel, a guardian spirit angel of wrath. The 4-Winged Holy Angel shares the same growth limits as other SSS-ranked heroes. With 1 offensive skill and 1 supportive skill, both feature additional damage bonuses. The higher the opponent's wrath level, the greater the bonus damage and binding strength of the locks. Suddenly, Ling Xiao contemplated the 7 emotions: joy, anger, sadness, fear, affection, disgust, and desire. Could it be that the 4-Winged Angels also have 7, guarding these 7 emotions as sacred spirit angels? After a moment of contemplation, Ling Xiao decided not to dwell on it any longer and departed the sacred gate with the newly summoned divine angels. Lord of the Holy Light. Might I pay my respects to Lady Luna? Ling Xiao was aware that the angelic kin placed great importance on hierarchical etiquette. However, the present Phidia first sought permission from him, the Lord of the Holy Light. Nodding, Ling Xiao turned and headed toward the Rakshasa. Lady Luna. The beautiful Phidia solemnly bowed to Luna. Standing before the ancient barracks, the gates opened automatically. Ling Xiao stepped inside, while those behind him waited outside. With only the red-clad figure following him in, Ling Xiao expended gold coins, and under the enigmatic starlit sky, 10 ethereal figures coalesced like stars, slowly taking shape. Though they remained mere phantoms. As Red Robe had mentioned, the Rakshasa female spirits were primarily spectral entities. Yet their strength was comparable to that of ordinary troops in other barracks. To solidify these phantoms into corporeal forms required the rule power of a heroic unit. This explained why these specters needed Red Robe's power to manifest into reality. Under the influence of Red Robe's rule power, the 10 ethereal figures visibly transformed into extraordinarily beautiful ancient-style maidens. Young master, their voices were soft and enchanting, resonating with an ethereal charm beneath the boundless starry expanse. Observing the array of exquisite maidens, Ling Xiao lamented the imbalance within his territory, where the feminine presence overshadowed the masculine, the only male among them being the primal demons. The image of the ferocious, beast-like demon troops prompted Ling Xiao to once again reflect on the contrast between beauty and the beast. With today's summoning task complete, the combat strength of his territory had risen once more, not only gaining 9 divine angels, but also a 4-winged angelic hero unit. The higher the rank of the troops, the more their combat power escalated daily. The void trials of today are about to commence. New lords should prepare themselves. This voice served as a gathering signal, and the troops under his command assembled instinctively. It was already the 7th day, and the troops had established a set of customary practices. The moonlit magic fox acted as the mounts for the troops, accompanying them in battles against the void monsters. When encountering formidable void creatures, the moonlit magic fox typically scavenged from the sidelines, aiding its growth. Ling Xiao still permitted Little White to accompany him for leveling up, with only Ladyirs closely following. Let me see what monsters await us today. On the outskirts of the territory, shadows emerged from the dense forest, shrouded in rising mist. With an elongated hooked nose, a sunken waist, and prominent cheekbones, the creature's features were grotesque, resembling a drug addict. It possessed a pair of metallic wings and bird-like claws sparsely covered in feathers. Upon recognizing the void monsters that descended, Ling Xiao was taken aback. Today, the area surrounding his territory was filled with ironwing harpies, albeit quite unsightly. Monster, ironwing harpy. Race, orc void. Level, silver 5, 7 stars. Skills, poisonous spiked wings, harpy iron claws. Information, possesses incredibly hard wings, swift speed, and the iron spikes they unleash carry venom. A flying void race. Ling Xiao recalled the monstrous bone bird summoned by the giant sword general, which appeared much more impressive. The ironwing harpy resembled a lewd junkie. Watching the ironwing harpies fill the air, Ling Xiao's gaze shifted, as if something had caught his attention. With a thought, magic drone number 1 buzzed to life. Hovering at his sides, let me test their hardness. A small magical array materialized around the left side of drone number 1, followed by a magic projectile shooting forth towards the wings of an ironwing harpy. Clang! The sharp, piercing sound of metal clashing resonated, as the purple projectile merely left a shallow scratch on the ironwing's surface. Damn, you are tough. Ling Xiao scoffed, then transmitted the monster's information. The harsh noise resembled a ticking time bomb, inciting the ugly birdmen to rise in fury, enveloped in a dark golden aura. Caw! The rising chorus of shrill cries was disconcerting. Ling Xiao shook his head, while Ladyirs gracefully raised a delicate hand, casting a barrier that enveloped Ling Xiao, significantly diminishing the piercing sounds. Thank you, Ladyirs. Not a problem. Ladyirs' gentle demeanor shifted instantaneously to one of lethal intent, unleashing several divine punishment spells to intensify the fray. The troops surrounding the territory simultaneously unleashed their skills, plunging the scene into chaos. Whoosh! Bang! Ling Xiao focused his thoughts, locking onto an audacious, screeching ironwing harpy that soared toward the territory. In the next moment, its sharp head was unexpectedly pierced by the magic projectile, sending its form careening through the air before crashing to the ground. The hardened, fearsome wings left deep, grotesque scratches on the ground, and after a few futile flaps, it succumbed. Most void monsters, even at silver rank, struggle to survive when shot through the forehead. Shoot the head, and you will attract divine retribution. Chapter 63, Eliminate them. Whoosh! Clang! Ling Xiao focused intently on the ironwing harpy struck by the magic projectile, which remained unscathed. These ironwing harpies were all silver rank, possessing heightened perception and combat prowess, far surpassing that of ordinary void monsters. After the ambush on their kin, the nearby ironwing harpies became more vigilant. Ling Xiao's magic projectiles, though consistently hitting their mark, were deflected by their iron wings. However, in the ensuing chaos, with blades flying indiscriminately, several ironwing harpies exposed themselves, and Ling Xiao intermittently felled a dozen or so birdmen. As he reveled in the excitement, an upgrade notification suddenly erupted in his ears, invigorating his resolve. Ding! Congratulations, you have reached Black Iron 7 stars. Would you like to load a trait? Reaching Black Iron 7 stars required nearly 5,000 magic energy, after dealing with the nighttime ambush last night. Ling Xiao was on the cusp of leveling up. With the trials of today only just beginning, he had leveled up directly. Ling Xiao chose not to load a trait immediately, instead focusing entirely on eliminating the Iron Wing Harpies. Follow me. Unlike other battlefields, the atmosphere here was not only drenched in blood, but also infused with a vibrant rhythm. Li Gu strummed his guitar, sending waves of sound rippling outward, thoroughly enjoying himself. Though Li Ji's skill, Soul Melody, could not slay the Iron Wing Harpies in one strike, it created opportunities for other troops. Today's void monsters boasted high defenses and speed. Yet they harbored a critical weakness. When utilizing their iron wings for defense, their backs remained exceedingly vulnerable. Li Ji's sound waves were not intended to kill, but to provide openings for the angelic spirits. Golden arrows of holy light shot forth from behind, piercing through their hearts. Over time, the Iron Wing Harpies adapted their tactics. They began to spin in a manner imperceptible to the naked eye, blocking the holy arrows with their wings. While this defensive method proved somewhat effective, it was not sustainable. As the relentless holy arrows continued, the spiraling Iron Wing Harpies became dizzy, revealing vulnerabilities that were immediately exploited. The battlefield with the Rakshasa beauties presented a different scene altogether. The stunning ancient-style maidens remained composed, exuding an air of tranquility, their sweet red lips curling into a teasing smile. Little ladies, do not grow complacent. The nearby Iron Wing Harpies, feeling belittled by the seemingly fragile maidens, flapped their wings, unleashing a torrent of glistening poisonous feathers like a rain of arrows aimed at the ancient beauties. Rakshasa Ghost Market. The venomous wings surged towards the face. As the Rakshasi enchantress gracefully lifted her delicate hand, releasing a crimson radiance that spread outward. With the sound of her voice, the incoming rain of arrows abruptly altered course, scattering in all directions. Within the confines of the power of rules, the iron-winged hawkmen stood stupefied, inadvertently firing upon their own kin. This was the essence of the Rakshasi enchantress's rule power. As long as one remained within the sphere of her gifted influence, the rules could be rewritten, transforming the adversary's assaults into one's own weaponry. However, most Rakshasi enchantresses were still of the black iron tier, and faced with the silver-tiered iron-winged hawkmen. They found themselves somewhat challenged, yet that was the extent of it. Utilizing their elusive forms, these hawkmen were deftly toyed with by the enchanting beauties. Fools! Eliminate them. One iron-winged hawkman, soaring into the air with glistening wings, appeared to be the leader of the group. As he observed his kin inexplicably engaging in friendly fire, his face shifted between anger and confusion. Clang! Infuriated, he almost fell victim to several venomous arrows, narrowly managing to deflect them. Master, I cannot comprehend. Our weapons inexplicably returned to us. The hawkmen were equally perplexed, utterly bewildered by the bizarre turn of events. Realizing something was amiss, the small leader's malevolent eyes locked onto the ghostly, ancient beauty, and with a sudden leap, he vanished from midair. In the next moment, he materialized behind one of the enchantresses, his sinister gaze glinting with malice, contemplating that by eliminating her, the current anomalies would be resolved. Just as his sharp claws were about to rend the beauty's back, an extraordinary force thrust him into another realm. Little did he know that within the confines of the Rakshasi Ghost Market, these beauties were the true dominators. Crack! A head with a hawk-like beak tumbled from the crowd. The small leader had aimed for a stealthy strike, yet he would never fathom the nature of the events that transpired. Clang! Crack! Splatter! The airborne iron-winged hawkmen were swatted away by towering giants, their wings providing formidable defense, yet they could not withstand the force of a giant's blow. One by one, they plummeted to the ground, leaving deep craters and rendered dazed. Before they could react, the gigantic demon's foot descended like a mountain, crushing their heads into a pulp, leaving only their iron wings embedded deep within the earth. Scram, you worthless birdfolk. The fierce demon did not even employ any skills, relying solely on brute strength to swat the incoming iron-winged hawkmen from the sky. Under the intimidation of such ferocious power, those hawkmen who sought to attack the primal demon were seized by terror and halted in their tracks. This was utterly absurd. They were merely a group of bronze-tier creatures with immense physiques, yet their strength was unparalleled. Exploiting their speed advantage, some iron-winged hawkmen fled in various directions, seeking softer targets. I cannot shake your massive form, but those winged women lack such might. With a sense of reckless hope, most of the iron-winged hawkmen charged towards the angelic squad, led by Luna. Caw-caw-caw. The vicious iron-winged hawkmen brandished their wings, unleashing a barrage of toxic stingers upon the Holy Spirit angels, their confidence rekindled after their earlier defeat at the hands of the demons. Believing it would be easy to deal with a mere group of women, Angel's sacred shield. Several winged angels summoned a radiant golden shield, forming an impenetrable barrier that successfully blocked all the stingers. Luna slowly turned her gaze, her beautiful eyes filled with curiosity, wondering how so many iron-winged hawkmen had suddenly surged from another direction, all seemingly reinvigorated and maliciously advancing towards them. Humph! Luna snorted disdainfully, a glimmer of murderous intent flashing through her golden eyes as she calmly uttered, "Holy light, slash." Just as the iron-winged hawkmen poured in like a tide, fueled by a fervent desire to redeem their earlier disgrace, a colossal blade of golden light descended from the heavens, an intangible oppressive force enveloping the area. The advancing birdfolk's expressions shifted dramatically, for in that fleeting moment, the destructive potential seemed even more terrifying than the earlier demons. Just as they prepared to flee, the massive blade suddenly struck down, shattering their proud iron wings and obliterating their bodies beneath the holy light slash. Having undergone several days of development, Luna had ascended to the bronze tier, her power reaching new heights. Even the highly defensive silver iron-winged hawkmen were reduced to nothingness under the holy light slash. As the battle neared its conclusion, the battlefield lay in disarray, littered with severed limbs and remnants. Even some surviving iron-winged hawkmen, desperate to escape, found themselves encircled and exterminated. A thrilling battle had concluded. After days of bloodshed, the sight of corpses strewn about had evoked no emotional response. In fact, witnessing the carnage inexplicably stirred excitement within. Congratulations on completing the trial. Processing rewards. Chapter 64, Complete Victory. The Lucky Insulator's Lament. Congratulations on completing the trial. Processing rewards. Trial count, 3,620 iron-winged hawkmen. Battle achievements, 0. Battle status, complete victory. Rating, SSS. Basic rewards, for 1,000 gold, 560 magic crystals. Additional rewards, 220 magic energy crystals, 3 architectural blueprints. The void creatures that descended today were not significantly stronger. Only their numbers had increased by nearly 1,000. However, for Ling Xiao's troops, the trial posed little challenge, resulting in an SSS rating. The basic and additional rewards were largely consistent, differing mainly in quantity. All items were placed into storage, and the corpses of the surrounding monsters were decomposed, yielding treasure chests. The troops collected the chests, and upon completion of their tally, reported the data to Ling Xiao. A total of 210 purple chests and a majority of blue chests were obtained. As the level of the monsters increased, so too did the quality of the treasure chests. Lartice, Daminin, Luna, come open the chests. The others proceeded to open chests of varying qualities. As the Moonwell had the chance to collect luck, Lament had attempted to drink from it over the past few days, each time consuming twice the amount as others. However, shockingly, he had not acquired a single point of luck. Ling Xiao could only shake his head in resignation, deeming him a lucky insulator. Thus, when other troops opened high-quality chests, he could only glower, deflated like a punctured balloon, as he lethargically opened white and other low-quality chests. Counting the trial rewards, Ling Xiao acquired 1160 magic crystals, 320 magic energy crystals, 22 void fragments, 3 blueprints, various magical plant and potion seeds, 6 pieces of equipment, and numerous iron wing materials. Once all chests were opened, other basic resources were also stored. The number of void fragments in Ling Xiao's possession had exceeded 100, bringing him closer to unlocking the silver-tiered domain ruins. Among the 6 pieces of equipment, 2 were green, and 4 were white, which he temporarily stored for future upgrades and trade. Subsequently, Ling Xiao identified the 3 blueprints. Identification complete. Congratulations, you have obtained the crop building, magic field green. Identification complete. Congratulations, you have obtained the crop building, magic field green. Identification complete. Congratulations. You have obtained the crop building, farmland white. 2 magic fields and 1 ordinary farmland. The ordinary farmland can only cultivate common crops. And even if the Lord plants magical flora, the harvest will lack any special traits. Many lords have discovered that the quality of the magical plants does not match that of the land, forcing them to plant under duress, resulting in a harvest of featureless crops. Fortunately, Ling Xiao possesses the gift of miraculous creation, allowing him to upgrade buildings without concern for their quality. With a bountiful supply of magical plant seeds available, he can continue planting. Accompanied by Xiao Bai, Ling Xiao made his way to the northern part of his territory, where he immediately spotted the doe-eyed girls gathered around the enchanted field, engaged in animated discussion, their laughter a symphony of joy. What could be the cause of such merriment? Leaping down from Xiao Bai's back, he approached the girls. "My lord, the purple flame flower has bloomed," exclaimed Lu Nai, turning around with a face aglow with excitement. Her cheeks flushed. This remark reminded Ling Xiao that the purple flame flower and the laughing mushroom had matured a day earlier than expected. The timing was indeed fortuitous. He walked over to the magical field, where one purple flame flower stood, its height barely reaching the knees of a person, adorned with several vibrant blossoms. The stamens flickered with a gentle purple flame, while the petals displayed a delicate hue of lavender, resembling a smaller lily. As he drew closer, the intensity of the flames was palpable, yet Ling Xiao felt only a negligible warmth. The flower's properties were renowned for enhancing beauty, far surpassing the effects of contemporary skincare products. My lord, may I eat it? Inquired the lavender-haired girl, Lu Ji, her innocent eyes sparkling with anticipation as they blinked at Ling Xiao. Of course, he replied with a gentle smile, adding a caution. But do not consume too much in one sitting. Be wary of overheating. Although the purple flame flower was indeed a plant, an excessive accumulation of its fiery essence could lead to discomfort. Wow, so many purple flame flowers. In our vicinity, we have this flower as well, but each plant only bears 1 or 2 blossoms. Lu Ye's eyes sparkled with delight as she gazed at the purple flame flowers, a rosy blush gracing her cheeks. Ling Xiao glanced around, noting the magical field's influence, which had doubled the yield. On the opposite side of the enchanted land were the laughing mushrooms, appearing somewhat overshadowed in comparison to the vibrant flowers. The mushrooms were a light brown hue, sprouting round, diminutive caps from the magical field. However, upon harvesting, these mushrooms emitted a soft, peculiar laughter. My lord, would you like to try some? Lu Nai asked, delicately pinching a flower between her fair fingers. Ling Xiao had never tasted such a flower in the real world. It was famed for its beauty-enhancing properties, often coveted by young ladies, leaving him, a grown man, feeling somewhat embarrassed to indulge. Moreover, as an orphan, he had little money to spend on such luxuries. Confident in his natural allure, he felt he had no need for such things. Yet curiosity lingered, and unable to resist the earnest offer of the beautiful girl, he bent slightly and took a bite of the purple flame flower. Contrary to his expectations, he did not experience a burning sensation. Instead, a strange sweetness enveloped him, as the purple flame within transformed into a warm embrace coursing through his body. Oh! Lu Nai seemed taken aback by Ling Xiao's boldness in consuming the flower from her hand, her heart racing, her face aflame with shyness as she dared not meet his gaze. The most captivating allure lies in the intangible, particularly when confronted with a straightforward man like Ling Xiao. Oblivious to Lu Nai's bashfulness, he commanded, please gather the purple flame flowers and laughing mushrooms. But remember, do not consume too much at once. Turning to the elderly woman, Sun Yao, her hair a tangled mass of white, he felt a moment's hesitation in addressing her by name. I entrust these matters entirely to you. Ling Xiao had no intention of hoarding these treasures for future sale in the Lord's marketplace. With an abundance of troop units, he found himself in need of sustenance rather than surplus. Afterward, he handed several packets of magical plant seeds to Sun Yao. These are today's magical plant seeds. All common vegetables. I will construct the magical fields shortly, and the task of sowing will be entrusted to you. If you require additional manpower, you may enlist Dan Mengyan for assistance. Ling Xiao intended to oversee the construction of the magical fields while leaving the rest of the operations to others. With warehouse access granted to both her and Dan Mengyan, he felt confident delegating these responsibilities. Understood, my lord. Ling Xiao utilized resources such as wood and stone to establish 3 plots of land, subsequently upgrading them to magical fields with the aid of miraculous creation. Once completed, he dusted off his hands and prepared to depart. What remains unaddressed? Ling Xiao sat cross-legged atop the fluffy back of the fox, steady as a rock, his gaze flickering as he pondered. Ah, of course, the attributes. He mused. Let me see what entries I can load this time. Chapter 65, Level 6 Territory. Having upgraded to 7 stars, Ling Xiao was now able to load new attributes. The familiar lottery wheel materialized before him, its pointer spinning rapidly. Ding. 5 attributes have been randomly loaded. Curse Immunity, red, Glutton, green, Flame Soul Technique, blue, 100 Gene Rebellion, gray, and the red thread of the matchmaker, blue. Curse Immunity. At last, I have awaited your arrival. I am grateful I did not lose hope. The long-sought immunity attribute had finally appeared. The last immunity attribute he had bound was Fire Element Immunity. However, the Fire Element Immunity was a blue attribute and did not confer complete immunity. The joy was overwhelming, causing Ling Xiao to struggle to contain the smile spreading across his face. From this day forward, he would possess 2 immunity attributes, Poison and Curse. Ling Xiao's thoughts drifted to the cursed fawn, Sun Yao, and he promptly examined the properties of the attribute. Curse Immunity, immune to any form of curse. Applicable only to the Lord. With this attribute, he would be impervious to any form of cursed power, but it would not cleanse any existing cursed effects. Glutton. All individuals within the territory become voracious eaters, enhancing their stamina to a certain degree. Flame Soul Technique. Grants an additional 15 damage bonus against fire-type units. 100 Gene Rebellion. 100 Gene of Rebellion, resulting in a drastic drop in the loyalty of troop units. Red Thread of the Matchmaker. Troop units within the territory are paired, with a probability of forming combination skills, thereby increasing real damage by 10. Having glanced at the attributes of the other entries, Ling Xiao's gaze fixated on Red Thread of the Matchmaker, his mouth twitching uncontrollably. How absurdly artistic. Although it boasted a positive effect, Ling Xiao had no desire to wear the metaphorical green hat. Furthermore, he increasingly felt that this attribute was somewhat ludicrous. According to its logic, there were no restrictions on pairing male and female units, which could lead to unexpected complications. The attribute system truly was a perplexing enigma. Ling Xiao found himself utterly at a loss for words, relieved that this was not a golden attribute. With a thought, the territory information panel unfurled before him. Territory, miraculous creation. Level 5. Area, 2,200 square meters. Warehouse, territory owned, cannot be upgraded, with limitless capacity. Buildings, heart of the Lord's altar, purple thunderstone wall, moon goddess well, paradise of joy, gentle homeland, moon goddess spring, Lord's mansion, yellow earth refinery. Territory sleeping quarters. Barracks, palace of original sin, abyssal tower. Sacred heavenly gate, Rakshasa. Scenery, installations, all-seeing eye, money tree. Upgrade requirements, 30,000 units of wood, 20,000 units of stone. With over 2,000 square meters of level 5 territory, ascending to the next level would necessitate upgrade materials in the thousands. However, after several days of harvesting, Ling Xiao had amassed tens of thousands of resources such as wood, making the upgrade to level 6 entirely feasible. Consumed 30,000 units of wood, 20,000 units of stone. Your territory has been upgraded. Your territory has been upgraded to level 6, expanding its area to 3,200 square meters. As the resonant voice of the Void Realm's notification faded, the barren land became visible as the surrounding trees vanished. A towering stone wall, approximately 7 to 8 meters high, rumbled as it moved outward, causing Ling Xiao's territory to expand at a visible pace. The expansion stirred quite a commotion. The antlered maidens, still engaged in their tasks, cast nervous glances around. However, upon seeing the joyful expressions of others from different territories, they felt reassured. Whether it be opening treasure chests or upgrading territories, their lord always bore a delighted visage. After several days of following Ling Xiao, they naturally became influenced by his demeanor whenever laughter erupted from the territory. It was already a familiar occurrence, likely indicating their lord had acquired some precious treasure. Thus, with the earth trembling and the stone walls receding, the soldiers rejoiced at the expansion of their domain. The commotion persisted for a while before Ling Xiao opened the minimap. Aside from the lord's residence and the surrounding barracks, it was evident that the space had become significantly more open. Following a recent layout planning by the master planner, the pathways were clearly visible on the minimap, presenting an organized semblance of a burgeoning town. Ling Xiao, with a cautious expression, closed the minimap as a stream of notifications inundated the system panel. The communication area remained as lively as ever, with numerous private messages directed at him. Most of these were from clients attracted by Ling Xiao's previous equipment sales, along with many high-ranking lords seeking gear. Although he possessed a few items, they were limited in number, and he contemplated waiting until he had a sufficient quantity before upgrading them all at once. Ignoring the private messages, Ling Xiao opened the communication area to see what new developments had arisen today. It had been 7 days, and had he noticed a decline in the number of new lords? The decrease was apparent, particularly over the last couple of days. With the territory expanding, encountering various monstrous species also increased, and a slight misstep could lead to a disastrous encounter with a formidable creature. Interestingly, a friend from the Blue Lord's heart had mentioned today that his territory's name was now grayed out. This left Ling Xiao feeling a bit anxious, pondering what terrifying void monster he might have encountered. Besides the void monsters, other lords could also pose a threat. In merely 7 days, had they already crossed paths? To the brother upstairs, had you just arrived in the void realm a few days ago? Are you honestly returning what you borrowed? Encountering other lords in the void realm is a common occurrence, independent of time. Luck is an unpredictable factor. Even on your first day, you might find yourself facing another lord's territory. At this juncture, it comes down to who is stronger. Haha, damn it. Not to mention, today's trial has concluded, and my troops have already detected signs of other species. Someone pinch me and tell me this isn't real. Impressive. Your green quality has randomly generated the highest quality barracks at best in S grade. It's tough to assess. Just pray that the opposing lord is weaker than you. That's a gut punch, my friend. Don't scare him, huh? Judging by his tone, he seems prepared to give up. As he gazed at the continuously scrolling messages, while others were worried about encountering other lords, Ling Xiao's eyes sparkled with excitement. His expression somewhat exhilarated. In these past few days, aside from trials, he had been battling monsters, yet he had yet to experience the thrill of clashing with a new lord. If it were in his previous life, he would never have dared to imagine such a scenario, harboring the same thoughts as some of the lords in the communication area, hoping to avoid powerful monsters and other lords. However, the situation was vastly different now. Should he encounter another novice lord, he would be the one reaping the rewards. For instance, regarding purple quality, if he randomly obtained Barracks A, it could be S grade, with each barrack's quality being variable. In contrast, every barrack he opened was SSS grade, with all summoned troops being of the same caliber. Who else could compare? Chapter 66. I'm feeling quite heartbroken, sob sob. Within Ling Xiao's territory, the number of troops continued to rise, and the atmosphere grew increasingly lively. The melodious singing of departing songs and the emotionally stirring strains of a guitar emanated from beneath the money tree, infusing the territory with a vibrant hue of joy. In addition, the women of the territory engaged in playful rivalry and minor squabbles, especially between the Red Dress and Fuserlin. Ever since the last encounter where Red Dress emerged from Ling Xiao's chambers, their silent contest had intensified. In this unspoken competition, the antlered maidens would suddenly appear, often darting into Ling Xiao's embrace whenever he performed something they deemed touching, igniting jealousy in the eyes of the two mature and beautiful women. Witnessing this, Ling Xiao felt quite helpless. They understood the need for moderation, so he chose to turn a blind eye. On the 8th day, Ling Xiao continued to expend gold to summon troops, yet no new hero units had emerged from any of the barracks. The monsters unleashed during the trials were predominantly silver-rated, ranging from 6 to 8 stars, numbering in the thousands, surrounding the territory with overwhelming force. While most silver monsters were slightly stronger, they were easily dispatched under the leadership of hero units. Ling Xiao achieved an SS rating, accumulating a substantial quantity of magic crystals and magic energy crystals. However, a few of Little White's subordinates sustained minor injuries, which healed swiftly with the aid of the antlered maidens and the moon goddess Spring. Furthermore, the master planner finally provided new planning suggestions, proposing the planting of trees along the main avenues of the territory. Without hesitation, Ling Xiao set the planning into motion, planting trees along all 4 main roads of the territory. This did not require the consumption of blueprints or resources, allowing him to enhance the territory's greenery. Although this round of planning was solely for landscaping, it saved Ling Xiao a considerable amount of resources. The power of golden attributes was exemplified here, intelligent and cost-effective. On the 9th day, the void monsters that descended during the trials were primarily of silver 8 and 9 stars, approximately 4,000 in number. From above the territory, a vast swarm of monsters could be seen, sending chills down one's spine. As Ling Xiao's magic cannon fired, his troops surged forward, plunging into the horde of monsters to execute a grand and brutal slaughter. After 2 days of killing and development, most of the initially summoned troops had reached the bronze level, including Little White, who had also advanced to bronze. The battle today lasted 2 to 3 hours, not due to the strength of the monsters, but because the troops seemed to revel in the excitement of combat and the thrill of bloodshed. They relished the feeling of inflicting rage upon their adversaries, who were utterly powerless against them. Some original sin witches derived pleasure from torturing the monsters to death, each one a captivating beauty, yet ruthlessly cunning in their methods. Were it not for the fact that these were his own troops, Ling Xiao might have felt apprehensive. They were enchanting in his presence, yet merciless to their foes. A stark contrast, an absolute contrast. Ling Xiao thoroughly enjoyed this state of affairs. Those who follow me shall prosper, while those who oppose me shall perish. When confronting enemies, there is no need for mercy. Following several strikes of the original Sin Divine Punishment, the battle finally concluded. Over the past 2 days, aside from Red Dress and Fuserlin entering and exiting Ling Xiao's chambers, a wild beast stealthily slipped into his room. A soft growl roused the sleeping Ling Xiao, as his hand unknowingly brushed against something soft and furry. He groggily uttered a sound, his sleep-laden eyes fluttering open. Through the haze, he beheld a snow-white form, its 3 fox-tails swaying with icy blue flames. Resembling a docile pet, with its front paws perched on the bed, it squatted there, gazing intently at Ling Xiao. Who are you? He was certain he had never formed a contract with this little creature, yet its appearance was strangely familiar. In the next moment, a realization washed over him. His half-closed eyes widened in disbelief as he looked at the little being, exclaiming, "You are Xiao Bai." "Humph, after a night apart, have you forgotten your servant, master? My heart aches." It whimpered, the small white fox resembling a cat in size. Its pointed mouth opened and closed. And though it endeavored to mimic the tone of Hong Yi, its voice retained a childlike purity. What was even more amusing was that it raised a front paw, feigning sorrow as if wiping away tears. "You truly are Xiao Bai. Ha ha ha, how have you learned to speak?" Ling Xiao exclaimed, both astonished and delighted. Quickly understanding that perhaps it was due to her ascension to the bronze level that her intelligence had significantly increased. For instance, she imitated Hong Yi's tone, vividly portraying the sorrowful beauty lamenting her neglect, remarkably lifelike. "Ah, cough, 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 woo-woo." Xiao Bai, caught in Ling Xiao's grip, rolled her eyes in exasperation, nearly choking. "Master, cough, I'm dying. Quickly let go of me." Typically, aside from her growth, Xiao Bai followed Ling Xiao closely, only curling up at the entrance of the manor while he slept. She was well aware of whom her master had encountered. Just yesterday, Xiao Bai had ascended to the bronze level, enabling her to change her size at will, allowing her to sneak in unnoticed. In her playful spirit, she decided to tease her master using Hong Yi's tone. Ling Xiao's large, powerful hands grasped Xiao Bai's petite form, lifting her into the air and shaking her about. The icy blue flames flickered at the corners of her eyes and tails, sometimes extinguishing, sometimes flaring up. Though he appeared to be indulging in the affection of a pet, Xiao Bai sensed that her master's actions were tinged with personal emotions, nearly squeezing the life out of her. "Such a little imp. Are you still going to be mischievous?" Ling Xiao's smile morphed into an unsettling grin, sending a chill down Xiao Bai's spine. She shivered and pleaded, "I was wrong. I was wrong, master. I shall never dare again. You're going to play me to death. The room echoed with the sounds of beastly roars as they swiftly exited. After tidying up the white fur that he had ruffled off the bed, Ling Xiao stepped out of the room. Today marked the 10th day of the trial, and he wondered if it would unfold as he had anticipated, with a boss descending. Footsteps reverberated in the corridor as Ling Xiao fell into deep contemplation. According to the usual pattern, the boss of the trial for new lords would emerge on the 15th day, significantly stronger than ordinary monsters. Of course, this also depended on the combat prowess of the new lord. He quickly made his way to the moonlit mansion, finishing breakfast in a few bites before gathering his heroes before the barracks to summon today's troops. Xiao Bai's large form enveloped in icy blue flames gradually diminished, transforming into a small white fox that now perched on Ling Xiao's shoulder, accompanying him into the palace of original sin. Inside the grand hall, the magnificent architecture and powerful magical fluctuations piqued her curiosity, her fox-like eyes wide as she gazed around. Standing before the female statue, Ling Xiao spent 200 gold coins, and a dark purple beam shot skyward. Before long, 10 graceful figures emerged. Today's 10 original sin sorceresses were all standard troop units. Soon, Ling Xiao arrived at the Abyssal Tower, spending more gold as dark red energy surged forth from the demon statue, and robust figures slowly emerged from the central circular hall. Whoosh! In front of the 9 figures, flames blazed as if erupting from the earth, raising the temperature in the hall several degrees. Ling Xiao's face lit up with joy. He had summoned yet another demon hero unit. Zhu Yanwan, I salute you, my lord. Chapter 67, New Demon Hero, Zhu Yanwan. Zhu Yanwan, I salute you, my lord. A steady, calm voice emerged from the flames, followed by a figure stepping forth. Beside him, Danming wore a subtle smile, softly remarking, "We've summoned this fellow as well, just in time to hand Li Gu over to him." Ling Xiao observed the figure emerging from the seemingly unquenchable flames. The tall figure donned a white robe adorned with flaming symbols, his fiery red hair cascading down, and his unfamiliar face bore an air of defiance and arrogance. Unlike the ordinary demon units, the other summoned troops were strikingly beautiful women and handsome men. His face, marked with a rebellious demeanor, bore 2 fiery insignias from his temples to his cheekbones, and his blazing eyes shone like a burning sun. Zhu Yanwan approached Ling Xiao, a hint of gentleness crossing his handsome features as he bowed respectfully. Zhu Yanwan, welcome to my domain. Suppressing his excitement, Ling Xiao promptly checked the new Hero S information panel. Troop type, Zhu Yanwan Hero. Level, Black Iron 1 star. Rank, SSS. Talent, Essence of Fire. Skill, 9 Departures of Flame. Growth limit, God, Starlight Palace Heritage bonus. Loyalty, 100, Never Betray, Attribute bonus. Information, Fire Demon, Envoy of Essence Fire. After a swift glance, Ling Xiao realized that this was a fire-wielding demon, which explained his fiery and dazzling entrance. Adding another hero on the 10th day of the trial filled Ling Xiao with immense joy. Subsequently, he hummed a little tune as he completed the summoning of the remaining troops. Undoubtedly, as before, there would only be 1 hero unit. Currently, Ling Xiao commanded 100 original sin sorceresses and 100 primordial demons, along with 50 holy angels and 50 Rakshasa sirens. The hero units were Lady Urs, Danming N, Fuse Lin, Luna, Li Gu, Anwire, Hong Yi, Fidia, and Zhu Yanwan, totaling 9 hero units. Watching his roster grow, Ling Xiao nodded slightly, unable to conceal his satisfaction. He could hardly wait to unlock the silver-level void ruins, yet he still lacked the 200 void fragments required. After today, he would be much closer to that goal. As he pondered, a voice echoed from above the domain, announcing the commencement of the void trials. The void trials for today are about to begin. New lords, please prepare yourselves. Lady Urs, Danming N, Luna, Hong Yi. Ling Xiao's expression brightened, his gaze sweeping over these individuals as he spoke. The trial is about to commence. A boss may descend today, so be prepared. Though the boss was formidable, Ling Xiao did not feel a sense of dread, but knew not to be careless. The newly summoned troops had yet to strengthen, and even if they were not easily slain, they could sustain injuries. A significant number of injured troops would directly affect the trial score. Considering this, Ling Xiao turned to Xiao Bai perched on his shoulder and instructed, Xiao Bai, if a boss appears, retreat immediately. His concern stemmed from the fear that the moonlit demon fox was too weak and might be instantly killed by the boss. After all, they were his contracted subjects, and Ling Xiao wished to avoid any mishap. Understood, master. The youthful voice emanated from the fox, as she raised her front paw to her forehead, mimicking a salute. Prepare for battle, everyone. Upon hearing these words, a surge of energy invigorated all, and they were eager to engage. Xiao Bai, with her petite form, leapt down from a shoulder, letting out a fierce growl as an icy blue flame enveloped her entire being. The flames, resembling shards of ice, scattered outward, and her stature gradually increased, returning to her original size. Ling Xiao nimbly mounted the back of the fox, which then sprang forth, leaping onto the stone wall of their territory. Accompanied by the sounds emanating from the dense forest, a series of spine-chilling whispers arose. akin to ethereal chants that disturbed the heart and mind. Beside him, Lady Earth's ruby-like eyes glimmered with intensity as she conjured a protective barrier around Ling Xiao. Despite Ling Xiao's imminent ascension to Black Iron 8 stars, he remained a mere human, utterly vulnerable when faced with silver-level or even higher magical beings. If his estimation was accurate, today would witness the arrival of silver-level or above void creatures, specifically those at the golden level. The cacophony of ethereal whispers resonated like hellish murmurs above their territory. Ling Xiao focused his gaze, noticing humanoid figures emerging from the thicket, beings of a kind indistinguishable in form from humans. Race, ethereal monks. Race, demonic void beings. Level, silver 9 stars, golden 1 star. Skills, ethereal resonance, austerity fist. Information, ethereal whispers are incessantly entrancing. The emergence of this humanoid cluster was far from typical for magical creatures. The information panel had shifted to denote a race rather than merely a magical entity. The magical beings of the void realm were stratified into various tiers. Much like the ethereal monks of today, where ordinary void creatures were no match for them at the same level. It was akin to the distinction between S-rank troops and lower-tier forces. Half of the ethereal monks present possessed the strength of golden 1 star, while the others ranged between silver 8 and 9 stars. On the 10th day, the trials escalated once more. Based on observations from various directions, Ling Xiao estimated their numbers to be around 2,000, with nearly 1,000 at the golden level, indeed a cause for concern that rendered his expression grave. The leap in their capabilities could be considerable, especially given that today they faced a tribe of demonic beings. My lord, the ethereal monk's whispers are rather troublesome. Prolonged exposure will deeply affect one's inner voice, Lady Earth remarked, her expression shifting slightly. This was the first time she had regarded a trial opponent with such seriousness. Her words rang true. Having only listened to the whispers for a brief period, Ling Xiao already felt their effects encroaching upon him. Xiaobai, instruct your subordinates to retreat. Ling Xiao decided, promptly commanding the moonlight magic fox to return to the territory. At that moment, the deer-horned maidens looked visibly distressed. The unsettling sounds affecting their comfort as they anxiously gazed skyward. A dozen moonlight magic foxes retreated, a rare sight of their lord changing his mind on a whim. Damn, this is the first time I've felt a sense of urgency. These damned bald donkeys. Ling Xiao couldn't help but curse under his breath as he activated a magical drone. Its buzzing filling the air. Come, let me see what you are capable of. A magical bullet shot forth with blinding speed, and he tracked its trajectory intently, anticipating a direct hit to the enemy's head. Yet, an inexplicable event occurred. Just as the bullet was about to strike, an invisible barrier intercepted it, causing it to dissipate like powder in the air. Did their ethereal whispers possess both offensive and defensive capabilities? The purple-armored magic bullet, potent enough to pose a threat to golden-level void creatures, seemingly had no effect on this assembly of demonic beings. Although the surprise attack failed at that moment, the troops unleashed their magical energy, various combat techniques emerging like leopards ready to hunt their prey, charging directly into the throng of demonic beings. A fierce battle erupted instantaneously. Amidst the chaos, Ling Xiao unleashed a brainless barrage of magic bullets, only managing to hit 2 out of 10, with the rest being blocked by the ethereal monks. One cannot multitask effectively. Focus is essential, you know? Ling Xiao inwardly mused as one of his bullets struck an ethereal monk, whose head, adorned with intricate markings, burst like a ripe watermelon, crimson juice splattering everywhere. Chapter 68. Demons, Ethereal Monks. Under Ling Xiao's scrutiny, the ethereal monks' whispers were unrelenting, even as they executed their skills. Notably, when they employed the austerity fist, tears flowed involuntarily from their eyes. Their fists fell, tears ebbing and flowing with ease. This peculiar oscillation between weeping and restraint made them appear almost deranged, and Ling Xiao, witnessing this spectacle, felt an overwhelming sense of disbelief. Beside him, Lady Earth chuckled lightly, explaining, "It is said that the creator of the austerity fist conceived it amidst profound sorrow. Subsequent generations of demons adopted the title of ethereal monks. Furthermore, it is deemed respectful to shed tears while executing the austerity fist." Ling Xiao's lips twitched at this notion, silently scoffing. What a waste of tears this technique entails. Meanwhile, a monk relentlessly unleashed a flurry of punches towards Li Gu, each strike laden with tremendous force, yet failing to land a single blow. Li Gu, bemused, responded with a mix of laughter and exasperation. Hey, come on now, you can't hit me, so don't cry. Does your mother know about this? Li Gu, exasperated, plucked at his guitar, sending a wave of sound that momentarily repelled the monk. Despite his ethereal defenses, the monk, teary-eyed, lamented, "Wah, I don't want to cry, but I can't help it." With another series of punches thrown, all were deftly evaded by Li Gu. The monk, still crying, retorted, "You have no right to criticize me. Your skills also follow me around. Who is more noble here, huh?" Li Gu was rendered speechless, rolling his eyes as he gradually observed that the other ethereal monks exhibited similar behavior, tears flowing as they executed their punches. Such a bizarre fighting style. Li Ji's fingers danced over his instrument, rising above the din, and he shouted, "Follow me." The sound wave cut through the air like a razor-sharp blade, cleanly severing the head of an opponent, blood gushing forth as the headless body crumpled to the ground, the severed head emitting a few whimpers before succumbing. "Follow me." Li Gu weaved through the ranks of demons, the reverberating sound waves sending the bald-headed demons flying like kites severed from their strings. "Hey, Firechild, can you still handle it?" Li Gu darted over to Zhu Yanwan's side, a teasing grin on his face. "Please don't call me that. Watch out, or I might roast you." Zhu Yanwan, recently summoned and still merely a Black Iron 1-star, found himself slightly overwhelmed in the face of demons spanning 2 major realms. Flames swirled around him, his eyes resembling a roaring furnace, radiating intense heat. 2 orbs of flame erupted in his hands like toys before he hurled them forward. "My lord has commanded against fighting, so you wouldn't dare, he." Li Gu flashed his bright white teeth in a grin, the powerful sound waves expanding outward, repelling the incoming demons. As the two bantered, the number of demons assaulting Zhu Yanwan dwindled, allowing him a moment to breathe. Though unspoken, Zhu Yanwan understood that Li Gu was subtly aiding him. Witnessing this scene, Zhu Yanwan's eyes glimmered with unwavering resolve, the corners of his mouth curling upwards. "I am not so easily vanquished." His eyes, ablaze with fervent flames, radiated a fierce brilliance as flames rose in spirals around him, akin to a roaring fire dragon encircling his form. The essence of the fiery spirit could unleash formidable fire-based defenses. Without breaching this protective barrier, one could hardly approach him. At this moment, the squad led by Li Gu was immersed in the chaos of battle, the melodious resonance of their sonic waves harmonizing with the dissonant chants that plagued the air. The soldiers' assaults surged forth like an unstoppable tide, their dazzling combat techniques creating a mesmerizing spectacle, seemingly chaotic yet precisely targeting each demon. Meanwhile, Luna's angelic squad continued to employ their formidable rain of arrows, the radiant holy arrows cutting through the air, leaving golden trails as they swiftly pierced the sea of demons. Although the disruptive chants provided a measure of deceleration, the piercing brilliance unleashed by the holy arrows far surpassed the capabilities of Ling Xiao's magic projectiles. Weaker monks were instantly perforated, reduced to mere pincushions by the relentless barrage. The monks, desperately resisting, unleashed their bare-handed martial arts amidst alternating sobs and chants, tears cascading down their faces. Confronted with the long-range prowess of the angelic spirits, the monks' vulnerabilities became glaringly apparent. They could not even graze the angels. The 6-winged angel Luna loomed like a deity above the clouds, casting a disdainful gaze upon the ants below, her golden eyes filled with contempt. Her ethereal voice resonated through the heavens, and in an instant, a colossal shadow of a sword seemed poised to cleave the earth, crashing down with a resounding thud. Divine light slash. The moment the holy light descended, dust billowed forth, and the monks, who had been murmuring in despair, fell silent, unable to even utter a cry before being obliterated. As the golden radiance gradually dissipated, the earth was left with a massive, gruesome scar and pools of blood. Under the might of an SSS-ranked 6-winged angel strike, even the monks, comparable to S-ranked soldiers and beyond, appeared utterly defenseless. On another front, the 4-winged angel Phthio was also embroiled in fierce combat. Judgment of the 4 wings. In midair, a titanic angelic figure slowly opened its eyes, its immense wings transforming into pillars of light, akin to a comet descending from the heavens, imbued with boundless power as it struck the earth. Boom. Each beam of light seemed intent on piercing the ground, producing thunderous explosions that left deep craters in their wake. The full force of the 4-winged angel's strike manifested terrifying power, obliterating the monks within the judgment's vicinity to the point of unrecognizability. A thick stench of blood permeating the air. In the aftermath, injured monks bore tear-streaked faces, their eyes reflecting the horror of survival. With an extra pair of wings, their power multiplies several-fold, sporting angelic visages, and the devastation is akin to a hellish rampage. What madness is this? Some monks murmured, their faces pale, turning to flee in terror. On the side of the original sin witch, "Bald man, you are truly loud," Anvale frowned, her gaze icy as she scrutinized the surrounding monks. Raising her arms slightly, her lips moved as she uttered a few words. Absolute annihilation formation. A magical array materialized above the monks' heads, unaware of the impending doom. Their expressions resolute as they raised their hands to enact a set of monks' punches. Yet in the next moment, as tears streamed down their faces, their sobs abruptly ceased, their polished skulls bursting like overripe melons, red and white fluids splattering forth. Beside Anvale lay several headless monk corpses, irrevocably dead. Suddenly, sensing something, her pupils constricted, and she turned her gaze toward the depths of the dense forest. "Casa, Casa, Casa." The air resonated with these words, densely interwoven. It felt as though thousands of monks were chanting in unison, sending shivers down her spine. Moments later, a vast shadow descended upon Anvale. She looked up abruptly as a colossal hand, cloaked in dark energy, reached for her. Chapter 69, Casa. The three Buddhas of austerity. Casa, casa, casa. The giant hand bore down with the force of a mountain, and instinctively, Anvale attempted to move. Yet, for an instant, she sensed a voice affecting her magical currents, rendering her body immovable as if weighted down by 1,000 pounds. In that fleeting moment, the shadow cast by the giant hand expanded ominously. Bang! The hand, suffused with dark energy, struck the ground, causing the earth to tremble. A perplexed voice echoed from above. I clearly struck this woman. Yet why does it feel as if no tangible destruction occurred? As the giant hand slowly lifted, it revealed only 5 deep impressions in the earth. With no sign of the woman, the swirling red mist was not blood, but a voice emerged from within. Thank you, Lady in Red. This voice belonged to Anvale, who had been immobilized moments prior. It seems a formidable entity has arrived. The woman in red chuckled lightly, raising her finger as the red mist dissipated. Caught off guard by the suddenness of the voice, Anvale barely managed to react as the giant hand descended toward her. In the final moment, her body was pulled into a peculiar space. This realm was the red-clad Asajura market, having swiftly pulled Anvale inside. After all, even if she could evade the direct strike of the giant hand, the residual force could still injure her. Meanwhile, Ling Xiao had turned his attention to the commotion, gazing into the distance only to see billowing clouds of dust. Straining to discern the voice that had echoed back, he furrowed his brow, muttering to himself, Casa? A boss. Ling Xiao could distinctly feel that this voice resonated with more impact than the murmurs of other monks, and the thought of a boss's arrival flashed through his mind. Just then, a giant emerged from the dense forest, each step causing the ground to tremble. Its colossal form rivaled that of demon soldiers, with a gleaming head adorned with peculiar markings, and a number, 3, etched upon its forehead. Dressed in a robe swirling with dark energy, the black mist enveloped it like flames, rendering its appearance even more sinister than that of a demon. Its mouth was sealed, yet it emitted sounds akin to chanting. Race, Casa 3 Buddhas, Boss. Race, Demon of the Void. Level, Golden 5 stars. Skills, Shadows of the 3 Buddhas. Information, the Casa 3 Buddhas possess 3 avatars. Golden 5 stars. The Void of all realms, what the hell? Just as Ling Xiao had surmised, this was undoubtedly the boss that had descended today, and it towered nearly 2 ranks above the highest level soldiers in his command. His subordinate's highest rank had reached bronze 5 or 6 stars. Though it appeared to be merely at golden 5 stars, Ling Xiao understood that once one stepped into the golden realm, each star attained exponentially increased their might. A 5-star golden level was no trifling matter. The void of all realms truly held him in high esteem. Ling Xiao felt a surge of indignation, yet he remained composed. Despite the boss's formidable strength, his hero units were not to be underestimated. Uniting their efforts to vanquish it would not be insurmountable. However, bosses that descended from the void of all realms possessed unique abilities, which could also be perceived as their weaknesses. Ling Xiao's gaze sharpened as he recalled the intelligence indicating that the 3 ascetics possessed 3 distinct avatars. Could this be their Achilles heel? If he were to vanquish all the avatars, would he completely eradicate the boss? However, as Ling Xiao surveyed his surroundings, aided by the all-seeing eye detection device, he found no sign of any similar magical fluctuations. What of the other 2 avatars? Ling Xiao's expression darkened. Without locating the remaining avatars, even slaying the primary one would not ensure its total demise. Lattice, do you have any leads on the avatars of the 3 ascetics? Ling Xiao inquired gravely, directing his intense gaze toward Lattice. The latter's eyes flickered, as if recalling something, before she spoke. The 3 ascetics indeed possess 3 avatars. Destroying all avatars would lead to their complete annihilation. I am aware of this, but what next? At this moment, Lattice, adorned in her flowing black veil, turned her exquisite visage toward him, blinking in apparent confusion at her lord's inquiry, before elaborating. The information I possess is limited to this. As for the other avatars, I speculate that upon defeating the one before us, the remaining ones may subsequently emerge. Yet, she too was uncertain, as she only held a fraction of the information. This was dire. Pertaining to the specific details of the demon ascetics avatars, they remained shrouded in mystery. Currently, only 3 ascetics had materialized. Where were the others? Lattice, disheartened, reflected on the countless ancient tomes she had perused in her quest for wisdom and knowledge, believing herself to be a living compendium of the multiverse. Yet here she was, stumbling at the feet of the 3 ascetics. My lord, Lattice stammered, momentarily at a loss for words. Fear not, the intelligence you provided is not flawed. Perhaps, as you suggested, by vanquishing the 3 ascetics before us, we may uncover the whereabouts of his avatars, Ling Xiao reassured her, casting his gaze upon the imposing figure of the 3 ascetics. If there were indeed 3 avatars, did this imply that he was destined to confront 4 equally formidable bosses? No. Ling Xiao's attention was drawn to the numeral 3 emblazoned upon the forehead of the 3 ascetics. A look of realization dawning upon his face. Could this signify that he was facing the 3rd avatar? Did the numbers hint at the sequential emergence of the other avatars? Staring intently at the swirling dark energy surrounding the numeral, Ling Xiao voiced his hypothesis. Ah, my mind feels muddled. Do not burden me with contemplation. His expression soured, akin to solving a mathematical conundrum without a clear approach. After a brief moment of vexation, Ling Xiao resolved to focus on the task at hand, defeating the 3 ascetics before him. For further deliberation bore no fruit. All units, heed my command. With a flicker of thought, he transmitted a directive to his troops. The hero units redirected their attention toward the 3 ascetics, while the others engaged the remaining ascetics. For today's boss presented a formidable challenge. Ling Xiao harbored a lingering suspicion that this boss was not merely a trifling adversary. Hence, he preemptively prepared his troops. Following Ling Xiao's orders, the heroes, save for Lattilus, flickered into action, materializing midair to encircle the 3 ascetics. Robes, robes, robes. Their chants resonated like waves, causing the dark robes of the 3 ascetics to detach and form a circular shield around him. Subsequently, a surge of even mightier chanting waves surged forth, targeting Danmungan and the others. Engaging in a battle of sound, are we? I shall gladly join you. Release your fervor and follow me. As the echoes of the song faded, 2 intangible sound waves collided, generating a colossal shockwave that erupted like a tempest. Nearby, lower-tiered troops and ascetics were caught off guard, swaying dangerously, with even Ling Xiao nearly affected by the residual force, had it not been for Lattilus's swift intervention. In the next moment, 2 graceful figures glided through the air, suspended above the battlefield. These 2 figures were none other than the lustful sorceress Fuse Lin and the jealous sorceress Anvale. Dark purple energy erupted from them, enveloping the surrounding area in a protective barrier. When the units of the sinful sorceresses exceeded 1, a closed space could be formed. Currently, only Fuse Lin and Anvale were present, but the size of the barrier was just adequate. Its purpose was to shield Ling Xiao and his domain from the repercussions of the battle, allowing the heroes to unleash their full potential against the target. Break through his defenses. Luna's 6 wings fluttered slightly, radiating golden light, as if a divine being had descended. Her cold gaze scrutinized the dark, swirling figure of the 3 ascetics. Then, under the watchful eyes of her comrades, she ruthlessly brought down her holy light slash. The 3 ascetics, relying on his robes, braced for Luna's strike. The immense pressure forced him to kneel, and the dark robes exhibited visible cracks. With a furious roar, the 3 ascetics bellowed robes, as a wave of sound reverberated outward, crashing into Luna and the others. The entire dark purple space quaked violently, but remained intact. The heroes within, including Danmungan, Fuse Lin, and Luna, had already attained the bronze tier. Despite the ferocity of the sound waves, they remained unfazed. The lower-tiered heroes experienced some discomfort, stumbling back a few steps, but with the aid of Danmungan and others, they sustained minimal harm. Luna's assault sent the 3 ascetics reeling. The adversary, despite being only bronze tier, exhibited terrifying destructive power. As the dark energy surged, the cracks in the robes gradually mended. Yet, the heroes would not grant him any reprieve, launching their attacks in unison. Holy light slash. As they coordinated their strikes, the robe's defenses shattered like fragile glass, splintering into countless shards. The shadows of the sword strikes did not relent, denying the 3 ascetics any opportunity to recover, cleaving down upon the boss's visage and splitting him in 2. The resonant chanting abruptly ceased, and the melody that had accompanied the battle fell silent. The massive form of the 3 ascetics collapsed, his severed body dissipating into tendrils of dark energy that evaporated into the air. Yet, the heroes did not exhale in relief. Their lord had warned them that slaying him might summon other avatars. As the dark purple space faded, the heroes reappeared. Ling Xiao observed with satisfaction, nodding in approval, though it had transpired more swiftly than he had anticipated. Danmungan, Luna, and Fuse Lin had achieved bronze tier, even without the aid of other heroes. They could have slain the 3 ascetics. Moreover, the hero units had rushed in unison. Such was the might of the SSS-tier troops, their potential vast, capable of effortlessly overcoming foes of higher ranks. Next came the avatars. Before Ling Xiao could finish his thought, the ground trembled as 2 colossal figures descended upon the domain. Robes, robes, robes. In unison, the 3 ascetics recited their incantations, their voices echoing through the skies. Ling Xiao's expression darkened as he focused his gaze. Indeed, the previously vanquished 3 avatar now stood unharmed before them, accompanied by another avatar marked with 2. Now there were 2 avatars present, only the last one remained. Ling Xiao exhaled slightly. The pattern of their emergence had become clear, making the situation far more manageable. At this very moment, the melodic strumming of the guitar intertwined with the resonant chants, creating a cacophony of sound as they faced off against the sonic waves emitted by 2 formidable bosses. The pressure was undeniably intense. Li Gu furrowed his brow and exclaimed, "Lord Damingin, dispatch them. It's unbearably noisy." Suddenly, a searing sensation coursed through him. He turned his head slightly and caught a glimpse of a fiery figure soaring skyward, surrounded by 3 massive triangular flames that encircled the duo, instantly alleviating much of the pressure he felt. "Zhu Yanwan," he scoffed, "don't overexert yourself. Don't let me down." Zhu Yanwan's blazing eyes glimmered with mischief, a smirk gracing his lips as he chuckled lightly. Ha! Another voice chimed in, brimming with mirth, then feigned deep emotion, pouting. Ah, how touching. Thank you, fire baby boohoo. Zhu Yanwan's mouth twitched, goosebumps rising all over his body as he retorted disdainfully, quit the theatrics. If you keep this up, I might just withdraw. Though he spoke harshly, the might of the flaming triangles only grew more formidable. Li Gu, tears streaming down his face from the overwhelming emotion, deftly plucked the guitar strings, sending waves of sound radiating outward, forming an impenetrable wall that thwarted the chants. Drawing from their earlier experience, Dan Mingyan and the others concentrated their attacks on one of the ascetic three Buddhas, swiftly dispatching it within mere breaths, under the watchful gaze of their comrades. The third avatar indeed emerged, marked with the numeral 1 upon its forehead. So, we're all here, aren't we? Ling Xiao's eyes glinted with a cold brilliance, a confident smile playing on his lips. Now, can we not slay you? He boldly declared. All forces, advance. Eliminate them. In unison, the angelic forces swiftly resolved the ascetic monk on one side of the territory and surged toward the ascetic three Buddhas. Angel's holy shield. A golden barrier formed by the angelic shield ensnared one of them, while Fuseling and Anwire unleashed the witch's fierce space, entrapping another. The last remaining avatar was obstructed by Dan Mingyan's demonic giant shadow. Witnessing this scene, Ling Xiao felt an inexplicable surge of fervor within him, as though his very blood were igniting, filling him with exhilaration. Boom. Holy light slash. Original sin divine punishment. A dazzling array of lethal techniques erupted forth, imbued with the energy to cleanse the land, crashing towards the three ascetic Buddhas. Accompanied by the thunderous explosions, brilliant light illuminated the surroundings, prompting Ling Xiao to instinctively turn away and shut his eyes. After a moment, he dared to open them, only to find no remnants of the ascetic Buddhas. Not even ash remained, only the acrid scent of charred blood permeated the air. This battle was indeed exhilarating. Beside him, Retyrus's beautiful eyes sparkled with excitement, her expression conveying a sense of unfulfilled anticipation. This should be the end, right? Ling Xiao exhaled, relieved to have emerged without significant peril. Thank you all for your hard work, he began, but the words abruptly caught in his throat as a sense of foreboding washed over him. Wait, why has there been no battle conclusion prompt for so long? Just as he pondered, a thunderous roar erupted a few hundred meters away from the territory, followed by the sudden appearance of three colossal figures, their feet pounding against the earth. Boom, boom, boom. Ling Xiao gritted his teeth, muttering in disbelief. They're still alive? Chapter 71. Defeating the boss. Troop refresh scrolls. Why? Wasn't he eliminating the three avatars sufficient? And Retyrus's intel confirmed this. My lord, my information cannot be erroneous. A sudden thought struck Ling Xiao, and a bold hypothesis formed in his mind. Could there be another true body in existence? Yet, the territory's 1,000-mile I had detected no other magical fluctuations, and the information from the Void Multiverse and Ratiris had not mentioned a true body at all. If a true body existed, what would trigger its emergence? Was it also contingent upon a certain condition like the avatars? A torrent of confusion flooded Ling Xiao's mind, causing him considerable distress. Such cerebral endeavors were not his forte. While the troops stood in a daze, Ling Xiao's voice suddenly boomed. I know how to completely eliminate him. The slain ascetic three Buddha stood once more before him, igniting a sense of urgency within Ling Xiao. Although he had considered the existence of a true body, another thought emerged. The sudden inspiration came from the numeral on the forehead of the ascetic three Buddha. Try eliminating the ascetic three Buddhas in the order of the numerals on their foreheads. Ling Xiao, lacking absolute certainty, believed this to be the most reasonable approach in the absence of the true body. Communicating his thoughts, Dan Mingyan and the other heroes understood, their targets immediately shifting to the ascetic Buddha marked with the numeral 1. Thunderous roars echoed as two gigantic figures suddenly blocked the path of the one, further affirming Ling Xiao's hypothesis. They were determined to protect the most crucial of the avatars. Casa, casa, casa. The chants grew increasingly fervent, prompting Li Gu to grit his teeth and strum his guitar to engage, while the three fiery triangles encircled him, igniting with intensity. The remaining heroes, as if seasoned warriors who had fought countless battles together, intuitively divided their strength to separate the second and third from the first. Resetsu Ghost Market. A gentle voice resounded, as a figure clad in red floated gracefully, accompanied by a host of ancient beauties, unleashing a peculiar spatial aura that enveloped the two ascetic Buddhas in a crimson mist. The mountain-like fists of the ascetic three Buddhas crashed down, shaking the entire peculiar space. Despite the power of the rules, the black iron 5-star red-clad figures and the legion of Resetsu beauties found it impossible to restrain the two golden 5-star ascetic Buddhas. Though they possessed golden tier strength, they could still forcefully break free with their formidable might. Within the enigmatic space, a voice echoed softly. You all stay here for a moment, and do not interfere. Outside, the ascetic Buddhas, once as steady as a rock, now sensed the impending danger as they were besieged, and began to flee. Witch's fear. A dark red barrier opened from the air, ensnaring the fleeing ascetic Buddhas with the wrathful holy lock of the four-winged angels, trapping them within the witch's fear. With mutual cooperation, dispatching the one took little time. Meanwhile, the figures of the red-clad warriors reappeared. Sensing that another avatar had perished, the remaining ascetic Buddhas roared in fury. Their bodies enveloped in swirling black mist, resembling two gigantic beasts. Through their collaboration, the two ascetic Buddhas fell one after the other. Ling Xiao gazed anxiously at the dissipating wisps of black mist, fearful that another avatar might suddenly emerge. However, in the next instant, the unexpected prompt finally brought him relief. Your troops have defeated the boss, the ascetic 3 Buddha. In the Void Multiverse, number 999, the first boss has been defeated. Congratulations. You have received Purple Equipment 3. Elemental Mage Job Change Scroll 1, Troop Refresh Scroll 1, Special Blueprint 1. Ling Xiao barely had time to revel in his victory when the trial conclusion prompt chimed once more. Congratulations on completing the trial. Calculation in progress. Trial quantity, 2,500 Casa Ascetic Monks, 1 Ascetic 3 Buddha, Boss. War achievements, 0, Battle status, first victory against a boss. Rating, SS. Base rewards, 3,000 gold, 360 magic crystals. Additional rewards, 180 magic energy crystals, 10 void fragments. The rewards from defeating the boss surpassed all expectations, yielding not only 3 pieces of purple gear, but also 2 scrolls and a special blueprint. Could it be attributed to his triumph over the first boss? Indeed. It seems that a lord commanding an army of SSS-ranked units is favored by the void. The arriving boss appeared several days earlier than usual. Yet this granted Ling Xiao the opportunity to acquire substantial rewards. He suddenly felt that, in the presence of SSS-ranked units, even a boss spanning 2 realms seemed rather trivial. With a heart brimming with joy, Ling Xiao returned the rewards to his warehouse. With a mere thought, he disassembled the corpses of the demons surrounding his territory, causing chests to burst forth with alluring glimmers. Well done, everyone. Today's battle has concluded. Those who are injured may soak in the moon god spring. It will aid in your recovery, he bellowed from atop the stone wall, his voice resonating with vitality. The units displayed expressions of delight, retreating to the territory while bringing along the looted chests. Once back at his territory, Ling Xiao retrieved the spoils of war from the warehouse. The 5 pieces of purple equipment included the ascetic robe, the diamond bracelet, and the delusional beads. What a surprise, the entire ensemble of the 3 ascetic Buddhas has dropped. Ling Xiao mused as he examined the attributes of the gear. Ascetic robe, type, defensive equipment quality, purple function, defense increase 35 characteristic, passive effect of demon black chi, inflicting burning magic power, can self-repair to a certain extent. Information, 3 ascetic Buddhas, if you brush against me, so be it, but you also covet my robe. A defensive equipment with passive effects and self-repair capabilities, it stands out among purple gear. Diamond bracelet, type, offensive equipment quality, purple function, strength increase 25. Defense increase 5 characteristic, additional damage of 5 for the first punch in martial arts techniques. Information, a bracelet that balances offense and defense. Additional damage for martial arts techniques? Ling Xiao pondered while scrutinizing the attributes of the diamond bracelet. If we consider the 8 punches of the ascetic, doesn't that mean each punch's power increases continuously? However, this equipment has a notable shortcoming. Its range is limited. Similar to the 8 punches of the ascetic, it cannot engage in long-range consumption like magical attacks. Hence the additional 5 in defense. Delusional beads, type, auxiliary equipment quality, purple function, the sound of the Dharma causes a 45 slowing effect. Characteristic, can continuously trigger passive chaos magic for 10 seconds. Information, have you ever heard the sound of celestial music? The delusional beads slow down through sound waves. And a 45 reduction is indeed discomforting, rendering one nearly immobile. Ling Xiao glanced over the equipment, finding little interest. Rather, he felt a greater allure towards Drone No. 1 and the unused Annihilation Greatsword. Following this were the 2 scrolls, the Elemental Mage Job Change Scroll and the Unit Refresh Scroll. Regrettably, the Job Change Scroll was not what Ling Xiao desired, so he placed it in the warehouse, intending to exchange it for resources later alongside the equipment. Holding the green scroll, Ling Xiao's mouth watered in anticipation, wondering how many summoning opportunities this time would yield. Would you like to activate the Unit Refresh Scroll? You may gain 1 to 10 summoning opportunities. Activate, activate, activate. Ling Xiao's eyes sparkled with excitement. Chapter 72, The Tricolor Divine Wood Nurtures the Spirit Mind. The Unit Refresh Scroll has been activated, granting 5 summoning opportunities. The Lord may select a barracks to utilize these chances, although not the coveted 10 he had hoped for. 5 was still commendable. With 5 additional summoning opportunities, which barracks should he use them on? Currently, aside from the Rakshasa Maiden, all other units had 2 or more heroes. After a moment of contemplation, Ling Xiao decided to summon the Rakshasa Maiden. If he could summon a new hero unit, it would certainly be fortuitous. He was also curious about what the new Rakshasa hero would be like. Determined, Ling Xiao made his way towards the Rakshasa barracks, accompanied by Little White. Upon entering, he stood beneath the ethereal starry expanse, closing his eyes as if praying for a hero unit to be summoned. Following the prompts, Ling Xiao consumed 5 summoning opportunities. In the next instant, the starry sky appeared to awaken, shimmering with radiant light, vibrant and enchanting. Ling Xiao fixated on the ancient wooden table. The image he had envisioned did not materialize. Instead, 5 ethereal silhouettes emerged from the light beneath the starry sky. With a soft sigh, he lamented the absence of a new hero. Exiting the Rakshasa barracks with a few ancient-style beauties, they still required the rule power of the red robe to take on solid forms. However, in terms of strength, there was no difference between ethereal and corporeal forms. It merely felt peculiar to have nearly transparent beauties wandering around the territory. Ling Xiao preferred the aesthetic of solid forms to avoid conjuring the eerie sensation of encountering spirits at night. He entrusted the new units to the red robe and instructed them to venture forth for exploration and training. After ensuring everything was in order, Ling Xiao approached the money tree, where an array of dazzling chests lay piled high. The moon god spring already housed injured units soaking for recovery, who greeted Ling Xiao with respectful bows, though they were not overly formal. Ling Xiao had previously stated that they should feel at ease, so they merely performed their customary salutations. Today, there were a total of 195 purple chests, over 1,000 blue ones, with a few remaining in green and white quality. Opening treasure chests had become a habit. During these times, Dan Mingyin, La Tears, Luna, and others would gather. Meanwhile, Li Gu, feeling aggrieved, had consumed the water from the moon god spring for several consecutive days, yet could only muster a luck score of 3 points. While the red robe had accumulated 5 points, he could only weep in frustration, resigning himself to waiting for the other units to open lower quality chests. After spending some time, all the chests had been opened, and Ling Xiao noticed an increasing quantity of rare resources among the spoils. Including trial rewards, he acquired 630 magic crystals, 378 magic energy crystals, 38 void shards, along with a small amount of copper or mithril and gold, as well as several magic plant seeds. The special buildings in the territory, such as the Lord's Mansion and the Territory Palace, required mithril and copper or for upgrades, and the current accumulation rate was disappointingly slow. Ling Xiao was dissatisfied with this situation, as the daily acquisition of these materials was minimal, indicating an extended time frame for upgrading special buildings. However, aside from opening treasure chests, these materials could also be obtained through plundering other lords or mining. Through treasure chests, Ling Xiao had already witnessed the low drop rates. As for the option of plundering, he had yet to encounter other lords. Otherwise, they would certainly be targets for resource acquisition. Regarding mining, neither Ling Xiao nor his units excelled in geological exploration, so it was hardly feasible. If only a unit adept at mining could be summoned, these materials would flow abundantly. Casting a glance around, he noticed that the basic resources surrounding the moon god spring were piled high. With a mental command, he stored everything in the warehouse. After several days of accumulation, Ling Xiao now possessed 186 void shards. With 200 void shards, he could complete the upgrade for the silver-grade territory ruins in just a couple of days. Ling Xiao's gaze was fervent. He could hardly contain his eagerness. Additionally, he possessed a special blueprint, the nature of which remained a mystery. Should I consume 10 magic crystals to identify the special blueprint? Immediately, the magic crystals are consumed, and a special blueprint bursts forth with brilliance, revealing a stream of information before my eyes. Tricolor divine wood. Type, special landscape of the territory. Height, 32 meters. Characteristics, randomly and automatically produces spiritual ore, consuming 100 magic crystals daily. Intelligence, a miraculous divine wood, possessing the wondrous ability to nurture spiritual ore. Spiritual ore. Ling Xiao was astounded, his gaze fixed intently on the word spiritual ore. After a long moment, he blinked and pinched his own cheek, feeling a sharp pain. This was no illusion. It was indeed spiritual ore, not copper or mithril. He knew that in the Void Lands, spiritual ore encompassed several items, including copper ore, mithril, and gold, as well as magical or specifically for crafting weapons and equipment. The difference between crafting equipment of the same quality with or without magical ore was monumental. Equipment forged with magical ore not only doubled or even tripled the benefits for the user, but also manifested unique characteristics. For instance, 2 blades of identical quality. The one forged with magical ore would generally be significantly sharper and sturdier than its mundane counterpart, with the latter likely shattering upon impact. Some items crafted with magical or even possessed self-repair capabilities or enchanting properties within a certain threshold of damage. Ling Xiao recalled the ascetic robe, a piece of defensive equipment that perfectly embodied both enchanting and self-repair traits. Hence, this tricolor divine wood could indeed yield these materials daily. It was as if every desire could be fulfilled. He had previously lamented the scarcity of mithril and other materials, yet here he was, laughing heartily beneath the money tree, his grin stretching from ear to ear. The tricolor divine wood was even more advanced than the money tree, a consumable type of territorial vegetation, yet entirely within the realm of acceptability. With a daily consumption of 100 magic crystals, one could obtain resources such as mithril, gold, or magical ore. However, the yield was random. How much would be produced? This uncertainty caused Ling Xiao to ponder. After a moment of silence, he decided not to dwell on it further. The answers would reveal themselves tomorrow. Ling Xiao opened the mini-map and positioned the tricolor divine wood to the left of the main hall of the Lord's mansion. The vicinity of the Lord's mansion trembled slightly as a young sapling, akin to a deep starry river, visibly grew, its branches flourishing with leaves. The golden, silver, and emerald green leaves quivered gently, producing a soft rustling sound. The trunk seemed to be infused with countless stars flowing from the earth, traversing myriad small star rivers, supporting the lush, tricolor foliage. It was complete. Standing beneath the money tree, Ling Xiao gazed from a distance at the vibrant leaves of the tricolor divine wood, a breathtaking masterpiece of nature. Several doe-headed maidens were captivated by the sudden appearance of the tricolor divine wood, gazing up at it with innocent curiosity. The tricolor divine wood, flowing with deep stars, looked utterly enchanting. Anyone would pause to admire such a marvel. Ling Xiao too was entranced by the sight before him. How magnificent would this tricolor divine would appear at night? He withdrew his gaze, opening the system panel, which seemed unusually lively today. The pulsating red numbers surged almost by the second, and the urge to indulge in the gossip compelled him to click on the communication area. Upon doing so, Ling Xiao's pupils constricted. Had news of my boss kill spread? Chapter 73, The Savage Tree Spirit, The Web of Spiritual Sight. His eyes widened in astonishment. Ling Xiao fixated on the communication area, where discussions were swirling regarding the first boss being slain. He found himself holding his breath, his gaze darting upwards, finally landing on a line of text at the top of the communication area. Announcement. In the void of all realms, number 999. The Lord has defeated the first boss of the trial. The void of all realms truly knows how to make an announcement. The boss kill was directly publicized, albeit anonymously since no names were bound. Wait, I recall the boss's arrival was supposed to be after 15 days. Today marks only the 10th. What is happening? This person is undoubtedly a big shot, having captured a major player. I seek protection. What is going on? This individual is strong enough to have a boss appear on the 10th day, indicating their overall prowess is formidable. Goodness, why do I feel more exhilarated than when I obtained the Purple Lord's heart? I predict that this big shot's Lord's heart is undoubtedly golden. To be capable of defeating a boss on the 10th day, this brother is certainly among the elite of new lords. I'm certain of it. Big shot. In light of my admiration for you, please accept this humble kneeling of mine. Through wind and rain, I shall be your loyal follower. How delightful. Ling Xiao had not anticipated that the first boss kill would garner an announcement, but the next moment, he expected a reward, only to be met with silence for quite some time. He closed the system panel out of boredom. Meanwhile, the units bathing in the moon goddess spring were departing one after another, with only Redgarb and Fuselin remaining to relish the embrace of the spring water. They were uninjured, simply indulging in the experience. Suddenly, Ling Xiao shed his upper garment, leaving only his shorts, and with a shout, plunged into the water, splashing waves all around. For a brief period, the group frolicked and played in the moon goddess spring, enjoying themselves immensely. At that moment, at the main gate of the territory, the troops returning from exploration trickled back, with Luna following at the rear of the group. Suddenly, she seemed to sense something, her brilliant golden eyes scanning the surroundings, yet seeing nothing amiss. Luna gazed at the few remaining trees nearby, her delicate brows furrowing as she murmured in confusion. Could it be my imagination? That is not your imagination. I too sensed it. Luna turned to see Lathiel approaching with her graceful form. Although she felt no magical fluctuations, the sensation was akin to being watched. Luna nodded slightly. She felt the same. An unusual perception that did not resemble magical fluctuations. The two uniquely styled beauties furrowed their brows, gazing beyond the territory. Night fell. After dinner, the 9 great heroes gathered in the Lord's mansion hall. Thus, Lathiel, you and Luna sensed someone observing the territory? Ling Xiao, resting his chin on his hands, swept his gaze from Luna to Lathiel and inquired. Indeed, Lord of Holy Light, Luna affirmed, relaying her perceptions one by one. I initially thought it was some nearby creatures skilled in disguise lurking in the shadows, yet there were no magical fluctuations to pursue. Additionally, about 2,000 meters from the territory, I seem to have discovered signs of troop activity. Ling Xiao paused at this revelation. Signs of troop activity indicated the presence of other new lords. After a moment of contemplation, Ling Xiao seemed to recall something, his tone turning serious. What you sensed may also be the other party's troops, possessing special abilities to mask magical perception, somewhat akin to the previous Shadow Clan. The Lord's speculation holds merit. However, the Shadow Clan completely concealed their presence, while today's encounter did not seem to be a deliberate concealment. This feeling is somewhat familiar. I cannot recall what it is at the moment. In any case, we remain unaware of their true identity, so we must not be careless. Vigilance in patrolling the territory must not waver. Redgarb, does your Rakshasa ghost market have a time limit? Ling Xiao's gaze shifted towards the enchanting figure clad in crimson. Recalling the innate talent of the Rakshasi maiden, a precaution against potential ambushes from enemy forces. The power to rewrite the rules was ever present, devoid of any constraints of time. With a voice as soft and melodious as a gentle breeze, the woman in red began to elucidate. Very well. The movements beyond our territory shall be entrusted to you and your sisters. The expanse is vast, and your efforts will be duly appreciated. Currently, the territory spans 200 square meters. However, as the woman in red indicated, with a slight modification of the rules at the periphery, dozens could be dispatched in mere moments. In the void, within a certain dense forest, a realm illuminated by flickering fireflies stood, where towering silhouettes loomed in every direction. Strictly speaking, these were not mere figures, but grand green plant sculptures, seemingly crafted by master artisans to resemble humanoid forms with exquisite detail. The plant sculptures shimmered with fireflies, resembling miniature surveillance devices. Within this territory, a slender-faced youth, appearing to be around 17 or 18 years of age, stood with a fringe of hair falling over his forehead, gazing up at the towering tree before him, as if awaiting something. Master, a deep, resonant voice seemed to emanate from the giant tree. In the next moment, the branches swayed, producing a series of uncanny sounds, and countless green lights danced forth. As if responding to a unified command, they swirled around the slender youth, ultimately coalescing into a humanoid figure. He possessed deep green eyes, adorned with a headband woven from twigs, atop which rested a crystalline leaf. His stature was taller and more robust than that of the slender youth, his attire a peculiar and frugal assemblage of green leaves that modestly covered his essential parts. This garb resembled that of a primitive tribesman, yet his features were strikingly handsome. Have you made any discoveries today, Laoski? The slender youth inquired, turning his gaze towards the figure known as Laoski. Laoski reported the existence of a territory populated by angelic beings. It's too far. My spiritual vision is too weak for precise exploration. However, it appears there are many beautiful sisters and a group of foxes in that territory. This being, named Tree Spirit, was a hero unit under the youth's command, hailing from the barbaric Tree Spirit tribe. The youth was named Huang Haowen, his lord's heart a shade of purple, and the towering tree before him was one of his barracks, an S-class barbaric spirit. Tree spirits are classified as S-grade units, wherever there are plants. His spiritual vision can extend through them, serving as a means of reconnaissance. His spiritual vision network can communicate with plants, transforming the communicated targets into his eyes. Angels, beautiful sisters and foxes? Huang Haowen felt a surge of excitement at the mere mention of angels, for in the vast void, any angelic unit is guaranteed to be of S-class or higher. This suggested that the opposing lord might also possess a purple lord's heart, akin to his own. Surveying the other barracks within his territory, he noted the S-class diamond werewolves, S-class barbaric tree spirits, S-class puppeteers, and one A-class barak. The majority of my units are S-class. With the presence of the barbaric tree spirits, any opponent at the same level would stand no chance against me. A swell of exhilaration surged within Huang Haowen, his gaze shimmering with contemplation. Chapter 74, Nurturing the Spiritual Mind. The discovery of another lord's existence did not instill fear in Huang Haowen. Rather, he felt an eager anticipation. In the vast void, when lords meet, they are filled with envy, both loving and hating. They love when the other is weaker, yet hate when they find the other to be an immovable force during attempts to harvest. He was confident in his strength, envisioning the destruction of the opposing territory to reap resources, even potentially uncovering barracks from the enemy's domain. The concept of angelic units tantalized him, as S-class units. Angels rank among the elite. If he were to acquire an angelic barak, his overall combat prowess would ascend to new heights. With this thought, Huang Haowen's eyes blazed with fervor, a burning desire igniting within him to dispatch troops to flatten the opposing territory. Huang Haowen accessed the system panel and opened a private chat window, the name at the top reading Lord of the Tengu. Yugo, I recall you possess a cursed piece of equipment. Would you consider trading it for a magic energy crystal? Not long after sending the message, a response arrived. What do you need a cursed item for? My units have discovered a territory, and the opposing lord likely possesses a purple quality lord's heart. I wish to surprise this yet unseen lord. It would be ideal to subdue them without losing a single soldier. I recently acquired a purple quality rule type equipment. If I add a cursed item to it, I could sweep through the enemy with ease. Cursed equipment serves as a devastating weapon, even if of low quality. It ensures the opponent suffers greatly. Huang Haowen revealed his intentions, and after a moment of silence, the reply came. Monkey Huang, what are you thinking? I intend to keep the purple quality cursed equipment for myself. I advise you to tread carefully. After all, it remains uncertain whether the opponent is of the same caliber as you. Seeing this message, Huang Haowen remained composed. Although he was an old acquaintance of Lan Xingyu, he had not divulged his complete background. While it was true that he commanded 3 S-class units, he had withheld the capabilities of the barbaric tree spirits. It was no wonder Lan Xingyu offered him caution. Had he known of the barbaric tree spirit's existence, he likely would have been equally eager to act decisively. The barbaric tree spirits, while lacking combat prowess, serve as buffs that enhance all units' damage and defense within the territory, with the purple cursed equipment beyond his reach. Huang Haowen did not feel disheartened. A piece of rule-type equipment combined with a walking buff bolstered his confidence. Rest assured, I will not undertake any ventures without certainty. I might soon possess my 4th S-class barrack. Closing the communication window, Huang Haowen gazed up at the night sky above the void, feeling that this evening's twilight was particularly beautiful. The following day, in Ling Xiao's territory, early in the morning, Ling Xiao briskly exited the lord's residence. A still sleepy little white fox perched on his shoulder, 3 tails ablaze with icy blue flames trailing behind him, as if countless brilliant stars were cascading from below. Flowing along the deep celestial river to the treetops, Ling Xiao felt as though he stood before the galaxy, lost in a dream. Would you like to extract today's spiritual mine? A prompt hovered before the 3-colored sacred tree. Ling Xiao blinked, curiosity piquing his interest in the resources available today. Spiritual mines could be automatically collected at midnight, yet out of sheer curiosity, he had come early to check. Extract. Today's yield, 100 mithril, 100 gold, 100 magic Oregon. To Ling Xiao's astonishment, all 3 types of resources totaled 100, surpassing the value of opening several hundred treasure chests. Storing the mithril, gold, and magic ore in the warehouse, Ling Xiao stretched his limbs, welcoming the dawn of a beautiful new day. Little White, we need to make a trip to the northern lands. Gently flicking the tip of the little white fox's nose, he urged the still sleepy creature. The fox lazily opened its eyes, stretching its front limbs before leaping down from Ling Xiao's shoulder. A wave of icy energy surged forth as it arched its back, flames leaping to new heights at the tip of its tail and the corners of its eyes. Its petite form visibly expanding until it regained the appearance of a colossal beast. With a howl, as Ling Xiao leaped onto the fox's back, Little White let out a low growl and leapt forth towards the northern edge of their territory. To the north lay a lavatory and a bathing house, accompanied by a vast expanse of enchanted fields. Ling Xiao first attended to his needs before making his way to the nearby magical fields. The magical grain had yielded rice ears, plump and abundant, with a faint glimmer of golden hue hinting at their imminent maturity. In just a few days, they would be ready for harvest. Ling Xiao noted that under the tender care of the horned maiden, the ripening of the magical grain had been hastened, now requiring only 5 more days to reach full maturity. Gazing upon this stretch of magical fields, he recalled that the yield of magical grain was 3-fold that of ordinary rice, and considering the enhanced productivity of the enchanted fields, he estimated that the 60 square meters of magical grain would likely produce over 500 kilograms. For a territory boasting over 100 units of troops, such an amount would be consumed in mere days. However, in Ling Xiao's case, he was the primary consumer of grain-based sustenance. Many of his troops did not rely on magical grain as a staple, with beings such as angels and demons requiring food only in a symbolic manner, merely partaking for the sake of camaraderie. Here, magical grain served merely as an embellishment. In addition, the other patches of enchanted fields had been planted with magical herbs and potions, the longest maturation period not exceeding 10 days. After enjoying breakfast, Ling Xiao completed his summons for the day, increasing his territory by 35 ordinary units. Just as he summoned his troops, a stir arose outside the territory, heralding the commencement of today's trials. Ling Xiao and his companions ascended the stone walls of their territory, observing that much of the surrounding forest had been ravaged in yesterday's battle, leaving only scattered shadows of trees. Thunder rumbled ominously, though no lightning was visible, the sound echoing from multiple directions, creating a cacophony of thunder that enveloped the territory. Was today's trial to involve void creatures adept in lightning elements? As Ling Xiao pondered this, the shadows of the trees outside began to sway, accompanied by the thunder and howling winds, interspersed with the roars of beasts. Thanks to the embrace of the wind god, Ling Xiao felt no breeze while standing atop the stone walls. Under the gaze of the onlookers, a series of beastly void creatures with 3 heads charged towards the territory, towering at 2 meters in height and approximately 4 meters in length. Some of these beasts were even twice that size. Each head possessed distinct abilities. One exhaled fire, another unleashed wind, and the last emitted thunder. Their very presence radiated an unsettling malevolence, the elements of wind, fire, and thunder alternating in a display of power that crashed against the stone walls of the territory without inflicting harm. Gazing intently at the 3-headed canine monstrosities, Xiao Bai's beastly eyes shimmered with a cold light, baring its teeth fiercely, flames of icy chill roaring around its form, as if reflecting its master's excitement. I shall bite them to death, came a youthful voice from the massive frame of Xiao Bai. Ling Xiao remarked, Chapter 75, The Silver-level Ruins of the Territory, Conditions Met. Noticing Xiao Bai's unusual excitement beneath him, Ling Xiao's lips twitched as he patted its soft fur, saying in a gentle tone, Remember, you are a fox, not a dog. Refrain from displaying such dog-like behavior. Despite being teased by its master, Xiao Bai remained unperturbed, responding with a touch of pride. Humph. You do not understand, master. This is an instinct of the canine kin. When encountering members of the same species, the urge to eliminate them arises. Ling Xiao shook his head in resignation as he focused on the information regarding the void creatures. Creature, three-headed fury hound. Race, beastfolk void. Level, silver 9 stars. Gold 2 stars. Skills, wind, thunder, and fire arts. Information, 3 heads, 3 minds. It appeared these creatures were not solely proficient in lightning elements, but adept in controlling wind, fire, and thunder simultaneously. The speed of the three-headed hounds was astonishing. In the blink of an eye, they dashed over 100 meters. Their troops having already entered the battlefield. A swift glance around revealed that the silver-level three-headed hounds were in the minority, with the majority being of gold level today. Xiaobai, they seem far more ferocious than you. I suggest you target those of similar size. You would find it challenging to contend with those gold-level giants. Ling Xiao spoke earnestly. Although Xiaobai was already a bronze-level creature, it was still an S-rank unit, making it difficult to engage across realms. Especially considering that even the weakest of the magical creatures were silver 9 stars. Taking his master's advice to heart, Xiaobai leapt down. Icy flames spreading across the ground to form a surrounding barrier. It let out a mighty howl, flames erupting from the earth, engulfing one of the silver 9-star, three-headed fury hounds. The sound of shattering ice crystals rang out as icy blue flames coalesced into fiery ice spikes, launching towards the target. The three-headed hound displayed disdain, grunting as it unleashed fireballs, wind blades, and bolts of lightning from its gaping maw. Such pitiful creatures, confined and lacking the qualifications to compete with me. The hound's heads seemed to possess their own consciousness, each mocking the three-tailed white fox before them. Humph. If you are confined, then you must be a wildling. Despite the taunts from the three-headed hounds, Xiaobai stood undeterred, proudly declaring in its youthful voice. It is my honor to be loyal to my master, unlike you wild dogs, unwanted and abandoned. Within Xiaobai's realm of extreme cold, various combat techniques clashed, creating a dazzling display of light and shadow as the two colossal beasts engaged in a fierce battle. Yet, within its own domain, Xiaobai's speed and attack power doubled for a brief time. Under the dual influence of frigid chill and searing heat, the three-headed fury hound found itself at a disadvantage. How could this be? The expressions of the three-headed hounds shifted to alarm and caution, their massive forms slightly curving as they attempted to assert their feeble ferocity. Akin to a pet feeling mocked. To toy with fire in my presence is a grave mistake. Zhu Yanwan's handsome visage bore 2 fiery sigils glowing with vibrant light, his eyes shimmering like a furnace ablaze. His innate ability, spirit of pure flame, allowed him to control any form of fire, absorbing it in the process. In a calm voice, Zhu Yanwan summoned fiery triangles that coalesced around him, and the next moment, an onslaught of flame triangles surged forth, crashing into the advancing beasts, some of which were still silver level, bursting apart like volcanic magma. The other creatures of the same race, akin to mindless killing machines, spewed forth attacks of 3 elements from their gaping maws, all targeting Zhu Yanwan. Break! With a commanding voice that resonated around. The swirling flame triangles obliterated the advancing horde, scattering them into fiery remnants that splattered on the ground, releasing waves of scorching heat. Meanwhile, in a realm shrouded in red mist, the figure clad in crimson observed everything with an air of calm detachment, intrigued by the unfolding events. Today, she had rewritten the rules of the Rakshasa ghost market. Instead of ensnaring the targets only to torment them, she had turned the three-headed fury hounds against their own kin. The Rakshasa ghost market was not merely capable of conjuring bizarre spaces, it could alter the rules in countless forms, inciting foes to turn against one another. Compared to other units slaying magical creatures, the approach taken by the figure in red was indeed unique. She need not lift a finger, as the ground around her was strewn with the carcasses of three-headed fury hounds. Even when faced with gold-level fury hounds, while the duration of her control was limited, it posed little challenge. Reasserting control was merely a matter of a flick of her wrist. As a result, a trio of uncontrollable hellhounds materialized around her, growling menacingly before they turned on their own kind in a frenzied display. This cycle of chaos persisted, causing the other hellhounds to exhibit expressions of trepidation. One of them uttered a hasty remark before fleeing in terror. You, woman, are a demon. I shan't play with you any longer. Each day, the intensity of the trials escalated, yet Ling Xiao's combat prowess surged correspondingly. The trials, coupled with exploration and daily summons, contributed to this remarkable growth. Under the leadership of heroic units, the speed at which the troops vanquished foes increased exponentially. Each direction of the territory was manned by 1 or 2 heroic units, and the encroaching void demons receded like a tide. Only a handful of golden-tier hellhounds remained, huddled together for warmth as they were cornered. Ling Xiao surveyed her surroundings. Fierce flames erupted towards the heavens, and the resounding music transformed into sharp blades of light that danced in that very spot. Celestial angels ascended into the air, their golden radiance pouring forth like a rain of arrows from above, while the earth itself seemed to emit a low growl, signaling that a battle was underway. The bodies of the demonic soldiers loomed ominously, their massive hands resembling mountains pressing down, directly striking the ground. The hellhounds yelped in disarray. Some of the more powerful among them unleashed fireballs from their maws, while others released icy blades of wind, and still others spewed forth bolts of lightning, all relentlessly assaulting the demonic forms, mercilessly battering their muscular hides. Disregarding their rank, the imposing demonic soldiers, with their tough skin and robust physiques, barely felt the damage. Some bronze-tier demons would not even allow the hellhounds to ascend upon them, swatting them down mid-air. However, a few of the hellhounds displayed cleverness, with 3 independent minds. They strategized to target the most vulnerable points of the demons. Fortunately, they were met with close calls rather than actual hits. Had they struck one of the critical weak spots, even the resilient demons would have found themselves writhing in pain. Ling Xiao's accomplishments were commendable as well, utilizing drone no. 1. She adeptly navigated the path of a sharpshooter, growing increasingly adept with each use, despite her initial struggles. As the hellhounds were systematically dispatched in various directions of the territory, Ling Xiao awaited the potential arrival of a boss today. It was only with the arrival of the trial's conclusion prompt that she confirmed there would be no boss this time. Bosses in these trials appeared at random, sometimes consecutively over several days, or perhaps only once until the very last day of the trial. Whether present or absent, Ling Xiao could accept the outcome, as the spoils from slain bosses were always plentiful. Congratulations on completing the trial. Processing results. Trial count: 3, 220 hellhounds slain. War merit: 0. Battle outcome: complete victory. Rating: SSS. Base reward: 5,000 gold coins, 580 magic crystals. Additional reward: 220 magical energy crystals, 15 void fragments. Over 3,000 hellhounds slain, yielding an SSS rating. Quite impressive indeed. You currently possess 201 void fragments. Would you like to consume 200 void fragments to randomly unlock a silver-tier territory ruin? At long last, before Ling Xiao could finish her thought, a voice resounded in her ear. Beep. Congratulations, you have been promoted to Black Iron 8 stars. Would you like to load the attributes?